I'm fine, just a light sprain. Yi Chen carefully examined Su Ningwei's legs, making sure she was really okay before relaxing. How could she have sprained her foot in that position just now? Yi Chen thought to himself, mocking his own skills as a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Kan watched Yi Chen and Su Ningwei's sweet interaction and couldn't help but smile, enjoying the happiness of their fans, shipping them as a couple. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei really looked good together, more likable and eye-catching than even in idol dramas, right? After chatting with Su Ningwei for a while, Kan took the signed product endorsement contract and left with Yi Chen and Su Ningwei. 1 week later, Yi Chen was at home playing a parent-child game with Su Ningwei and their 3 babies. At 4 months old, the babies were learning to recognize their mother's face and familiar people, showing interest in their surroundings and enjoying playing with others. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei each held a piece of cloth, playing the peekaboo game with their babies. This game aimed to foster the babies' exploratory spirits at this stage when everything around them was full of curiosity. The game helped them develop a sense of logic and experience the joy of discovery. The 3 babies were delighted and giggled throughout, feeling happy as long as they were with their mom and dad. While playing with the babies, Yi Chen received design drafts from Jacques Auction House and Liu Qianchen. Yi Chen picked up his phone and opened the design drafts. Both Jacques Auction House and Liu Qianchen were top designers in the jewelry design industry, and their designs were indeed outstanding. After reviewing them, Yi Chen found them satisfactory and handed the phone to Su Ningwei, saying, Jacques Auction House and Liu Qianchen have sent over the jewelry design drafts. They look great to me. Have a look and see if they suit you, and if any modifications are needed. Su Ningwei put down the cloth in her hand, carefully examined the drafts, then returned the phone to Yi Chen, nodding and saying, they are quite good, similar to what I imagined. They will look great when worn, so let's go with these designs. All right, I will finalize with them to get the products made, Yi Chen replied, taking back the phone and informing Jacques Auction House and Liu Qianchen to proceed with the designs. Su Ningwei nodded and continued playing the peekaboo game with the babies. Just as Yi Chen finished replying, Kan sent videos of Then Heshu singing Funeral of the Rose and Hong Hua and LVE singing Moonlight in the Lotus Pond. Yi Chen watched the videos and felt that they were good. Then Heshu, Hong Hua, and LVE were suitable for the style of these 2 songs. His own and the system's judgment seemed to be accurate. Then Heshu, Hong Hua, and LVE were expected to become popular with these 2 songs, lifting the strength of Starlight Media to a higher level. What songs are these? Who sang them? They're so good, both in singing and writing. The style feels like yours, Su Ningwei asked. Yi Chen replied, I wrote them. Then Heshu sang Funeral of the Rose, and Hong Hua and LVE sang Moonlight in the Lotus Pond. I knew it. They sound so good. It's because you wrote them. They are really nice, and these 2 songs are perfect for them. It seems you are ready to start nurturing your new talents. Well done, CEO Yi. Su Ningwei praised with a smile. Yi Chen laughed and said, since we have signed them, we must be responsible for them. We can't bury their good voices and talents. We must not betray their trust in us. I will call Kan first. Yi Chen then called Kan. After a brief exchange, Kan promised to arrange the next steps for Then Heshu, Hong Hua, and LVE, ensuring they sing with the recorded accompaniment and film the music videos. Kan then asked if there were any other arrangements to be made, to which Yi Chen replied that there were none at the moment, thanking them for their hard work in the initial stage. As Yi Chen hung up, Page Wan called in, requesting a meeting regarding Fu Yi's upcoming contract expiry and his intention to leave the company to establish his own studio. Yi Chen agreed to meet to discuss Fu Yi's withdrawal from the company. Yi Chen said, I'm free, I'll come right over. He hung up the phone. After explaining the situation to Su Ningwei, Yi Chen changed his clothes and drove to Shining Media. Soon, Yi Chen arrived at Shining Media. Page Wan had been waiting at the company. Yi Chen and Page Wan went straight to the CEO's office to discuss. They closed the door of the office. Yi Chen and Page Wan sat down separately. Qian Duoduo made a pot of tea for both of them and then left the office. Page Wan took out the contract signed with Fu Yi and handed it to Yi Chen, saying, this is the contract between Shining Media and Fu Yi, which expires in June. However, I have been cooperating with Fu Yi for many years, investing a lot of resources in him and helping him become the king of songs. I even gave him shares, which is considered generous. I didn't expect him to leave so abruptly, quite ungrateful. Perhaps, because you directly sold most of the company's shares to me, a newcomer, Fu Yi feels uncomfortable, Yi Chen replied after looking at the contract. Indeed, Fu Yi's contract would expire in June of this year. According to the contract, if Fu Yi voluntarily left the company, the shares allocated to him as benefits would be unconditionally returned to Page Yuan, and he would no longer receive any company dividends. After pouring a cup of tea for Yi Chen, Page Yuan said, "There's nothing to feel uncomfortable about. Your abilities far surpass Fu Yi's, so Shining Media is more secure in our hands. It doesn't matter who came first. I think Fu Yi is just being foolish. With you leading the music industry in China, Fu Yi going solo can't possibly be better than being at Shining Media. Let him go. Don't be angry. We can't keep those who want to leave. If Fu Yi wants to leave, then let's abide by the contract and let him go. We can nurture new talents. I will write some songs for the newcomers, and in the future, they won't be inferior to Fu Yi," Yi Chen responded. Yi Chen didn't really care whether the former king of songs, Fu Yi, stayed at Shining Media. After all, Fu Yi had a fake smile, used to pursue Su Ningwei, and dealt with that annoying Zhang Fanren. It was better for Fu Yi to leave and avoid any trouble. With good songs on hand, it would be easy to find talented singers. Yi Chen wasn't worried at all. If Fu Yi had stayed at Shining Media as an artist signed by Page Yuan before, then out of courtesy to Page Yuan and for the company's reputation, Yi Chen might have granted Fu Yi a song or two. Now, it seemed unnecessary, which was excellent. Page Yuan nodded and said, "I trust your abilities. So, I'll follow your lead and won't hold Fu Yi back. The 5% shares that Fu Yi exits with will be transferred to you at the previous price. I plan to let you take full control next year. Well, I'll enjoy retirement with my little boyfriend and perhaps have a child. If I don't have one soon, I might never be able to. It's time to enjoy early retirement." "All right," Yi Chen nodded. Meanwhile, Fu Yi, on the other end, was reluctant to leave Shining Media. After all, the treatment provided by Page Yuan was excellent, and Yi Chen was undeniably talented. However, Yi Chen's increasing success and growing reputation made Fu Yi unable to relive his former glory and attention. People at the company were no longer focusing on Fu Yi. Instead, they were discussing and praising Yi Chen. Yi Chen had become the largest shareholder of Shining Media, composing new songs for artists like Din Fan, Zhao Xiu, Lin Yinyan, and Su Mangmang. A few days ago, Yi Chen even wrote songs for new talents, but overlooked Fu Yi. This was something Fu Yi couldn't tolerate. Feeling like he had no future prospects at Shining Media, Fu Yi decided to leave. He believed that by pursuing entrepreneurship independently with the title of former king of songs, he could possibly surpass Yi Chen. Time flew by, and by the end of the month, Jiade Auction House and Liu Qianchen had already designed the jewelry and arranged for them to be sent to Yi Chen's home. The grandeur of the arrangements was magnificent. After the representatives from the auction house and Liu Qianchen left, Yi Chen had his servant carry the two exquisite boxes into the master bedroom. Inside the bedroom, Yi Chen took out the jewelry boxes from the boxes. The exquisite jewelry boxes were placed on the dressing table. Yi Chen opened each jewelry box one by one, smiling at Su Ningwei, and said, "Ningwei, try them on." The sets of jewelry customized for Su Ningwei in powder purple and imperial green were particularly eye-catching. Su Ningwei's eyes gleamed when she saw the unique high-ice pinkish purple violet jade bracelet. "Wow, this is beautiful. This high-ice pinkish purple jade bracelet is even prettier than the imperial green one. If I wear this entire set of pinkish purple high-ice jade jewelry to my grandma's birthday banquet, my relatives will be so envious. Once my cousin wore a purple ice jade bead string and proudly flaunted it, even though it wasn't as high quality as ours," Su Ningwei said with a smile. Yi Chen picked up the pinkish purple high-ice jade bracelet and slid it onto Su Ningwei's delicate and fair wrist. The pinkish purple translucent high-ice jade bracelet made Su Ningwei's hand look even more delicate, fair, and ethereal. Holding Su Ningwei's hand, Yi Chen praised, "They will surely be envious. It looks fantastic on you, complements your skin tone perfectly. If you pair it with a pink qipao, it would be even more charming." Yi Chen then put the other pinkish-purple high-ice jade bracelet on Su Ningwei's wrist. Yes, I love it too. I have a pink qipao. Wait here, I'll go try it on for you. Su Ningwei nodded happily and went to the changing room. Yi Chen carefully examined the other pieces of jewelry. Su Ningwei's other set of imperial green jade jewelry was equally dazzling. The 3 baby-faced powder-purple high-ice jade dragon phoenix pendants were finely carved and designed flawlessly, exuding beauty. Yi Chen's powder-purple high-ice jade brooch, embellished with diamonds and shaped like a purple wisteria star, was unique and classy. The Shanshui Qingyan Dragonstone Imperial Green Jade Mountain Water Pendant, prepared for Su Sheng, was meticulously carved to depict the serenity of mountains and waters. The Maitreya Buddha carved from the Dragonstone Imperial Green Jade had a kind and gentle expression, flawlessly crafted and a perfect gift for Duan King's birthday. Every piece of jewelry here could be treasured for generations. If placed on the market, wealthy jade jewelry enthusiasts would compete to buy them. Yi Chen picked up the Dragonstone Imperial Green Jade bracelet and examined it under the light. Surprisingly, the more exquisite the Dragonstone Imperial Green Jade bracelet was, the more it resembled a beer bottle polished to perfection. Because the top-quality Imperial Green Jade bracelet, made of supreme-grade Dragonstone, is just to pure in color, to translucent, and to perfect. The bright green color is like spring water, with threads of splendor showing vitality. It is full and lustrous, exuding a sense of blessing, and the gemstone shines brilliantly, truly beyond imagination that this is actually a product of nature, so magical, so beautiful. Ye Chen inspected all the jewelry, all of them perfect. It was truly a delightful customization. Soon, Su Ningwei, with ink-black hair styled in a vintage hair bun, and wearing a pink cheongsam, stepped out of the dressing room. Wearing the cheongsam, Su Ningwei seemed to blend into a classical Chinese painting, elegant, charming, and dignified. On the comfortable silk fabric, pink flowers bloomed on the cheongsam, each flower radiant and enchanting, as if the whole person was immersed in a sea of pink flowers, stunningly beautiful. Su Ningwei walked gracefully towards Ye Chen, radiating unparalleled beauty, showcasing the elegance of the cheongsam to the fullest. Every step she took was like an ancient poem, chanting a unique charm. The cheongsam accentuated Su Ningwei's figure with flowing lines and graceful curves, displaying a stunning posture. Every movement filled with the charm of classical Eastern beauty. Truly a beautiful picture, or even a 3D animated display. Honey, do I look good? Su Ningwei walked up to Ye Chen, elegantly spread her arms, twirled in front of Ye Chen, showcasing her graceful posture. Su Ningwei smiled lightly, her eyes flickering, exuding a gentle and charming aura like a noble lady. The pink-purple high-grade ice jade bracelet on her wrist gleamed even brighter. Such exquisite beauty, with a charming smile and captivating eyes. Su Ningwei never failed to amaze Ye Chen every time. Ye Chen rose, gently pinching Su Ningwei's slender waist, and in a husky voice whispered in her ear, "Beautiful, wear this cheongsam tonight. Play in front of the mirror, the kind you don't take off. This way you can see how beautiful and alluring you are. Okay?" Su Ningwei responded, her ears blushing, a warmth spreading through her body, feeling restless. Ye Chen gently nibbled on Su Ningwei's earlobe, like a red agate, causing Su Ningwei to feel a tingling sensation, melting into Ye Chen's embrace. Don't bite, or we won't be able to wait until tonight. We still have to take the 3 babies for a walk later. Su Ningwei raised her arm, looped it around Ye Chen's neck. Ye Chen lifted Su Ningwei, sat her on the chair in front of the dressing table, and tenderly said, "Okay, let's try on other jewelry." Sounds good." Su Ningwei nodded. Ye Chen picked up the pink-purple high-grade ice jade pearl necklace and earrings, placing them on Su Ningwei, who blushed in the makeup mirror, leaning against Ye Chen's embrace, allowing Ye Chen to adorn her with the jewelry. After putting on the whole set, Su Ningwei's elegance appeared even more delicate and luxurious, like the most precious princess, evoking sympathy. Su Ningwei played with the purple high-grade ice jade pearl necklace around her neck, particularly fond of it. Ye Chen smiled, saying, "Looks wonderful. This color really suits you." "I think so too. The imperial green set is also nice, but more suitable for me as a grandmother or great-grandmother to wear." Su Ningwei laughed in agreement. Speaking of which, Su Ningwei also picked up the purple wisteria-shaped high-grade ice jade brooch and pinned it on Ye Chen's chest, then linked arms with Ye Chen, facing the dressing mirror, and smilingly remarked, "Indeed, we make a perfect match." "Absolutely." Yechen replied with a smile. Su Ningwei then took the pink high-grade ice jade dragon and phoenix pendant, inspecting it carefully. The craftsmanship is really good. It will certainly look good on the 3 babies, but they are still too young. Such precious jewelry should be kept for them for later. It would be a pity if they get knocked or damaged, Su Ningwei said. Yechen agreed, all right, as you say. Also, this landscape card looks pretty good. Night falls. Yechen and Su Ningwei fed and put the 3 babies to sleep early, beginning their happy time together. In the master bedroom, ancient music played softly, with melodious sounds of traditional Chinese instruments. Yechen had already moved the full-body mirror from the dressing room into the master bedroom. After showering, Su Ningwei changed into the pink cheongsam, holding a hand-embroidered fan, barefoot on the soft white carpet, following the rhythmic music beat, gracefully dancing. Watching her light and graceful movements in the dressing mirror, Su Ningwei was very satisfied. Soon, Yechen, wearing a white bath towel around his waist, emerged from the bathroom, once again stunned by Su Ningwei in front of him. Su Ningwei covered her face with the fan, smiling shyly and alluring. "Honey, would you please sit down, and I'll perform a cheongsam dance for you?" "Sure." Yechen nodded, comfortably sitting on the sofa facing the mirror. The warm, soft light illuminated the room. Su Ningwei seemed to glow gently, her figure graceful, her eyes captivating, and her lips slightly curved, exuding innocence with a hint of charm. With the music playing, Su Ningwei danced lightly with delicate steps, gently swaying her arms as graceful as lotus flowers opening and closing. Her arms were soft yet strong, like willow fluff dancing in the spring breeze. Her waist was agile and soft, like watergrass swaying in the rhythm of the music. Her steps were light and unhurried, graceful as water, displaying captivating dance moves like a woman stepping out of a painting, each movement infused with rhythm and beauty. The silk cheongsam fluttered with Su Ningwei's every move, resembling blooming flowers or flowing streams. Su Ningwei kept changing her dance postures, sometimes bending her knees, sometimes raising her chest and head. Her slender ankles and long legs were mesmerizing, enchanting the onlookers. Like a flowing scroll painting, Yechen was immediately transported into a poetic and picturesque scene. Su Ningwei danced and danced, eventually swirling into Yechen's embrace, her cheeks flushed, and her bosom heaving. Yechen found the sight so breathtakingly beautiful. "Honey, was my dance beautiful?" Su Ningwei asked, her voice soft and breathless. Yechen lovingly held the fragrant and delicate Su Ningwei in his arms and replied, "Beautiful. My wife possesses both beauty and talent, truly amazing. Since I'm so amazing, won't you reward me a little?" Su Ningwei pouted, closing her eyes, playfully seeking a reward from Yechen. What man can resist such temptation? Yechen smiled, bending down to kiss Su Ningwei's red lips. Soft and sweet, with a hint of strawberry fragrance. Su Ningwei let out a satisfied sigh, responding warmly to Yechen's affection. Yechen's hands were not idle, untying Su Ningwei's towel, allowing her to sit in his lap facing him. The bath towels are scattered. In the mirror, the 2 figures are whispering to each other. Yechen is holding Su Ningwei's slender waist. Su Ningwei's waist sways. Her pinned-up long hair falls loose. Like aquatic plants, it is fluffy and elegant. The shadows of the 2 merge together. March 1st. Early in the morning, Su Sheng called Su Ningwei. Yechen and Su Ningwei were packing their luggage for their trip to Beijing. Su Ningwei put down the clothes in her hand and answered the phone with a smile. "Dad, are you in Beijing?" "Yes, just got off the plane." "When are you coming to Beijing?" Su Sheng asked with a smile. Su Ningwei replied, "We are getting ready. The flight at 8:25 tomorrow morning. If it's not delayed, we can arrive by 10:30. "Okay, I'll personally pick you up tomorrow morning. Be careful on the way. It's not easy to travel with 3 babies. Don't tire yourselves out. By the way, are your birthday gifts ready? Is 20 million enough for you?" Su Sheng said. Su Ningwei smiled and said, "Iken has prepared it a long time ago. It's a very precious gift. 20 million may not be enough. But Iken said that Grandma's birthday gift doesn't need to be reimbursed by you. We will take care of it." "All right, Iken is considerate. But if you have any difficulties, just tell me. Don't bear them alone," Su Sheng said, with a better impression of Yechen in his mind. Su Ningwei smiled and replied, "I know, we're fine, and not facing any difficulties. If we do, we'll let you know." Let's not talk now. We're packing. Okay, you pack first. We'll chat when we meet, Su Sheng said, getting in the car as well. Su Ningwei hung up the phone, put away her mobile phone, and said to Yi Chen with a smile, "My dad has arrived in Beijing. He will pick us up tomorrow morning personally. Because of the preparations for Grandma's birthday gift, my dad praised you for being thoughtful." "Yes, it's what I should do. Let's finish packing." "It's almost done," Yi Chen replied with a smile, folding the clothes. Su Ningwei nodded. "Yes, bring some snacks for the road, download some movies, otherwise it will be boring on the way." "Okay, I'll go download them. What genre do you want to watch?" "Anything is fine, but nothing too scary. I'm scared." "I'll watch with you. What are you afraid of?" "I'm afraid I might squeeze your arm blue while watching." "Oh, in that case, never mind. Let's watch some sweet romantic movies. ... Early the next morning, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei, with 3 babies, successfully boarded the plane bound for Beijing. Also traveling with them were Li Mei, Su Ming, Chen Jichuan, and 2 other nannies. Chen Din remained at the Jiangjing Mountain Villa. On the plane, Yi Chen had booked first class. The 3 babies also needed tickets. According to the airline regulations, babies need a ticket from 14 days old up to 2 years old, priced at 20% of an adult ticket, exempt from airport construction fees and fuel surcharges, without a seat. For a seat, you need to purchase 50% of an adult ticket. When buying the ticket, you need to show a birth certificate or household registration. Li Mei and the 2 other nannies held the baby, second baby, and little baby respectively, taking safety precautions. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei sat next to Li Mei and the others, making it easier to take care of the 3 babies. Although 5-month-old babies can fly, they are prone to high pressure changes during takeoff, which can damage their eardrums. Upon takeoff, Yi Chen gave each baby a bottle of milk to ease the symptoms. The 3 babies obediently held their milk bottles, curiously looking around with big eyes, observing the clouds outside, looking adorable. The pretty flight attendants, upon seeing the 3 cute babies, spoke with even gentler tones, providing attentive and thoughtful service. When the flight attendants recognized Yi Chen and Su Ningwei on the plane, they were excited and took photos with them. Although the 3 babies were flying for the first time, they were well-behaved, cooperative, and the whole journey was very pleasant and smooth. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei were able to comfortably watch movies when the 3 babies were asleep. The plane arrived in Beijing smoothly, albeit a bit delayed. Knowing that the flight might be late, Su Sheng, Fang Zheng, and several bodyguards had been waiting in the VIP lounge at the airport for a long time. They saw Yi Chen, Su Ningwei, and Chen Jichuan carrying the 3 babies through the VIP passage. Su Sheng hurriedly greeted them with a smile. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei, upon seeing Su Sheng, shouted in unison, "Dad!" "Su Zong, long time no see." Chen Jichuan also greeted Su Sheng with a smile. "Ah, Wei Wei, Ekin, Jichuan, finally you're here. Are you tired on the road? Are the 3 babies well behaved?" Su Sheng asked with concern. Su Ningwei smiled and replied, "Not tired at all. The 3 babies were very well behaved on the way, no fussing. Indeed, my good and obedient grandchildren. The 3 babies have grown a lot. Let Grandpa hold them." Su Sheng smiled and looked at the 3 babies. When the 3 babies saw Su Sheng, they called out, "Grandpa! Grandpa!" making Su Sheng extremely happy, wishing he had 3 pairs of hands so he could hold all 3 babies at once. The joy of 3 times, who can understand? Su Sheng joyfully agreed, hugged each of the 3 babies, and finally held the eldest baby, who resembled Su Ningwei, without letting go. "Let's go, let's go, get in the car. Dad will take you to the Royal Cuisine Museum to have a state banquet. Although the dishes there are not too expensive, they will give Ekin a taste of Beijing specialties," Su Sheng said with a smile. Yi Chen smiled and replied, "Thank you, Dad." Su Sheng was indeed generous, arranging a visit to a Royal Cuisine Museum that cost him $2 billion to establish. Yi Chen had learned that this Royal Cuisine Museum covers an area of 15,000 square meters with a layout of 3 areas in one building. It has a 1,500 square meter exhibition area, showcasing the history and culture of royal cuisine, a tasting experience area of more than 2,000 square meters, and an environmentally friendly and energy-saving central kitchen of more than 2,000 square meters. The entire Royal Cuisine Museum integrates traditional and modern elements with functions to view, taste, learn, and play. Transforming traditional restaurants focus solely on dining into places for cultural dissemination, nurturing new trends, and advocating civilization, making it very distinctive. After watching the video, Yi-Chen planned to go and experience it, and he didn't expect his father-in-law to arrange it so soon. "Dad, I want to eat Beijing roast duck," Su Ningwei said with a smile. Su Sheng smiled and replied, "Yes, yes, everything is available." Saying this, Su Sheng led Yi-Chen, Su Ningwei, Chen Jichuan, and others to leave the airport in high spirits. The imposing presence made everyone at the airport look on with envy. Parked outside the airport was a dignified black extended Lincoln, followed by a Porsche Cayenne and an Audi A8. Yi-Chen, Su Ningwei, and Su Sheng along with others got into the cars. Inside the car, Su Sheng held his grandchild and said with a smile, "You can use these 3 cars and drivers during your time in Yanjing. Go wherever you want. These drivers are very familiar with Yanjing. Wei, take Chen to have some fun. If there's nothing urgent, don't rush back." "Okay, Dad," Su Ningwei replied with a smile. Yi-Chen also smiled and said, "Thank you, Dad." Su Sheng, this father-in-law, was as generous and caring as ever. Soon, the cars arrived at the parking lot outside the Royal Cuisine Museum, a grand and luxurious building with a magnificent exterior. The museum was designed in a square and solemn manner, with red walls giving a sense of brilliance. Su Ningwei walked arm in arm with Yi-Chen, while Su Sheng and Chen Jichuan pushed the baby strollers, and they entered the splendid Royal Cuisine Museum. The 3 babies, with their big sparkling eyes, were looking around with excitement, enjoying the sights of the golden roof and red walls. Upon entering, one could already see the royal decoration style. It truly lived up to the expectations of a Yanjing restaurant, exuding a royal atmosphere. In the lobby, beautiful princesses dressed in traditional attire greeted Yi-Chen and his party, escorting them to their reserved private dining room. Passing by the first floor, one could see the royal throne exuding royalty. Many people were dressed in imperial robes, taking pictures and having a great time. On the left side was the palace dim sum, while on the right was the museum, offering a taste of the royal culinary culture from various dynasties. However, Su Sheng was concerned that Su Ningwei and Yi-Chen might be tired from their flight, so he had the princess escort them to the private dining room. They could experience the royal culinary culture after their meal. The private room was decorated like a palace, with ancient charm. Inside, palace maids and eunuchs were ready to provide one-on-one service. It truly offered an immersive experience of being an emperor or prince. The appetizers were already prepared. The first dish showcased the essence of the world, the colorful welcome cold appetizer platter featuring palace scallops, palace jellyfish, palace wood ear mushrooms, and mixed vegetables, topped with sauce, refreshing and delicious. The royal snack platter featured palace donkey roll, palace hawthorn cake, palace pea cake, and palace mung bean rolls. These traditional Beijing snacks were transformed into royal delicacies, sounding even more exquisite. Su Sheng, Yi-Chen, Su Ningwei, and others took their seats. The private room had a prime location, allowing them to enjoy a panoramic view of the restaurant and witness the first floor performance. Su Sheng then picked up the baby from the stroller, saying with a smile, "Let's start the meal." "Dad, why do you always favor Dabao so much and enjoy carrying him?" Su Ningwei teased. Su Sheng chuckled and replied, "Because Dabao looks most like you when you were little. I was busy with work back then and didn't get to carry you enough, and now you're all grown up. HMPH, so work was more important than me." Su Ningwei pouted, showing her discontent. Su Sheng hurriedly smiled and said, "I was wrong, of course, work is not as important as you guys. I've been waiting at the airport since early this morning. Except for your grandmother's birthday, I'll make time to accompany you for the next few days." "That sounds about right," Su Ningwei said, finally smiling at Su Sheng's words. Soon, the palace maid brought out exquisite dishes one by one. The eunuch was also busy introducing each dish. The first was the healing turtle soup, followed by the mushroom and chrysanthemum fish balls, and the Beijing roast duck that Su Ningwei had been looking forward to. The roast duck was crisp and golden, served with pancakes and accompanied by hawthorn, cantaloupe, and cucumber strips, a savory dish. Chen Jichuan handed a piece of roast duck to Su Sheng, who in turn gave one to Su Ningwei. However, Su Ningwei handed it over to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, feeling a bit embarrassed, took a bite. "Is it good?" Su Ningwei asked. Yi Chen nodded and said, "It's delicious. If you like it, eat more." "Let me roll you another," Su Ningwei said, feeding him more roast duck joyfully. Su Ningwei glanced at Su Sheng, who held a roll of roast duck in his hand with a pitiful expression. Yi Chen quickly intervened, saying, "That's enough, I'll serve myself. There are so many dishes, I want to save some room to try others." "Oh, okay then," Su Ningwei agreed. Su Sheng then happily said, Wei, you've always liked the roast duck I rolled. Here you go." "Thank you, Dad," Su Ningwei smiled, receiving the roll of roast duck from Su Sheng and taking a bite, saying, "It's delicious, just like when I was young." "Dad, thank you for the hospitality. Please have some more," Yi Chen said, picking up a big chicken leg and placing it in Su Sheng's bowl. Su Sheng looked at Yi Chen with an approving smile and said, "You're too polite, we're family, don't be so formal. Although the food here may not be as delicious as yours, please feel free to eat more. Don't be shy, eat as much as you want and order more if needed. It's more than enough, we can't finish everything." "Dad, I'll make a toast to you," Yi Chen said, raising his glass to Su Sheng. Su Sheng raised his glass, clinking it lightly with Yi Chen's, complimenting him. "Yi Chen, I heard you're now a major shareholder in Starlight Media. Well done. If you need any support, whether financial or otherwise, just let me know. Don't be shy with your father." "Sure, if I have any needs, I won't hesitate to ask you, Dad," Yi Chen replied with a smile, emptying his glass. Su Ningwei added, "Yi Chen can sing and write songs, his jingles are superb. He doesn't lack resources now, he's even getting many endorsement requests and earning a lot from it." Su Sheng finished the wine in his cup, then chuckled and said, "I know this much. Ekin is now the hottest and most commercially valuable person in our business circle. Everyone is praising you to the skies and wanting you to sing for them, endorse products, etc. I imagine you must have plenty of resources now. Weave is the queen of songs, and Ekin is so talented too. I've got some glory shining on my face too." The group laughed, enjoying their food and drinks. At that moment, music began playing downstairs. On the stage below, several women dressed in imperial costumes began dancing gracefully. Enjoying good food, fine wine, and watching the dance performance, they were thoroughly entertained. It's no wonder why people in ancient times were willing to fight tooth and nail to become an emperor. After eating and drinking their fill, Yi Chen accompanied Su Ningwei to the maternity ward to feed the 3 babies. The 3 babies ate their fill, and Yi Chen and Su Ningwei didn't feel tired at all. The 3 babies had slept well on the plane, so they were especially energetic now. Su Sheng suggested they visit the exhibition hall. Yi Chen, Su Ningwei, and the 3 babies went to explore the exhibition hall. At the entrance of the hall stood a splendid screen, carved with twin dragons. This is the Tang Dynasty hot pot, the precursor to our bronze pot cuisine. The beautiful guide in traditional dress explained the history of royal cuisine, the origins of the Manchuhan full banquet, and the principles of healthy eating. This royal cuisine museum housed over 1,000 precious historical artifacts, such as utensils and documents. Through vivid high-tech means, it recreated a nearly complete history of ancient Chinese royal wellness, showcasing the splendid culinary culture of ancient China. It was quite fascinating. The 3 babies were fascinated and delighted. After touring the exhibition hall and satisfying their hunger, they got back into the car and returned to the triumphal square. Su Sheng had purchased a luxurious and spacious flat for Su Ningwei and Yi Chen, 5 rooms, 2 living rooms, a maid's room, elegantly decorated in a fashionable light luxury style with pink and gold accents. The maids and 2 additional nannies who had come early had already tidied up the house immaculately. Su Ningwei loved the decoration of the house at first sight. Yi Chen could once again feel the love and care that Su Sheng had for Su Ningwei, and he felt fortunate to be associated with her. Su Ningwei happily entered the living room, sat down on the milk-white sofa, and said contentedly, "Dad, I love this house. It's much more chic than the old, stuffy mansion. I knew you'd like pink, so I asked the designer to make it a bit more youthful and trendy. When I retire, you'll probably want to come back to Yanjing more often. When that day comes, I'll go retire in the Magic City with you and have Ekin take you fishing." "Really? Ekin knows how to fish." Su Sheng looked delightedly at Yi Chen. Yi Chen chuckled and said, "A little bit. I see. Let's have a competition later to see who catches more fish," Su Sheng said with a smile. Su Ningwei's eyes lit up, and she quickly added, "If it's a competition, there should be a reward. If Ekin wins, Dad, what reward will you give him?" Yi Chen was being too humble. He was more than just a little good at fishing. When it comes to fighting for benefits, Su Ningwei wouldn't miss the chance. Su Sheng said, "We can work it out. You can have whatever reward you want." "Really? Then we want the entire Su group," Su Ningwei joked. Su Sheng immediately agreed. "All right, as long as you and Ekin are willing to take over the Su group, I'll have the secretary send over the share transfer agreement. I trust you both with the Su group." Yi Chen smoothly took over the Magic City Shengqi Plaza without any hiccups. He was undoubtedly a capable businessman. Chen Jichuan often called Su Sheng to praise Yi Chen. Compared to the incompetent Su Ju at home, Su Sheng now had full confidence in Yi Chen and couldn't wait to hand over the Su group to him. What if the three babies had Yi as their surname? In Su Sheng's heart, Su Ningwei was his daughter, so it was enough that the three babies carried her bloodline. Although Su Ningwei wasn't good at running a company, Yi Chen was there. Yi Chen clearly wasn't an ordinary person. He would surely make the Su group stronger. As for Su Ju, that kid was only fit to collect rent. He couldn't expect to accomplish anything great. With these thoughts, Su Sheng's gaze towards Yi Chen became even more eager. Yi Chen felt helpless. He already had his own company and plans. He didn't want to get involved in the power struggles within the Su family. Dealing with Su Ningwei's brother, grandmother, and relatives might lead to unpleasant situations. Su Ningwei quickly said, "I was just kidding. I don't have any interest in managing the company. Ekin has his own business and career to focus on. Tomorrow is Grandma's birthday. If you really hand over the Su group to us and give this big gift to Grandma, her birthday celebration might not happen. If Ekin really wins the fishing competition, just give him the Century Plaza office building in Magic City Center." Su Sheng was disappointed. Su Ningwei had only wanted the 36-story Century Plaza office building in the city center of Magic City, worth billions. Su Sheng realized that Su Chen had no intention of taking over, so he sighed and said, I got too excited for nothing. If you do have intentions to take over the Su group, I have my ways with your grandmother's side. You don't need to worry about that." Yi Chen saw that Su Sheng was serious and said, "Dad, and I have our own plans and may not have the energy to take over the Su group. Besides, you are still young, and Weave has a younger brother too. There's no rush to retire." "All right, young people having their dreams is normal. I respect your decision. I'll go and take care of Suju, that wayward boy. I have a lot to arrange for your grandma's birthday tomorrow. I'll head back to the old mansion now. You two should go back tomorrow morning," Su Sheng said disappointedly. Su Ningwei got the answer she wanted and nodded happily. Got it. We'll head back early tomorrow morning," Yi Chen busily said. "Dad, I'll accompany you." "No need. You're tired too. Rest early." Su Sheng waved his hand, bent down, hugged each of the three babies, then reluctantly left. As Su Sheng left, Yi Chen lightly flicked Su Ningwei's nose with his finger, saying, "You are too naughty, knowing my fishing skills and still playing a trick on your dad. What's the big deal? It's just an office building. It's nothing to my dad, and it's for you, not someone else. Don't you still want to establish Chen Wei Entertainment? That location is very suitable, even if my dad sponsors it." Su Ningwei hugged Yi Chen's waist, smiling and responding. Yi Chen helplessly said, "Fine, we're tired today. Let Aunt Emmy take care of the three babies to sleep. Let's rest for a while." "Okay," Su Ningwei nodded with a smile. On the other side, as soon as Su Sheng got in the car, he instructed Fang Zheng, later go and transfer the Shengqi Era office building in Shangdu City Center to Wei Wei and Akin's names. Also, arrange more people to ensure their safety." "Okay, Director Su," Fang Zheng nodded. Fang Zheng was already accustomed to Su Sheng's unconditional love for Su Ningwei. Su Sheng continued, "Let's go back to the old house. Also, find a strict tutor. Install surveillance in the study. Wei Wei and Ekin have their own ideas and capabilities. It seems they are not planning to take over the Su group, so we must take care of Xiao Yu properly." "Understood, Director Su. I will arrange it when we return." Fang Zheng started the car and drove towards the Su family's old mansion. Su Sheng leaned back in the car seat, closed his eyes, and said softly, "If Yao Yun continues to spoil Xiaoyu, let Yao Yun live abroad for a while. Don't come back in the short term." "Yes, Director Su," Fang Zheng responded. Early the next morning, Su Ningwei got up early to dress up. Not because she valued Grandma Duan Qing's birthday, but to show everyone at home that she was living happily after marrying Yi Chen. Yi Chen also got up early, tidying himself up nicely. Wei, can I wear this outfit? Is it formal and decent enough? Won't embarrass you?" Yi Chen asked. Su Ningwei turned to look. Yi Chen was wearing a high-end customized dark casual suit, standing tall, exuding taste and style even in his understated demeanor. Every detail showed extraordinary refinement, an indescribable elegant charm. He was so handsome. How could he embarrass her? Su Ningwei put down the lipstick she hadn't yet applied, walked over to Yi Chen, pinched his buttocks, and said, with a mischievous smile, "Very suitable. You look so cool. You're my man. Come, give me a kiss." Yi Chen felt a tickle on his bottom, teased by the cheeky Su Ningwei. He lowered his head and kissed her red lips. Su Ningwei's lips were soft and sweet. No wonder everything she said sounded so pleasant. As the kiss ended, Su Ningwei licked her lips, very satisfied with Yi Chen's kiss. "Well, not getting any more kisses. If we're late coming back, my dad will nag again," Su Ningwei said, teasing. Su Ningwei put on a sweet pink and purple gradient evening dress, irregular neckline, sculpted flower design, romantic purple train, highlighting her perfect figure, making her look even more ethereal. Yi Chen sat behind Su Ningwei, styling her hair into a beautiful bun. "Ekin, you're quite skillful with your hands. I like this hairstyle. It matches my dress well," Su Ningwei praised with a smile. Yi Chen took a pink-purple jade bead necklace from the jewelry box and put it on Su Ningwei. Su Ningwei put on a pair of pink-purple jade bracelets on her own hands. After putting on a set of pink-purple jade, Su Ningwei appeared delicate and noble, exuding an extraordinary temperament. This pink-purple jade matches well, whether with evening gowns or traditional clothes. It always looks good, Su Ningwei said contentedly. Yi Chen nodded with a smile, complimenting her. "Mainly because you are naturally beautiful. Even if you wear glass, it looks elegant and beautiful." Such sweet words. Su Ningwei was delighted by the praise and couldn't help kissing Yi Chen's cheek. A pink lipstick mark was left on Yi Chen's cheek. "Oh, sorry, I forgot I had lipstick on." Su Ningwei apologized sheepishly. Yi Chen laughed and replied, "It's okay. I forgive you if you wipe it off." "Oh, I need to be forgiven for that. Wipe it off now. It's not good. We'll be late. Let me kiss you more later when we return." Su Ningwei blushed and said. Yi Chen pulled out a wet wipe, cleaned the lipstick mark left by Su Ningwei, helplessly saying, "Dear wife, it's kiss, not forgive. I didn't stick my tongue out." When a woman gets in the mood, nothing a man can do. How could she have such thoughts just from these? "Ha ha, who allowed you to look so handsome today? You've confused me. I'll help you wipe it off." Su Ningwei blushed, took the wet tissue from Yi Chen's hand, and earnestly wiped off the lipstick mark on Yi Chen's cheek. She couldn't help herself. Yi Chen was too handsome. Ever since she pinched Yi Chen's pert buttocks, Su Ningwei's mind had turned delusional. Su Ningwei kept recalling that day when she saw Yi Chen behind her in the mirror. His sexy aura was so stimulating. After wiping off the lipstick mark, Su Ningwei skillfully adorned Yi Chen with a pink-purple carved high-grade jade brooch in the shape of a rose. All set. Looks nice. Su Ningwei felt the texture of Yi Chen's chest muscles, admiringly saying, "Very sexy." Yi Chen took hold of Su Ningwei's playful hand and indulgently said, "Be good. Stop touching. Save it for later. I can't handle it anymore." "Okay, I want to. Well, let's focus on business first. We'll continue later tonight." Su Ningwei obediently withdrew her hand. In addition to the bank card for the gift money, Yi Chen had also meticulously prepared 8 dowry items of high equality, upscale quantity for the formal proposal: cigarettes, alcohol, tea, sugar, cakes, noodles, fish, meat. He packed everything into the car. The driver drove Yi Chen, Su Ningwei, and the 3 babies to the Su family's old mansion. The scenery outside the car window flew by. It was Yi Chen's first time proposing formally, and he was still a bit nervous. He wondered if the proposal would go smoothly this time. Will Su Ningwei's grandmother, Duan Qing, and her stepmother, Yao Yun, cause any trouble? No matter what happens, Yi Chen will never give up being with Su Ningwei. Sensing Yi Chen's nervousness, Su Ningwei reached out her hand, interlocking fingers with Yi Chen, and gently said, "It's okay. You don't need to be nervous. Let's just go through the motions. As long as I want to be with you, no one can stop us. I know. It's just my first time formally meeting to propose. Lack of experience. Afraid I might not do it well and make you feel wronged," Yi Chen replied, holding Su Ningwei's hand gently. Su Ningwei smiled and said, "What's there to feel wronged about? Being able to marry you already makes me very happy. The rest are just formalities that are not important." The car soon entered the courtyard of the Su family's old mansion in Yanjing's Second Ring Road, parking in the designated spot. The Su family's old mansion, located in the revamped upscale Chinese-style compound villa, looked very grand, with deep cultural connotations. The courtyard was spacious and adorned with stacked rock landscapes. In the courtyard grew a crabapple tree, blooming with beautiful pink crabapple flowers. Because Yi Chen was coming to propose today, and it was also Du Enking's birthday, the courtyard was decorated festively. Su Sheng came out of the hall with a smile to welcome them, accompanied by a middle-aged woman holding a teenage boy's hand. The middle-aged woman had a neat short haircut, exquisite makeup, fashionable attire, and a decent appearance, but with thin lips and drooping mouth corners, sunken cheeks, and deep laugh lines, she appeared fierce and unfriendly, not someone easy to get along with. The teenage boy was short and chubby, frowning impatiently, his thin lips and drooping mouth corners resembling those of the middle-aged woman. These two were most likely Su Ningwei's stepmother Yao Yun and brother Su Ju. Yi Chen, Su Ningwei, and Li Emei got out of the car holding 3 babies. Dad, Aunt Yao, Su Ningwei, and Yi Chen greeted simultaneously. Su Sheng hurried forward, taking the biggest baby from Su Ningwei into his arms. "Hey Wei, Chen, you're here. Come inside quickly," Su Sheng said with a smile. Hearing Su Ningwei and Yi Chen's address, Yao Yun's expression soured. After so many years, Su Ningwei had never called her mom, and now even Yi Chen didn't, while Su Sheng didn't help Yao Yun either. Especially seeing the expensive pink ice jade jewelry on Su Ningwei, Yao Yun's eyes were full of amazement and jealousy. She felt even more displeased, assuming that Su Sheng must have given those to Su Ningwei. However, Yao Yun didn't dare say anything about Su Sheng's blatant favoritism towards Su Ningwei, just suppressing her jealousy and displeasure, managing her expression and trying hard to play the role of a good stepmother. "Yeah, Wei, you haven't been back for over a year. Come inside quickly. Ju, call your sister, brother-in-law. These are your 3 little nephews. You are all uncle now," Yao Yun said with a forced smile. Su Ju sneered, but after glancing at Su Sheng, he reluctantly called out, "Sister, brother-in-law." Su Ningwei and Yi Chen nodded towards Su Ju. By this time, Su Ming had taken out the 8 items and various gifts that Yi Chen had prepared, and Su Ningwei said, with a smile, "These are the things that Chen specially prepared for this proposal." "Chen, you are thoughtful. Young people nowadays who know to prepare 8 items for a proposal are rare," Su Sheng praised with a smile, motioning for the servant to help accept the gifts. The servant nearby also stepped forward to help. Yi Chen smiled and said, "It's the least I can do." Yao Yun looked disdainful, feeling that Yi Chen was too tacky. Just sending these things wasn't impressive at all. He must come from a humble background and probably couldn't even afford a marriage betrothal gift, making Su Ningwei pay for it instead. Yao Yun looked Yi Chen up and down. He indeed had a handsome appearance. No wonder he could snag Su Ningwei as a meal ticket. Lonely and cold for these years, Yao Yun, who secretly played with male models behind Su Sheng's back, couldn't help but envy Su Ningwei. When Su Ju saw Su Ming lay out the items adorned with red paper cigarettes, alcohol, tea, sugar, pastries, noodles, fish, and meat, he looked curious at first but then disgusted. However, when Su Ming brought out a big box full of tutoring books, question sets, and various workbooks, Su Ju's expression changed, showing clear panic and fear. Su Ningwei patted the box and deliberately smiled, saying, "Oh Ju, I heard you failed the exam again. These study materials were bought by me and your brother-in-law especially for you. You must remember to finish all of this. You are the pillar of the Su family in the future. You have to study hard and not be lazy." "No, I don't want to. I don't want to write this nonsense. Even if I don't do anything, I won't finish this in my lifetime. Why should I study?" Su Ju screamed, his eyes widening, and he advanced to overturn the box on the ground, scattering the tutoring books, question sets, and workbooks everywhere. "Su Sheng, seeing Suju's current unrestrained behavior, frowned deeply. Su Ningwei also didn't expect Suju to become so bold, daring to act recklessly in front of his father. It seemed he had really been spoiled by Yao Yun. Suju was just getting started and went as far as stepping on the workbooks, then pointed at Su Ningwei and cursed madly. "You shameless money-making jerk, giving birth to babies outside, now you come back to bully me. I don't need a sister like you, don't put on a show in front of me." With a slap, Su Sheng's face turned red. He slapped Suju hard, still firmly holding the big baby with his other hand. Suju cried out in pain, his head tilted from the blow, his face instantly showing a red, swollen handprint. Tears welled up in his eyes, brimming with disbelief as he looked at Su Sheng. Su Sheng had never disciplined Suju this way before, but Suju's recent lawless behavior had pushed him to it. Su Ningwei took the big baby from Su Sheng and held it in her arms, shielding the baby from the scene. Yi Chen and Li Mei turned away immediately, shielding the other two babies. "You good-for-nothing, uneducated brat, who are you cursing? That's your sister. Today, I will beat you to death, you good-for-nothing." Su Sheng was so angry his hands trembled, slapping Suju hard again. Su Sheng couldn't stand anyone insulting Su Ningwei, not even his own son. This time Suju's nosebleed has been beaten out. It's obvious that Su Sheng was really angry and had a heavy hand. Su Sheng was still not satisfied and raised his hand again. Yao Yun also reacted at this time, hurriedly stepped forward to protect Suju. Crack! Su Sheng slapped hard on Yao Yun's right ear. Yao Yun only felt a buzzing sound in her right ear, burning with pain. Suju was beaten and sat directly on the ground, covering his face and crying out loud. "Mom tilde tilde, it hurts so much. I'm bleeding. Am I going to die? Mom tilde tilde, please save me quickly." Yao Yun felt both heartache and physical pain, bit her lip, looked at Su Sheng with resentment in her eyes and said, "Su Sheng, today is your mother's birthday. Do you really want to kill your own son in front of so many people? If he dies, he dies. Do you listen to what he's saying? Is this the well-educated son you've raised?" Su Sheng was furious. Yao Yun, with tears falling, said, "Ziju is still young, still a child. What does he understand? How can you be so harsh on him? A doting mother spoils her son. Ziju has been led astray by your incorrect values. Yao Yun, tomorrow you will leave and go abroad. Don't interfere in Ziju's education anymore." Su Sheng took a few deep breaths before speaking. Yao Yun, unwillingly, said, "I am Ziju's mother. I'm not leaving. I will stay by Ziju's side." "Fine, if you want to stay by Ziju's side, then you go back to your Yao family today. Take Ziju with you. From now on I'll pretend that I don't have a son named Ziju." Su Sheng replied coldly. Yao Yun, upon hearing Su Sheng's words, stood frozen in place, her face filled with disbelief. Suju dared not cry anymore. At this moment, a low, old woman's voice came from the living room. "What's going on? It's early in the morning and all this noise. Are you going to ruin my birthday?" Yi Chen turned his head and saw an old woman walking out of the living room with the help of a maid. This old woman is Su Ningwei's grandmother, Duanqing. Duanqing was dressed in a high-end wool coat, her eyes deeply sunken, her face full of wrinkles, but still exquisitely made up, her short hair neatly styled. Wearing a strand of imperial green ice jade beads around her neck and a pair of imperial green ice jade bracelets on her wrists, worth a lot. However, all these jade jewelry on Duanqing's body combined are not worth the value of the dragon seed imperial green Maitreya pendant that Yi Chen wanted to give. "Grandma, tilde dad just said he wanted to kill me. My face hurts so much. I'm bleeding. Grandma, please save me." Suju burst into louder tears when he saw Duanqing coming. Seeing Suju's swollen red face and real nosebleed, Duanqing felt immense heartache, immediately put on a serious face and said, "Asheng, what are you doing? Ziju is your only son, the future successor of the Su group." Upon hearing Duanqing's voice, Su Sheng turned around slowly and replied, "Mom, Ziju refused to study well, threw his books on the ground. I was just trying to teach Ziju properly, but Yao Yun still wants to protect Ziju. It wasn't easy for the Su group to get to where it is today. I can't let an uneducated person inherit the Su group, and you don't want the entire Su group to be destroyed by Ziju, do you?" Hearing Su Sheng speak so seriously, Duanqing dared not continue to favor Suju. After all, Duanqing is getting older and might die someday. so the one in charge is still Su Sheng. Duanqing also saw Su Ningwei and Yi Chen holding their children in the yard, Yi Chen looking confident, much stronger than the crying and sniveling Su Ju. Fearing that in his anger, Su Sheng might hand over the entire Su group to Su Ningwei, she couldn't stop it. At this point, she could only retreat to advance, calming down Su Sheng first. Duanqing cleared her throat lightly and said, "Yan, you were wrong, spoiling Ziju like this. Sheng wants you to go abroad for a while. Pack up and leave tomorrow. There's me at home." "Ziju, your father is right. You are the successor of the Su group. You can't just throw away your books. You can't do this next time." Listening to Duanqing's words, Yao Yun was shocked and almost collapsed to the ground. However, compared to going abroad and Su Ju's future, it wasn't that big of a deal. Yao Yun endured the pain, forced a smile, and said, "I understand, Mom. I'll pack up tomorrow and leave for a while. Ziju, I hope you take good care of yourself." Su Ju, seeing even Duanqing not standing up for him, dared not make a fuss anymore, just silently wiped his tears, grimacing in pain. Su Ningwei, watching Su Ju and Yao Yun get beaten and scolded, feeling a sense of relief. Even Duanqing's rare fair words, the thought of Su Ju and Yao Yun being separated, Su Ju with unfinished homework, Su Ningwei's mood became extremely happy. "I am Ziju's own grandmother. I will take good care of him." Duanqing nodded slightly and said, "Sheng, don't be angry about this small matter. Today is a good day. We still need to talk about Wu." Duanqing now can't wait for Su Ningwei to marry quickly, and hopes she won't marry into a prominent family to avoid Su Sheng's idea of handing over the Su family group to Su Ningwei. Su Sheng somewhat displeasedly said, "I, Su Sheng's daughter, who dares to speak ill of her?" Duanqing's expression stiffened, and she didn't dare to say anything. "This is the wedding invitation. The wedding day is set for the 5th day of the 8th month of the lunar calendar this year," Yi Chen said, handing the invitation to Duanqing. "It's a good day, so let's finalize that day." After a casual glance, Duanqing handed the invitation to Su Sheng. Su Sheng took the invitation, looked at it carefully, and then smiled, saying, "Indeed a good day. I will arrange for a grand wedding ceremony, so that Wei Wei will marry into your Yi family with great fanfare. Just talking about the dowry. What about the betrothal gifts? Although our Su family is not lacking in money, Yi Chen should at least show some sincerity. We can't just send a simple gift and marry Wei Wei back. Wouldn't that be a laughingstock?" Duanqing said displeasedly. Su Sheng was choked by Duanqing's words. Indeed, in this elite circle, hundreds of thousands or even millions of betrothal gifts were common. If he had known earlier, he would have given Yi Chen 100 million to make it all smooth sailing. Su Sheng was considering how to respond, whether to lie and say that Yi Chen had already given him 100 million. At that moment, Yi Chen sincerely said, "Dad, Grandma, Wei Wei is truly the best girl in the world. I have already prepared the betrothal gifts, 100 million and one. While others may consider her a rare gem, in my heart, Wei Wei is the best among 100 million girls." At that moment, Su Ming stepped forward and opened all the large red suitcases, revealing them filled with stacks of bright red fish and a total of 100 million and one in cash, a sight that was incredibly dazzling and impressive. Su Ningwei had no idea that Yi Chen had prepared all this. Upon hearing Yi Chen's sincere confession and seeing the dazzling display, Su Ningwei was moved to tears. She had never imagined that Yi Chen had secretly prepared so much. This feeling of being valued was truly blissful. Su Sheng sat up straight, a smile on his face. That Yi Chen was truly something. He had originally thought a measly 10,000 would suffice, but Yi Chen had unexpectedly prepared 100 million and one. It was truly giving them face, so he decided to let Su Ningwei bring 300 million in dowry. Su Sheng chuckled and said, "Ekin, a token of sincerity would suffice. Why give 100 million and one? This is the first time I've seen someone give this much in betrothal gifts. You are really sincere." Duanqing was shocked to see that Yi Chen had prepared 100 million and one in cash, and that Su Sheng and Su Ningwei were unaware. She couldn't understand how Yi Chen, who just a few months ago was considered a poor boy from the mountains, had suddenly come into such wealth. Duanqing's gaze was filled with astonishment and doubt, as she couldn't find fault with Yi Chen, especially since 100 million and one in betrothal gifts was a significant sum even within the elite circles of Yanjing. Yi Chen being able to present 100 million in cash meant he must have impressive assets and extraordinary talents, which would undoubtedly benefit the Su family in the future. That was why Su Sheng was so attentive and appreciative of Yi Chen, even preparing red envelopes and jewelry in advance to give to Yi Chen and Su Ningwei. Duan Qing, being able to marry into a wealthy family, was quite discerning. She dared not underestimate Yi Chen anymore, and was now curious about what jewelry Yi Chen had given her. Given her fondness for jade and jewelry, Duan Qing was impressed when she saw that Su Ningwei was wearing high-quality purple-red jade, an item of great value that outshone the emperor green jade bead she wore. Duan Qing had always loved jade and jewelry, and she now viewed Su Ningwei with a rare sense of affection, recognizing her good judgment in choosing a partner. Yi Chen smiled and replied, "Wei Wei is great and outstanding, worthy of my dedication. Ekin, you have indeed put in a lot of effort. I can see that you are capable of great things. If Wei Wei marries you, then it's her good fortune. We will be family in the future, and we should often visit with Wei Wei and the 3 precious babies." Duan Qing's attitude made a 180-degree turn, and she looked at Yi Chen warmly, even using a more intimate form of address. With a glance, Duan Qing signaled the servant next to her. The servant immediately turned around and quickly brought a bag to Duan Qing. Duan Qing took out a large red envelope from the bag and handed it to Yi Chen, saying with a smile, "This is a gift from Grandma for changing her tune." "Thank you, Grandma." Yi Chen accepted the red envelope without hesitation. It was quite thick, estimated at around 50 to 60,000. Subsequently, Duan Qing took out a jewelry box from the bag and gave it to Su Ningwei, saying, "Wei Wei, this is from Grandma. Take a look and see if you like it." Su Ningwei was somewhat surprised this time. Last time, Duan Qing had scolded them harshly, so it was unexpected that she had changed her tune, not causing them any trouble, giving a red envelope to Yi Chen and preparing jewelry for herself. However, Su Ningwei thought it was for the best. No matter what, Duan Qing was still her grandmother. She hoped that her marriage with Yi Chen would proceed smoothly, regardless of the sudden change in Duan Qing's behavior. After receiving the jewelry box, Su Ningwei politely expressed her thanks. Yi Chen then took out another jewelry box from his pocket and handed it to Su Sheng. "Dad, this is for you. You have worked hard to raise Wei Wei. I will take care of her in the future and not let you down." Su Sheng's face lit up as he received the jewelry box, saying with a smile, "Great, Ekin, if you're sincere, and Wei Wei marries you, I trust you completely. Dad, open it and see. This is the material that Ekin personally selected. It has its own artistic charm." Su Ningwei joked with a smile. Hearing Su Ningwei's words, Su Sheng eagerly opened the jewelry box. Inside, a dragon-patterned jade pendant made of Longxi seed jade glowed under the light. Despite being a connoisseur of high-quality gemstones, Su Sheng was dazzled by the sight of the dragon-patterned jade pendant, genuinely appreciating the beauty of the piece. "I didn't read it wrong, did I? This kind of water should be the Dragon Rock Seed Jade Mountain Water brand pendant, right?" Su Sheng carefully took out the Dragon Rock Seed Jade Mountain Water brand pendant from the jewelry box. The palm-sized Dragon Rock Seed Jade Mountain Water brand pendant was pure and flawless, finely carved, and elegant. The distant mountains stood tall, while the nearby scenery was serene. The pavilions and towers were finely carved, ancient trees intertwined, with clear layers and a rugged yet refined appearance. The emerald green parts in the mountains and on the treetops were just right, looking exquisite. Su Ningwei smiled and replied, "Dad, you didn't read it wrong. This is the Seed Jade Mountain Water brand pendant. The name sounds good too, called Mountain Water Cleansing Melody, with the auspicious meaning of prosperity in family and smooth wealth flow. Dad, do you like it?" Su Sheng caressed the Dragon Rock Seed Jade Mountain Water brand pendant in his palm. He liked it very much, but was worried that buying such a precious jade would be a burden on Yi Chen. "I really like it. Chen, you've spent a lot. I remember once at an auction, a piece of only 55 grams of Dragon Rock Seed Jade was sold for a high price of 15 million RMB. I quite liked it at the time, but happened to be abroad and missed it. The one you've given me now is even bigger, with better seed and color. You must have spent quite a bit, right? You're young and just starting out. It's not easy. You don't have to buy such expensive things for me next time," said Su Sheng. On the side, Duan Qing was even more shocked, staring wide-eyed. This Dragon Rock Seed Jade was truly rare, and such a large piece. Yi Chen was so generous. Duanqing quickly opened her own jewelry box and saw the Dragon Rock Seed Jade Maitreya pendant inside, shocked once again. Yi Chen had unexpectedly given away 2 pieces of Dragon Rock Seed Jade. Could they be fake? Duanqing picked up the Dragon Rock Seed Jade Maitreya pendant, carefully examining it. The material was too perfect, indeed authentic. Fake jade lacks this texture and luster. As a jade enthusiast, Duanqing could tell immediately that this Dragon Rock Seed Jade was genuine, a natural and untreated collection-grade treasure, something that money might not necessarily be able to buy. My piece is also a Dragon Rock Seed Jade Maitreya pendant. It looks so beautiful. Chen and Wei Wei have thoughtfully chosen this birthday gift. I really like it. Duanqing held the Dragon Rock Seed Jade Maitreya pendant and was reluctant to let go, wearing it directly on her neck. Compared with the Imperial Green Ice Seed Jade beads Duanqing originally wore, the Dragon Rock Seed Jade Maitreya pendant looked even more outstanding, proving that the quality of jade determines its value. Duanqing suddenly felt that the Imperial Green Ice Seed Jade beads given by Yao Yun seemed a bit inadequate. However, it was a birthday gift from Yao Yun, so she couldn't just take it off. Yi Chen gifting to collection-grade Dragon Rock Seed Jade pendants at once was definitely not something ordinary. Duanqing was relieved that she didn't say anything harsh to Yi Chen earlier and regretted not treating Su Ningwei better in the past. It was all because of Yao Yun's interference. If she had known that the Yi Chen Su Ningwei had found was so generous and capable, she wouldn't have scolded Su Ningwei on the phone before. Duanqing decided to treat Su Ningwei better from now on. Even if it might be too late, she had to make an effort. Su Sheng also noticed Duanqing's Dragon Rock Seed Jade Maitreya pendant. He didn't expect Yi Chen to give 2 pieces at once, and there was no consumption record for the black card he gave to Yi Chen. Yi Chen had just bought shares in Starlight Media. Where did he get so much money to buy these 2 pieces of Dragon Rock Seed Jade pendants? Did he take on a lot of advertising deals? Would his body be able to handle it? Would he have time to accompany Su Ningwei and their 3 babies? Su Sheng looked at Yi Chen with worry and said, Chen, young people having drive and ambition is a good thing, but you shouldn't overwork yourself. You should spend more time with Wei Wei and the 3 children. Don't end up like me, making money, but leaving behind regrets. Su Ningwei understood Su Sheng's concern and smiled. Dad, you can rest assured. Chen isn't a workaholic. Although he took on several ads, he's not too busy. Most of the time, he works from home and spends time with me and our 3 babies. These 2 pieces of Dragon Rock Seed Jade pendants were raw stones we bought at an auction, and we got lucky with a good cut. We didn't spend a lot of money, so feel free to accept them. Dad, you can rest assured, I'll manage my time well and spend quality time with Wei Wei and our 3 babies. The value of these 2 Dragon Rock Seed Jade pendants doesn't matter. What's important is that you like them, Yi Chen said with a smile. Su Sheng then happily wore the Dragon Rock Seed Jade Mountain Water brand pendant around his neck, saying, I like it, I really like it. Little wealth comes from hard work, middle wealth comes from virtue, and great wealth is destiny. Luck is also part of one's ability. Chen is capable and kind-hearted. Not only did he save Wei Wei's life, but he saved mine too. Wei Wei, following Chen, you'll definitely have a better future. Hearing Su Sheng's words, Duanqing knew that Yi Chen not only saved Wei Wei's life, but had also saved Su Sheng's life, causing her to genuinely like and acknowledge Yi Chen. So Chen is our Su family's great benefactor. No wonder I felt a special connection with Chen at first sight. Chen is a kind-hearted and promising young man, a perfect match for our Wei Wei, Duanqing said with a smile. At that moment, Yao Yun and Suju also came to the living room after taking their medicine. Su Sheng looked at Yao Yun and Suju, and his smiling face turned into a frown, showing a hint of disdain in his eyes. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei also glanced at Yao Yun and Suju. Yao Yun's right ear was still swollen, and Suju's nosebleed had stopped, but her left cheek was still red and swollen, with both eyes red and puffy. Yao Yun and Suju happened to overhear the conversations between Su Ningwei, Yi Chen, Su Sheng, and Duanqing. Seeing the Dragon Rock Seed Jade pendants hanging on the necks of Su Sheng and Duanqing, Yao Yun's eyes were full of shock and disbelief. She didn't expect that what Yi Chen and Su Ningwei gave was also jade, and the Dragon Rock Seed Jade was much better than her gift of Imperial Green Ice Seed Jade. Initially proud of her filial piety, Yao Yun now felt uneasy, knowing that other relatives would ask about it later and she would be overshadowed. Seeing the bright red luggage full of large red fish inside, Yao Yun felt particularly conspicuous. After all, Yao Yun had married into the Su family heavily pregnant, with Su Sheng not preparing any bride price. It was Duan Qing who couldn't bear it and sent over 100,000 as a bride price. Yao Yun didn't expect that Su Ningwei had already given birth to children. Yi Chen was actually willing to prepare so much betrothal gifts for Su Ningwei and marry her in such a grand manner. At first glance, it's evident that Yi Chen and Su Ningwei truly love each other. However, Yao Yun thought that Yi Chen, being a poor boy, definitely couldn't come up with so much money. These funds must have been arranged by Su Sheng in secret for Su Ningwei. Everything Yao Yun has ever wanted, Su Ningwei can easily possess, which makes Yao Yun particularly jealous and crazy. She feels that Su Ningwei, just like Song Ning, is despicable and should die and not deserve to enjoy so much love from Su Sheng. As a son of the Su family, Su Ju also saw so much cash for the first time and was deeply shocked. Su Ju's heart was even more angered. Clearly, Su Ningwei and Yi Chen are so wealthy, yet they insist on giving extracurricular tutoring books, test collections, and various exercise books to him. Mom was right. Su Ningwei is indeed a malicious sister, envious that he's a boy. If he had known earlier, he should have secretly burned all of Su Ningwei's hair. Thinking this, Su Ju looked at Su Ningwei and Yi Chen with a vicious and cunning gaze, his mind filled with evil intentions. At this moment, laughter came from outside the door. Soon, a group of people walked into the living room, relatives and friends who came to celebrate Duan Qing's birthday. They naturally couldn't help but be drawn to the cash on the floor. Leading the group was Su Ningwei's eldest aunt, Su Jin, Duan Qing's closest daughter, and Su Sheng's eldest sister. Wow, who sent so many gifts? So much cash, must be at least 1 billion. So generous. Su Jin looked at the cash in the luggage, her eyes filled with amazement as she asked. Following her, Su Yun, Su Wen, and Su Yi, Su Ningwei's second, third, and fourth aunts and their families stepped into the living room, looking at the room full of gifts and cash, equally astonished. Indeed, Su Jin, Su Yun, Su Wen, and Su Yi are all Su Sheng's biological sisters, with a small age difference. There was intense competition in the Su family. In order to consolidate his position in the family, Duan Qing gave birth to 4 daughters in a row before finally having a son like Su Sheng. Duan Qing smiled and said, "You all have come at just the right time. These aren't gifts for me, but the betrothal gifts Yi Chen prepared for Wei Wei, 1 billion, and 1 in total. He really took great care of Wei Wei. Let me introduce you. This is Wei Wei's husband Yi Chen. Jin, Yun, Wen, Yi, these are Wei Wei's aunts," Duan Qing said with a smile, while giving cues to Su Jin, Su Yun, Su Wen, and Su Yi. Yi Chen politely greeted Aunt Jin, Aunt Yun, Aunt Wen, Aunt Yi. Su Jin, Su Yun, Su Wen, and Su Yun had heard Duan Qing talk about Su Ningwei and Yi Chen before, but the last time he mentioned them, it was not in this tone. Yesterday, Duan Qing even asked them to come early to show authority to Su Ningwei and Yi Chen. How come there was a change of tune today? Seems like Yi Chen is quite something, having directly won over Duan Qing. Su Jin, Su Yun, Su Wen, and Su Yi were all savvy people, so they naturally smiled politely and greeted Yi Chen. As businessmen pursuing profit, Su Jin, Su Yun, Su Wen, and Su Yi were still feeling awkward before, but now, it's much better. After all, recently Yi Chen had gained popularity in the industry. Any business collaborating with Yi Chen saw a surge in sales, and the Jia family that had offended Yi Chen before was now in a tough spot. Su Jin, Su Yun, Su Wen, and Su Yi were all married to businessmen, so they came to celebrate Duan Qing's birthday, this time with a mission to cozy up to Yi Chen, the god of wealth, so that Yi Chen could endorse their family's products and solidify their position in the family. They naturally didn't want to offend Yi Chen. Su Jin, Su Yun, Su Wen, Su Yi, and their families congratulated Su Ningwei and Yi Chen, marveling at the 3 babies, acting friendly and kind. This made Su Ningwei a bit uncomfortable, as in the past, even these aunts, when in front of Su Sheng, liked to act temperamental. But today, why are they also warm and friendly? Seems like it's all because of Yi Chen's influence. Yao Yun's expression was even more unpleasant. She thought she would witness Su Ningwei and Yi Chen facing difficulties and ridicule, but unexpectedly, Su Jin, Su Yun, Su Wen, and Su Yi, who usually stood by her, were now all flattering Yi Chen and Su Ningwei. Seeing this scene, Su Sheng smiled contentedly, recognizing that all these changes were due to Yi Chen. He liked and admired Yi Chen even more, feeling increasingly satisfied that his son-in-law was excellent. After Su Jin, Su Yun, Su Wen, Su Yun, and the others flattered Yi Chen, they remembered they hadn't yet given a gift to the birthday star, Duan Qing. "Mom, this is a silk cheongsam I had custom-made for you. The embroidered flowers were all hand-stitched. Do you like it?" Su Jin smiled and took out a gift box, sitting beside Duan Qing, opening the box to show her. Duan Qing smiled and opened the box, taking out the silk cheongsam inside. She gestured near her chest, laughing. "Very nice. This silk cheongsam goes well with the jade Maitreya Buddha pendant Yi Chen just gave me. I'll go change into this cheongsam later." "Yi Chen gave you the jade Maitreya Buddha pendant? Oh my goodness, is this the dragon jadeite just auctioned by Jiade Auction House recently? This is not something you can buy with just money." "Yi Chen must have put a lot of effort into procuring this piece," Su Jin said, eyes filled with admiration and awe, glancing at Yi Chen once more, thinking he was exceptional. Su Yun also hurried to Duan Qing's side, carefully lifting the dragon jadeite Maitreya Buddha pendant on Duan Qing's chest and examining it, confirming it was genuine. "It's really the dragon jadeite recently auctioned by Jiade Auction House, so beautiful. I even called to ask if I could buy a piece of this dragon jadeite to make jewelry for Mom, but I was directly refused. They said the person who bid for the raw dragon jadeite didn't want to sell, so I had to custom make a bracelet with a glass seed floating green for Mom." "Yi Chen, how did you get this?" Su Yun asked, looking shocked and curious. Su Wen and Su Yi approached, looking at the dragon jadeite Maitreya Buddha pendant on Duan Qing's neck, also marveling at Yi Chen. Su Sheng picked up the jadeite landscape pendant he was wearing and said happily, "I also have a piece of jadeite landscape pendant, also given by Ah Chen." "My goodness, that's amazing! That piece of dragon jadeite, could it have been won by Yi Chen in the auction?" Su Jin widened her eyes, once again asking in shock. Yi Chen nodded lightly and replied, "That piece of dragon stone seed jade original stone is indeed what Wei Wei and I found together. My goodness, you guys are really lucky. You're making a fortune." Su Jin looked at Yi Chen and Su Ningwei with envy in her eyes. It seems that Yi Chen's identity as a koi fish trainer is indeed established, being able to even cut out dragon stone seed jade. Many business tycoons especially believe in feng shui, and with Yi Chen's talent, popularity, and such good luck, he is simply the best partner. No wonder everyone is eager to cooperate with Yi Chen. Everyone looked at Yi Chen and Su Ningwei with envy. No wonder Yi Chen's betrothal gifts started a billion. At this moment, everyone also saw the high ice pink violet jade jewelry on Su Ningwei and Yi Chen. "My goodness, that high ice pink violet jade original stone. Could it also be taken by you guys?" Su Yun asked in shock. Su Ningwei touched the bracelet on her wrist and smiled. "Yes, we also found it. It was that Miss Jade original stone. We only spent 10,000 on it. Yi Chen used this jade original stone to customize a whole set of jewelry for me, and I love it very much." Even Su Sheng was shocked this time. Is Yi Chen really so lucky? This luck is simply incredible. Everyone present was already envious beyond words. This is what it means when fortune comes knocking. Unstoppable, isn't it? Truly enviable. After changing into her new qipao, Duan Qing, Yi Chen, Su Ningwei, and others drove to the Shengqi 5-star hotel to attend Duan Qing's birthday party. Duan Qing's 60th birthday, Su Sheng naturally spared no expense in preparing for it. The decorations at the party were very festive and luxurious. The guests had all arrived. Due to the Su family status in Yanjing, there were a lot of guests. When Yi Chen and Su Ningwei followed Su Sheng and Duan Qing with their 3 babies, all eyes were on them. The high ice violet jade jewelry worn by Su Ningwei and Yi Chen made them look even more noble and elegant, attracting everyone's attention and envy. Many people were there not just for the Su family's face, but also because of Yi Chen, so their gaze toward Yi Chen was especially eager. Some aristocratic young men who had once secretly admired Su Ningwei saw her still as beautiful as a celestial, even more charming, intimately linked with the tall and handsome Yi Chen, and they looked happy yet pained, full of envy. Back when Su Ningwei returned from overseas, she had it all: family background, figure, appearance, talent, a genuine elite beauty in Yanjing, astonishing the entire social circle. She ranked first in the list of ideal wives among the aristocratic young men of Yanjing. Unfortunately, Su Ningwei was like a flower on a high mountain, completely ignoring these upper-class, rich, and prestigious aristocratic young men. They couldn't even get a chance to speak to Su Ningwei, let alone pursue her. At first, many doubted if Yi Chen was suitable for Su Ningwei, did not approve of their relationship, and even wondered if Su Ningwei had gone crazy for temporarily leaving the entertainment industry for an unknown and poor Yi Chen, bearing 3 children. But as Yi Chen displayed exceptional songwriting talent and gained popularity, becoming more and more famous, until now, they entirely approve and anticipate a bright future for Yi Chen. Everyone shifted from doubting Su Ningwei to understanding her, and then to wishing to be like her. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei pushed the baby carriage and followed Su Sheng and Duan Qing to the main table. The babies were tightly covered by curtains, blocking the prying eyes of the audience. Su Sheng arranged Su Ningwei, Yi Chen, and the 3 babies to sit next to him, while Yao Yun and Su Ju could only sit near Duan Qing. This clearly indicated that Su Sheng had recognized Yi Chen as his son-in-law, solidifying Yi Chen's position, and the gazes directed at him were full of envy. Soon, everyone had arrived. Yao Yun's mother, Yao Yu, was a close friend of Su Ningwei's grandmother Duan Qing, so naturally, she was there as well. Although Yao Yu harbored resentment from the incident involving Yao Si, she detested Yi Chen and Su Ningwei. She dared not do anything to them, not even say a word more than necessary, only sneakily casting glances at Yi Chen and Su Ningwei. Everyone presented their birthday gifts to Duan Qing, but none compared to Yi Chen's luxurious ones. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei naturally gained face. Once the banquet began, everyone started toasting at the main table. After Duan Qing and Su Sheng, they would then toast Yi Chen and Su Ningwei, hoping to leave a good impression in front of Yi Chen. Yao Yun and Su Ju were sidelined, and only a few people were polite enough to come toast a drink. Looking at the handprint on Su Ju's face, it was fresh, and only Su Sheng dared to hit Su Ju in the Su family. It seemed that Su Ju did something that displeased Su Sheng, as this was evident. Everyone present knew that Su Sheng only had eyes for his precious daughter Su Ningwei, and now, with Yi Chen, a capable son-in-law. Su Ju's inability to learn and lack of ambition raises questions as to whether he can inherit the Su group in the future. Yao Yu looked at Su Ju's swollen cheek and Yao Yun's red ear, feeling sad, but dare not say a word more. The atmosphere was lively, with everyone eating, drinking, toasting. Yao Yun held a smile, raising her glass, standing up one by one to toast Duan Qing, Yi Chen, Su Ningwei, Su Jin, Su Yun, Su Wen, Su Yi, playing the role of a good daughter-in-law and good mother-in-law. At that moment, Su Ju sneakily pulled out a laser pointer hidden in his pocket under the table, aimed it at Su Ningwei's eyes from an angle. This laser pointer was an enhanced version that Su Ju had spent a lot of money on, brighter and stronger than normal laser pointers. Previously, Su Ju had intentionally shown this laser pointer at a female classmate who had reported on him, directly damaging her eyes. The female classmate suffered irreversible severe visual impairment, such as vision decline, blurred vision, and eye pain after her eyes were exposed to the laser pointer. Yao Yun spent a lot of money to cover up the incident, using Su Ju's young age and unintentional behavior as an excuse. With Yao Yun's support, Su Ju became bolder. He felt that even if he blinded Su Ningwei with the laser pointer, Yao Yun could fix everything for him, and he had nothing to fear. The current laser pointer that Su Ju is holding has been upgraded with additional investment, and its power is now stronger. After finding the right angle, Su Ju opened the switch of the laser pointer, already imagining Su Ningwei and that female classmate, covering their eyes and tears flowing in pain. A green beam of light shot towards Su Ningwei's eyes. Although Yi Chen was drinking with others, his gaze never left Su Ningwei and the 3 babies, his attention always focused on them. In the corner of his eye, he caught a glance of a green beam of light shining from Su Ju's body, prompting Yi Chen to quickly raise the glass of white wine in his hand to block the green laser. The green laser was blocked by the glass of white wine for a moment, causing a reflection directly shining into Yao Yun's eyes as she was toasting with Duan Qing. With a bang, the wine glass in Yao Yun's hand fell. "Ah! My eyes! It hurts so much!" Yao Yun covered her eyes, crying out in pain. Hearing Yao Yun's cry of pain and seeing that the laser had hit her, Su Ju also panicked, holding the laser pointer and shooting randomly. Duanqing, who was next to Yao Yun, also suffered, with the laser hitting his eyes. Ow! My eyes hurt so much. What's going on? Duanqing covered his eyes in pain, crying out. Su Jin, Su Yun, Su Wei, and Su Yi beside Duanqing were terrified and closed their eyes, afraid to look. Yi Chen frowned, feeling disgusted that it was a laser pointer. Su Yao was clearly targeting Su Ningwei. His young age and malicious intentions were outrageous. If Su Ju weren't Su Ningwei's younger brother, Yi Chen would have already thrown a chopstick at him, piercing his hand holding the laser pointer. The position of the three babies' stroller was low enough not to be hit by the laser beam. Dad, close your eyes quickly. This is a laser pointer. It can injure your eyes when exposed to them, Yi Chen said, immediately covering Su Ningwei and Su Sheng's eyes with his right hand and avoiding the green laser beam himself. Upon hearing that it was a laser pointer, Su Sheng also didn't dare to be careless, closing his eyes and angrily saying, Ziju, what are you doing? It's outrageous. Quickly turn off the laser pointer. Su Ju was completely stunned. Yao Yu, next to Su Ju, finally reacted and hurriedly took the laser pointer from Su Ju's hand, turned off the switch, and checked on Yao Yun's condition. Seeing Yao Yun and Duanqing, who usually doted on himself, injured in the eyes by him, utterly distressed, Su Ju stood dumbfounded, his hands and feet trembling. Everyone present turned their gaze towards the main table. Although they spoke words of concern, their eyes carried curiosity and astonishment. The joyful celebration had turned into a disgraceful scene for the Su family. Before Su Sheng also noticed the green beam of light, Su Ju shot towards Su Ningwei. He didn't expect it to be from a laser pointer. With Su Ju daring to harm Su Ningwei right in front of him, it was unforgivable and chilling. Fortunately, Yi Chen reacted quickly, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Su Sheng's heart sank, and if Su Ningwei and Yi Chen were harmed, Su Sheng would have beaten Su Ju to death on the spot. Disappointed with Su Ju and Yao Yun, whom he usually taught, Su Sheng no longer cared about the wailing Yao Yun. Sending Duanqing to the hospital to check his eyes first, Su Sheng planned to teach Su Ju a lesson. Su Sheng helped Duanqing up, showing concern. Mom, how are you feeling? Ouch, it hurts. It hurts so much. My eyes hurt, burning pain. I can't open them. I'm not going blind, right? Tears streamed down Duanqing's face, looking exceptionally pitiful with her ruined makeup and flowing tears. Su Sheng reassured her, saying, No, you'll be fine. I'll take you to the hospital. Fang Zheng stepped forward to support Su Sheng in assisting Duanqing. Su Sheng told Su Ningwei and Yi Chen, I'll take Nana to the hospital. Wei Wei, Chen, it's inconvenient for you to bring the three children with us. Stay here and attend to the guests. Okay, Su Ningwei and Yi Chen nodded in agreement. Su Sheng, fearing that Su Ju might cause further harm to Su Ningwei and Yi Chen, glanced at the bodyguards beside him. One of the bodyguards quickly approached Su Sheng. Su Sheng instructed him in a low voice, take Su Ju back to the old Su mansion for supervision. I'll deal with him later. The bodyguard nodded, leading the trembling Su Ju away from the banquet hall. On the other side, Yao Yun's eyes were swollen, the pain making it hard for her to see clearly. Tears flowed down her cheeks, her appearance resembling a ghost disheveled and miserable. Upon hearing it was Su Ju's laser pointer, Yao Yun became even more anxious and afraid, especially since his female classmate was still in the hospital, unable to see clearly. My eyes hurt so much. Take me to the hospital. I can't lose my eyesight. Yao Yun grabbed Yao Yu's arm, fearfully pleading. It's all right. We'll take you to the hospital. Your eyes will be fine. Don't be afraid. Yao Yu, feeling the pain of Yao Yun's grip, watched as Su Sheng helped Duanqing up and left without even looking at Yao Yun. She gritted her teeth, saying, Son-in-law, little Yun also hurt her eyes. Take her to the hospital with you. Catch up by yourself, Su Sheng replied without looking back, supporting and accompanying the wailing Duanqing towards the exit. With so many people present, Su Sheng really didn't want to deal with Yao Yun. If Yao Yun didn't spoil Su Ju wouldn't dare to cause such trouble. Hopefully, after being mistakenly injured by Su Ju today, Yao Yun and Duanqing would have some realization and stop indulging Su Ju. Yao Yu helped Yao Yun and followed Su Sheng and Duanqing. Su Jin, Su Yun, Su Wei, and Su Yi hurriedly followed, showing concern and accompanying Duanqing to the hospital. Su Ningwei and Yi Chen stayed behind to entertain the guests. Although there was this little incident, Su Sheng and Duan Qing left the celebration early. Nonetheless, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei remained, and the departing guests seemed reluctant to leave. Guests still enjoyed themselves, considering they had given gifts and most of them were not truly there to offer birthday wishes, but rather to network and make connections. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei managed the situation skillfully, ensuring the guests had a good time. Once the guests left, Chen Jichuan helped tally and send the gifts back to the old Su mansion for safekeeping. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei then got into the car with the 3 babies. Inside the car, Su Ningwei frowned slightly and said, "My brother is completely spoiled, unruly. I wonder how my dad is doing. I'll make a call and check." Duan Qing's change in attitude softened Su Ningwei's heart as well. She was worried about Duan Qing's eyes after all, as they were connected by blood as grandmother and granddaughter. Su Ningwei also naturally longed for her grandmother's love. Yi Chen nodded gently, but he was well aware that the laser emitted by the laser pointer was very strong and could cause significant damage to the eyes. Prolonged direct exposure could result in permanent damage, ranging from eye redness and tears to temporary blindness and even potential permanent blindness. The laser from Suju's laser pointer appeared to be more powerful than a regular one, so the situation for Duan Qing and Yao Yun seemed grim. However, the Su family had money and could undergo treatment through corneal transplant. It was just that Duan Qing was getting on in age, and having surgery on his birthday was quite a misfortune. Whatever mischiefs Duan Qing and Yao Yun's wayward grandchildren caused, they would have to face the consequences. Su Ningwei took out her phone and called Su Sheng. The phone rang twice before being answered. "Dad, are you still at the hospital? How is Grandma's eye?" "Both Ah Chen and I are really worried," Su Ningwei asked. Su Sheng's slightly tired voice came from the other end of the phone. "Still at the hospital. Your grandma's eye was burned by the laser. The doctor said she needs corneal transplant surgery to restore her vision. She's already in the operating room." Wei, has the banquet ended? Was it successful?" "Yes, it has ended quite smoothly. The guests have all left. You can rest assured Uncle Jichuan has counted and sent back all the gifts to the old Su mansion. Ah Chen and I will come to the hospital now," Su Ningwei replied. Su Sheng said, "It's getting late, and you have the 3 kids with you too. Your grandma is in the operating room. It will not be quick, and you won't be able to see her. I'll stay here. You can rest early. Come visit her in the morning. Everything should be fine." "All right then. Dad, you've been busy all day. Remember to rest and don't overwork," Su Ningwei responded. Su Sheng was comforted by his daughter's care and concern, feeling much better after all the hurt caused by Suju. He replied, "Yes, I will. You've worked hard today too. Rest early. Don't worry too much. Everything will be fine. I'll take care of your brother as well and make sure he doesn't cause any more trouble." Su Ningwei said, "Okay, Dad, take care of yourself. Your health is the most important. Don't hold grudges. It's not worth it. Give your brother the deserved punishment. He won't be able to handle it in a few years." "All right, you're right. I shouldn't hold grudges, and yes, I will make sure he faces the consequences," Su Sheng agreed. Su Sheng fully supported Su Ningwei's words. This was how an elder sister should act, with the right values. When the younger sibling makes mistakes, they should be corrected to prevent further misbehavior. After hanging up the phone, Su Ningwei looked at Yi Chen, feeling a bit scared. She said, "Ah Chen, it's so scary. Grandma is already in the operating room. I saw it earlier at the banquet. My brother's laser pointer was probably aimed at me. Luckily, you were there, using the wine glass to shield me. Otherwise, I would be the one undergoing corneal transplant surgery right now. If I were to have the surgery, what would happen to the 3 babies? Don't worry, I'm here. I won't let anyone harm you and the 3 babies. Even your biological brother can't do that," Yi Chen reassured her, holding Su Ningwei's hand. Su Ningwei nodded and said, "Yes, I never thought my brother would become so extreme. He actually wanted to blind me. It's truly terrifying. Let's try to avoid going back there as much as possible in the future. I don't want to have too much contact with my brother." Su Ningwei naturally felt cold-hearted being treated like this by her own brother, but fortunately, she had Yi Chen to protect her. "Okay, let's try to avoid going back there in the future," Yi Chen agreed, holding Su Ningwei's hand in his palm and gently patting her hand back. Su Ningwei felt Yi Chen's hand warm and powerful, gradually warming her heart and dispelling her fears. "Honey, having you by my side is wonderful. I love you." Su Ningwei leaned in, kissed Yi Chen's cheeks, and said affectionately. Yi Chen smiled and replied, "Dear, love requires actions, not just words. Let's head back and act upon it, shall we?" "Actions it is. Let's go back and take action." "Done, right?" Su Ningwei blushed and replied, feeling all the remaining uneasiness dissipate into shyness. The three babies sat in their safety baby seats at the back, kicking their legs cheerfully and making sounds. Yi Chen heard their translated baby talk as follows. "Eldest baby, mommy kiss daddy again. I want to kiss daddy too. Second baby, me too. When we grow up a little more, we can kiss daddy. For now, our bodies don't listen well. Little baby, yes, I want mommy to kiss me, kiss me, kiss me. Eldest baby, I want that too. How about we cry when we get home? Second baby, that's not good. Mom and dad have had a hard day. Little baby, right? When we get home, mom and dad will hug and kiss us. Let's wait a bit longer." Yi Chen enjoyed the love from Su Ningwei and the three babies, feeling truly happy. However, the baby talk continued. "Eldest baby, daddy said love is shown through actions, not just words. What does it mean that love has to be done?" Second baby, "I don't know either." Little baby, maybe it means hugging and kissing each other like this. Eldest baby, "I love mom and dad very much. I want to grow up quickly so I can hug and kiss them. Tilde. Second baby, me too. I want to grow up quickly, hug mom and dad, and kiss them. Little baby, me too." Yi Chen. These three little ones seem to understand quite a bit. It looks like in the future, Yi Chen might have to avoid intimate moments with his wife when the three babies are around. After feeding and putting the three babies to sleep, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei returned to their bedroom. Su Ningwei said, "You said love is shown through actions. Today, you protected my eyes. To express my gratitude, you can suggest how I can show my love to you tonight in any position you wish." She locked the door of the room, hooked her arm around Yi Chen's neck, and said tenderly and seductively, "That means I should put on my sexy black lace-strapped nightgown. Blindfold yourself and follow your rhythm tonight, enjoying a lovely time together." Yi Chen wrapped his arm around Su Ningwei's slim waist, gently caressed her back, and whispered softly in her ear, "Then put on your sexy black lace-strapped nightgown, blindfold yourself, and let's have a night according to my beats, making you happy all night long." Yi Chen knew that because of Suju, Su Ningwei must be feeling a bit unpleasant today, and needed to find some ways to vent and cheer herself up. As for Duan Qing and Yao Yun, because of Suju getting hurt, well, that's a good thing. They spoiled Suju too much usually, and now they have reaped what they sowed. It's time to celebrate even more. Su Ningwei felt her ears warm and her heart itching, and she snuggled closer to Yi Chen, whispering softly in his ear, "Okay, I'll listen to you." "Good. Be obedient. First take a shower." Yi Chen smiled, lifted Su Ningwei's hip, and carried her into his arms, heading towards the bathroom. The sound of rushing water filled the bathroom. In the steaming bathroom, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei stood together under the water, facing each other candidly. The water flowed along Su Ningwei's graceful figure, twisting and turning, meandering down. The spring scene was enchanting. Su Ningwei smiled and said, "Hubby Tilda, sit on the stool. I'll help you with your back. Today, you should enjoy yourself and let me serve you to feel my love for you." "Okay." Yi Chen sat on the stool. Su Ningwei took a shower towel and rubbed Yi Chen's back. Yi Chen had broad shoulders and a slim waist, with excellent body and skin. What's the need for restraint when with her husband? Su Ningwei felt Yi Chen's physique was even better, so while earnestly rubbing his back, she couldn't help but secretly swallow her saliva and occasionally touch her chest against Yi Chen's back on purpose. "Hubby, does this feel good? Do you need more pressure?" Su Ningwei asked. Yi Chen felt very comfortable and responded with a smile. "This pressure is perfect." After rubbing Yi Chen's back, Su Ningwei embraced him from behind, pinching his chest muscles and teasingly said, "I've scrubbed you clean. Let me wash you with shower gel and then play a tune for you later." "Sounds good." Yi Chen's eyes darkened slightly, a hint of anticipation in them. Yi Chen loved the fact that his wife seemed innocent on the surface, but could play along after their intimacy, making life so much more fun. Su Ningwei turned off the tap, squeezed some smooth shower gel into her palm, and applied it gently on Yi Chen's body, massaging softly. Rich foam appeared, and the scent of shower gel became more intense. Su Ningwei's hands were delicate and warm, creating a particularly pleasant sensation wherever she touched. Who could resist this? Yi Chen couldn't help but pull Su Ningwei into his arms, kissing her red lips. They were fragrant and soft, the taste as wonderful as ever. Su Ningwei whimpered in response. The kiss ended, and Su Ningwei felt weak all over, nestling in Yi Chen's arms, shyly saying, "Oh, Tilda, my body is all covered in foam. It's okay, let's wash it off together." Yi Chen turned on the tap, ensuring the water temperature was suitable before holding Su Ningwei along to rinse off the foam on their bodies. After washing up, Su Ningwei handed Yi Chen a bath towel and gently dried off the water on his body, leaving no corner untouched. Yi Chen had no excess fat on his body, and his increasingly perfect body proportions made Su Ningwei love him even more. Su Ningwei never realized she could be so lustful, craving only Yi Chen, becoming more eager day by day. Unfortunately, her stamina couldn't keep up. Otherwise, she hoped to be in sync with Yi Chen all the time. Unable to resist Su Ningwei's alluring eyes, Yi Chen directly wrapped her in a large bath towel, hinting that it wasn't about drying off, but igniting sparks on her body. Yi Chen carried Su Ningwei out of the bathroom, placing her on the soft bed. Wrapped in the bath towel, Su Ningwei blushed, her face delicate and coquettish, sweet and soft. Yi Chen couldn't help but kiss her forehead, then untied the bath towel around Su Ningwei. Su Ningwei covered Yi Chen's mouth with her hand, laughing, "Wait, my black lace slip dress hasn't been put on yet, and my eyes haven't been covered. Hurry back." Yi Chen clenched his fists tightly, then loosened them, before lying down on the bed beside them. Su Ningwei quickly got up and hurried to the dressing room, pulling out a black lace slip dress from her password-protected luggage. This was a new style, a black lace slip dress, made of transparent black fabric, with a low-cut lace design, extremely sexy and enticing. Of course, matching black stockings were essential, along with black lace ribbons. Su Ningwei wanted to keep things fresh for Yi Chen, so she bought many sexy and attractive dresses online, thinking of wearing various styles to excite him. Yi Chen lay on the bed, looking towards the dressing room. Su Ningwei had already put on the black lace slip dress, highlighting her fair and tender skin, full of feminine charm, with her alluring figure, forbiddenly desirable, more attractive than wearing nothing at all. The black silky stockings slipped along Su Ningwei's toes, disappearing inside her skirt. Su Ningwei intentionally glanced at Yi Chen, alluring, lightly touching her long slender legs, clad in black silk stockings, showing off her assets. Yi Chen couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Su Ningwei tossed her long hair and seductively asked, "Hubby, do I look good?" "You look great, irresistibly charming. Come here, my spear has been longing for you." Yi Chen replied ardently, his eyes hot. "Coming." Su Ningwei received the answer she wanted, happily walking towards Yi Chen, climbing onto the bed. A passionate tune played, dragons roamed, a peak battle ensued, exceptionally joyful. The next morning, after the intense battle, Yi Chen woke up refreshed. Su Ningwei was still asleep, her sleeping face exceptionally beautiful, like a rose refreshed by rain, growing more delicate and alluring. Yi Chen gently helped Su Ningwei wear her homeware, then tidied up the battlefield before washing up. Looking at the radiant reflection in the bathroom mirror, feeling vibrant, with kiss marks all over his neck, shoulder, and back, Yi Chen felt a bit uneasy. It didn't seem appropriate to visit a patient like this. The stubble that had just grown couldn't be removed completely either, giving him a somewhat haggard look, and his hair needed some adjustment. Yi Chen was washing his face when he felt a soft warmth behind him. It was Su Ningwei, who had also woken up, hugging him from behind. "Hubby, Tilda, good morning." Su Ningwei leaned on Yi Chen's back, her voice languid and sleepy. Yi Chen wiped the water off his face, then applied strawberry-flavored toothpaste to Su Ningwei's pink toothbrush, responding warmly, "Good morning. Why didn't you sleep more? Did I wake you up?" "No, I set the alarm." "Aren't we supposed to go to the hospital to see my grandmother later? I don't want to be too late in case my dad complains and my relatives start gossiping," Su Ningwei replied. Yi Chen handed Su Ningwei a pink toothbrush with strawberry-flavored toothpaste, squeezed on it, and a pink cup filled with warm water, nodding and saying, "Okay, you go wash up first, I'll go check if the 3 babies are awake." With that, Yi Chen moved aside to give Su Ningwei space at the sink. Su Ningwei took the toothbrush and cup, nodded, and said, "Yeah, we won't bring the 3 babies to the hospital later." "All right, I'll inform Aunt Mei and the others," Yi Chen said before heading to the room where the 3 babies were. Today, Yi Chen didn't wake up particularly early, and the 3 babies were already awake. Li Mei and the other 2 nannies had just finished changing the 3 babies' diapers. Yi Chen instructed, "We'll be out for a while, so just let the 3 babies bask in the sun on the balcony and play at home." "Okay, Mr. Yi," Li Mei and the other nannies responded in unison. Su Ningwei fed the 3 babies, while Yi Chen personally cooked breakfast. The refrigerator was stocked with fresh and complete ingredients, clearly arranged by Su Sheng in advance, showing great care. Yi Chen cooked chicken mushroom congee, light and nourishing, suitable even for someone who had just undergone surgery. Not knowing if Su Sheng and Duan Qing had eaten breakfast at the hospital, Yi Chen cooked extra and planned to take some later. As for Yao Yun, who was not in their concern, Yi Chen naturally didn't cook for her. After Su Ningwei had fed the 3 babies, Yi Chen finished cooking the chicken mushroom congee. After tasting it, Su Ningwei gave Yi Chen a thumbs up and said, "This chicken mushroom congee is so fresh and delicious. If you like it, have more. I made a lot, so I'll bring some for your dad and grandmother later," Yi Chen responded with a loving smile. Su Ningwei nodded and smiled, saying, "Okay, I think it's good. My grandmother is picky, but with this delicious chicken mushroom congee you made, you'll definitely win her taste buds over and make her even more satisfied with you as her grandson-in-law. That would be great. It's been quite smooth this time. I thought your grandmother might look down on my family background and make it hard for me to marry you," Yi Chen said with a smile. Su Ningwei replied, "I thought the same. But after my grandmother knew that you saved both me and my dad, she didn't argue with me and actually agreed with us getting married. It seems my grandmother isn't completely unreasonable, just a traditional and biased towards men. And the jadeite Maitreya Buddha pendant and 1 million yuan in betrothal gifts you sent must have impressed her and silenced her. You're really generous for spending so much on me. Perhaps, to marry you happily and smoothly, I'm willing to spend as much as needed," Yi Chen replied with a smile. After breakfast, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei settled the 3 babies and packed chicken mushroom congee, fruits, and supplements to take to Yanjing Hospital. In the inpatient department, in the VIP ward, Duan Qing had just completed corneal transplant surgery, with bandages covering her eyes as she lay exhaustedly on the hospital bed. Su Sheng was tiredly sitting by the bed, clearly having had a sleepless night. Fang Zheng, with dark circles under his eyes, stood by. Seeing Yi Chen and Su Ningwei's arrival, Su Sheng said, Wei, Yi Chen, why did you come so early? We were worried about Grandma's condition, so we came early. Dad, how's Grandma doing? Why don't you go home to rest first? We can stay here with her, Su Ningwei asked with concern. Su Sheng replied, I'm fine. Your grandmother's surgery was successful, and she should wake up soon. Your aunt and the others will come later. I'll go home after your grandmother wakes up. Dad, have you had breakfast? We brought you some breakfast. It's chicken mushroom congee I made. Would you like to have some? Yi Chen placed the items he brought on a cupboard in the room. Su Sheng had already had breakfast, but had a poor appetite and only ate a few bites. Upon hearing that Yi Chen had cooked chicken mushroom congee, Su Sheng suddenly felt hungry and nodded, saying, Not yet. It's been a while since I've had something cooked by Yi Chen. Let me try. Meanwhile, Duan Qing, with a keen sense of smell on the bed, detected the aroma of the chicken mushroom congee and woke up hungry. However, upon opening her eyes, she still saw darkness and panicked, thinking she had gone blind. A nurse quickly calmed her down and explained that after corneal transplant surgery, it would take about a month to partially regain sight, with better vision expected in around 3 months. Duan Qing, reassured, settled down, while the aroma of the congee tantalized her even more. Sheng, I'm hungry. Is there chicken mushroom congee today? Duan Qing asked eagerly. Su Sheng looked at his empty food container and grew anxious. Oh no. The doctor just said Duan Qing wouldn't wake up so soon. How did she wake up so fast? Her sense of smell is so sharp. It must be that Yi Chen's congee was too fragrant, awakening Duan Qing's appetite. Just as Su Sheng was pondering what to do, Yi Chen prepared another container and handed it to Su Sheng, saying, Dad, This is the chicken mushroom congee I made specifically for Grandma. Su Sheng took the container and breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Yi Chen was caring for Duanqing as well. Mom, Wei Wei and Yi Chen are here to see you. This is the chicken mushroom congee specially made by Yi Chen early in the morning for you. Try it, Su Sheng said as he opened the container and sat beside the hospital bed. The caregiver on the side busied herself with adjusting Duanqing's hospital bed so that Duanqing could lie back comfortably. Have Wei Wei and Ekin arrived? Did Ekin personally make the chicken and mushroom congee for me? Duanqing asked somewhat incredulously. When Duanqing heard that it was Yi Chen who had specially made the chicken and mushroom congee for her earlier in the morning, she felt moved. After all, Duanqing knew that she had favored Su Ju over Su Ningwei in the past, which had led to strained relations between herself and Su Ningwei due to the relationship between Song Ning and Yao Yun. Duanqing did not expect Su Ningwei and Yi Chen to be willing to visit her this time, with Yi Chen even taking the effort to make the congee. This made Duanqing feel even more guilty towards Su Ningwei and have a better impression of Yi Chen. However, in Duanqing's mind, the sole heir of the Su family group was still only Su Ju, even though Su Ju was so disappointing. Because Duanqing had promised her late husband Su Chen that she would pass on the Su family group to the descendants of the Su family. It was fortunate that Yi Chen seemed capable and resolute, unlikely to have any ulterior motives towards the Su family group. Su Sheng smiled and replied, "Yes, they both are worried about you. They wanted to stay with you last night, but I asked them to return home to look after the 3 children first, and they are coming back to see you today. I didn't expect Ekin to be so thoughtful in making you the chicken and mushroom congee. It's quite filial." Su Ningwei held Yi Chen's hand and walked up to Duanqing, saying, "Grandma, Ekin and I are here to see you. Ekin woke up before 4 in the morning to make the chicken and mushroom congee for you. Are you feeling better now? Is your eye still hurting?" Since they were already there, although Su Ningwei still held some grievances towards Duanqing, she tried to portray the image of a good granddaughter for Su Sheng's sake. After all, Su Ningwei also wanted to smoothly marry Yi Chen and have an unforgettable and grand wedding without any hiccups. Following her voice, Duanqing gratefully held Su Ningwei's hand and said, "I'm fine. Thank you for coming to see me. Wei Wei, did you and Ekin get hurt yesterday?" "We're fine. You rest well. You'll get better soon." Su Ningwei softened her tone upon seeing Duanqing's concern for herself and Yi Chen, no longer as rigid as before and showing some genuine emotions. Su Sheng looked on as Duanqing and Su Ningwei had a harmonious interaction, feeling quite relieved himself. Like cures like, they say Yi Chen is a lucky star. Since Su Ningwei got together with Yi Chen, she had become much gentler, unlike before when she was as prickly as a hedgehog. Su Sheng scooped up a spoonful of the chicken and mushroom congee, blew on it to cool it down, and then fed it to Duanqing, saying with a smile, "Mom, here, let me feed you." Duanqing opened her mouth and tasted the chicken and mushroom congee by Su Sheng's side. The congee was cooked just right, with the savory aroma of the chicken and mushrooms spreading on her tongue. The seasoning was perfect, a taste like no other. Duanqing exclaimed, "Yi Chen personally made this chicken and mushroom congee." "Yes, what's wrong? Doesn't it suit your taste?" Su Sheng asked. Perhaps it was due to Duanqing having just had surgery, but it couldn't be Yi Chen's cooking skills that were in question. Duanqing hurriedly responded, "It does, it's delicious. I've never eaten such delicious chicken and mushroom congee before." "Did Ekin learn how to cook? Is there anything special added to this congee?" "No, it's all thanks to the fresh and sweet taste of the chicken and mushrooms. I haven't learned cooking, but I appreciate good food, so I've spent some time and effort to research how to make delicious dishes," Yi Chen replied with a smile. Admiringly, Duanqing praised, "That's impressive. I also love to eat good food, but I never cook, let alone cook as deliciously as you. Wei Wei is so lucky to marry you and taste all the delicious dishes you make." "That's right, Ekin is a great cook. I still remember the last time I tried something he cooked. I couldn't forget it." Su Sheng smiled and fed another spoonful of rice to Duanqing. Yi Chen smiled and said, "Wei Wei's cooking skills are pretty good now too. I'm so lucky to have married her." Indeed, Wei Wei didn't like the kitchen before and couldn't cook. "Wei Wei is willing to learn cooking for you. She must really love you." Duanqing chuckled as she eagerly swallowed the congee fed by Su Sheng. Su Ningwei and Yi Chen exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with love. While feeding Duanqing, Su Sheng said, "Mom, what Ju did yesterday was really over the line, being so unruly at home. God knows how many troubles he caused at school. I've been busy with work and didn't have much time to discipline him. In a few days, I'll transfer Ju to a military-style management school." Yi Chen and Su Ningwei heard about the reputation of this military-style management school. That school was known for its strict discipline, where students had to wash their clothes, fold their own sheets, and even take cold showers. Whether you were a second-generation rich kid, a third-generation rich kid, or a school bully, once inside, you had to be obedient. Oh, crying wouldn't help. All communication devices were confiscated, and you wouldn't be released without successful reformation. It was much more painful than writing extra homework. Quite stimulating. It seemed that Su Sheng was really angry this time, and had made a determined decision. Military-style management school. That isolated boarding school for problematic children. I disagree. Ju is not a problematic child. How will others talk about Ju behind his back if he goes there? How will Ju establish himself in Yanjing in the future? Isn't this just a disgrace to our Su family? Duanqing reacted emotionally. Su Sheng frowned. Your disagreement won't change anything. Ju is only in primary school and dares to do such things as he did last night. Isn't that a sign of a problematic child? You and Yao Yun were nearly blinded last night. If we let it go on, Ju will end up in prison sooner or later. Then it will truly be a disgrace to our Su family. What Ju did yesterday was indeed wrong, but he's still a child. It was not intentional, just an accident. How can you bear to send Ju to such a place? The living conditions are so poor in that school. How can Ju bear it? If he's bullied by others inside, how will we deal with it? Ju is your own son. Duanqing emotionally retorted. Su Sheng responded, firmly, with Ju's behavior. It's already good enough that he doesn't bully others when he goes there, let alone being bullied by others. Ju was spoiled by you all. Look at what he has become now. Ju did it on purpose last night. I saw him pointing the laser pen at Wei Wei, trying to blind Wei Wei's eyes. Su Sheng took a deep breath and said, Ju, even at such a young age, has such a wicked mind, without a brain, daring to do such things to his own older sister. If he wasn't my biological son, I would have chopped him into pieces and fed him to the fish in the river long ago. How can I give him a chance to change this time? Ju must go to the military school. If he doesn't go, I will consider him as no longer my son. This time, Ju almost harmed Su Ningwei, and Su Sheng naturally would not allow such a thing to happen again. If it weren't for the paternity test done years ago to confirm that Ju was his biological son, Su Sheng would have doubted if Ju was his own offspring, being so wicked. But, cough. Duanqing heard Su Sheng's resolute words and got choked on the porridge in his mouth. Cough, cough. Duanqing coughed violently, the pain reaching his eye wounds, making him cry out in pain. Su Sheng did not expect Duanqing's reaction to be so intense. He hurriedly put down the thermos food container and helped Duanqing relieve his discomfort. Su Ningwei also pressed the bedside call button. Soon, doctors and nurses rushed over, examined Duanqing, and took him back to the operating room to retreat his eye wounds. Su Ningwei watched Duanqing being pushed back into the operating room and couldn't help but roll her eyes helplessly. She thought Duanqing had changed, but he almost blinded his eyes because of Ju. Still, she had to protect Ju. It was hopeless. Dad, Grandma is like this. Are you still sending my brother to the military school? Su Ningwei leaned on Yi Chen's chest, looking at Su Sheng, and asked. Su Sheng seemed to have aged a lot overnight, and said firmly, yes, wait until your grandma is discharged, and then send him. Aren't you afraid Grandma will fight you to the death? Su Ningwei asked skeptically. After all, every time Su Sheng wanted to punish Ju, Duanqing would protect him desperately. Su Sheng always gave in the end. Even if your grandma fights me, I have to send him. If that fails, I'll find a way. It's my fault as a father for not raising your brother well. Now that he's been influenced by Yao Yun, you should also be wary of them. Su Sheng sighed, took Su Ningwei's hand, and said, I have failed as a father. If I don't discipline him now, the Su family group will be in danger in the future. I understand. My brother is still young. As long as he is properly disciplined, he will improve in the future. Su Ningwei nodded solemnly, consoling Su Sheng. No parent would want to see their children hurting each other. Su Ningwei didn't want to see Su Sheng so upset, so even though she disliked Suju, she hoped he would change for the better and not disappoint Su Sheng. Half an hour passed. Duan Qing's wounds were treated, and he was pushed back into the ward. At this time, Su Jin, Su Yun, Su Wei, Su Yi, and others came to visit Duan Qing carrying fruit gifts. They gathered around Duan Qing's bedside, cutting fruit, fetching water, and looking particularly filial. When Duan Qing heard Su Jin, Su Yun, Su Wei, Su Yi coming, he felt like he had found support. "A Jin, a Yun, Zi Wei, Zi Yi, you finally came. Please help me persuade your heartless brother. He wants to send Ziju to the military school. Ziju is so young. How can he endure such hardship?" Duan Qing said in pain, hoping his 4 daughters could convince Su Sheng on his behalf. Su Sheng furrowed his brow slightly. If these 4 sisters got involved in hindering his plan, it would be difficult to secretly send Suju to the military school. Su Jin, Su Yun, Su Wei, Su Yi exchanged glances and looked at Su Sheng, Su Ningwei, and Yi Chen before decisively choosing to stand with Su Sheng. Last night, Su Jin, Su Yun, Su Wei, Su Yi had almost been blinded by Suju and were frightened by him. They feared they might be in danger next time. Since Suju is still young and Su Sheng can control him, they decided to side with Su Sheng, knowing that Su Sheng's decision was for the best. Su Jin spoke up, "Mom, this is your fault. Tough times make tough individuals. Sheng is doing this for Ziju's own good." "That's right, Mom. Your eyes were almost blinded by Ziju, yet you still pamper him. Aren't you afraid that the Su family group will suffer because of Ziju in the future?" Su Yun added. Su Wei chimed in, "Exactly. Mom, listen to Sheng. Ziju is Sheng's own son. Why would he harm him? Sheng wants Ziju to improve." Su Yi held Duan Qing's hand and said, "Mom, listen to Sheng. Ziju is Sheng's own son. Sending him to the military school, even though it's expensive, is a good thing. It will discipline Ziju." Su Jin continued, "The son of the Wang family used to be very bad, disrespectful in the house, even daring to hit his own mother, father, grandmother, and grandfather. After going to a military school, he came back more obedient, like a changed person, even helping his grandmother wash her feet. If a child doesn't know how to be filial, it's pointless to raise them. I even heard Yao Yun talking badly about Wei Wei to Ziju last time. Wei Wei is our Su family's bloodline, Ziju's older sister. How can Yao Yun teach Ziju like that? Who knows what evil intentions she has?" Su Yun added. Su Jin, Su Wei, Su Yi were shocked. "How did we not hear about this before? Why didn't you say anything earlier?" Su Yun asked. Su Yun explained, "I overheard it from afar. I thought I misheard because Yao Yun usually seems caring towards Wei Wei. But after seeing Ziju pointing a laser pointer at Wei Wei last night, I knew then that it must be true. It's true that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. A mother's influence on her child is significant, so no wonder Suju turned out this way." Su Sheng furrowed his brow even more. He never expected Yao Yun, who seemed gentle and dutiful on the surface, to teach Suju in such a way. It seems he had to investigate Yao Yun's true intentions carefully. If Yao Yun was truly malicious, drastic measures would be necessary, even if it meant separating her from her child. After all, there are so many traffic accidents and unexpected events happening every day. Yao Yun is such a bad person, ruining her own luck. It's quite normal for her to die in an accident. Last night, the best doctor at Yanjing Hospital was arranged by Su Sheng to treat Duan Qing, so Yao Yun had not received the surgery yet. Yao Yun is still in the adjacent ward receiving conservative treatment, screaming in pain. Yao Yu can only whirring helplessly. Originally, Su Sheng planned to teach Yao Yun a lesson, make her suffer a bit before treating her. But now it seems treatment is unnecessary. "Arts, are you telling the truth?" Duan Qing couldn't believe it and asked. Duan Qing was already shaken by what Su Jin, Su Wei, and Su Yi said, and hearing Su Jun say this shocked him even more. It is impossible for the Su family to change their surname to Yao. Arts nodded and said, "Of course it's true. I wouldn't dare to say such things lightly. I know you and Yao Yu have been friends for many years, but Yao Yu is a very ambitious woman. Yao Yun, as Yao Yu's daughter, naturally would not be as harmless as she appears on the surface." Thinking about Suju's attitude toward Su Ningwei, Duan Qing felt that what Su Jun said made sense. Duan Qing's heart grew colder. He never expected that the daughter-in-law he personally selected turned out to be such a character. He felt both angry and regretful. Yes, Arts has never spoken falsely. Mom, don't be confused anymore. This time it's just an eye injury. Who knows what Ju might do next time? Let Sheng take care of Ju, and you don't need to worry. After your eyes get better, I'll take you on a vacation to Hainan. Su Jin persuaded once again. Duan Qing gritted his teeth and said, "You're right. I was confused in the past. Sheng, tomorrow, send Ju to a military management school. As for Yao Yun's eye, there's no need to treat it. Let her remember it well. Jin, when my eyes get better, we'll go on vacation to Hainan. I'm at this age now, it's time to retire and not be involved in so many things. Okay, I'll send Ju to a military management school tomorrow." Su Sheng breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Duan Qing's words. As long as Duan Qing didn't interfere, the matter would be much easier to handle. Su Ningwei was also surprised. This time, her grandmother and her aunt seemed different from before. Was it because of Yi Chen? It's quite possible. Su Jin said with a smile, "Mom, you're thinking in the right direction. Let me peel an apple for you." Su Arts, Su Wei, and Ziyi gathered around Duan Qing, pouring water and feeding fruits. Su Sheng said, "Elder sister, second sister, third sister, fourth sister, as long as you take care of things here, Wei Wu, Chen, and I will go back first. I couldn't sleep since last night. Wei Wu and Chen have 3 young children at home. The hospital procedures have been taken care of. If anything happens, give me a call. Sheng, you've worked hard. Go back and rest assured, we'll take care of things here." Su Jin hurriedly said. Su Arts, Su Wei, and Su Yi also urged Su Sheng, Su Ningwei, and Yi Chen to go back and rest. Su Sheng, Su Ningwei, and Yi Chen then left the hospital. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei saw Su Sheng off and then got into their own car. In the car, Su Ningwei said with a smile to Yi Chen, "Chen, I'm so happy. This is the first time in my life that I've seen my four aunts not favoring my brother. It's also the first time I've seen my grandmother recognize her mistakes in my brother's affairs and willing to change. It feels really good. I'm even happier after hearing that they won't treat Yao Yun's eyes. Chen, does that make me bad? Where could you be bad? I'm also happy to hear that. Your brother really went too far this time, and Yao Yun is reaping what she sowed. If she hadn't raised Ju that way, her eyes wouldn't be blind. Yao Yun brought this upon herself." Yi Chen gently rubbed Su Ningwei's head, his eyes filled with love as he looked at her. Su Ningwei, after looking at Yi Chen, squinted slightly with wisdom in her eyes and asked, "Chen, did you intentionally use a wine glass to refract the laser beam into Yao Yun's eye? Don't think too much. It was all a coincidence. I'm not that skilled. It's just Yao Yun's fate." Yi Chen replied with a smile. Last night when Yi Chen used a wine glass to block the laser beam, he was only concerned about Su Ningwei's safety and didn't think too much. It truly was just a coincidence. Su Ningwei smiled and said, "Oh, okay. It seems like Yao Yun's retribution. I thought you were that capable. When I saw the laser beam heading towards your face, my heart was in my throat. I just wanted to protect you. I had no time to think of anything else." Yi Chen gently replied. Su Ningwei looked moved and said, "Chen, being with you gives me so much security. It's necessary. Protecting you is my duty. Chen, this is your first time in Yanjing, and we don't need to worry about my grandmother's side. Let's go climb the Great Wall this afternoon. Tomorrow morning, we can go see the flag-raising ceremony and then visit the Forbidden City." "Okay, I'll follow your plan." After getting into the car, Su Sheng instructed Fang Zheng to find out what Yao Yun had been up to in recent years. He hadn't cared in the past, since he had no feelings for Yao Yun. But now that this incident had occurred, he wouldn't let Yao Yun off easily. When Su Sheng returned to the old Su mansion, he couldn't rest and went straight to Su Ju's bedroom. He had Fang Zheng tie up Su Ju and even took off Su Ju's pants. Su Ju was trembling with fear, wearing Ultraman boxes, his 2 chubby legs shivering. Su Ju was extremely afraid because Su Sheng had never looked so terrible before, nor had he ever tied himself up like this. Dad, I didn't do it on purpose last night. I accidentally turned on the laser pointer. Everyone in the laser pen class was playing with it. Dad, please don't hit me. I am your only son." Su Ju tried to defend himself with ghostly cries and howls. When Su Sheng heard that Su Ju was still not admitting his mistake, he completely ignored Su Ju's cries and whipped him fiercely with his donkey hide belt. Su Ju cried out in pain, tears and snot streaming down his chubby white legs, marked with red and swollen lines from the beating. At first, Su Ju kept wailing, "Ah, it hurts so much. Grandma, Mom, save me. Dad is going to kill me. Help!" But when he mentioned Su Qing and Yao Yun, Su Sheng became even angrier and started hitting harder. "You little bastard! How dare you mention your grandmother and mother? Your grandmother and mother are both in the hospital, lying there. You can cry and shout all you want, but today no one will come to protect you." Having such wicked thoughts at such a young age, fortunately your sister is fine, otherwise I would really have killed you today. See if you dare to have any ill intentions towards your sister in the future. Su Sheng scolded and hit harder. The more he thought about Su Ningwei, the more guilty he felt, and the harder he hit Su Ju. Su Ju twisted on the ground, looking like a fat swollen maggot. "Dad, I was wrong. I won't do it again. I won't. Please stop hitting me. I beg you." Su Ju cried so much that his throat went hoarse, sweating from the pain, choking to apologize and beg for mercy. Su Sheng was getting out of breath from hitting, feeling tired and sore, and finally stopped the beating. "You better remember what you said today. If I find out you dare to have any ill intentions towards your sister again, it won't be as simple as a beating." After saying this coldly, Su Sheng left Su Ju's room. Su Ju fainted from the pain in his spot. After walking to the door, Su Sheng quietly instructed Fang Zheng, arrange for Ju to transfer to another school and have someone watch him 24 hours a day. Also, there's no need to give him any medicine, let him suffer for a few days. "Yes, Mr. Su." Fang Zheng nodded. The next day, Su Sheng quickly arranged for Su Ju to transfer to a military-style management school for devil training. In the eye clinic at Yancheng Hospital, Yao Yun had been lying there for 7 days without receiving corneal transplant surgery, as there was no suitable donor available. Su Sheng had not visited Yao Yun since her eye injury and had cut off all financial resources to her. Yao Yun was anxious and went to Su Sheng and Duanqing, but both were turned away, so she had to pay for Yao Yun's treatment herself. Yao Yun eventually only received conservative treatment. Although she didn't go completely blind, she couldn't see anything clearly, making her almost blind and more severe than Su Ju's injured classmate, who could only see blurry shadows. Yao Yun was already worried and afraid, suffering mental torment, and had lost over 10 pounds in just 7 days, worsening her condition. 8 days later, although Duanqing had just undergone corneal transplant surgery and had some swelling in her inner cornea with blurred vision, she was able to return home for rest and receive medication changes at home. Su Sheng arranged for Duanqing to be discharged. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei naturally accompanied Su Sheng to bring Duanqing back to the old Su family mansion for recuperation. During their days in Yancheng, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei enjoyed their time very much. Su Ningwei took Yi Chen to visit all the famous spots in Yancheng, tried all the local delicacies, and had a very pleasant time. Su Sheng also took the time to accompany Su Ningwei, Yi Chen, and their 3 babies to play in several places, ensuring they had the best possible experience. When Duanqing was discharged, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei were also ready to return to work in the magic capital. Until Duanqing was brought back to the Su family mansion from the hospital. Su Sheng did not even take a look at Yao Yun next door, and had Fang Zheng deliver a divorce agreement to Yao Yun. Yesterday, Fang Zheng handed over all the results of the investigation into the bullying of Sun Ningwei back in the day to Su Sheng. The boy who claimed to like Sun Ningwei back then was indeed problematic. This boy's name was Qiao Heng, handsome and good in academics, but came from a poor family with no parents, only a sick grandmother at home. Qiao Heng and Sun Ningwei were classmates, with a normal relationship and not much interaction. Just before Sun Ningwei got into trouble, Qiao Heng bought a box of chocolates for her during the break and publicly confessed his feelings to her. Sun Ningwei naturally rejected him on the spot. Regardless of Sun Ningwei's attitude, Qiao Heng persistently wrote love letters to her every day, making the whole school aware of his feelings for Sun Ningwei, who, in turn, did not reciprocate his feelings. She called Qiao Heng a frog trying to eat swan meat, completely out of his league. Eventually, the homeroom teacher had a talk with Qiao Heng in the office. Although Qiao Heng's grades had always been good, he and Sun Ningwei never really got together, so it couldn't be considered early love. The teacher had a word with Qiao Heng, telling him to focus on his studies, and that was the end of it. Qiao Heng, however, still publicly declared his love for Sun Ningwei without taking any further actions to pursue her. This was quite suspicious. In the second year after Sun Ningwei went abroad to recover from the bullying incident, Qiao Heng's grandmother passed away, and he was adopted by a wealthy couple overseas. He went abroad for further studies, no longer paying attention to Sun Ningwei, as if he had never liked her. Now, Qiao Heng is a renowned fashion designer overseas, making a name for himself. It's quite rare to be adopted at such an age. A fashion designer. Su Sheng furrowed his brows, continuing to browse through the adoption documents of Qiao Heng's foster parents. Upon close inspection, Su Sheng pointed at a picture in the document and asked, Ah Zheng was Qiao Heng's foster mother, Astrid, previously involved in overseas business with Yaoyu Fashion. Fang Zheng nodded and said, Yes, Qiao Heng's adoptive mother, Astrid, used to be a designer for Yaoyu Fashion overseas 10 years ago and was also a teacher at Yao Yun's overseas design school. Qiao Heng likely pursued and approached Miss Wei Wei under Yao Yun's guidance to make the person bullying Miss Wei Wei jealous and target her. It's been so long, and Qiao Heng is far away overseas, making it difficult to verify. Astrid's adoption of Qiao Heng was legal. Even if we find Qiao Heng, he probably would only admit that he truly liked Miss Wei Wei. What a vicious and calculating mind, buried so deep. Su Sheng pounded the table in anger. Learning that Sun Ningwei was almost killed because of Yao Yun, Su Sheng was angrier than knowing Yao Yun betrayed him. He wished to see Yao Yun utterly destroyed and obliterated. Sun Ningwei always bore everything alone, not confiding in him. Who knew how much Sun Ningwei suffered when he was busy with work? Su Sheng placed a hand on his chest, took a deep breath, and said, I don't need Qiao Heng's admission. I'd rather kill 1,000 wrongly than let one go. It was my carelessness that allowed them to be happy for so long. This renowned fashion designer Qiao Heng has used all resources to block me, dared to harm my Wei Wei. He must be left to starve to death in a foreign street. Yes, Chairman Su, I'll handle it right away. Fang Zheng immediately stood up straight, realizing it had been a while since he had seen Su Sheng this furious. Su Sheng spoke again. Wait, have the lawyer prepare a divorce agreement for me first. Yao Yun must die. However, I cannot let such a malicious woman dirty the Su family's ancestors' graves. I want all cooperation agreements with Yao Fashion to be terminated. I don't want to see a single piece sold by Yao Fashion. All cooperation with the Yao family should be halted. Yes, Chairman Su, but what about young Master Su? Fang Zheng kindly reminded. Su Sheng coldly responded, forget about the young master. If Su Ju behaves well, I might let him live in wealth. If he has any evil intentions, let him and his mother accompany each other. Yes, Chairman Su, I'll handle it immediately, Fang Zheng said, sweat beading on his forehead. It seemed Su Sheng was truly enraged this time. Sun Chen, Sun Ningwei, and Su Sheng gathered with their 3 children. Fang Zheng then delivered the divorce agreement between Su Sheng and Yao Yun and the termination of cooperation agreement between the Su group and the Yao family to the hospital room where Yao Yun was staying. Upon seeing Fang Zheng, Yao Yu rushed over excitedly. Fang Zheng, you finally came. What do you mean by this? Su Sheng has ignored A Yun for so many days, cut off A Yun's financial resources, and hasn't arranged for her surgery. Even if A Yun didn't raise Yi Ju properly and caused this incident, isn't she still injured? She's your Su family's Madame Su and Zi Ju's birth mother. This treatment is simply outrageous. Yao Yu reproached angrily. Upon hearing Fang Zheng had arrived, Yao Yun also sat up excitedly, clutching the bedsheet tightly in her hands, and shouted angrily in Fang Zheng's direction, Fang Zheng, if Su Sheng doesn't come to see me, it's okay. These years he hasn't had me in his heart at all, hasn't appreciated my efforts. Ziju. Where's my Ziju? Ziju is the future heir of the Su group. What has Su Sheng done to Ziju? Why hasn't he come to see me in so many days? Do you even consider me, Madame Su, in your eyes? Fang Zheng raised the documents in his hand and shook them lightly, saying, oh, because from today, you're no longer Madame Su. This is the divorce agreement and the termination of the cooperation agreement between the Su group and the Yao family that Su Sheng has given to Yao Yun. Yao Yu immediately had a bad feeling. What divorce agreement? Termination of the cooperation agreement. What does Su Sheng mean by this? Is it because Ah Yun is blind and can't see, and he wants to divorce her and remove her income source? How heartless! Ah Yun is Ziju's birth mother. You can't treat Ah Yun like this. Yao Yu gritted her teeth in anger. Fang Zheng then handed the divorce agreement between Su Sheng and Yao Yun and the termination of the cooperation agreement between the Su group and the Yao family to Yao Yu. Fang Zheng continued coldly, Chairman Su, for the sake of young Master Su, has given Ah Yun some dignity. Read through this divorce agreement to Ah Yun. After confirming there are no problems, have her sign it promptly. By the way, if you don't want Su Jiu to be kicked out of the Su family's reputation, then sign this termination agreement together with the Su group and Yao family's cooperation agreement, Fang Zheng added. Yao Yu didn't take the stack of documents, turned to Yao Yun, and asked, Yun, what does Fang Zheng mean? What have you been doing all these years? Mom, please stop asking, Yao Yun replied with pale lips. Yao Yu widened her eyes and angrily exclaimed, what do you mean by telling me to stop asking? Yun, have you lost your mind? I finally managed to marry you into the Su family. You could have been a fine lady of the house, but what mischief have you been up to? I told you not to ask anymore. Please help me read the divorce agreement first. If there's no issue, sign it. I'm tired after all these years, staying with someone who doesn't love me, Yao Yun replied hoarsely. Yao Yun knew that if Su Sheng wanted to investigate her, he would have the means to do so. Initially, Yao Yun had a sense of hope that Su Sheng hadn't paid attention to her actions over the years, but she realized that he had found out. However, since Su Sheng had already sent the divorce agreement through Fang Zheng, he must have evidence of her infidelity. Yao Yun thought to herself that she didn't need this superficial engagement. Su Sheng's heart only belonged to Songning, and after the divorce, she could stop pretending and live happily as herself. Seeing Yao Yun's reaction, Yao Yu knew something was amiss. Yao Yun must have done something shameful and been caught by Su Sheng. Panicking, Yao Yu exclaimed, what do you mean? Yao Yun, are you trying to force our Yao family into a corner? Have you thought about your brother and the family? Yao Yu was devastated that the collaboration between Yao family and the Su group would be ruined due to Yao Yun's actions. In anger, she slapped Yao Yun across her left cheek, causing her eye wound to ache. Yao Yun fell onto the hospital bed, crying out, Yao family! Yao family! My brother! My brother! Mom, have you thought about whether I'm happy or loved? Do I want to marry Su Sheng? I'm also a person, not your tool. Have you ever truly loved me, Mom? Su Sheng doesn't love me. I also have needs. I crave genuine love and to be genuinely loved by someone. Yao Yu, realizing her daughter's true feelings, softened her stance. Yun, what nonsense are you saying? Mom loves you. How could she not? Mom shouldn't have hit you in anger just now. Your father abandoned you, and I raised you and your brother by myself. Mom loves you. With Zhang Ningxi's face in mind, he may convince Su Sheng not to divorce you, and you will still be the envied Su madam. Yao Yu reached out to help Yao Yun up, trying to calm her down. Seeing Yao Yu change her tone, Fang Zheng interjected coldly, dispelling Yao Yu's illusions. Stop dreaming. Su Dong said if you dare to kneel or cause a scene at the old Su family residence, he will send the photos of Yao Yun with several male models to the paparazzi. Choose whether to divorce gracefully now or endure public criticism and Su Ju's disdain later. I'll sign. I'll sign. Yao Yun immediately agreed. Knowing that only Su Ju truly loved her, she couldn't let him see her as the kind of mother who would do such things. Yao Yu's face darkened further, realizing her miscalculation. She hadn't expected Yao Yun, who always seemed gentle and docile, to be so lonely and adventurous. Now their plans of marriage and collaboration were all but ruined. Yao Yu angrily turned to Yao Yun and slapped her once more. You uncontrolled, shameless woman. Is it the end of the world for you without a man? Now you've lost everything. Are you happy? Yao Yu pointed accusingly at Yao Yun and scolded her. As the situation escalated, Fang Zheng intervened, urging them to sign the documents quickly so he could leave. After they signed, he took the papers and left the room, leaving behind the sounds of Yao Yu verbally and physically attacking Yao Yun. On the other end, at the old Su residence, Su Sheng hosted a lavish farewell feast for Yi Chen, Su Ningwei, and their 3 babies, surrounded by relatives who seemed reluctant to part with them. After having lunch, Su Sheng personally accompanied Yi Chen, Su Ningwei, and the 3 babies onto the plane headed back to the magic capital. The plane safely arrived in the magic capital. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei concluded their trip back to Yanjing for the engagement and birthday celebration, which overall was very pleasant. As soon as they got off the plane, Yi Chen heard the sweet and cute voice of the system in his mind. Ding! Dear host, congratulations on successfully completing the main mission of getting engaged to Su Ningwei. Congratulations on getting one step closer to the perfect life. Ding! Congratulations on gaining +1 lucky value, +1 attractiveness, +1 affinity, +1 anti-aging, +1 life expectancy, +1 screenwriting skill, +1 personal charm value. Ding! Congratulations on receiving a special reward of 200 million. Ding! Congratulations on receiving a medication pill that increases the thickness of the fighter jet fuselage by 1 centimeter. Ding! The lyrics and music scores of Miss sung by Earth star Zhu Ziqian, Cute Woman sung by Earth star Jie Shu, and The World sung by Earth star Zhang Ye have been unlocked. The latest mission: hold the first concert in your life to receive generous rewards. The system's little Lolita has indeed grown up and is more generous. Not only did she provide so many attribute bonuses, but also a special reward of 200 million. And what is that medication pill that thickens the fighter jet fuselage by 1 centimeter? Isn't it already thick enough? Su Ningwei is already humming all the time. Does it need to be thicker? Let's consider using it when Su Ningwei reaches the age of evolve. However, the songs given this time, Miss sung by Zhu Ziqian, Cute Woman sung by Jie Shu, and The World sung by Zhang Ye, are all classic great songs, extremely pleasant to listen to. The latest mission is to hold the first concert in life. What singer doesn't want to tour the country? Anyone who loves music and singing eagerly awaits the stage, cherishing the audience. As long as the singer sincerely loves music, the concert, a stage for interacting intimately with the audience, is like heaven. Imagine tens of thousands of people paying to come listen to you sing, shouting "I love you" on the spot, singing along with you, and the audience cheering and applauding enthusiastically. This is the warmest moment in a musical performance. Is there any better stage than this? Naturally, a nationwide concert tour is also Yi Chen's dream. Even without the system assigning a mission, Yi Chen would do it. The first concert will naturally be held at the Magic Capital Stadium, but the next album should be released in haste, aiming to release more albums. Otherwise, what's the point of holding a concert with just a handful of songs from the last album? Not to mention a national tour. Without dreams, how is it different from a lazy fish? This wealthy flat life is too dull. Yi Chen decided to rest well tonight and start working hard tomorrow, striving to balance work and family. Thinking like this, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei have already walked out of the airport with the 3 babies. Once out of the airport, Su Ming had already brought other bodyguards waiting at the airport. After Yi Chen and Su Ningwei returned to the riverside villa, they rested well for a night, having dreamless sleep, not doing anything. The next day, Yi Chen got up early, exercised as usual, then went to the nursery to take care of the 3 babies. The 3 babies are now over 5 months old, growing whiter, fatter, and more lively. Yi Chen gently held the hands of the 3 babies, and they could sit up. However, when the 3 babies sat alone, their heads and bodies leaned forward. Yi Chen guarded them and conducted short seat training exercises for the babies. Li Mei and the others were busy with other matters. At 5 months, when a baby sits alone, the body may still sway, but the head remains stable. The hip part when sitting can stretch the spine. If the baby still leans forward on the bed when sitting at 5 months, it indicates a delay in gross motor development and should be promptly taken to the hospital for assessment. Yi Chen played with toys with the 3 babies. Their little hands were becoming more agile, chubby, and very cute. The eldest baby could accurately grab a toy placed beside them and play with it seriously. The second baby grabbed a toy and also wanted to see what the eldest baby had, with big round bright eyes, incredibly beautiful. The youngest baby extended their little arms, wanting to grab the toy in Yi Chen's hand. Very lovely. Yi Chen was sitting by the bedside, playing with the 3 babies. Su Ningwei had also woken up and walked into the nursery, bent down, hugged Yi Chen from behind, kissed Yi Chen's cheek, and rested her head on Yi Chen's shoulder. Yi Chen turned his head, kissed Su Ningwei's cheek, and gently said, "Why are you up so early today? Why not sleep a little longer?" Su Ningwei softly replied in Yi Chen's ear, "I fell asleep early yesterday without doing homework, so naturally woke up earlier." When the three babies saw Su Ningwei coming in and smelled the scent of milk on her, they stretched out their arms. "Mommy tilde 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 mommy," all three babies cried out to Su Ningwei, clamoring to be hugged and wanting to drink milk. "Oh, I can't hold all of you. It hurts too much when you all call me like this, my breasts are sore." Su Ningwei smiled, released Yi Chen, and picked up the eldest baby to feed her in the adjoining master bedroom. Yi Chen took the second and third babies and followed Su Ningwei to the master bedroom. As Su Ningwei lifted her top, the eldest baby couldn't wait and immediately smelled the milk's fragrance and began suckling, holding the big breast and drinking heartily. The second and third babies, smelling the enticing milk fragrance, could only stare with big eyes and suck on their thumbs to satisfy their hunger first. Seeing this, Su Ningwei said, "Ah Chen, bring the second baby over as well. Don't waste the milk on one side, keep switching sides." "Okay." Yi Chen bent over to pick up the second baby from the stroller. The second baby happily kicked their legs. The youngest baby's sucking sound got louder, their eyes full of eagerness, but knowing that Su Ningwei has only two breasts, they obediently lined up to wait for their turn. Yi Chen handed the second baby to Su Ningwei and considerately placed a pillow under her waist. As the second baby got closer to Su Ningwei, they reached out to pull on Su Ningwei's top anxiously, showing a look of impatience. Unfortunately, the second baby's strength was not enough to lift it up, so they could only open their small mouth and make a dry sucking motion on Su Ningwei's clothes, looking extremely cute. Su Ningwei was holding two babies in her hands and couldn't help the second baby, but was amused by the second baby's anxious expression. "Ah Chen, please help the second baby quickly. They look so eager," Su Ningwei said with a smile. "Here they are." Yi Chen busily gently rubbed Su Ningwei's full chest. This can prevent the milk from spraying onto the face of the twins, a valuable experience gained through practice. After rubbing them, Yi Chen lifted up the other side of Su Ningwei's top. Although he had already rubbed it, white breast milk still flowed out. At least it wasn't spraying anymore, which was much better. The twins smelled the milk fragrance and eagerly pressed against it, embracing Su Ningwei's fullness, drinking contentedly. Yi Chen sat beside Su Ningwei, helping to look after them. After the twins were full, it was the little one's turn. Fortunately, Su Ningwei was accommodating, and all three babies were able to drink their fill. The babies will turn 6 months old next month and can start supplementing with solid foods. The frequency of breastfeeding will gradually decrease, so Su Ningwei won't be so tired. Yi Chen carried the twins away, carefully wiping the milk stains from their mouths. After the twins had their fill, they let Yi Chen wipe their mouths and apply baby lotion, behaving well. Today it rained a little. Looking out from the French windows, the gentle spring rain, like threads, quietly nourished the earth, bringing vitality to all living things like a light and elegant ink painting. The raindrops were like pearls on a string, rhythmically tapping on the windows, sometimes light, sometimes heavy, sometimes slow, sometimes urgent, creating a unique mosaic on the window, making the outside scenery hazy. After the three babies were full, Li Mei took them downstairs to the indoor playhouse and playground in the backyard to play. Whether it rains or not, it doesn't affect the three babies' happy playtime. Chen Jichuan had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Potato bacon shrimp mini pizza, black pepper beef noodles, filet mignon, Russian soup. After taking a bite of the black pepper beef noodles, Su Ningwei said, Western breakfast lacks something. I still prefer Chinese breakfast, it's more comfortable." "Are you talking about Daozi in Yanjing?" "I can't agree with that." Yi Chen remembered the Daozi he had in Yanjing a few days ago. It was unforgettable, hard to swallow, and he didn't want to drink it again. Su Ningwei laughed. "Haha, I can't get used to Daozi either. I meant the breakfast you made." What do you want?" "I'll make it for you tomorrow morning," Yi Chen replied indulgently. Su Ningwei raised her eyebrows, looking happy. "Anything. I love whatever you cook." "Well, then tomorrow morning, I'll make a new dish for you," Yi Chen replied. After taking a bite of the steak, Su Ningwei said expectantly, "Okay, I'll get up early tomorrow to learn from you." "You still want to learn from me? Just tell me if you want to learn," Yi Chen replied gently. Su Ningwei said, "By the way, we've been in Yanjing for so many days, you must have a lot of work to do. I'll take care of the three babies later. You can focus on your work." "Okay." Yi Chen nodded in agreement. After breakfast, Su Ningwei went to take care of the three babies, while Yi Chen went to the study to work. It took 10 days to go to and return from Yanjing, so there was indeed a lot to do upon returning. Yi Chen opened the computer, sent the lyrics and scores of the recently unlocked songs Thoughts, Cute Woman, and World to Can, and asked him to arrange for accompaniment and recording work as soon as possible. After sending them, Yi Chen checked the recent headlines in entertainment news. He had been too busy to check while in Yanjing. Hashtag Jia Corp declares bankruptcy. The last fugitive of the Jia family, Jia Fu, has been apprehended. Hashtag Li Zhaojiao mysteriously disappeared in Thailand. Whereabouts unknown. Yi Chen looked at the headline and felt the plot was familiar. Could it be that Jia Fu drowned Li Zhaojiao in Thailand? Yi Chen was about to click on the next headline when his phone vibrated in his pocket. He took out his phone and saw it was a call from Can. Yi Chen answered the phone. "Mr. Yi, you're back?" Can asked on the other end of the line. Yi Chen replied, "Yes, just arrived in the Magic City yesterday. You are too diligent, starting work right after coming back. I have received the 3 new songs you sent, and I have forwarded them to the music software production company. Due to your high productivity, I have discussed with a top domestic music software production company to specially produce accompaniments for you. This company is a bit expensive, but their team is very powerful, consisting of teachers specializing in playing specific instruments for sound recording, and the efficiency is excellent. They accepted the request to produce accompaniments for you very readily, and even gave us a discount." Can explained. Yi Chen was very satisfied with the efficiency of Can and asked, "That's good. Money is not an issue, the main thing is the quality. Which accompaniments are ready for recording?" "The accompaniments for the previously mentioned songs, Because of Love, For the Rest of My Life, I'm Willing, Fortune Telling, Sand in the Bottle, As Wished, Nocturne, Lanting Preface, Blue and White Porcelain, In the Name of Father are ready. Also, the accompaniments for the songs you mentioned would be completed by April, such as 1001 Wishes, Chengsen Yue, For Seasons for You, etc. I will send them to you now for review. If there are no issues, you can come in for recording whenever you are free." Can replied. Yi Chen was very pleased with Can's efficiency and said, "All right, I'll listen first and then let you know which songs to record first." "Okay. When will you have time to shoot the MVS for the songs Compendium of Materia Medica, You Are My Eyes, Light Chaser, I Am a Little Bird, Mother in the Candlelight, Deskmate, and 10 Years We recorded before?" Can asked. Yi Chen replied, "I'm available for all of them." "Have the dance team for Compendium of Materia Medica already practiced their routine?" "They have completed their practice. I think they did a good job. I'll send you the video of their performance for your consideration. If everything looks good, we can arrange for the recording." Can replied. Yi Chen said, "All right, I'll have a look and get back to you later." "Okay, I'll wait for your response," Can said. After hanging up the call, Yi Chen opened the files sent by Can. He first opened the files for the song accompaniments, which were the latest recordings. Yi Chen carefully listened to each one. It's truly a big production from a big company. The quality of the accompaniment is even better than the original, and Yi Chen is very satisfied. Yi Chen organized these accompaniments into categories. For the second album, of course, he arranged Chen Din Yue Wei, which includes songs like Chen Din Yue Wei, Because of Love, Remaining Life, Seasons for You, Under the Flying Clouds, Cannot Not Love, Love Frequency, Beloved Confident, A Little Sweet, and Love Never Fails to Connect. As for the third album, he will wait a bit longer until all accompaniments are ready before making arrangements. With the current recording speed of the accompaniment, it should be ready soon. Yi Chen then opened a dance video from the dance group Ben Kao Gangmu. The dance group recommended by Can is pretty good, and their performance is indeed impressive. Yi Chen sent Can the album title and tracklist for the second album and left a message saying, "Let's start with these songs that Wei Wei and I will sing together as the second album." "Okay, I've received them. When are you both available for recording?" Can replied instantly. Yi Chen sent another message, "Both Wei Wei and I have free time coming up, so we can schedule recording sessions and MV shoots anytime. There shouldn't be an issue with the dance video from Ben Kao Gangmu, so we can plan the shoot. Let's also schedule MV shoots for You Are My Eyes, Chasing the Light, I Am a Little Bird, Mom in Candlelight, You, The Student Next to Me, and 10 Years. We will record Will You Marry Me Today, Simple Love, Love Confession, Hot Air Balloon, Just Love You, and In Love separately. Don't let Wei Wei know. I want it to be a surprise for the wedding. The wedding preparations could also start, and of course, the playlist for the wedding day is essential. Alright, I understand. I'll arrange it and send you the schedule later, replied Kan. After arranging these tasks, Yi Chen opened the stock market and investment software. Selling what needs to be sold, buying what needs to be bought, and not forgetting to inform Cheng Tong and the others. It was another fulfilling day. Yi Chen now truly understands that money is just a source of happiness. Just as Yi Chen was finishing up, there was a knock on the study's door. Closing the software, Yi Chen responded, "Come in." "Ah Chen, are you done with work?" Su Ningwei entered the study, hooked her arms around Yi Chen's neck, and sat in his lap. Yi Chen held Su Ningwei's waist and hips, smiling, "Almost done." "What about our 3 babies?" "The 3 babies are tired from playing and have fallen asleep again, so I came to find you." "Shall we practice singing today?" Su Ningwei leaned on Yi Chen's chest, asking with a smile. Yi Chen replied, "Sure. Just now Anton sent the accompaniments for the songs Chen Din Yue Wei, Because of Love, Remaining Life, Seasons for You, Under the Flying Clouds, Cannot Not Love, Love Frequency, Beloved Confident, A Little Sweet, and Love Never Fails to Connect. Have a listen." "Really? The production speed of the accompaniments is quite fast this time," Su Ningwei exclaimed with joy. "Indeed. Anton found a new music software production company, and the quality and speed are quite good," Yi Chen said. He handed the headphones to Su Ningwei, who listened intently. After listening to the 10 accompaniments, Su Ningwei took off the headphones, her eyes shining. "These are really great. Let's go to the practice room now and sing along with the accompaniments, shall we?" "All right. I also told Anton that these 10 songs will be our first album for duet singing, and to schedule the recording sessions first," Yi Chen replied with a smile. Su Ningwei smiled back. "That's great. You can record the songs in one go, but I need to practice hard so as not to hold you back. Don't underestimate yourself. You're the singing queen, a natural songstress who sings beautifully anytime, day or night," Yi Chen complimented, lightly biting Su Ningwei's earlobe. Blushing, Su Ningwei squirmed in Yi Chen's arms and buried her face, saying shyly, "Annoying. You're being flirty again." Su Ningwei gently tapped Yi Chen's chest and then sat on a chair beside him, pretending to read a book with her face flushed. Seeing that Su Ningwei was settled, Yi Chen smiled and said to the door, "Come in." Chen Jichuan handed a document to Yi Chen as he entered the study. Yi Chen asked, "Uncle Chen, is something the matter?" Chen Jichuan handed the document to Yi Chen with a smile and said warmly, "This is for you both, given by Director Su." "For us? What good thing is it?" Su Ningwei curiously peeked out from her book. Yi Chen was also puzzled. Chen Jichuan smiled and said, "You'll know once you read it. Take your time, I'll be off now." With that, he left the study, not wanting to disturb Yi Chen and Su Ningwei's tender moments. Su Ningwei then snuggled back into Yi Chen's arms, her eyes shining with curiosity. "Ah Chen, quickly open it. Let's see what Dad has given us this time." Yi Chen opened the document and found a voluntary gift contract and a red property ownership certificate. Looking at it, it was the property ownership certificate of the billion-dollar Shengxi Times building in the center of the Magic City. The ownership of this office building had now changed to Yi Chen and Su Ningwei. Su Ningwei looked at the certificate, smiling brightly. "Dad is really efficient. I just mentioned it casually last time, and before you know it, he's already transferred the ownership of the Shengxi Times building to us. Since you mentioned it, how could your dad not give it to you? Your dad truly cares for you. We must also be filial to him in the future and share his worries." Yi Chen smiled. Su Sheng treats Su Ningwei well because he treats Yi Chen well too. Yi Chen, although used to the generous behavior of his father-in-law, still felt touched. In the bustling city, this office building's location was not something money alone could buy. Yi Chen wouldn't have dared to dream about it before, but now it was all thanks to Su Ningwei's words. No wonder everyone wants to be a rich second generation. The feeling is simply exhilarating. Su Ningwei smiled and nodded, saying, "I know. I'm not interested in managing the Su Group at all. Can't really contribute much there. But whenever I have free time now, I video chat with my dad so he can see me and the babies more. He's really happy about it." "All right, as long as you're happy," Yi Chen said with a smile as he rubbed Su Ningwei's head, a look of indulgence in his eyes. Su Ningwei placed the property ownership certificate in Yi Chen's hand and said with a smile, "Shengxi Era office building is yours to control as you wish. Weren't you planning to set up the Chenwei Film Company? I think this office building would be suitable for office use. Chenwei Film Company can wait. I think the lease inside hasn't expired yet. Let's focus on building our singing career first," Yi Chen replied. Su Ningwei stood up, took Yi Chen's hand, and said, "Okay, I'll follow your lead. Let's practice singing and prepare for our first album." "Sure, let's go." Yi Chen picked up his laptop and walked with Su Ningwei to the practice room. Inside the practice room, Yi Chen connected the laptop and singing equipment. Both put on headphones, and as the melodious melody began, Yi Chen gently held Su Ningwei's hand. She held onto his hand in return, the two gazing affectionately at each other. Su Ningwei softly sang the first verse, "The stars shine in the night sky, like your eyes. In this vast sea of people, I met you. Your singing is like music from heaven, plucking at my heartstrings, letting me drown in this dream, unwilling to wake. I'm willing to spend my life listening to your singing." Yi Chen passionately sang the second verse. Their voices harmonized perfectly in the final duet. "Stars shimmer in the night sky, Wei's smile reflected in my heart, let love turn into verses, singing to eternity. I'm willing to accompany you through the seasons, sharing joys and bearing storms together. Chen's heart delights Wei, true love unwavering, let love light up the future. Let's walk hand in hand until the end of the world." Their voices blended flawlessly, skill and emotion complementing each other perfectly. As the song ended, Su Ningwei praised, "Yi Chen, you sing so well. This album will definitely sell well." She held Yi Chen's hand tighter, brimming with admiration and love. Yi Chen's gaze towards Su Ningwei grew even softer, saying, "You sing beautifully too. Your fans are eagerly anticipating your new album. I'm sure it'll do well. Let's try another song." Yi Chen and Su Ningwei went through the remaining songs together, feeling pleased with their performances. Singing with the one they loved was truly enjoyable, feeling the spiritual connection and resonance. Both were excited for the release of their album. The rain stopped in the afternoon. The air was exceptionally fresh. There were still pending tasks on K-An's work schedule. The three babies still needed to get their vaccinations this month. After making an appointment, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei took the three babies to the nearby community hospital to get their vaccines. The 5-month-old babies needed to receive the third dose of the DPT vaccine. This was a vaccine included in the National Immunization Program, provided free of charge. All babies had to complete all free vaccines before they could attend school. Timely vaccination helped babies develop resistance to specific pathogens, so it was crucial to remember to vaccinate them. Depending on the baby's specific situation, location, and season, parents could also choose to voluntarily administer other vaccines, such as rotavirus vaccine, pneumonia conjugate vaccine, Haemophilus influenzae type B vaccine, and influenza virus vaccine. However, Yi Chen knew that the three babies had a system-given immunity buff for 3 years without sickness, so he decided not to have them vaccinated against seasonal diseases to spare them from unnecessary shots. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei took the three babies to the community hospital nearby, successfully got their cues, and entered the injection room. The nurse at the community hospital, seeing the three cute babies coming for vaccination again, her eyes barely visible under the mask, forming a crescent moon shape, said, "The three little babies are here for vaccination again." The nurse gently disinfected the chubby arm of the eldest baby with a smile. Su Ningwei felt afraid, but wanted to accompany the baby, so she turned her head away, not daring to watch. Fortunately, the nurse was gentle and skilled, distracting the baby with cooing sounds and swiftly administering the vaccine without much fuss. The baby, still blinking curiously, barely realizing the needle had been injected. When the nurse said, "All done, next baby," the reaction time was a bit long for the youngest baby. The eldest baby, realizing the pain a little late, started crying with watery eyes, looking particularly pitiful. Despite having received vaccinations multiple times before and knowing the pain was only temporary, as first-time parents, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei couldn't help but feel heartbroken. "Don't cry, don't cry. Our eldest is a brave girl. It'll stop hurting soon." Su Ningwei tenderly comforted the eldest in her arms, feeling the pain as if it was her own. If possible, Yi Chen wished he could bear all the pain for the three babies, even if it meant enduring 10 times the pain himself. No wonder they said if one life could save another, the hospital rooftop would be crowded with parents of sick children. Of course, not all parents could make such sacrifices, but Yi Chen truly appreciated Suning Wei for giving birth to their 3 babies. If given the option, he would bear all their pains willingly. Just as Yi Chen thought about this, the sweet and lovable voice of the little lowly system sounded in his mind. Ding, detecting the earnest appeals and fatherly love of the revered host, would you like to transfer the pain from the 3 babies to yourself within the next half an hour? Immediate activation? The little lowly system was becoming more powerful. It didn't have this feature during previous vaccinations. Yi Chen immediately thought, immediate activation. Ding, acknowledged, immediate activation. Yi Chen felt a sudden twinge in his arm, akin to being bitten by a large ant, but as long as the babies weren't hurting, his own discomfort was bearable. Suning Wei, holding the eldest in her arms, suddenly felt no pain and stopped crying obediently. Seeing the effective result, Yi Chen felt relieved. The system was truly helpful. At that moment, the nanny handed the second baby to Yi Chen. Hearing the eldest cry, the second baby, feeling frightened, fidgeted in Yi Chen's arms. Yi Chen gently reassured, "Don't be afraid, sweetheart. Daddy is here. It won't hurt at all. The nurse will be very gentle, and it will be over soon." In Yi Chen's soothing voice, Bao finally calmed down, obediently allowing Mei to expose a small portion of his chubby little arm. The nurse, seeing how good Yi Chen was at comforting the child, silently praised him in her heart, thinking he was a qualified and loving father. No wonder he could have 3 such adorable babies at once. The nurse, while gently disinfecting Bao, also coaxed him. "That's right, it won't hurt at all. You're the best, darling. Auntie will be gentle, and it will be over soon." Bao blinked his big eyes, looking at the nurse. The nurse was almost melted by the cute Bao, but she remained steady as she quickly administered the injection, pushed in the medicine, and removed the needle smoothly. Yi Chen felt a slight sharp pain in his arm, but it was bearable, so he didn't even furrow his eyebrows. Bao didn't feel any pain at all, instead giving the nurse a happy smile. The nurse exclaimed, "Your baby is so brave, didn't cry this time during the shot." Yi Chen knew Bao wouldn't cry, as the pain had transferred to him. Bao opened his mouth and made a few sounds. Yi Chen heard the translation of Bao's babbling. "It really didn't hurt this time. Daddy didn't lie to me. Daddy is the best. I love Daddy the most." Hearing Bao's words, Yi Chen didn't feel the pain in his arm anymore and felt that everything was worth it. Suo Ningwei calmed down Bao and was getting ready to comfort Bao when she noticed that Bao showed no signs of pain. She was amazed by Bao's bravery and couldn't help but sigh in admiration, proud that Bao was her and Yi Chen's child. Last was Bao. When Yi Chen picked up Bao, the baby had already fallen asleep with his eyes closed. The nurse touched Bao's small hands and feet and softly said, "Sweetie, wake up." Bao still kept his eyes closed, but when his feet were touched, he even smiled. Despite being only 5 months old, it seemed like Bao was pretending to sleep. But as long as the child didn't open his eyes, the shot couldn't be administered. The nurse gently shook Bao's arms and coaxed him. "Sweetie, wake up, time to play." Bao remained tight-lipped. The nurse helplessly chuckled. "This little guy is sleeping so soundly." Yi Chen didn't want to delay the other children's vaccinations, so he tickled Bao's armpits, softly saying in his ear, "Wake up, Bao. The shot must be taken. Both sisters have already gotten theirs. Come on, be brave like a little man. After the shot, Daddy will take you to the park." Bao shrugged, giggled, then opened his big eyes, waking up. Yi Chen heard the translated babble. "Oh Atilda, let's go play in the park. No more sleeping. Listen to Daddy. A little pain is nothing." Yi Chen marveled at how brave Bao was, being only 5 months old. The nurse, seeing Bao awake, smiled and said, "Sweetie, you're finally awake. Auntie will be very gentle, okay?" After disinfecting Bao's arm, the nurse administered the shot, and just like with the others, it was done smoothly and painlessly. Bao didn't feel any pain after the shot, completely satisfied with the nurse's skill. He happily smiled at the nurse, revealing his 3 cute little teeth. The nurse exclaimed, "Oh tilde, this little one is so brave today," even smiled. "Wonderful. We'll observe for half an hour, and if there are no issues, you can leave." Suo Ningwei was ready to comfort Bao, but was surprised to see that he didn't cry during the vaccination. She marveled at how brave Bao was. "Yi Chen, bearing the pain on behalf of the children, felt that his arm, which was still aching, hurt even more now. Triple the joy, accompanied by triple the pain. But seeing all three babies not in pain, Yi Chen felt only happiness and that the pain was worth it. Yi Chen lifted Zibao, still without furrowing his brows, but smiling, and praised Zibao. Zibao, you're amazing, truly a brave little man. Let's go, Daddy will take you to the park. Yes, Bao and Zibao were really brave today, Suo Ningwei agreed. It's a nice day to go to the park and see the flowers. The sakura, tulips, and magnolia should all be in bloom at this time. Yi Chen and Suo Ningwei then left the vaccination room with their three babies. At that moment, Yi Chen's mind was filled with the sweet and cute voice of the system. Ding, dear host, congratulations on completing the hidden mission, Silent Fatherly Love. Ding, congratulations on unlocking the grandmother level, all-around director skill. Ding, the Earth Star Children's Light Comedy Series Home with Children, the first, second, and third parts, each with 100 episodes, and the fourth part with 67 episodes. A total of 367 episodes have been unlocked, along with all scripts. Completing a hidden mission and unlocking such a prestigious skill, and the script for Home with Children series. The system was indeed generous, and now Yi Chen felt his mind filled with a wealth of professional knowledge and experience. After absorbing all the information, Yi Chen understood how to utilize an actor's body and emotions, the choice of gaze, lighting arrangements, composition of scenes, logical editing, and sound accompaniment to present a script on the screen conveying the content, theme, and artistic essence to the audience. Yi Chen could now envision the episodes of Home with Children, a classic children's comedy series that many people grew up watching, in his mind. When he was young, he merely viewed it as lively entertainment. But now, Yi Chen saw it as an educational film teaching parents how to raise their children. The series depicted various interesting stories between parents and their three children after two divorced families merged. It documented the emotional journeys of parents and children, highlighting shared growth moments among family members. This encouraged parents to reflect and gain insights, while children resonated emotionally and shared laughter. The show advocated for an inspiring and inductive educational approach, changing the preachy tone of traditional children's programming. It aimed to nurture children's self-esteem, confidence, self-love, and independence, suitable not only for children, but also for parents. Yi Chen admired the system's timing in unlocking the Home with Children tetralogy. He resolved to learn from it and strive to become a competent father. I waited in the waiting room for half an hour. After confirming that the three babies of Yi Chen and Su Ningwei were fine, they left the community hospital and went to a nearby park to enjoy the flowers. In the park in April, magnolias, late cherry blossoms, wisterias, etc., absorbed the rain and bloomed on the branches, exceptionally beautiful. Today is not a weekend, nor a holiday, so the park is not crowded. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei strolled leisurely in the park while pushing the triple baby stroller. Li Mei, Su Ming, Chen Din, and the bodyguards following Yi Chen were carrying large luggage bags. Li Mei and the others were carrying picnic baskets. The three babies were excited to see various flowers and leaves they had never seen before, dancing happily. The wisteria pergola was particularly picturesque, with clusters of deep and light purple wisteria flowers cascading down like a purple waterfall, exuding a faint fragrance and swaying with the wind. Chen, this place is so beautiful. Let's take some family photos with the five of us, Su Ningwei said with a smile. Yi Chen nodded and said, all right, Su Ming, please help us take the photos. Sure, Mr. Yi, Su Ming said as he took out the camera provided by Yi Chen and started adjusting the settings to choose the best angles. Yi Chen, knowing Su Ming was good at photography, equipped him with a camera so they had a mobile personal photographer. Su Ming enjoyed taking photos, especially of Yi Chen and Su Ningwei's family, and took the task with pleasure. Okay, I'll hold the eldest, you hold the second, and the youngest, Su Ningwei said with a smile as she picked up the second baby. Okay, Yi Chen bent down and picked up the youngest baby. Su Ningwei then handed the second baby to Yi Chen. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei held the three babies under the wisteria pergola, smiling happily and taking several photos, creating beautiful memories. After passing through the wisteria pergola, they reached the music fountain plaza, where unfortunately, the fountain was not operating at that moment. The sky was starting to clear up, with the sun shining through the clouds. The warm sunlight caressed people, making them feel comfortable. Many adults were flying kites with their children. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei put on their hats and masks. People around looked at them, a couple with 3 babies, 2 girls and a boy, with envy in their eyes. The 3 babies, watching the kites of various shapes in the sky, also waved their hands and kicked their legs in excitement. Su Ningwei, seeing this, said with anticipation, "Chen, when the 3 babies are older, let's bring them here to fly kites." Yi Chen replied with a smile, "Sure, if you feel like flying kites now. I don't mind being a big kid with you." Su Ningwei shook her head, saying, "Forget it, it's better to play under the label of taking the kids out. How about we have a picnic and take photos by the lake instead?" "Okay," Yi Chen nodded, and they walked towards the lakeside, choosing a spot where there were no people on the lawn. Chen Din and the others quickly laid out a vintage picnic mat, set up a canopy and tent. The atmosphere was perfect. Everything from folding tables, chairs, and a variety of food from the woven picnic basket was laid out on wooden trays on the folding table. The picnic spread was lavish, including pizza, burgers, rice balls for the mains, strawberry cake, donuts, sandwiches, and baguettes for dessert. Green grapes, mangoes, oranges, strawberries, coconut milk, and more for fruits. And snacks like chicken claws, braised snacks, potato chips, spicy sticks, and various other snacks, along with a selection of drinks. The wooden trays with a variety of colorful items presented a picturesque scene. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei just needed to sit down and enjoy without lifting a finger. "Chen, do you like it? I found these picnic ideas online and had Su Ming and others prepare them. I thought it wouldn't be needed as it was supposed to rain today, but fortunately, the weather is good now that we came out to play," Su Ningwei said affectionately, leaning on Yi Chen's arm and looking up at him, showing pride in her eyes. Yi Chen smiled gently and replied, "I like it. You did a great job. This is the first time I've seen such a rich picnic spread. It looks especially cozy. It's no trouble if you like it. I also prepared this," Su Ningwei said happily as she took out a pink pig bubble machine from her bag and placed it in front of Yi Chen, as if presenting a treasure. Ding dong, a bubble machine, perfect for entertaining the kids and creating a picnic atmosphere. Isn't it full of girly charm? Yes, Yi Chen nodded with a smile. Su Ningwei sat next to Yi Chen, pressed the switch, and music played. Multicolored bubbles floated towards the lake with the tune and spring breeze, forming a warm glow over the water. The bubbles landed on the shimmering lake surface, creating a playful dance before disappearing. Su Ningwei and the 3 babies watched the beautiful bubbles, delighted and full of joy. Yi Chen watched Su Ningwei and the 3 babies being happy, feeling content himself. Happiness and joy are sometimes so simple. Seeing his wife and children happy made him happy. This kind of life, with both work and leisure, was truly comfortable. Yi Chen picked up a spoonful of strawberry cake, fed Su Ningwei, who found it extraordinarily sweet and delicious. Seeing her swallow, he scooped another spoonful and brought it close to her lips. "Chen, you should eat too." Su Ningwei held Yi Chen's hand with the spoon and fed him the cake, but the cream on the cake accidentally smeared on the corner of Yi Chen's lips. Watching her handsome husband, Su Ningwei couldn't resist and ended up leaning in to lick the cream off his lips. Yi Chen was about to grab a tissue to wipe his lip, but Su Ningwei beat him to it, making his face blush slightly. "So delicious," Su Ningwei whispered softly. Yi Chen grabbed Su Ningwei's arm and whispered in her ear, "And Mei is watching, you know?" Su Ningwei, only then realizing they were still outdoors, also blushed and muttered softly, "Yeah, can't waste it. Who made you so handsome? I couldn't resist earlier. Sorry, I'll be careful next time." For the wealthy patrons planning a picnic, you can use this picnic guide as a reference. Li Mei took out a packet of tissues from her bag and was about to hand it to Yi Chen when she was fed dog food, so she hurriedly withdrew her hand and turned away silently. Chen Din and the others naturally turned away as well. Only Su Ming held up his camera to shield his blushing face, earnestly capturing these heartwarming and sweet moments. The 3 babies were only fixated on the bubbles floating around, completely oblivious to the affectionate gestures between Yi Chen and Su Ningwei. Yi Chen helplessly smiled indulgently. Well, his wife was so lovely, of course he would dote on her. Besides, both he and his wife had shared kissing photos before, and there was no one else present here, so Li Mei and the others should be used to receiving dog food by now. Yi Chen picked up a green grape and fed it to Su Ningwei's mouth. Su Ningwei happily ate the grape Yi Chen fed her, then leaned against Yi Chen's shoulder, smiling as she shared some interesting stories. Yi Chen gazed at the beautiful scenery, enjoyed the delicious food, and embraced the beautiful woman, feeling especially at ease. The next day, Yi Chen still woke up early, exercised, and then went to the kitchen. The kitchen servant was already preparing the morning ingredients. Yi Chen had promised to make breakfast for Su Ningwei yesterday, so naturally, he could not go back on his word. "I'll personally handle today's breakfast," Yi Chen said. The kitchen servant bowed and asked, "Mr. Yi, what ingredients would you like us to prepare?" Yi Chen glanced at the table, where there were king crabs, stargarupas, Australian lobsters, abalones, young hens, matsutake mushrooms, etc., and decided to prepare a luxurious version of Sha County snacks for Su Ningwei. Scrape the stargarupas into fish paste, extract the crab meat from the king crabs, and the lobster meat for stuffing, Yi Chen instructed. The servant nodded and immediately followed Yi Chen's instructions to handle the ingredients. Yi Chen then placed the abalone and young hen in a clay pot to simmer. After the ingredients were processed by the servant, Yi Chen added the stargarupa fish paste to the water soaked with scallions and ginger to remove any fishy odor, then mixed with flour and egg to form a dough, which he set aside. The mix of crab meat and pork filling was used to make steamed dumplings, and the lobster meat was used to make fried lobster wontons, which turned out to be deliciously crispy and flavorful. Chen Jichuan smelled the aroma and came to the kitchen, admiring Yi Chen's skills. How could his hands be so skillful? The way each dumpling and wonton was so delicately wrapped was even more professional than at a restaurant. Chen Jichuan once again felt that Su Ningwei didn't make a wrong choice in marrying Yi Chen. After all, with Yi Chen's wealth, the fact that he was willing to personally prepare such exquisite breakfast for Su Ningwei was truly rare. It was indeed true love. As Yi Chen fried the wontons, Su Ningwei, having finished feeding the three babies, followed the scent and arrived in the kitchen, circling Yi Chen from behind and wrapping her arms around his waist. "Morning, Archon, it smells so good. What are you cooking?" Su Ningwei asked, peering over. Yi Chen quickly reached out to cover Su Ningwei's head, gently saying, "I'm frying wontons, be careful of the hot oil splattering out, quickly move behind me." "Oh." Su Ningwei obediently moved to stand behind Yi Chen, still holding onto his waist, asking, "When can we eat? I'm already hungry just from smelling it." "Soon, you'll get to eat in a bit," Yi Chen replied with a smile, lifting the golden fried wontons onto a plate. Su Ningwei teasingly slid her hand down Yi Chen's waist while asking mischievously, "Where will I get to eat it later?" "You mischievous woman, stop messing around. Hand me those, I'm talking about proper food here. Today is the luxury version of Sha County set meal. The noodles need to be freshly made and mixed to taste their best," Yi Chen said helplessly. Su Ningwei playfully teased Yi Chen with her hand, joyfully saying, "Sha County set meal? I love that the most. What's wrong? Didn't I feed you well last night? If you misbehave, I'll have to discipline you. I'll eat you before breakfast." Yi Chen turned his head to give Su Ningwei's forehead a kiss. Su Ningwei then obediently retracted her hand, smiling, "I'm full. I won't misbehave. When I was abroad, I often ate the Sha County set meal. Sha County snacks include for Heavenly King's noodles, flat meat, steamed dumplings, and stewed pot, my favorite. Abroad, a portion of noodles costs €8, and the business is booming. Well, the portion of noodles in today's Sha County set meal costs more than €8. Yi Chen replied with a smile. Su Ningwei puzzledly asked, "Why? What's different?" "Of course, you go wait at the dining table. If you're hungry, you can have some chicken soup and fried flatcakes first. Steamed dumplings and noodles are ready soon. Remember to wash your hands," Yi Chen replied with a smile. Su Ningwei obediently released her hold on Yi Chen, washed her hands, then said with a smile, "No, I don't want to eat first. I want to stay here with you and eat together." "All right." Yi Chen indulgently smiled, but his hands moved noticeably faster. After boiling a pot of water, Yi Chen kneaded the stargarupa fish dough a few more times, then made it into firm noodles, which he placed in the boiling water. In the time it took for the stargarupa fish noodles to cook, the time management expert, Yi Chen, filled the 2 empty bowls with peanut sauce, soy sauce, monosodium glutamate, sesame oil, and chopped scallions. When the stargarupa fish noodles were cooked, Yi Chen scooped them out, Place them in the bowls with the seasonings, mix them, and the delicious stargarupa fish noodles were ready. The steamed dumplings were also ready. The servant brought the fragrant chicken soup to the dining table. Yi Chen also carried the 2 steaming bowls of stargarupa fish noodles and steamed dumplings to the dining table, saying with a smile, "You can start eating. Let's dig in." Su Ningwei smiled and carried the fried wontons towards the dining room. Yi Chen placed 1 bowl of stargarupa fish noodles in front of Su Ningwei, saying with a smile, "Try it and see if it's tastier than €8 noodles. It's really fragrant. The color looks better than €8 noodles." Su Ningwei smiled as she picked up a chewy bite of the stargarupa fish noodles. She tasted full of peanut sauce with every bite. As she took a bite, the noodles were firm and smooth, with the deliciousness of the fish meat without any fishy taste, making it instantly lovable. Su Ningwei couldn't stop eating. Her cheeks were puffed up like a cute little hamster. Yi Chen also tried the stargarupa fish noodles he made, and it was quite good, similar to what he had expected, better than the $3 bowl of noodles, more profound and savory. Su Ningwei finished a bowl of noodles in one go. Su Ningwei's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "This noodle is so delicious. It's the most delicious noodle I've ever eaten. It's worth more than €800. Su Ningwei blinked her eyes, full of anticipation and admiration as she looked at Yi Chen. "Ah Chen, you're so amazing. You even know how to make noodles yourself. These are not ordinary noodles, right? What kind of fish did you use? They're delicious. Do you have more noodles? I want more. I made all these noodles from a whole dong star grouper fish paste, so there's no more left. Don't just eat noodles, also have some chicken soup so you don't choke. And try the steamed dumplings and fried wontons as well." Yi Chen picked Su Ningwei's favorite chicken wings and poured her a bowl of matsutake mushroom chicken soup, saying with a smile. Su Ningwei nodded, took a sip of the chicken soup, exceptionally delicious, with tender and flavorful chicken meat, truly satisfying. Yi Chen picked up a steamed dumpling and placed it in Su Ningwei's small bowl, saying with a smile, "This should be eaten while it's hot." "Mum." Su Ningwei picked up the steamed dumpling, took a bite. The fresh and sweet juice exploded in her mouth, the flavors of pork and crab meat perfectly harmonious, incredibly delicious. Su Ningwei squinted happily and said, "So delicious, I know this one. It's filled with crab meat and pork, too fresh, truly a top-notch version of Shaxian cuisine. So great. Try this fried wonton and guess what filling it has." Yi Chen, seeing Su Ningwei enjoyed eating, happily handed her a fried wonton. Su Ningwei tasted the fried wonton, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, with the unique sweetness of lobster meat. "Is this filled with lobster meat? So fresh, much better than regular wontons," Su Ningwei replied with a smile. Yi Chen gave Su Ningwei a thumbs up, praising, "Impressive, looks like your cooking skills have improved again. Of course, with you as my master, your disciple won't be too bad." Su Ningwei smiled and ate another steamed dumpling, truly delicious. This luxurious Shaxian meal was very satisfying. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei both ate their fill and then went to the yard to find their 3 babies. They took a stroll in the sun to aid digestion. Yi Chen was pushing the baby stroller in the small garden behind the mountain, and his phone vibrated in his pocket. He took out the phone and glanced at it. It was Koan sending over the work schedule. Today, he arranged for "Will you marry me?" Simple love, confession balloon, loving you, and love in progress with a detailed timetable. Yi Chen looked it over and forwarded the time schedule of the Chen Xinyu Wei album to Su Ningwei. "And yeah, I forwarded you the timetable for the Chen Xinyu Wei album. Take a look," Yi Chen said to Su Ningwei. Su Ningwei quickly checked her phone and said with a smile, "And yeah also sent it to me. Let me see. We can start recording tomorrow morning. That's great. Let's go to the company together." "Sure," Yi Chen nodded with a smile. That night, Su Ningwei was so excited that she couldn't sleep. After all, it was her first official recording after getting pregnant again, recording with Yi Chen and singing songs he had written. Naturally, she was very excited. Yi Chen held Su Ningwei in his arms and gently massaged her acupoints, calming her down as she peacefully entered dreamland. The next morning, Su Ningwei got up early, busy with grooming and dressing up. Yi Chen asked with a smile, "You're up so early, don't you want to exercise with me?" "Not today. I want to dress up beautifully so everyone knows you've taken good care of me," Su Ningwei replied with a smile. Yi Chen sat beside Su Ningwei, helping her comb her hair, and said, "Then I'll accompany you. What hairstyle do you want today? You're already beautiful without any makeup. Look at this skin, smoother and shinier than an 18-year-old girl's. Today I want a gentle and casual look. You can pick any hairstyle. It's all thanks to you taking good care of me. Every day with you, I feel happy and content," Su Ningwei said while applying moisturizer. With her rosy complexion, firm and elastic skin, and sparkling eyes, it was evident that she was doing well and feeling comfortable. After Su Ningwei finished dressing up and feeding the 3 babies, she and Yi Chen drove to Starlight Media Company to record songs. Yi Chen parked directly in the company's largest and most spacious parking lot, being the biggest shareholder and boss of Starlight Media. No one dared to question his actions. Fu Yi had already completed the contract termination procedures and set up his own studio, preparing for his latest album. However, Yi Chen planned to release several albums in the second half of the year, which would surely put pressure on Fu Yi. Cohen was already waiting at the company, eager to work. After Su Ningwei had been in seclusion for so long, she was finally returning to business. The combination of the 2 treasure singer with outstanding voices, together with top-notch recording equipment, promised an auditory feast. Zhao Xiu, Lin Yinyan, and Su Mangmang were aware that Su Ningwei and Yi Chen would be recording their first duet album and had specially requested to stay at the company to listen to the recording session. Even Din Fan, who rarely visited the company, came early upon hearing the news and eagerly waited to listen to Su Ningwei and Yi Chen recording. Lu Yin, knowing they would be recording songs for Yi Chen and Su Ningwei in the following days, canceled his other work to personally oversee the recording session. The company's other employees were also very excited. As Yi Chen and Su Ningwei entered the company lobby, there were banners, balloons, and flowers decorating the area, creating a festive atmosphere. All the company employees gathered in the lobby, cheering and applauding as they welcomed Su Ningwei back to work. Zhao Xiu presented Su Ningwei with a bouquet of flowers, congratulating her. "Wei Wei, yeah, congratulations on your return, recording a new album with your husband. Hope your recording session goes smoothly. We've been waiting for the 2 of you to collaborate. With Yi Chen's composition and your vocals, it's a perfect match. Blue Stars fans are in for a treat. Wish you both great success with the new album." Page One also gave Yi Chen a bouquet of flowers and good wishes. Lin Yinyan, Su Mangmang, and others joined in with their blessings, looking at Yi Chen and Su Ningwei with envy and blessings. "Thank you." Su Ningwei and Yi Chen received the bouquet and smiled in unison. Su Ningwei was very happy to receive blessings and this warm welcome. She had been worried that people might have opinions about her decision to temporarily retire for her 3 babies, but it turned out everyone was still very enthusiastic. Seeing Su Ningwei happy, Yi Chen was also pleased with the ceremony welcoming Su Ningwei's return to work. After Kan also offered some blessings, he took Yi Chen and Su Ningwei to the recording studio. Inside the studio, Lu Yin had already set up the equipment and was waiting. Kan smiled and said, "These days will be dedicated to just the 2 of you. No other singers scheduled for recordings. Feel free to use the studio. Lu Yin has specially cleared his schedule for you to take your time and record until you are satisfied." "All right." Yi Chen nodded in agreement. Su Ningwei whispered to Yi Chen with a smile, "Yi Chen, thanks to you, Lu Yin is usually not this accommodating, and the studio is not usually available for anyone to use. It's mainly because of our collaboration that we have this treatment," Yi Chen whispered back with a smile. After Yi Chen and Su Ningwei warmed up their voices, they entered the recording studio. Everything was ready. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei put on their headphones, sat on high stools, and adjusted the microphone height. The music stand held the full lyrics for the songs. The first song to record, of course, was Chen Din Yue Wei. As the accompaniment played through their headphones, Yi Chen took Su Ningwei's hand. She spread her fingers, interlocking them with Yi Chen's, and they gazed deeply into each other's eyes. Love overflowed even before a note was sung. The emotions naturally fell into place. Yi Chen sang the first verse with deep emotion, his voice as pure and clear as always, but with an extra tender and loving tone that immersed listeners. When Su Ningwei started singing, her voice was ethereal, pure, and touching, radiating sweetness and love. Beyond just technical proficiency, the emotions in her singing were genuine, making her voice even more moving and superior to before. In the control room outside the studio, Page One, Zhao Xiu, Lin Yinyan, Su Mangmang, and Din Fan listened through their headphones with faces of enchantment. Only those who studied singing could truly appreciate how talented and skilled Yi Chen and Su Ningwei were. Zhao Xiu, Lin Yinyan, Su Mengmeng, and Din Fan's admiration for Yi Chen and Su Ningwei grew even stronger. Inside the studio, Lu Yin listened to the song through his headphones with a calm expression, but internally, he was amazed. Oh my god! Who are Yi Chen and Su Ningwei? These two singers are too amazing, too perfectly matched, singing as if made for each other, incredibly pleasing to hear. They are flawless in every aspect, from pitch and technique to emotion, reaching the pinnacle of perfection. Lu Yin was completely captivated by Yi Chen and Su Ningwei's singing, not snapping out of the spell until the final note faded. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei, seeing Lu Yin's lack of reaction, thought they hadn't done well. But it felt good just now. It shouldn't be a problem. Yi Chen was puzzled. Su Ningwei, confident in Yi Chen, thought it was her who hadn't recorded well due to lack of practice, so she asked, "Professor Lu, did something go wrong with my recording?" Hearing Su Ningwei's question, Lu Yin finally snapped out of his trance. "No problem. You both sang exceptionally well, perfectly in fact. I was just too mesmerized. It's been a long time since I heard such a beautifully sung duet. Take a break. You can prepare for the next song," Lu Yin quickly assured them. Su Ningwei then took off her headphones, smiled happily, and said, "Ah Chen, that was great. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly in one take. Of course, you sing so well." Yi Chen also took off his headphones with a loving smile. It's only natural to get it in one take. After all, Su Ningwei had been diligently practicing for this album, putting more effort into it than any previous record. With her talent and dedication, it was no surprise they nailed it in one go. After a short rest, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei started recording the second song. The next songs, Because of Love, For the Rest of My Life, For Seasons for You, Under the Flying Clouds, Can't Help But Love, Love Frequency, Intimate Lover, A Bit Sweet, and Love That Never Loses Contact were also recorded smoothly. Originally scheduled to take 2-3 days, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei efficiently finished in half a day. This level of productivity not only saved costs, but also maintained high quality, truly exceptional. The publicity team captured behind-the-scenes footage of the recording, ready to promote it on official websites and Yi Chen and Su Ningwei's social media to generate hype for the new album. The debut album featuring Yi Chen and Su Ningwei's collaboration was poised to become the top seller of the year. After recording, as Yi Chen and Su Ningwei exited the studio, Zhao Xiu, Lin Yinyan, Su Mengmeng, and Din Fan gathered around them. "Sister Wei Wei, brother-in-law, you two are so amazing. You sing so well. I feel like even after 5 years of practice, I can't reach your level." Zhao Xiu expressed her admiration. Phi Omega Phi asterisk. Lin Yinyan also gave Yi Chen and Su Ningwei a thumbs up, praising, "You're really awesome. It's like you were born to sing. Please keep singing together until you're old." "Exactly. Your singing makes me want to fall in love. When your album is released, it will definitely top the charts. It's just so pleasing to listen to." Su Mengmeng looked at Yi Chen and Su Ningwei with eyes full of admiration and affection. Din Fan also envied and said, "I want to learn from you both. I want the efficiency and talent you have so that recording a song isn't as painful. You two are so incredible, and your recording efficiency is off the charts. Shouldn't we move the MV shooting schedule up a bit?" Kan also teased Yi Chen and Su Ningwei with a smile. "Sure thing," Su Ningwei replied with a smile, looking forward to the quick release of the new album. Naturally, Yi Chen nodded with a smile and said, "I have no problem with that. Everyone has worked hard today. To celebrate the successful recording of our first album, I'll treat everyone to a seafood feast at lunch." Zhao Xiu, Lin Yinyan, Su Mengmeng, Din Fan smiled and exclaimed, "Brother-in-law is generous. Brother Chen is generous. It looks like I came at the right time today," Din Fan said with a smile. Kan jokingly asked, "How much should be budgeted?" "Don't worry about the budget. Just order the best and most expensive dishes," Yi Chen said, checking the time as lunch approached. Yi Chen said to Kan, Wei Wei, and I will go home first, and we will meet at the restaurant for lunch later." Yi Chen was worried that Su Ningwei might feel uncomfortable if her breasts were engorged, so he planned to go home first and let their 3 lovely children eat first. Besides, the drive back home would only take about 10 minutes, so it wouldn't delay their lunch plans. "Okay, Yi, I will take care of it, Ken replied with a smile. Yi Chen then took Su Ningwei's hand and left Starlight Media Company, driving back home. Inside the car, Yi Chen looked at Su Ningwei's proud and perky chest and asked with concern, "You haven't breastfed this morning, so your breasts must be engorged, right? Does it hurt?" "Yes, a little. They feel hard. Let's go home soon so I can tell Aunt Mei and the others." Su Ningwei nodded and replied. Yi Chen nodded and stepped on the gas pedal. This car was fast, accelerating quickly and smoothly, aside from being a bit fuel-consuming. But for Yi Chen, this wasn't a problem. At that moment, the sweet and cute voice of the system rang in Yi Chen's mind. "Ding! Dear host, congratulations on completing the hidden mission of recording a duet album with Su Ningwei, taking another step towards a perfect life. Ding! Congratulations on receiving an anti-allergy pill capable of curing hereditary allergies, seasonal allergies, food allergies, drug allergies, pollen, dust mites, mold, and pet allergies without any side effects. It also promotes beauty and anti-aging with permanent effects that can be shared with others. The pill has been issued to the system space. Please check it. Ding! Your arrangement skills have been fully upgraded, making you a true songwriter and a talented singer. Ding! The Earthstar chapter sitcom Martial Arts Chronicles, along with the script, has been unlocked. Ding! The lyrics and scores of Thinking About You by Earthstar Zhang Ye, Elegant and Popular by Earthstar Su Song, and Starry Mood by Earthstar Jaishu have been unlocked. The system was indeed efficient. Wasn't the anti-allergy pill customized for Su Ningwei? Allergies could be life-threatening, but with this pill, Su Ningwei wouldn't have to suffer from allergies anymore, and she could truly enjoy various foods around the world. Not to mention the upgraded arranging skills, enabling Yi Chen to write his own songs. Even after exhausting all the good songs from Earthstar, he wouldn't run out of talent. As for Martial Arts Chronicles, it was a definite classic that had created a viewership legend and become a pinnacle sitcom in China. The characters in the story, such as the innkeeper Tong Xiangyu and her companions, provided countless comedic scenes that were both hilarious and heartwarming. Even if you hadn't seen the show, you'd surely heard of the overwhelming the mountains and the graceful sunflower acupoint poking hand. Each character had their unique personality and charm, making it a successful production. Yi Chen was planning to film Martial Arts Chronicles as the first production under Chenhua Film Studios, bringing joy to the Landstar people and allowing them to experience the joy of Earthstar. As for the songs by Zhang Ye, Su Song, and Jaishu, they were incredibly enjoyable. Yi Chen decided to have Ken arrange the accompaniment when they got back. Driving the car, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. The future looked promising, and life was simply wonderful. Su Ningwei, sitting in the passenger seat, noticed Yi Chen's sudden smile and asked, "What are you smiling about, Chen?" "Oh, I just couldn't help but smile thinking about our wonderful future life," Yi Chen replied with a smile. Su Ningwei responded, "I feel like our present life is already beautiful. Being with someone you love and doing what you want to do. It will be even better in the future." Yi Chen smiled and reached out to touch Su Ningwei's thigh through her casual skirt. It felt just right, plump and smooth, and he liked it. If Su Ningwei wore a short skirt in the summer, it would probably feel even better with a firmer touch. Su Ningwei was particularly sensitive to Yi Chen's touch and couldn't resist it. Even though Yi Chen touched her through her skirt, Su Ningwei's face blushed instantly. "Don't touch me now. You can touch me later tonight, after we reach home," Su Ningwei said shyly. Yi Chen laughed and withdrew his hand. He liked Su Ningwei's sensitive and shy yet playful side. Soon, Yi Chen drove the car into the courtyard of their villa. As soon as they got out of the car, Su Ningwei hurried upstairs to feed their 3 babies. After locking the car door, Yi Chen followed Su Ningwei upstairs. Aunt Mei and the others had been playing with the 3 babies all morning. Now, the babies were tired and hungry, drinking their milk earnestly and falling asleep quickly. After leaving the baby room, Yi Chen retrieved the anti-allergy pill with his mind. Since they were going out for dinner, it was better to give Su Ningwei the pill beforehand for better effectiveness. The anti-allergy pill was the size of a pinky fingernail, strawberry-flavored. It was hard to believe it wasn't specifically tailored for Su Ningwei. Holding the pill in his hand, Yi Chen returned to the master bedroom. Su Ningwei had changed into a beautiful long dress, and her hair was up, giving her a more elegant and feminine look. "I'm ready too. Let's go," Su Ningwei said, seeing Yi Chen. She walked up to him and took his arm. Yi Chen opened his palm, and the pink anti-allergy pill exuded a strong strawberry fragrance. "Let's take this before we leave," Yi Chen said with a smile. Su Ningwei picked up the pink pill, popped it into her mouth, and found it chewy with a sweet strawberry flavor. "What's this? Is it strawberry-flavored candy? What brand is it? It's delicious. Do you have more?" Su Ningwei asked, enjoying the strawberry sweetness in her mouth. Yi Chen pinched Su Ningwei's slightly chubby cheek with his right hand and said with a smile, "You're asking after eating it. Isn't it a bit late? Aren't you afraid that I gave you a love potion?" "No, I'm not afraid. I've already been enchanted by you long ago. I've pinned my hopes on you for this life. Now, hand over all your love potions," Su Ningwei said with a smile, reaching out to touch Yi Chen's chest and abdomen, teasing him. Yi Chen grabbed Su Ningwei's mischievous little hand and said helplessly, "It's all gone. The one just now was a medicine, a special pill to treat your allergies. Once it's taken, it's gone. Husband, Tilda, you're amazing. You can even cure my hereditary allergies. I no longer have to worry about allergies in the future. I'm so happy. And you're so good to me. The pills you made for me are my favorite strawberry flavor. I love you. Mwah Tilda. Su Ningwei tiptoed, closed her eyes, pouted her pink and tender lips, and gave a kiss with the scent of strawberries. "If I don't treat you well, who will?" Yi Chen smiled and let go of Su Ningwei's hand, instead cupping her face with both hands, gently kissing Su Ningwei's strawberry-scented lips. It was indeed sweet and fragrant, not bad. The kiss ended. Su Ningwei's face blushed, naturally beautiful with rosy cheeks. "Then I'll try eating some sesame sauce to see if I'll still have an allergic reaction. I haven't had sesame tang-yuan, sesame paste, sesame cakes. They must be delicious, right?" Su Ningwei still hooked Yi Chen's neck, licking her lips, and said, "They are indeed very delicious, but we don't have any sesame products at home right now, and we're about to go for a big meal. I'll have Uncle Jichuan buy some later. We can eat them when we come back in the evening," Yi Chen said with a smile. Su Ningwei nodded, linking arms with Yi Chen, and said with a smile, "Okay, let's go. Tonight I want to have a good meal and satisfy my cravings after all these years." Yi Chen and Su Ningwei went downstairs together. As they descended the stairs, they encountered Chen Jichuan. Yi Chen instructed, "Uncle Jichuan, please buy some sesame tang-yuan, sesame paste, and sesame cakes for us in the afternoon, as snacks for us tonight." Chen Jichuan, upon hearing this, thought that Yi Chen had forgotten about Su Ningwei's sesame allergy. This was a serious matter. Su Ningwei couldn't consume any sesame products. Even a slight reaction could cause her to break out in a severe rash or have difficulty breathing, which could be life-threatening. Chen Jichuan hurriedly blinked at Yi Chen, wanting to remind him. Su Ningwei noticed as well and smiled, saying to Chen Jichuan, "Uncle Jichuan, don't blink so much. Aren't you afraid of straining your eyes? Yi Chen gave me a pill specially made to treat my allergies. I can eat sesame now, so you can rest assured and go buy them." "Oh, I see. I'll go buy them later." Chen Jichuan nodded in response. Though Chen Jichuan nodded on the surface and wanted to believe in Yi Chen's medical skills, he still had doubts in his heart. After all, Su Ningwei's allergy was hereditary, and even top doctors abroad couldn't completely cure it. Yi Chen wasn't a professional doctor. How could a single pill cure it? Chen Jichuan naturally didn't dare to take it lightly and decided to bring allergy medication that evening, watching over Su Ningwei and Yi Chen. If he noticed anything amiss with Su Ningwei, he would prevent her from eating sesame products and then administer the medication. Su Ming drove Yi Chen and Su Ningwei to the parking lot of the most upscale seafood restaurant in the Magic City. Just as Yi Chen and Su Ningwei were about to get out of the car, a familiar shiny silver sports car parked in the adjacent spot. Yi Chen last saw Zifeng driving that car, but Zifeng could no longer drive. At this moment, Fuyi stepped out of the shiny silver sports car and immediately went to the other side, respectfully opening the door of the driver's seat. Inside the driver's seat, a slim leg emerged, wearing round-toed high-end leather shoes, clearly expensive, followed by a delicate and handsome face. Yi Chen glanced and saw that it was Jinku. It seemed that Fuyi had spared no expense to find Jinku for his first new album after leaving the company. Jinku's songs were indeed good, but compared to the classic songs of Earthstar, they still lacked something. Yi Chen averted his gaze, put on a mask, got out of the car, and reached out to Su Ningwei. Su Ningwei also put on a mask, held Yi Chen's hand, and got out of the car as well. At this moment, Jinku also saw Yi Chen and Su Ningwei, immediately abandoning Fu Yi, who looked like a lackey, and ran excitedly towards Yi Chen and Su Ningwei. Fu Yi, seeing Jinku running towards Yi Chen and Su Ningwei, couldn't help but show a bit of an unpleasant expression. Quickly adjusting his expression at the car window, he turned and walked towards Yi Chen and them. "Teacher Yi, Teacher Su, it's really you. What a coincidence. Are you here to eat too?" Jinku said with a fan-like expression. Jinku was completely impressed by Yi Chen's talent, and now he had become a fan of Yi Chen. Just by looking at Yi Chen's background, Jinku could recognize him. "Yes, we're having a dinner gathering with colleagues from the company," Yi Chen politely replied to Jinku and introduced to Su Ningwei. "Wei Wei, this is the composer Jinku, who was our neighbor in Tangchen Plaza. Well, the top composer in the Magic City, Jinku. I've seen him before. The company previously hired Jinku to write songs for us," Su Ningwei replied with a smile. Jinku humbly and admiringly said, "I dare not. Now in all of Magic City, no, in all of Blue Star, the most outstanding super top composer should be Teacher Yi Chen. I super love the songs written by Teacher Yi. Teacher Yi and Teacher Su, next time would I have the honor to treat you to a meal and learn from you?" "Of course." Su Ningwei smiled and replied. Yi Chen also smiled and said, "Why wait, let's eat together today then. You probably already know and the others." "Can we really?" Jinku's eyes shone brightly, completely disregarding the fact that he had been invited out by Fu Yi today. He reluctantly said, "Teacher Yi, Teacher Su, I'll treat you next time. I'll treat you as a way to learn from you. I would be honored and happy if you would accept." "It's okay, let's arrange another time. Let's have our meals separately today," Su Ningwei replied with a smile. Jinku nodded repeatedly. Yi Chen was very satisfied with Fu Yi's address to Mrs. Yi, so he took Su Ningwei's hand and walked towards the direction of the elevator. Jinku wanted to stay with Yi Chen a little longer to bask in his talent, so he hurried to catch up. Even if Fu Yi did not want to take the same elevator as Yi Chen and Su Ningwei, he had no choice but to follow. Inside the elevator, there was no one else. Jinku quickly took out a few songs he had just written and asked Yi Chen to take a look. "Teacher Yi, these are a few songs I just wrote. Could you help me take a look?" "Yes, of course." Yi Chen found Jinku quite likable, so he took the notebook and made a few changes. After Jinku saw the changes Yi Chen made, he exuded admiration and said enthusiastically, "Amazing. How come I didn't think of handling it this way before? Teacher Yi, you're really talented." "Thank you, Teacher Yi." "You're welcome. Your original songs were quite good to begin with," Yi Chen replied with a smile. "Let me see." Su Ningwei also took a look and then said with a smile, "Yes, these songs are indeed quite good. They feel even more suitable after the changes." Yes, after the changes, I feel the whole song has been elevated." Jinku nodded repeatedly, feeling that he had learned something today. Fu Yi wanted to sneak a peek but managed to restrain himself. He couldn't help but think, elevated. Is Yi Chen really that amazing? He decided to ask Jinku later for those songs that Yi Chen had worked on, offering any amount, as he must get his hands on them. Ding! The elevator soon reached the top floor. "Thank you for your guidance today, Teacher Yi. Please go ahead." Jinku bowed deeply to Yi Chen, allowing Yi Chen and Su Ningwei to exit the elevator. Naturally, Yi Chen accepted Jinku's bow and, holding Su Ningwei's hand, nodded at Jinku before leading the way out of the elevator. Fu Yi, responsible for holding the elevator door open, waited for Yi Chen and Su Ningwei to exit before respectfully inviting Jinku out of the elevator. A good song is crucial for singers who can't write songs themselves. When Yi Chen and Su Ningwei entered the private room, everyone else had also arrived. Ken had reserved a spacious private room with a good ambience, and with Yi Chen's sufficient budget, the dishes ordered were of high quality. Various exquisite seafood dishes filled the table. Yi Chen knew everyone had worked hard in the morning and must be hungry, so he said a few words to lift everyone's spirits. "You've all worked hard. After our first album, with a collaboration from Wei Wei and me is released, if it sells over 100,000 copies online or offline, I will give everyone in the group a 10,000 yuan red envelope bonus. If it sells over 200,000 copies, then a 20,000 yuan red envelope bonus will be given, and so on." Yi Chen picked up the microphone and said with a smile. With Yi Chen and Su Ningwei working together, they would easily sell over 1 million copies. It was like receiving a year-end bonus in advance. To have a generous and capable boss like Yi Chen was definitely a joy. The employees present clapped and cheered with excitement. "Thank you, Boss Yi, General Yi, and Mrs. Yi have shown their strength. The new album will definitely sell well. We're all waiting to grab the big red envelope. Boss Yi and Mrs. Yi are so generous. Boss Yi and Mrs. Yi are bold and generous." The room fell silent as Yi Chen gestured for them to calm down. "Let's all make money together and work hard together. Since you're hungry, let's eat now and continue to work hard in the afternoon." Yi Chen raised his glass with a smile. Everyone followed suit, raising their glasses and starting the feast. Laughter filled the room. After a fulfilling seafood meal, Lu Yin deliberately set aside time to start recording the songs, not wanting to waste any time. After Yi Chen and Su Ningwei returned home to rest for a while, they drove back to Starlight Media to record the confidential tracks, such as Will You Marry Me Today, Simple Love, Love Confession Balloon, Just Love You, and Love. Ken saw Yi Chen arrive at the company on time and handed him a glass of water, expressing concern. "Boss Yi, you just finished recording so many songs in the morning, and now you'll be recording so many more in the afternoon. Is your voice okay? Do you need a rest? Or maybe we should continue tomorrow?" "I'm fine. The sooner we finish, the more time Su Ningwei and the others will have for recording. Let's record 1,001 wishes and sand in a bottle for now. Mr. Lu can arrange the rest of the work. Wei Wei will need to record as wished and fortune-telling tomorrow morning, and my songs Nocturne, Orchid Pavilion Preface, Blue and White Porcelain, and In the Name of Father can be arranged for tomorrow afternoon. As for I Do, let's assign it to Din Fan to sing." Yi Chen replied after taking a sip of water. Lu Yin was quite worthy of his trust. This could be accomplished in 2 days, so there was no need to spend money for 3 days. "Okay, I'll arrange it right away. If you feel uncomfortable with such high-intensity recording work, don't push yourself," Qian said worriedly. Yi Chen smiled as he walked into the recording studio and replied, "It's all good. I know what to do. Just trust my arrangement." A singer's most valuable asset is undoubtedly their voice, so Starlight Media has always purchased sky-high insurance for the vocal cords of its singers. Yi Chen's premium is naturally the highest among all the company's singers, reaching a staggering 88 million, much more than Su Ningwei's. Despite the high insurance coverage, Qian didn't want any problems with Yi Chen's voice. Qian nodded and said, "Okay, I'll arrange the recordings for the MVS of Benkao Gangmu. You are my eyes, the light chaser. I am a little bird, mother in the candlelight, you at the same table, and 10 years in advance, shall we?" "Sure, let's schedule it for the day after tomorrow. Let's finish the work early, or else when the weather gets hotter, Wei Wei and I will have to prepare for our wedding photo shoot and wedding preparations," Yi Chen replied. Qian said, "Understood, you focus on recording songs, I'll go arrange everything." Yi Chen nodded, entered the recording studio, and the recording session quickly began. Yi Chen's talent was already established, so there was no need to keep a low profile. Recording the songs one after another, Will You Marry Me Today, Simple Love, Love Confession Balloon, Just Love You, Being in Love, went smoothly. Lu Yin felt the experience was great, and the ears were truly pampered. There wouldn't be much effort needed in post-production either. Whenever Yi Chen needed to record songs in the future, he would be the top priority. Even if there was no time, they would make time and rearrange their schedules. Yi Chen finished the recording smoothly and then drove back home. On the way home, he saw a store selling snacks. Yi Chen parked the car, went in, and picked several sesame-based snacks, crispy sesame strips, peanut sesame candy, sesame nougat, sesame pancakes. Fearing that Su Ningwei might get heated from eating too much, Yi Chen also grabbed some herbs from the nearby Chinese medicine shop for making a cooling tea, which he brought home. Back at home, Su Ningwei was sitting on the swinging chair in the yard, reading the MV script while watching Chen Jichuan with their 3 babies feeding the goats in the yard. The goats delicately took a leaf from the baby's hand, eating it with relish, looking chubby and glossy. When Yi Chen returned, the 3 babies dropped the leaves in their hands and reached out to him, calling out, "Daddy, hugs tilde tilde." Su Ningwei heard Yi Chen's return and quickly put down the script, smiling and asking, "Aiken, where did you go?" "I went to buy sesame snacks for you." Yi Chen smiled and handed Su Ningwei the snacks. Yi Chen washed his hands, bent down to give each of the 3 babies a hug, and said, "Aiken, do you carry the medicine for allergies with you all the time?" "Yes, but just to be safe, try a little before eating too much. I'll go upstairs and grab some anti-allergic medicine just in case," Yi Chen replied. Although Yi Chen had confidence in the system's products, when it came to Su Ningwei's health, it was better to be cautious. Just as Chen Jichuan was about to stand up, he took out a box of allergy medication from his pocket, saying, "No need, I always carry it with me." "Then I can eat now." Su Ningwei took a bite of the golden sesame pancake, which had a crispy crust, soft interior, and a rich sesame flavor. Su Ningwei chewed carefully, swallowed, and looked satisfied. Chen Jichuan, still holding the medicine box, nervously asked, "How do you feel? Do you feel itchy or anything?" "No, I feel good and want to take another bite." Su Ningwei looked at the sesame pancake in her hand with a face of wanting more. "Let me see." Yi Chen took Su Ningwei's hand, checked her pulse to confirm her good health, and finally relaxed. Su Ningwei blinked her big eyes, asking, "Can I eat more?" "You can eat, but don't eat too much. Take it slow and be careful not to get too heated." Yi Chen smiled and replied, "You're really good at medical skills, Mr. Yi. Have amazingly cured the allergies that have been troubling Miss Wei Wei for so many years." "Amazing!" Chen Jichuan praised. "Aiken must be amazing, Uncle Jichuan. Why don't you have some too? It's so delicious." Su Ningwei nodded happily and continued eating. Yi Chen and Chen Jichuan joined Su Ningwei in eating some snacks. The three babies saw the adults enjoying the snacks and were drooling. They were the kind of crystal clear, long-drawn drool that was truly cute and adorable. Unfortunately, the three babies were still too young to eat. Yi Chen quickly wiped the drool from the babies' mouths, and the little one even took the opportunity to lick Yi Chen's fingertips. The eldest baby said, "Smells so good. I want to try it to tilde must be very delicious." The second baby said, "Mom and Dad are enjoying it so much. I want to try it too." The youngest baby said, "I licked Daddy's finger. It really smells good and tastes delicious." Yi Chen helplessly said, "Don't drool. It's not that Daddy won't let you eat. You're just too young now. When you grow up, Daddy will buy it for you." The three babies are drooling. "I'll take them to the playground for a while," Li Mei said. Yi Chen nodded. Li Mei and the other nanny took the three babies to the amusement park to play. The three little ones, once they saw something fun, forgot about the delicious snacks and became happy again. Su Ningwei saw the three babies walk away and happily picked up a crispy sesame stick to munch on. Crunchy and fragrant, it was so delicious that she couldn't stop. Yi Chen told Su Ningwei, "Tomorrow morning you have to record wish, 1001 wishes, fortune-telling, and bottle of sand. Just try these snacks that cause heat. Don't eat too many." "Okay, then I won't eat for now. I have to sing the songs you wrote with my best voice." "Do you have plans for your song tomorrow?" Su Ningwei quickly put down the crispy sesame stick in her hand. "My songs are scheduled to be recorded in the afternoon. You guys can go first in the morning, and we can take our time recording together at the company," Yi Chen said as he handed Su Ningwei a cup of honey-infused cooling tea. "With this tea, you can eat a little, but don't eat it all." "Okay." Su Ningwei took the tea and took a sip. The tea had a faint herbal scent, mixed with the sweetness of honey and a hint of bitterness, making it quite tasty. Su Ningwei complimented, "This tastes great, much better than those bottled teas out there. Of course, this is my exclusive recipe, cooling the heat and moistening the throat," Yi Chen chuckled. Su Ningwei and Yi Chen sat together on rocking chairs, eating sesame snacks and drinking the cooling tea, enjoying another ordinary yet happy day. The next morning, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei woke up early as usual. After feeding the three babies, they had breakfast. Yi Chen drove Su Ningwei to Starlight Media Company on time. When they arrived at the recording studio of the company, Zhao Xiu, Lin Yinyan, and Su Mongmong surrounded Yi Chen and Su Ningwei. Zhao Xiu excitedly said, "Wei Wei, brother-in-law, have you seen today's entertainment headlines?" "Not yet. I got up this morning to take care of the babies and came straight to the company." "What's going on?" Su Ningwei asked with a puzzled look. Zhao Xiu quickly raised her phone to Su Ningwei and said admiringly, "Look, the company just released a behind-the-scenes video of you and brother-in-law recording the album yesterday. It's already on the trending headlines, with over 10 million likes and several million comments, all looking forward to your album's release. Wow, your fans are so enthusiastic. Your new album is definitely going to be a huge hit. When it's released, remember to save me a few copies. My family are all your fans. They've been talking about you to non-stop, Lin Yinyan said eagerly. Su Mong chimed in, I want some too. Brother-in-law is so talented, his songs are so good, and Wei Wei and brother-in-law both have amazing voices. You're definitely going to top this year's album sales, maybe even break records. I hope our new songs can also get some of your spotlight and sell well. Save me a few copies of your new album too, Zhao Xiu added quickly. Su Ningwei smiled and said, okay, got it, I'll save some for you guys. Let's go to the recording studio to prepare. With that, Zhao Xiu, Lin Yinyan, and Su Mong escorted Su Ningwei with laughter and headed towards the recording studio. Yi Chen and Kan walked into the control room. Lu Yin and the other staff greeted Yi Chen as he entered. Yi Chen smiled and said, you guys focus on your work, I'll just observe. Sure thing. Manager Yi, here's your monitor headset, Lu Yin said, handing Yi Chen a monitoring headset. The other staff quickly brought Yi Chen a comfortable chair and a cup of hot tea. Yi Chen accepted the headset and tea, thanked them, and sat down. Inside the recording studio, the first song they recorded was the quartet singing Message in a Bottle. Su Ningwei and Zhao Xiu, Lin Yinyan, and Su Mong were busy with the preparations. Lu Yin and the rest of the crew were busy with calibration. Yi Chen put on his monitor headphones. No song recording began, so he opened his phone to check today's entertainment headlines and the fan comments. As soon as he opened the app, he saw the entertainment headline. Chen Wei couple finally collaborated on their first album, Chen Din Yue Wei. Come and see the super sweet behind the scenes. Yi Chen smiled and clicked on the video. The company's publicity team did a great job, with well-taken photos capturing several sweet moments between Yi Chen and Su Ningwei, full of love and sweetness. The video was professionally edited, making viewers more excited to hear the full version of Chen Din Yue Wei. Yi Chen was satisfied and opened the comments section to see what the fans were saying. Wow! The Chen Wei couple is so sweet, their chemistry is so strong. Su Ningwei is getting even more beautiful, seeing their married life look so blissful. I wish I could have such a sweet marriage too. Hey there, are you sure you don't mean happy instead of blissful? Haha. It's all the same. Happiness leads to bliss, right? Su Ningwei is beautiful, her singing is sweet. After getting married and having children, her singing is as lovely as ever, with even more charm. I love it. The Chen Wei couple's voices are just amazing, so beautiful it's making me cry. Talented. By the way, are there any new songs in the Chen Wei couple's new album that weren't performed in the live stream before? Yes, there are. I heard a few. I don't know how many new songs we haven't heard yet. I can't wait to hear them. Asterisk Omega. Wow tilde Yi Chen is amazing. He's truly the #1 songwriter. From now on, whenever we go to sing, we won't have to worry about not having good duet songs. Wow, Starlight Media's strength is impressive. The recording equipment looks top-notch, so professional. The new album is sure to be amazing. I've already preloaded my account. I'll buy it as soon as it's released. Oh my, the hype for the behind the scenes is already so high. I can already imagine the craze when Chen Din Yue Wei is released. I'm afraid I won't be able to get my hands on it. I preloaded too. Looking forward to Chen Wei couple's new album launch. Hoping they'll do a pre-release broadcast. I can't wait to hear their new songs. Count me in. Fully agreed. There are too many comments. I can't finish reading them all. In Yi Chen's monitoring headphones, Lu Yin's voice came in. Okay, get ready. Message in a Bottle official recording. The first time. 3, 2, 1, 27 seconds introduction. Take it slow, don't rush. Lu Yin's voice sounded gentle. The accompaniment melody starts playing. Yi Chen put away his phone and sat up straight, listening attentively to Su Ningwei and the others singing together. Lu Yin reminded once again, 5 seconds before singing. 4, 3, 2, 1. Zhao Xiu's sweet and playful voice rang through the headphones, singing the first line of lyrics, Phoenix flowers bloom on the treetops. Do you know the price of growing up? The wind and rain are beating. I can't rest assured. How can last year's tender shoots be carefree? Lin Yinyan's clear and clean voice sang the second line. Zhao Xiu and Lin Yinyan's voices are already very outstanding among singers, with a unique style, good sense of pitch, and flawless technique. Following them, Su Ningwei's pleasant, ethereal, and pure voice sang the third line. Dear friend, the years we spent together make my memories carefree. Su Ningwei's voice is captivating from the moment she starts singing. Her tone is greater than her singing ability, very distinctive. Su Ningwei truly has a voice that even top singers would struggle to match. Only when singing together with Yi Chen do they complement each other perfectly, feeling completely in harmony. Hearing Su Ningwei singing, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile, looking at Su Ningwei with eyes full of love, proud that she is his wife. When it was Su Manman's turn to sing, she was clearly struck by Su Ningwei's voice, hesitating a bit and entering the song a bit slow. Lu Yin spoke up, Teacher Su, your entrance was too slow. Let's all get ready again. Adjust your state. Let's do it again later. I'm sorry. Vivi sang so well that I couldn't catch up for a moment. Su Mangmang apologized with a guilty expression. Su Ningwei comforted her with a smile. It's okay. We have plenty of time. Let's take it slow. Maybe it's because it's been a while since I sang together with you all. Mangmang hasn't gotten used to it yet. It's okay, Mangmang. I understand. Vivi seems even stronger than before. So amazing. Sings so beautifully. If I were to sing the fourth line, I probably wouldn't catch up either. Zhao Xiu expressed her admiration. Lin Yinyan also nodded, saying, Yes, I feel Vivi's voice can only be matched by brother-in-law. We couldn't keep up at all. Felt like dragging Sister Vivi's back. In the past, we delayed Vivi's solo debut. Yes, it was all thanks to Vivi that we were able to become popular with our first album, win many awards, and become the hottest group in China at that time. Su Mangmang chimed in. Are you blaming me for that? We are good sisters, earn money together. At that time, none of you blamed me when I said I wanted to quit. Even if I release a solo single in the future, it won't affect me singing with you. Su Ningwei replied with a smile. After Su Ningwei and the others adjusted their state, they proceeded with the second recording. It took 6 attempts before Lu Yin nodded satisfactorily, beginning to record the second song, 1001 Wishes. You all did very well just now. Now please get ready for the official recording of 1001 Wishes, first time. 3, 2, 1. Lu Yin said gently. With the experience of recording the first song, Sand in the Bottle, Zhao Xiu, Lin Yinyan, and Su Mangmang regained the feeling of recording a song with Su Ningwei, feeling less pressure, and thus performing better. Each of the 4 voices has its own unique characteristics, complementing each other. Of course, during the process, aside from Su Ningwei, Zhao Xiu, Lin Yinyan, and Su Mangmang had to re-sing several lines of lyrics multiple times to achieve Lu Yin's desired effect. Through the collective effort of the 4, they finally completed the perfect recording of 1001 Wishes. Lu Yin nodded in satisfaction, saying, It's good. Everyone take a break for now. After Su Ningwei, Zhao Xiu, Lin Yinyan, and Su Mangmang walked out of the recording studio, they joyfully high-fived each other, celebrating the successful recording. Yi Chen also walked out of the studio. Inside his thermos was the throat-soothing tea he had prepared in advance for Su Ningwei. Thank you, brother-in-law. Thank you for writing such beautiful songs for us, Zhao Xiu said with a smile. Lin Yinyan also commented with a smile. Thank you, brother-in-law. I really love these 2 songs, finally getting to record them today. The songs brother-in-law wrote are so nice. I practiced at home for a long time. Finally completing the recording smoothly, Su Mangmang praised with a smile. Yi Chen handed the thermos to Su Ningwei, saying with a smile, As long as you all like it, Vivi, have some water first. Thank you. Su Ningwei's throat felt dry from singing, so she took the thermos, opened it, and took a sip of the throat-soothing tea. It had a light herbal fragrance, cool, and slightly sweet taste, making her throat feel exceptionally comfortable. Zhao Xiu sniffed curiously and asked, Brother-in-law, the water you gave Vivi isn't just ordinary water, is it? Yes, I made this throat-soothing tea in the morning. Vivi still needs to record 2 more songs, so drinking it will make her throat more comfortable, Yi Chen admitted generously. Brother-in-law is so considerate, preparing the throat-soothing tea, really enviable, Zhao Xiu said with envy, gently shaking Su Ningwei's arm. Lin Yinyan also expressed envy. Yes, those with a husband are happy. So envious, those without a husband only have plain water. Vivi, can you share a little with me? Su Mangmang also couldn't hide her envy. Su Ningwei quickly protected the thermos in her hand and said, Sorry, this was personally brewed by Rucken for me. If you want, you can make it yourself. Mr. Yi, what herbs did you use to make this throat-soothing tea? Could you tell me? I'll brew a big batch back at the company for our singers to drink, Ken eagerly asked. Yi Chen nodded. I'll send you the recipe later. Thank you so much. Ken expressed his gratitude. After a short break, Su Ningwei went back into the recording studio to record the other 2 songs. Yi Chen also returned to the studio and put on the monitoring headphones. Ken, Zhao Xiu, Lin Yinyan, and Su Mengmeng were naturally listening intently as Su Ningwei began singing as wished and fortune-telling to songs of different styles. Ken, Zhao Xiu, Lin Yinyan, and Su Mengmeng were once again amazed by Su Ningwei's singing after hearing her voice through the headphones. They didn't expect Su Ningwei to sing as wished and fortune-telling so well. Especially in fortune-telling, which was more suitable for female singers, Su Ningwei expressed the longing and sentiment contained in the lyrics to perfection. Su Ningwei only needed 1 take, and Lu Yin signaled that it was perfect, the recording successful without needing to redo it. Yi Chen was not surprised at all. Firstly, Su Ningwei's talent was evident. Secondly, Yi Chen had practiced this song with Su Ningwei at home several times and naturally knew that Su Ningwei could already perfectly handle these 2 songs. After finishing recording the song, Ken, Zhao Xiu, Lin Yinyan, and Su Mengmeng naturally praised Su Ningwei. Zhao Xiu smiled and said, Weiwei sister's talent is so strong, and her singing is so beautiful. No wonder after Weiwei sister retreated, the sales of the albums we released afterwards dropped drastically. It seems like the majority of fans are here for Weiwei sister, isn't it? It's all thanks to Weiwei sister for leading us into the top group. Only Li Zhaojiao thinks she can do better after going solo. Su Mengmeng nodded. Lin Yinyan frowned slightly. Speaking of which, I wonder how Li Zhaojiao is doing. Since the news of Li Zhaojiao's mysterious disappearance in Thailand and her subsequent missing status, there has been no news of her. Who knows? Forget about her. Since she didn't listen to advice and insisted on going solo, and even wanted to marry that Jia Fu. With her personality, maybe she saw trouble in Jia Fu's family and was afraid of being implicated, so she hid overseas and didn't want to come back, Su Mengmeng replied. Zhao Xiu quickly added, yeah, last time we attended Li Zhaojiao's wedding out of past friendship, but they dared to question the strength of sister-in-law. I don't want to play with people like Li Zhaojiao anymore in the future. Me too, Lin Yinyan and Su Mengmeng quickly agreed. Su Ningwei smiled and said, let's not talk about her. As long as the 4 of us are still close, that's enough. Come on, everyone has worked hard. I'll treat you all to a big meal for lunch. Thank you, Weiwei sister. Zhao Xiu, Lin Yinyan, and Su Mengmeng all smiled and replied. With that, the group left the company chatting and laughing to go for a big meal. After lunch, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei returned home together. After the lunch break, seeing Su Ningwei fast asleep, Yi Chen kissed Su Ningwei's forehead and then went to the company to record songs. In the afternoon, Yi Chen smoothly recorded the 4 songs Nocturne, Orchid Pavilion Preface, Blue and White Porcelain, and In the Name of Father. Although Lu Yin had already seen Yi Chen's talent, these 4 songs still amazed her. After finishing the recording, Lu Yin praised Yi Chen endlessly. Manager Yi, Nocturne, Orchid Pavilion Preface, Blue and White Porcelain, In the Name of Father, these 4 songs, both in composition and singing, are excellent. The style is so unique that they will definitely win many awards. Thank you, Yi Chen nodded in thanks. Seeing that there was still some time before the end of the workday and Su Ningwei had not arrived yet, Yi Chen suggested, since we have time, why don't we record today You Are Going to Marry Me, Simple Love, Love Confession Balloon, Just Love You, and Loving as well. I have no problem. Working overtime is fine, but recording so many songs in one go, do you think your voice can handle it? Lu Yin asked with concern. Yi Chen chuckled, I'm not that delicate. These songs don't strain my voice much, so it's completely fine. If I can't handle singing these few songs at once, what will I do in the future when holding concerts? True, your way of recording is no different from performing live now. When other singers record songs, they need to repeatedly modify a line of lyrics to achieve the desired musical effect. Sometimes a line of lyrics might need to be recorded over a dozen times, but you breeze through it mostly in one go, really not straining your voice. Lu Yin smiled and said. Yi Chen took a sip of throat tea, rested for a moment, and then proceeded with the recording. Recording these several songs at Today You Are Going to Marry Me, Simple Love, Love Confession Balloon, Just Love You, Loving, went smoothly as well, mostly passing in one go. Yi Chen's performance was consistently stable, his singing skills high, effortlessly transitioning between real and falsetto, easily hitting high notes in the ascension, and his vibrato was moving and melodious. Lu Yin couldn't help but imagine how happy Yi Chen's fans must be, buying tickets to attend his concerts live, definitely not feeling shortchanged. Yi Chen finished recording the songs he intended to record before the end of the workday, fully utilizing the time efficiently. It allowed for a perfect escape from the rush hour commute, smoothly arriving home. After listening to the recorded songs and confirming there were no issues, Yi Chen drove home. On the way back, Yi Chen bought toys for the three little ones and Suning Wei's favorite strawberry cake. Following that, Yi Chen went to a snack shop and purchased various individually wrapped small snacks, candies, raisins, biscuits, chocolates, dried fish, spicy strips, melon seeds, pickled chicken feet, beef jerky, shredded pork, etc. A little of each. After paying, Yi Chen said, "No need for a bag. Do you have tape?" "Yes," the shop owner replied, a bit puzzled but still handing over the tape. Yi Chen took the tape, stuck each small snack package together into a long strip, and then stuffed it into his sleeve, hiding it. The shop owner then realized that Yi Chen was preparing a surprise for someone he cared about and quickly helped him organize and conceal the snacks. The shop owner couldn't help but feel envious of the girl who would receive this surprise. She must be very happy to be loved so attentively. After organizing everything, Yi Chen drove back home. Upon arriving, he noticed that Suning Wei and the three little ones were not in the yard, probably taking a bath. Yi Chen then carried the items upstairs. In the nursery, the three little ones had just finished their bath. The house was warmed by the heating, making it cozy. The three little ones, with their chubby little bottoms, lay naked on the small bed, looking extremely adorable. Li Mei and the two caretakers were gently and professionally giving the three little ones gentle massages. The three little ones closed their eyes, enjoying the massage. Seeing Yi Chen return, Suning Wei greeted him with a smile. "Chen, have you finished recording the songs? Was it smooth? Are you tired?" "It was smooth, not tired. Here's the strawberry cake and snacks for you. And these are gifts for the three little ones," Yi Chen replied with a smile. Seeing Yi Chen return, the three little ones joyfully called out, "Daddy, tilde hug." Li Mei and the two caretakers exited the room voluntarily upon seeing Yi Chen's return, closing the door behind them. Li Mei and two nannies went out, leaving Suning Wei happily holding Yi Chen's face and kissing him on the cheek. With three babies around, who cares about a wife? Naturally, Yi Chen wrapped his arms around Suning Wei's waist and responded to her kiss. Seeing Yi Chen and Suning Wei sharing a kiss, the three babies kicked even harder, making the cot shake as a protest. Men who can bring back what they hunt are so handsome. "Ah Chen, I love you even more now," Suning Wei said with a smile. The highest form of love is the subconscious thought of someone. Yi Chen would often come back with gifts for himself and the three babies, regardless of their value, as a sign of his affection and love. Suning Wei was naturally touched. Yi Chen looked puzzled and asked, "What hunting are you talking about? You went out and brought back delicious treats. Isn't that like hunting?" Suning Wei replied with a smile. Yi Chen chuckled at Suning Wei's comment and said, "Well, now that you mention it, it does make sense. I actually had quite a successful hunting session today." "Really? Where did you go? What did you get?" Suning Wei asked, setting Yi Chen's face free. Suning Wei looked at Yi Chen curiously and even peeked into the bag he was holding. The three babies were also curious, kicking their legs joyfully and forgetting that they wanted to be held by Yi Chen. "I only got a strawberry cake and gifts for the three babies. They're in the car. Did you forget to bring them in?" Suning Wei asked. "I didn't forget. They're here." Yi Chen placed the items on the table and, smiling at Suning Wei, extended his left hand, pulling out a corner of snacks from his sleeve. Yi Chen said, "You can have them." "Great." Suning Wei's eyes sparkled as she grabbed the corner of the snacks and pulled out a string of colorful treats. "Wow, so many snacks, candies, raisins, biscuits, chocolate, dried fish, spicy strips, melon seeds, pickled chicken feet, beef jerky, dried pork fillet. They're all my favorites. My goodness. There's even a pack of little yogurts. Honey, Tilda, I love them all. You're too good to me, Su Ningwei said, excitedly holding Yi Chen's face, giving him a series of kisses. Yi Chen smirked, holding Su Ningwei by the waist and letting her shower him with kisses. Seeing Su Ningwei so happy, Yi Chen felt that today's surprises were a success. Su Ningwei ended the series of kisses by landing one on Yi Chen's lips, passionate, fragrant, and soft. Yi Chen held Su Ningwei tight, blocking the three babies' curious gazes and deepening the kiss. The kiss ended, and Su Ningwei blushed, her eyes shining brightly as she said, "Thank you for the surprise. I love it. Tonight, I'll dance for you. What kind of dance would you like to see?" "I won't hold back then," Yi Chen replied with a smile. Su Ningwei hooked her arms around Yi Chen's neck and said with a smile, "Sure, no need to be polite with me. So, what kind of dance do you want to see? How about a gangster dance?" Yi Chen recalled the popular gangster dance and asked with a smile, unsure of what dance Su Ningwei would perform. Su Ningwei paused and said, "What? Are you talking about the Dai tribal dance?" "Ah, yes, the Dai tribal dance. Let's perform it in the dance studio tonight," Yi Chen said, nodding with a smile. Su Ningwei nodded and replied, "Sure, but are you sure you want to dance in the dance studio instead of our room? We've never tried in the dance studio before. How about we give it a shot tonight? The studio is surrounded by mirrors, so we'll have a clear view," Yi Chen whispered softly into Su Ningwei's ear. Su Ningwei blushed as she imagined countless intimate scenes and shyly said, "Okay, let's dance in the dance studio." With that, Su Ningwei shyly pushed Yi Chen aside, grabbed the snacks he bought, and sat on the nearby sofa, happily munching on them. The three babies looked longingly, drooling, and wanting some. Su Ningwei protected the snacks and said, "You can't have them. These treats are for me only, courtesy of your dad, and you don't get any. Ah Chen, you take care of them. I'm going to enjoy the snacks in the master bedroom," Su Ningwei said before heading to the bedroom with her snacks, leaving the three babies craving for them. "Got it." Yi Chen washed his hands, picked up each baby, and placed them on the play mat. He said with a smile, "When you grow up, Daddy will buy you toys. For now, let Mommy enjoy herself. She'll come and feed you in a bit. Let's see what fun toys Daddy bought for you," Yi Chen said, unwrapping the toy packaging, making a crackling sound. The three babies were instantly captivated by the toys in Yi Chen's hands, forgetting about the snacks. "Look, this is the crawling duck, babies. Let's catch the crawling duck together and see who's the fastest to grab it," Yi Chen said as he switched on the crawling duck toy. The mother duck toy played music, glowed, and moved its feet, crawling forward slowly. A string of little ducklings followed closely, joyfully twisting and turning. There's nothing like parents crawling with babies to foster their enthusiasm. Yi Chen knelt down, disregarding his expensive designer suit and getting down on the floor, teaching the three babies the correct crawling position. The babies were smart and quickly learned by imitating Yi Chen's movements, adjusting their positions, giggling, and following Yi Chen to catch the crawling duck. Babies are not in a rush to stand and walk, but prefer to crawl for a long time. This helps them choose to walk when they're ready, which is the optimal approach. There are various crawling styles for infants, such as the commando crawl, crab crawl, bear crawl, hands and knees crawl, stomach crawling, etc. Each style focuses on different muscle groups. For example, commando crawling mainly works on the upper body and leg muscles, while hands and knees crawling strengthens the core muscles, aiding in the child's body stability. Hands and knees crawling is particularly important since it's a comprehensive exercise that enhances the child's limb coordination, core strength, neck strength, visual perception, and bilateral coordination. These skills play a vital role in a child's learning and physical development. While crawling, babies use their neck muscles to lift their heads and observe the surrounding environment, developing vestibular function and enhancing visual spatial perception and visual motor integration, which are beneficial for writing and reading skills. During these crawling activities, a baby's brain gradually improves its ability to control the body and muscles, achieving better coordination between the limbs and the brain. Three babies had a great time playing and crawling with Yi Chen. The most agile of them was the youngest one, who crawled using both hands and feet with incredible speed. "Daddy, Daddy." The youngest one thought Yi Chen wanted to play with a duck toy, so he grabbed the toy and handed it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen happily took the toy, patted the youngest one's head, and praised, "Youngest one, you are so good and well behaved. Let's reward you with an airplane ride." "Eldest one and second one, You need to try harder next time." With that, Yi Chen held the youngest one's chest with one hand and his abdomen with the other, balancing him on the ground in an airplane position, slowly spinning him in place. This airplane game helped the baby practice vestibular balance and improve concentration. The speed should be slow for the first time playing. If the baby enjoys it, you can play for a little longer. If the baby shows any signs of fear, slow down or temporarily stop. Yefan Airlines is taking off when Yi Chen said with a smile as he gently spun the youngest one. The youngest one excitedly flapped his arms up and down, laughing joyfully. Eldest one and second one, filled with envy, crawled towards Yi Chen, each grabbing one of his legs, looking up at him with eager eyes, calling out "Daddy, Daddy," eagerly. Yi Chen stopped his movements, looking down at the adorable faces of the eldest and second babies. Oh my! These innocent eyes are too cute. Which dad could resist? Love for the children overflowed, so the youngest one was left out for a bit. Yi Chen picked up the youngest one, sat back on the mat, and said with a smile, "Let's play the duck game with Daddy again. Eldest one and second one, you need to do your best this time. Daddy believes in you." As Yi Chen started the second round of the duck game, the eldest and second babies followed suit, crawling faster. To encourage their enthusiasm, Yi Chen secretly added a little water and moved the youngest one slightly away, allowing the eldest and second babies to also ride on the airplane. Fortunately, the youngest one was too young to notice that Yi Chen had changed the game. When Yi Chen felt the babies had played enough and guessed that Su Ningwei had finished her snacks, he picked up the three babies to wash their hands and feed them milk. In the master bedroom, Su Ningwei had just finished the last piece of dried pork. The snacks bought by Yi Chen were indeed tastier than those she bought herself. Licking her delicate fingers, Su Ningwei unintentionally exuded a seductive charm. As Yi Chen entered the room, he saw this enticing scene, which was truly irresistible. To focus on recording songs, Yi Chen had refrained from indulging in intimate moments with Su Ningwei, his soft and fragrant beauty, for several nights. Now, seeing her in this pure yet seductive state, he found it nearly impossible to resist. His gaze darkened slightly with suppressed desire. As Yi Chen entered the room with their three babies, Su Ningwei headed toward the bathroom, saying, "I'm done eating. I'll just wash my hands and then come feed the babies." Soon, Su Ningwei returned, hands freshly washed. Yi Chen had already thoughtfully placed a cushion on the sofa for her. She picked up the eldest baby, sat down, and lifted her shirt, revealing her soft, pink, milk-scented breast, which she gently guided into the baby's eager mouth. The eldest baby, tired and thirsty from crawling around, latched on and began suckling contentedly. Su Ningwei chuckled. "Why does the eldest seem so energetic today? We played a crawling game earlier. It really tires them out," Yi Chen replied. "No wonder. Let's bring the second one over too," she suggested. "Got it." Yi Chen picked up the second baby and placed them in Su Ningwei's other arm. He lifted her shirt again, exposing the other milk-filled breast for the second baby to latch onto, who eagerly began nursing upon catching the scent. Meanwhile, the youngest baby patiently sucked on their thumb, waiting for their turn. Once all three babies were fed, the household staff had already prepared a sumptuous dinner. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei went downstairs to eat, but since she had snacked earlier, Su Ningwei only had a few bites and mostly kept Yi Chen company. After dinner, the couple spent time playing games and reading picture books with the babies. When the little ones started yawning, Su Ningwei fed them again, and soon they drifted off into sweet dreams. Once the babies were settled, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei headed to the shore together before making their way to the dance studio. The spacious, brightly lit room had an entire wall of mirrors and rows of ballet bars. "You wait here. I'm going to change into my outfit," Su Ningwei said playfully, locking the door behind her as she headed to the changing room. Yi Chen pulled out a chair and sat down, waiting quietly. Before long, Su Ningwei emerged, dressed in a delicate white peacock dance costume, complete with ballet shoes. Her hair was elegantly styled, adorned with a white peacock feather, transforming her into a regal and graceful peacock princess. Adjusting the music on her phone, she stepped into the room. As the music played, Su Ningwei moved with the rhythm, spinning lightly, mimicking the elegant flight of a peacock. She vividly brought the beauty of the bird to life, her arms spreading gracefully to simulate the opening of a peacock's tail. In that moment, Her white skirt swirled like delicate feathers in the breeze, an ethereal sight that left Yi Chen breathless. Under the shifting lights, her dress shimmered, and she seemed like a real peacock proudly displaying its beauty on stage. For Yi Chen, it was as if he were seeing the embodiment of a white peacock princess, noble, graceful, and utterly captivating. When the dance concluded, Suning Wei lifted her skirt and rushed into Yi Chen's arms, breathing lightly as she asked, "Ah Chen, did I dance well? Did you like it?" "I loved it," Yi Chen praised with a smile, holding her close. "If a peacock could take human form, it would look just like you." Suning Wei perched on Yi Chen's lap, her arms wrapping around his neck. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered seductively, "So, how do you want to play tonight? On the chair, standing, or leaning on the bar from behind? Want to see how my dance training pays off?" Yi Chen smirked. "Only kids make choices. I want it all." "Your wish is my command," Suning Wei replied with a playful smile before leaning in to kiss him. Their passionate kiss deepened, and Yi Chen's hand slid down her back as he took control. In the mirror, their reflections swayed in rhythm with the music, the tempo rising and falling, fast and slow, in perfect harmony with their movements. The next morning, Yi Chen also slept in a bit, which was rare for him. Suning Wei, who was carried back to the bedroom last night because her legs were weak, slept soundly and didn't want to move at all. Yi Chen kissed Suning Wei on the forehead, tucked her in properly, and then got up to prepare for work. He had a schedule today to record music videos for the songs Compendium of Materia Medica, You Are My Eyes, Chaser of the Light, I Am a Little Bird, Mother in the Candlelight, You Who Sat Next to Me, and 10 Years, so he couldn't be late. Yi Chen checked on the 3 babies, told Aunt Emmy to let Suning Wei sleep a bit longer, and had breakfast. Thinking about the filming and styling, Yi Chen had Suming responsible for driving today and followed him to Star Media Company. Although Yi Chen arrived at the company on time, Kan, Guanxiaxia, and other staff had already prepared and were waiting for him. After Yi Chen arrived, they started recording the first music video for Compendium of Materia Medica. Guanxiaxia and the staff changed Yi Chen into hip-hop outfits and put on baseball caps, giving him a trendy look. The music video for Compendium of Materia Medica had some modifications, mostly using special effects for the background to make it cooler. So many scenes were shot inside a green screen studio. The studio had various props already set up. In the first scene, late at night on a street, Yi Chen walked alone. There were 3 stylish and sexy Western dress beauties with long legs on luxurious sports cars in provocative poses, hinting at the impact and temptation of new foreign things. Yi Chen passed by with indifference, showing a certain attitude. Even though the 3 beauties were excited to see Yi Chen, they remained professional, and the scene passed quickly. In the second scene, Yi Chen performed a dance with 6 professional dancers. With crisp and powerful dance moves, Yi Chen outshone the 6 professional dancers, impressing everyone present with his talent and stunning the audience. Yi Chen was tall and handsome, could sing, write, and dance, truly a rising star, born for the music industry, very eye-catching. This music video was likely to attract a wave of new fans for Yi Chen and trend in hot search again. The cameraman shooting behind the scenes couldn't stop clicking his camera. Soon, Yi Chen successfully recorded all the scenes for the music video Compendium of Materia Medica. After recording, a professional team would edit, color correct, add sound effects, and special effects to the material. At this time, Yi Chen heard the sweet and cute voice of the system in his mind. "Ding, dear host, congratulations on perfectly recording the first hidden mission with a dance music video, preparing to attract more fans and taking a step towards a perfect life journey. Ding, congratulations on receiving the box of scar removal cream, the effect you have seen before, the same system product, quality guaranteed, already issued to the system space, please check. Ding, the songs Ordinary Path sung by Earth Star Piyushu, Jiangnan sung by Earth Star JJ Lin, 7 Miles Fragrance sung by Earth Star J Shu, lyrics and sheet music have been unlocked. Another box of scar removal cream? This was a good thing, with amazing effects and multiple uses, and there might even be a second box later, which was really nice. The 3 songs issued were also excellent, and it seemed like Yi Chen's Blue Star had such good fortune. He would distribute them to Kan when he returned and let her arrange for the production of accompaniments. Yi Chen happily changed clothes and prepared for the styling of the next music video after finishing recording Compendium of Materia Medica. The remaining songs, You Are My Eyes, Chaser of Light, I Am a Little Bird, Mother in the Candlelight, You Who Sat Next to Me, and 10 Years, were much simpler. There was no need to dance. Chen just had to change his look a few times and record a few scenes, but even changing 5 styles back to back took quite some time. Some outdoor scenes were still left to film, so he wouldn't be able to have lunch back home. After informing Suning Wei via phone call, Chen ordered luxurious takeout for the staff. When the staff saw the luxurious takeout, they were all smiles and praised Chen for his generosity. They couldn't wait to work with Chen again. After recording all the song's music videos, Chen generously gave red envelopes to the staff. The staff were very grateful, as Chen was handsome, generous, and didn't act like a bossy star, making everyone like him more. They worked diligently, hoping for Chen's increasing popularity to bring in more money together. Chen removed his makeup, changed into his own clothes, and got off the caregiver's van used for filming the MV outdoors. Glancing at the time, it was still early, and Suning Wei and the 3 babies should be napping. Chen asked Can beside him, Angie, Cheng Tong should be filming outdoor scenes nearby during this time, right? Yes, right nearby. Cheng Tong's scene will wrap up after this shoot. Would you like to visit the set? Ken replied. Chen nodded and said, Yes, I must go see. I didn't expect Cheng Tong's first role to finish shooting so quickly. I've been busy and haven't visited his set yet. All right, I'll contact the crew right away, Ken said. Chen added, Try not to disrupt their normal filming activities. Sure, Ken said and made the call to Cheng Tong's crew, getting permission. After ending the call, Ken said to Chen, I've made arrangements with the crew. Shall I accompany you? I'll introduce you to the director of that show, Yukai. Yukai mentioned a few times that he wants to meet you and ask for your help in writing the theme song for this ancient puppet show. Let's go meet him together. Let's take my car there, Chen agreed. Later, we'll bring some snacks and bubble tea for the cast and crew. This was Cheng Tong's first show, and Chen had glanced at the script, thinking it was quite good. If it wasn't, he wouldn't have allowed Cheng Tong to film it. Now that director Yukai wanted Chen to help write the theme song for this ancient puppet show, Chen was willing, hoping it would give Cheng Tong more screen time. All right, there's a good shop nearby. I'll arrange for them to prepare. We'll go pick it up shortly, Ken replied with a smile. Ken was quite envious of Cheng Tong, having such a good friend in Chen. Not only did he arrange resources, but he personally visited the set. Chen and Ken got in the car, picked up the snacks and bubble tea, and headed to Cheng Tong's shooting location, where an exciting fight scene was being filmed in the mountains. In this ancient martial arts drama, Cheng Tong plays a cold-blooded, ruthless, cruel, and decisive character who does not hesitate to kill, but harbors deep feelings for the female lead played by Bai Fai. Today's wrap-up fight scene involves Cheng Tong being beaten and taken off set. After Su Ming parked his car next to the production vehicle, Chen put on his hat and mask before getting out of the car. Su Ming brought snacks and milk tea and followed Chen and Kan as they walked towards the filming location. Kan made a phone call, and a crew member in a black vest quickly came out to greet them. The crew member nodded at Chen and Kan, then smiled and said, Yizong, and yeah, you have arrived. Director Yu and Cheng Laoshi are currently filming the fight scene. Please come this way. Thank you. These snacks and milk tea were prepared for everyone by Yizong, Ken said with a smile. The crew member thanked them. I will thank Yizong on behalf of everyone. You're welcome. I also want to thank you for taking care of Cheng Laoshi during this time. Chen nodded and emphasized Cheng Tong. The crew member praised, Cheng Laoshi is excellent, not at all like a newcomer filming for the first time. Director Yu often praises him and says that Cheng Laoshi is very suitable for the male lead role in the next project and even wants to invite Cheng Laoshi to play the male lead in the next project. That would be great, Chen replied with a smile. Hearing the crew member's words, Cheng Tong's efforts were recognized by the crew. Watching Cheng Tong secure the male lead role in the next project through his own abilities, Chen genuinely felt happy for him. Afterwards, Chen and the others followed the crew member to the director's resting area. The crew member had already prepared chairs and tea, ready to host Chen and Kan. The milk tea and snacks would be served after the scene was filmed, and everyone could take a break. Chen and Kan sat in the director's resting area, which had an excellent view of the filming process. In the mountains and forests, the crew set up various equipment to capture the intense fight scene between the characters played by Chang Tong and Jongya. After a fierce fight, Jongya viciously kicked Chang Tong to the ground, causing him to spit out fake blood and fall into a state of fainting. Chang Tong's movements and performance were on point, and his acting was top-notch. Yi Chen silently praised Chang Tong in his heart, full of admiration. At this moment, Jongya clenched his fist, his eyes filled with jealousy, and ruthlessly struck Chang Tong in the face. Yi Chen sensed danger and rushed towards Chang Tong. Su Ming, worried about Yi Chen's safety, quickly followed. Kan, not understanding what was happening, wanted to call out to Yi Chen and Su Ming. Suddenly, Director Yu's horrified shout, "Cut! Cut! Cut! Stop it! Jongya, how could you really hurt Chang Tong?" echoed through the woods. Chang Tong groaned in pain. Jongya's punch had twisted his nose, causing blood to gush out, and he passed out completely. There was a deep cut on Chang Tong's left cheek caused by the ring on Jongya's hand, blood oozing out and creating a shocking scene. Kan's expression changed instantly, and he hurried towards Chang Tong. Director Yu, realizing Jongya's intentional actions, turned green with anger. Yi Chen was at the scene, witnessing everything. How could Jongya dare to harm Chang Tong while Yi Chen, his good buddy, was present? Jongya's actions had pushed Director Yu to the brink of madness. Regardless of Jongya's background, Director Yu vowed to never work with him again. Running towards Chang Tong, Director Yu shouted, "Jongya, have you gone mad? For heaven's sake, you guys quickly take Cheng Laoshi to the hospital." A crowd quickly gathered around Chang Tong, shocked by the severity of his injury, as such incidents of onset injuries were rare, especially as serious as what happened to Chang Tong. In the entertainment industry, appearance held a lot of weight, especially for a young actor like Chang Tong, who was about to become the male lead in Director Yu's next project. Seeing Chang Tong in this condition was truly a pity, as it could potentially impact his future roles. While some crew members sensed foul play in Jongya's actions, they hesitated to speak up due to his background, hoping that Chang Tong's injuries were not too severe. After disfiguring Chang Tong, Jongya feigned regret and self-blame, shedding crocodile tears and offering to cover all medical expenses and take full responsibility. Despite Yi Chen's realization of Jongya's true intentions, he couldn't stop him in time to prevent the harm inflicted on Chang Tong. Jongya playing nice now wouldn't change what he did. Yi Chen took action, swiftly kicking Jongya to prevent further harm to Chang Tong. With a loud thud, Jongya flew backwards and crashed onto the dirty ground, his face hitting the floor, with his nose broken instantly. Surprised by Yi Chen's swift reaction, Jongya felt a fiery pain all over his face and ribs, likely due to Yi Chen breaking a couple of his ribs. Zhang Yazi fell to the ground in pain, hurting so much that even breathing was painful. He couldn't even wail out in agony, and could only lie on the muddy ground, trembling like a dead fish. Yi Chen's strength and body from the system and diligent training was no joke. Kicking someone hurt a lot. Not kicking Zhang Yazi to death on the spot was because they were afraid the first scene of the hard work put in by Chang Tong wouldn't be able to be shown. They planned to deal with Zhang Yazi properly later. At this time, Zhang Yazi's assistant Wu Zhao, who had been watching on the sidelines, let out a pig-like screech. "Ah! Oh no! Who is this person? Murdered someone! Zhang Yazi, what happened to you? Someone, come help me get Zhang Yazi to the hospital." Yi Chen urgently checked on Chang Tong's condition, giving Wu Zhao a disdainful look. Su Ming directly kicked the noisy Wu Zhao, who tilted his head and fainted, falling next to Zhang Yazi. The world fell quiet. All the crew members, seeing the strength of Yi Chen and Su Ming, who didn't bother with Zhang Yazi, all tacitly agreed not to interfere with Zhang Yazi and Wu Zhao's fate, planning to let Zhang Yazi suffer for now. After all, Zhang Yazi relied on his reputation and connections, often treated others with contempt. Even Wu Zhao was arrogant. Now that Yi Chen had kicked Zhang Yazi and Su Ming had kicked Wu Zhao, everyone felt relieved and cursed Zhang Yazi for deserving what he got. Yi Chen checked Chang Tong's condition and confirmed that he only had a slight concussion, causing him to pass out, but there was no immediate danger to his life, giving a sigh of relief. With Yi Chen's expertise, Chang Tong's minor head injury, crooked nose bridge, and horrible left face wound could be fully healed. Yu Kai rushed over quickly, stumbling and falling as he reached Chang Tong. He didn't mind his own pain, crawling to Chang Tong's side. Teacher Cheng, how are you? Don't scare me. Looking at Chang Tong's blooded face, Yukai's eyes were filled with genuine worrying and fear. Chang Tong wasn't just Yi Chen's good friend, but also Yukai's top choice for the male lead in his upcoming film. Yukai now wanted to kill Zhang Yazi outright, thinking Yi Chen's kick just now was too perfect. The crew members brought out a first aid kit at this time. Yi Chen took the kit and began treating Chang Tong's wounds. Director Yu, Chang Tong wasn't accidentally injured. This was intentional harm. We will investigate thoroughly. Will this affect your work? Yi Chen inquired as he tended to Chang Tong's wounds. Though posed as a question, Yi Chen's eyes left no room for doubt. In between Zhang Yazi and Yi Chen, Yukai hesitated for only 0.01 seconds before decisively choosing to stand with Yi Chen. After this incident, Yukai had already made up his mind that even if it meant using AI to replace Zhang Yazi's face, he would never allow Zhang Yazi in his film. After all, Yi Chen was a rising star in the entertainment industry with backing from the Su Group. Zhang Yazi, on the other hand, who thought he had snagged a wealthy woman in FEI, became arrogant after a couple of successful films, behaved recklessly on set, and even dared to provoke Chang Tong, Yi Chen's good friend. Thinking back to the Jia family incident, this Zhang Yazi was truly someone not fit for the entertainment circle. Yukai quickly said, "There's no problem, we must investigate. Deliberately harming a crew member like this is abominable and cannot be tolerated. Zhang Yazi doesn't deserve the male lead role in this film. Even if the film doesn't get released, we must pursue this. We will gather all the footage from every angle as evidence and provide them to you. If you need our crew as witnesses, we will fully cooperate." As for Zhang Yazi and Wu Zhao, their injuries were self-inflicted and have nothing to do with you. Upon hearing Yukai's words, Zhang Yazi, who was crouched on the ground, vomited blood. Surprised by Yukai's decision to side with Chang Tong, Zhang Yazi not only lost his chance to be the male lead in the next film, but also had his hard-earned role in the current film taken away. Zhang Yazi's anger grew even more fierce. Not knowing who had hit him just now or their background, Zhang Yazi wanted to curse out, but the pain in his throat was unbearable, and he couldn't speak a word. "Good work. We will have the police and lawyers come to handle the aftermath." Yi Chen received a satisfactory answer and nodded slightly before giving a signal to Kan. Kan quickly took out his phone and made a call to the company's legal team. Yukai also nodded in agreement, saying, "All right." After disinfecting Chang Tong's bleeding wounds, Yi Chen carefully checked Chang Tong's nose and skillfully adjusted his crooked nose bridge. With Chang Tong's wounds taken care of, Yi Chen took out his phone and called Gu Jia, briefly explaining the situation to her. Gu Jia immediately led a team to rush to the set. "I'll take Chang Tong to the hospital first," Yi Chen said. Yukai hurriedly said, "Okay. I'll have them bring a stretcher over so we can take teacher Chang to the hospital together." "No need," Yi Chen said, taking off his suit jacket and handing it to Kan. Su Ming was about to step forward to help when Yi Chen bent down and effortlessly princess carried the 6'2" tall Chang Tong. Surprisingly light, Yi Chen slightly frowned. Chang Tong's weight now was probably only about 120 pounds to thin. No wonder Chang Tong's face looked thinner, easily knocked unconscious. It must be due to poor diet and malnutrition. Back in university, Chang Tong's figure was more balanced, weighing around 150 pounds. It seemed Chang Tong was truly passionate about the entertainment industry, working hard to look good on camera. Maybe too hard on himself. Such a hard-working actor like Chang Tong having someone use such dirty tactics against him, trying to ruin Chang Tong's face and end his career, made Yi Chen more angry. Luckily, he didn't kick Zhang Yazi to death just now. Letting Zhang Yazi die like that would be too easy on him. He must make Zhang Yazi suffer. Su Ming, Kan, Yukai, and other crew members were all stunned. Yi Chen was way too powerful, even surpassing male actors who couldn't lift actresses weighing only 80 pounds. Yi Chen's mind was filled with thoughts on how to deal with Zhang Yazi as he quickly carried Chang Tong to his car, not caring about Chang Tong's blood staining his expensive designer clothes. Su Ming and Kan quickly followed suit, rushing onto the car together. Yukai, as the director, had caused such a big incident. The police were about to arrive soon, so naturally, he couldn't leave the scene immediately. He arranged for the assistant director to follow Yi Chen's car and went to the hospital together. Yi Chen and others brought Chang Tong to the hospital. Upon arrival, the assistant director paid a large sum of medical fees using Chang Tong's medical card. In the emergency room, after carefully examining Chang Tong's injuries, the doctor asked who handled this wound. And who set his nasal bone back in place? I did. Is there anything wrong? Yi Chen asked while wearing a mask. Yi Chen now had a qualification to practice traditional Chinese medicine, so he truthfully answered. The doctor, after glancing at Yi Chen's youthful appearance, approvingly nodded and said, "No, you did a great job. Young man, you are from the school of Chinese medicine, right? You handled the wound very well, and the bone-setting technique was good, showing great talent in medical practice." "Yes, I have studied a little bit of Chinese medicine, just a little," Yi Chen replied casually. After hearing this, Kan, who was standing nearby, was shocked. He never expected that Yi Chen also had medical skills, which was quite impressive. The assistant director was also amazed, looking at Yi Chen with even more admiration in his eyes. Soon, Cheng Tong was wheeled into the operating room to be anesthetized, have the wound stitched, and undergo imaging exams. Seeing the deeply cut wound on Cheng Tong's young and handsome face, the doctor felt regretful and tried to stitch the wound as neatly as possible, but leaving no scar was impossible. Outside the operating room, Yi Chen and Kan were sitting quietly on a bench. Yi Chen asked, "Have you found a reliable assistant for Cheng Tong as I asked earlier? The workload for filming is heavy, and Cheng Tong seems to get injured easily, so he really needs someone to take care of him. I have been selecting one. There is a girl named Jia. Although she lacks experience as a manager, she is hardworking, observant, and reliable. I had other managers train her, so she is ready. Should I have her coming over to try out?" Kan asked. Yi Chen thought for a moment and nodded. "Sure, let her come over to try out." Kan then called Jia on the phone. After the call, Kan informed Yi Chen, "Jia is coming over right now." "Good," Yi Chen nodded. Kan lamented, "With this incident today, Cheng Tong's acting opportunities may be affected. His injury will likely need some time to heal, and we don't know if the scars on his face can be removed. Recently, Cheng Tong had a chance to play the male lead in another film, but now he may have to cancel due to this situation." The assistant director, who was standing on the side and too nervous to sit, listened to Ka-un and became even more anxious. He did not dare to look at Yi Chen's expression, as they were responsible as the director and assistant director of this play. The assistant director recalled how Yi Chen had kicked Zhangya, and he was truly afraid that, if Yi Chen got angry, he might kick him as well, sending him to meet his ancestors. "When is the filming scheduled to start?" Yi Chen inquired. Kan replied, "At the beginning of next month." "That's fine. Cheng Tong's injury doesn't involve bones, so he should recover in a week. There's no need to cancel. As for the scars on his face, don't worry. I'll find a way to help Cheng Tong heal without leaving scars, and it won't affect the filming," Yi Chen assured. After hearing this, Ken excitedly said, "That's great. Cheng Tong indeed has the potential to be a great actor. If you can heal the scars on his face, that would be amazing." The assistant director also felt relieved and admired Yi Chen even more. Despite Cheng Tong's injuries, thankfully, there was no major damage or disfigurement. The assistant director mentally thanked Yi Chen and all the deities and Buddhas. At that moment, urgent footsteps were heard approaching in the hospital corridor. Yi Chen turned his head and saw a woman wearing a mask and a haircap rushing towards the operating room. It was Bai Fai. Bai Fai was not originally scheduled to work that day, as she was at a beauty salon getting hair and skincare treatments. When she learned about Cheng Tong's injury through the crew group chat, Bai Fai immediately drove to the hospital, not even minding her wet hair. Upon seeing the assistant director, Bai Fai hurried over and grabbed his arm, not even noticing Yi Chen sitting beside him wearing a mask and cap. Anxiously and worriedly, Bai Fai asked, "Assistant director, how is teacher Cheng doing? Is he badly injured? How did this happen? Miss Bai, aren't you supposed to be off today? Why did you come here?" The assistant director stuttered. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Fai explained, "I saw in the group chat that teacher Cheng was injured. Teacher Cheng saved my life once, so naturally, I had to come and check on him. How is teacher Cheng now? Is his life in danger?" The assistant director reassured Bai Fai, "Don't worry, teacher Cheng is not in danger. He's in the operating room getting his wound treated." Yi Zong said that teacher Cheng's injury doesn't involve bones and should be fine after a week. Hearing this, Bai Fai felt relieved but then realized something was amiss, prompting her to ask, Yizong. Which Yizong is that? Is what he said reliable? What did the doctor say? What Yizong said should be reliable. The assistant director gestured discreetly towards Yi Chen, who was sitting quietly beside them. Yi Chen lowered his mask and assured Bai Fai, it was me who said that. You can rest assured, Cheng Tong is fine. Only then did Bai Fai notice the bloodstains on Yi Chen's clothes. If it was Yi Chen who spoke, then it must be reliable. After all, Bai Fai had witnessed Yi Chen's exceptional medical skills before. Bai Fai, filled with surprise and joy, said, Chen Jie, why are you here too? I happened to visit and unexpectedly saw Cheng Tong got into trouble, so I brought him to the hospital, Yi Chen replied. Bai Fai rushed over to see Cheng Tong without drying her hair, clearly showing genuine concern and care. It seemed that Bai Fai's feelings towards Cheng Tong were genuine. Yi Chen's impression of Bai Fai, his future sister-in-law, improved, and he became more patient in his responses. At that moment, the light in the operating room turned green, and Cheng Tong was wheeled out. Bai Fai didn't have time to talk to Yi Chen, and rushed over. Seeing that most of Cheng Tong's face was wrapped in white gauze, Bai Fai's eyes turned red. Ignoring the assistant director, who was still beside them, Bai Fai held Cheng Tong's hand worriedly and asked with concern, Teacher Cheng, how are you? Why are you wrapped up like this? Does it hurt a lot? The assistant director, seeing Bai Fai's reaction, naturally realized that Bai Fai and Cheng Tong were probably dating. However, in the entertainment industry, it was not uncommon for on-screen couples to develop real relationships, so the assistant director was used to it. Although Bai Fai was beautiful and more famous than Cheng Tong was handsome and had saved Bai Fai before, so it was normal for them to be together. Kan, on the side, widened his eyes and thought to himself that Cheng Tong was indeed Yi Chen's friend. To take the lead role in his first drama, he must be very charming. By this time, Cheng Tong had already woken up and realized how his face looked now. He probably wouldn't be able to claim the Best Actor title anymore and felt bitter about not being good enough for Bai Fai. But Cheng Tong didn't want Bai Fai to worry too much, so he forced a smile and said, I'm fine. It doesn't hurt because of the anesthetics. These external injuries just look scary. They will be fine after a few days of rest. Okay, as long as you're fine, Bai Fai nodded. Yi Chen could see the bitterness in Cheng Tong's eyes and his concerns, so he walked over to Cheng Tong and said, Take care of yourself. I'm here, so nothing will happen to you. Brother Chen, why are you here? Cheng Tong's eyes lit up when he saw Yi Chen. The assistant director on the side quickly added, Teacher Cheng, when you were injured, Yi Chen was the first to help bandage your wound and brought you to the hospital. Thank you, Brother Chen. Cheng Tong gratefully looked at Yi Chen. However, deep down, Cheng Tong subconsciously touched his face. The wound was so deep, with so many stitches, even if he underwent scar removal surgery, it would never be the same. Yi Chen himself had a scar on his forehead for so many years, which was still there. Cheng Tong thought Yi Chen meant his nose and wound could be healed, but he didn't dare to think about the scars. Yi Chen bent down and whispered in Cheng Tong's ear, Trust me, I can definitely fix your face, guarantee no scars will be left. The scar on my face has a story, so I intentionally didn't treat it, not because it can't be treated. Cheng Tong was pleasantly surprised to hear this, realizing that Yi Chen could heal his facial scars. That meant he might have another chance at winning the Best Actor award. Brother Chen, are you serious? Excited, Cheng Tong tried to sit up on the bed, but Yi Chen quickly held his shoulder and said with a smile, Yes, I am serious, but don't move around. Let's not chat here. Let's get the patient back to the ward. His wound has been taken care of, but he needs to stay in the hospital for a few days for treatment. The nurse on the side reminded them. Cheng Tong obediently lay back down, revealing a happy smile and eagerly said, Brother Chen, can I have the special meal you cooked during my hospital stay? Until I recover. Sure, I'll go back and cook for you later. I'll have Su Ming bring it to you. Enjoy it until you're healed. But don't forget, once you're better, you owe me a new set of clothes. This outfit was personally chosen by your sister-in-law, and look, it's stained with your blood. Yi Chen pointed to the bloodstains on his clothes and joked. After Cheng Tong's injury, he acted like a child, asking for treats after being sick. But that's how it is with brothers, you take care of them. Seeing this scene, Bai Fai, Kan, Su Ming, and the assistant director were naturally envious of the close bond between Chang Tong and Yi Chen. Shortly after, Chang Tong was taken to the luxurious private ward arranged by the crew. At that moment, Kan received a call. Before long, a short-haired woman in her 20s wearing sportswear and carrying 2 large bags rushed into the ward. The woman had clear features, a round face with rosy cheeks, like a ripe apple. "Manager Yi, Angie, Teacher Cheng, I'm here. These are fruits and daily necessities for Teacher Cheng's hospital stay," the short-haired woman said, pointing to Yi Chen, Kan, and Chang Tong on the bed. When the short-haired woman saw Yi Chen, her eyes sparkled. Kan then introduced, "Manager Yi, Chang Tong, this is Jia, the assistant we arranged for Chang Tong." Yi Chen examined Jia closely. She seemed honest and reliable. Since she brought fruit and necessities for Chang Tong, she should be capable of taking care of him well. Chang Tong also glanced at Jia and found her agreeable. Seeing that Jia had brought dragon fruits, Chang Tong smiled kindly and said, "Jia, right? Thank you. I was just craving some dragon fruit, and you brought it for me." Seeing Chang Tong's approval of Jia, Yi Chen nodded at her and said, "In the future, Jia, you will be taking care of Chang Tong's daily life and work arrangements as his assistant. The company will not overlook your contributions." Jia breathed a sigh of relief and was thrilled. Jia was a loyal fan of Yi Chen, adored him deeply, and worked hard to qualify as an assistant, mastering various aspects of event follow-ups, interview arrangements, and short-term travel management. She finally succeeded in joining Starlight Media as an assistant. Even though she wasn't Yi Chen's personal assistant, working at Starlight Media, serving Yi Chen, and being able to see him up close made her feel happy. She believed that working for Yi Chen would be promising and motivating, so she was filled with determination. Seeing how special Yi Chen treated Chang Tong, Jia was eager to serve Chang Tong like a king. Jia thanked them, promising to take good care of Chang Tong and not disappoint the trust placed in her. With that, she busily unpacked the bags, arranged Chang Tong's dragon fruit, and organized his living supplies. Bai Fai was pleased to see Jia's diligence and care. With Jia taking care of Chang Tong's life and work, Bai Fai could relax knowing that she couldn't be with Chang Tong 24/7 while filming. Chang Tong saw Bai Fai with a dry cap on her head and said, "Fai, go dry your hair first, so you won't catch a cold." "Okay." Bai Fai nodded and went to the bathroom to blow dry her hair with a hairdryer. When Bai Fai finished drying her hair and came out, Jia had already prepared the dragon fruit and other fruits. Bai Fai took the fruit plate from Jia and personally fed Chang Tong. Since everything was already exposed, Bai Fai decided to publicly reveal her relationship with Chang Tong. If the current company opposed their relationship, she would pay the breach fee and switch to Yi Chen's company. While feeding dragon fruit to Chang Tong, Bai Fai asked with concern, "What happened today? Did you accidentally get hurt while filming?" "I'm not sure either. I was pretending to be dead with my eyes closed waiting for the wrap-up when that bastard Zhangya suddenly punched me and knocked me out," Chang Tong recalled with a furrowed brow. Hearing Chang Tong's words, Bai Fai also furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with anger. She immediately stood up and said, "You say your injury was caused by Zhangya. That bastard Zhangya must have been jealous of you because director you wanted you to play the lead in the next film, so he attacked you. I noticed his weird eyes when he looked at you last time, but I never thought he would actually dare to lay a hand on you. I'll go find him and settle the score." "No, you're a girl, don't go alone." Chang Tong worried that Bai Fai would suffer and quickly pulled her back. Bai Fai, concerned about aggravating Chang Tong's injury, could only suppress her anger and stay put. Yi Chen also spoke up, "Don't worry, I've already called the police and contacted the company's lawyer to handle this. Zhangya won't get away with it. You hear that? With my brother Chen here, how can I suffer? You can rest assured, Zhangya won't get away with it." Chang Tong also said quickly, "Okay." Bai Fai finally nodded, sat back down, and fed Chang Tong fruit. At that moment, Yi Chen's phone in his pocket vibrated. Yi Chen took out his phone and saw that it was a call from Gu Jia, so he answered, "Captain Gu, hello. Mr. Yi, we have collected relevant evidence here and can confirm that the perpetrator Zhangya did intentionally harm others. However, the perpetrator Zhangya is also injured because he fell and is in too much pain to speak, can't tell us anything. We want to come over to take a statement from the victim Chang Tong." How is Chang Tong's condition now? Can we take a statement? Gu Jia said on the phone. Yi Chen replied, Chang Tong is awake now. You can take his statement. Okay, I'll bring my team over now. Which hospital is he in? Gu Jia asked. Yi Chen replied, he's on the 8th floor in room 66 at the municipal hospital. Got it, Gu Jia said, then hung up. Gu Jia put away his phone and glanced at Zhang Ye, with a bruised and swollen face, being lifted onto the ambulance by medical staff. He furrowed his brow slightly. Zhang Ye didn't look like he fell on his own. Could it be? Zhang Ye deserved it for intentionally harming others, but Gu Jia didn't want him to get away with it. Gu Jia chose to believe the eyewitnesses who said Zhang Ye fell by himself. Gu Jia thought the dispute had been resolved. Meanwhile, Wu Zhao woke up under the care of medical staff. Wu Zhao opened his eyes and saw the police. He quickly grabbed a police officer's leg with a frightened expression and cried, "Police, help me. Someone kicked me. I was kicked unconscious. You must help me. Also, someone wants to kill our Zhang Ye. Where is Zhang Ye from our family? Zhang Ye has been taken to the hospital for emergency treatment. The people at the scene said you fell by yourself. Did you see who kicked you? Or did you just forget?" Gu Jia walked up and asked. Wu Zhao panicked and didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. He thought the police came to arrest the person who kicked Zhang Ye. But to his surprise, the police were focusing on Zhang Ye. If Zhang Ye were to be prosecuted, it would be a disaster. The crew believed Chang Tong was just a newcomer with no background, an easy target. If Chang Tong was beaten, the production could compensate him and cover it up in the name of an accident to avoid canceling the show. Chang Tong was just a newbie who wouldn't risk going to court. Something went wrong. Why would the crew rather have the show delayed than let Zhang Ye off the hook? Could it be related to the person who kicked Zhang Ye? Why would Yu Kai and the crew lie for the person who kicked him? What was going on? This wasn't right. Wu Zhao felt on the edge of collapsing. Wu Zhaomang opened his eyes and started to fabricate lies, saying, "Officer, this situation is not what you think. Our family's Zhang Ye did not intentionally harm anyone. This was originally just a scene in a play, and accidental injuries are common. Every film set has incidents like this. Zhang Ye just got too immersed in the role, and he momentarily lost control of his strength. Zhang Ye and Chang Tong have no grudges against each other. We were all filming together. How could he intentionally hit Chang Tong? I have seen the script. There is no scene where Zhang Ye hits Chang Tong's face. Now we have solid evidence. If you want to argue, you should do it in court in front of the judge," Gu Jia said coldly. Wu Zhaomang collapsed to the ground, mumbling as he took out his phone to call the company's people and Zhang Ye's wealthy sponsor, Madam FEI. Gu Jia left a few police officers at the scene and drove to the city hospital with 2 other officers. Soon, Gu Jia arrived at the hospital's 8th floor room number 66. Inside the ward, the legal team from Star Shine Company had also arrived. Yi Chen sat on the sofa, eating fruits and discussing the case with the legal team, waiting for Gu Jia to arrive. When Gu Jia and the 2 officers arrived, Yi Chen stood up to greet them, saying, "Gu Jia, hello. It's been a while. Thank you for coming again. Mr. Yi, don't mention it. Protecting the people's property and personal safety, responding immediately when citizen safety or property is threatened or when they are in danger, is our duty and responsibility," Gu Jia replied with a smile. Seeing Yi Chen and Gu Jia being so familiar, Chang Tong knew that things would be settled. Feeling comforted that Yi Chen would not let him be wronged, Zhang Ye was in trouble. Yi Chen said, "My best friend Chang Tong was intentionally harmed by Zhang Ye. I ask for your help in seeking justice. Rest assured, we will handle this fairly." The incident where the suspect Zhang Ye intentionally harmed Chang Tong was witnessed by everyone present, and we have collected video evidence from the scene. With testimonies and evidence in place, we will soon transfer the case to the prosecutor for review and decision to ensure justice, Gu Jia responded. Yi Chen hurriedly said, "Thank you. This is our company's legal team. We will cooperate actively for any follow-up needed." After some greetings, Gu Jia had the police officers take Chang Tong's statement and got the medical report from the hospital before leaving, completely ignoring the bloodstains on Yi Chen and not mentioning the incidents involving Zhang Ye and Wu Zhaomang being kicked. Since no one explicitly blamed Yi Chen and the individuals involved didn't witness it themselves, it wasn't his concern. Yi Chen saw that things were settled for Chang Tong, so he said, I'll go back first to change clothes and prepare dinner for you. Okay, thank you for today's help. Cheng Tong expressed his gratitude. Yi Chen gestured and said, don't be polite. Take care of your injury. I'll come back to see you tomorrow. Then we won't disturb your rest. We'll leave now. Jia, stay here to take care of Cheng Tong. Call me if you have any questions. Ken also stood up. Jia nodded and responded, sure, I'll take care of Teacher Cheng. Since there was no filming for Bai Fai that day, after sending off Yi Chen and Kan, she stayed at the hospital to accompany Cheng Tong, ignoring her manager Yu Yan's frantic calls. She turned off her phone just to focus on taking care of Cheng Tong. On his way back, Yi Chen called Chen Jichuan to inform him about cooking dinner himself that night and asked him to prepare ingredients beneficial for healing wounds. Soon, Yi Chen returned to his villa in Riverside Half Hill. In the bathroom, Su Ningwei was upstairs with Li Mei giving baths to the 3 adorable babies. The 3 chubby babies sat in a row in the bathtub, splashing and playing with the floating rubber duck, looking extremely cute. One of the babies even tried to taste the bathwater, but was stopped in time by Su Ningwei. Hearing Yu Chen's footsteps, Su Ningwei quickly tried to greet him. However, upon seeing the bloodstains on Yi Chen's clothes, she was startled, abandoning the babies and running to him. Ah Chen, what happened? Why is there blood on your clothes? Are you injured? Su Ningwei asked anxiously. Yi Chen replied, I'm fine. This is Cheng Tong's blood. Cheng Tong's blood? What happened to him? So much blood. Was he seriously injured? Su Ningwei asked with a furrowed brow. Yi Chen patiently explained, Cheng Tong was injured by the male lead Zhang Ye while filming today. His nose was broken and his face was cut deeply, hence the blood. But it's not a big deal. That's good. Go change your clothes quickly. This attire must be uncomfortable with all the blood. Su Ningwei finally relaxed. Yi Chen nodded and said, well, I'll change and then cook a nutritious dinner for Cheng Tong. Su Ming will deliver it to the hospital. Make more. I want some too, Su Ningwei quickly added. Yi Chen chuckled indulgently. All right, I'll go take a shower. Do you want me to help? Su Ningwei lowered her voice, squinting as she spoke. No need. Go look after the 3 babies. I'll manage on my own, Yi Chen smiled. Helping Yi Chen bathe would probably delay preparing a nutritious dinner for Cheng Tong. Yi Chen took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and the 3 babies were enjoying their massages. Su Ningwei was massaging the eldest baby while Yi Chen took over for the second baby. The second baby was thrilled to have his stomach gently massaged by Yi Chen, expressing joy with bright eyes and baby sounds, calling out happily, Dad, tilde dad. Yi Chen applied some baby oil on his palms, warming it before gently massaging the round and soft belly of the baby. The baby closed his eyes comfortably, clearly enjoying the massage. The poor little one looked enviously at his 2 sisters, full of admiration. Su Ningwei questioned, weren't you supposed to cook dinner? I still have time. Let me give the second baby a massage now. When they grow up, I won't have the chance to do this. Especially for my 2 baby daughters, it won't be convenient when they grow up. Our son can take baths together in the future, and we can give each other back massages, Yi Chen smiled as he explained. Su Ningwei raised her eyebrows, smiling and saying, that's right. Next time, I will give more massages to the little one. The baby was so delighted to hear that Su Ningwei would give him more massages in the future and that he could take baths with his father later. He happily waved his little fists. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei helped 3 little ones with their comforting massages before heading to the kitchen together. Inside the kitchen, Chen Jichuan had already instructed the servants to prepare various ingredients. Cheng Tong had external injuries and needed to reduce his intake of oil and avoid eating spicy foods. Yi Chen arranged for dishes like radish and tofu soup with big bones, mushroom stir-fry with meat slices, braised pork ribs, white-cut chicken, claypot black fish. With both meat and vegetarian options, rich in nutrients, beneficial for wound recovery, and delicious. Su Ningwei helped coat the meat slices with starch and asked, does Cheng Tong need help from my father's side regarding this matter? No need. The evidence is conclusive that John Cliff can't escape, Yi Chen replied. Such trivial matters naturally did not require Su Sheng's intervention. Su Ningwei nodded, saying, all right, your friend is my friend, so tomorrow I'll buy some fruits. Let's visit Cheng Tong together. Okay. Yi Chen nodded and started cooking the radish and tofu in the clay pot and steamed the 2 large chickens. Su Ningwei asked, "Was your MV shoot smooth today? I wanted to go watch your live recording, but I overslept, and you didn't wake me up. You were sleeping so soundly, I didn't have the heart to wake you up. The MV will turn out fine in the end, and there will be plenty of opportunities for more MV shoots in the future," Yi Chen replied with a smile. They continued cooking the black fish in the clay pot. Su Ningwei handed the starch-coated meat slices to Yi Chen, saying, "It's the best we could do." Soon, the kitchen was filled with the alluring aroma of the food. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei packed the cooked dishes in insulated containers and had Su Ming deliver them to the hospital. Inside the ward of the city hospital, Cheng Tong received the nutritious meal cooked by Yi Chen and couldn't wait to eat, feeling less pain in his wound. During the filming, he had been having boxed meals every day and was getting tired of them. Yi Chen had prepared a generous amount, enough for Cheng Tong, by Fei and Jia. After arranging the dishes, Jia was about to head downstairs to have fast food when Cheng Tong insisted, "Jia, let's eat together. There's so much food, we won't be able to finish it." "How can we do that? This was personally prepared for you by General Yi," Jia politely declined. Although she wanted to taste Yi Chen's cooking, she felt it was inappropriate. Cheng Tong reassured her, "It's fine. General Yi is very kind. Just looking at the quantity, he must have considered you as well. Don't be shy. Indeed, Jia, please don't hesitate. You are now our most trusted person. Cheng Tong will rely on you more. General Yi's culinary skills are outstanding. Try it," by Fei added, offering Jia the meal. Jia smelled the delicious food, thanked them, and started eating. The three of them enjoyed the meal. Even though their stomachs were full, they finished everything without wasting a single grain of rice. The next morning, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei woke up early. Su Ningwei took care of feeding the three babies, while Yi Chen prepared a nutritious breakfast. Luckily, Yi Chen had already completed his song and music video. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had time to cook a meal for Cheng Tong personally. After breakfast, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei took 3 meals and fruits, driving to the city hospital together. When they arrived at the ward with breakfast, they saw Bai Fei assisting Cheng Tong out of the restroom. Seeing Yi Chen and Su Ningwei, Bai Fei blushed. She had spent the night taking care of Cheng Tong while Jia went to rest. The specific details of her care were not suitable to mention. Cheng Tong, moved by their early visit, expressed his gratitude. Yi Chen explained that Su Ningwei had been worried and had cooked breakfast for him. Cheng Tong was touched, feeling fortunate for the attention and care he received. "I'll take a look." Yi Chen stepped forward and carefully examined Cheng Tong. Seeing that there were no major issues, he felt relieved. Yi Chen pulled out a small ceramic medicine jar from his pocket and handed it to Cheng Tong, saying, "Inside here are pain relief pills. Take 1 pill a day. It can help with pain relief." "Wow, this is a good thing. Thank you, Chen Jie," Cheng Tong said gratefully as he took the small ceramic medicine jar and swallowed a pill directly. Cheng Tong never questioned what Yi Chen offered him. Yi Chen was a bit helpless as Cheng Tong was too hasty. He had not even finished explaining before Cheng Tong swallowed the pill. Fortunately, this pill can be taken before or after meals. Bai Fei poured a glass of warm water for Cheng Tong, who swallowed the pill with the water. Looking at the small ceramic medicine jar, Cheng Tong asked, "Just 3 pills? Didn't the doctor say it would take about a week to be discharged?" "Yes, with the doctor's treatment combined with the pills I gave you, you should be able to be discharged in 3 days, Yi Chen replied. Apart from taking care of his wife and children, composing songs, and financial investments at home, Yi Chen was busy providing various healing and health-promoting pills. The medical skills provided by the system were not to be wasted, and although these healing pills were not as magical as the ones provided by the system, their effectiveness was not something ordinary medication could match. Cheng Tong was the first one to use this pill, which could relieve pain and promote wound healing. Despite being just 3 small pills, the ingredients used were top-notch, ensuring the effectiveness. Upon hearing that taking these pills would heal his wound in 3 days, Cheng Tong felt it was too precious, so he handed the small ceramic medicine jar back to Yi Chen, saying, "This medicine is so good, it's probably rare. My injury is just minor, not that painful. I'll just take 1 pill. You keep the rest for yourself. If I give it to you, you should take it. It's just a regular pain relief and wound healing pill. Just take it with peace of mind." With my current financial situation, making these pills is quite simple, Yi Chen said with a smile as he handed the small ceramic medicine jar back to Cheng Tong. Since Yi Chen put it that way, Cheng Tong stopped being polite and accepted the pills, grateful for Yi Chen's kindness. Yi Chen prepared breakfast, and as they were finishing up, JY knocked on the ward door, carrying Cheng Tong's luggage as she entered the room. Meanwhile, there was commotion outside the ward in the corridor. Everyone looked out to see Zhang Ya, whose face was swollen and bruised like a pig's head, with various colors of bruises. His nose was bandaged as he lay on a stretcher, being pushed by W. Zhou and others towards the ward. Passing by Cheng Tong's room, there were also two police officers accompanying him. Zhang Ya looked much worse than Cheng Tong. Cheng Tong rubbed his eyes in disbelief and asked, "Did I see things just now? Did I really see that scoundrel Zhang Ya lying in a hospital bed all beaten up like a dead dog? I didn't fight back yesterday, did I?" Bai Fai and JY were also shocked. "Oh, you're not seeing things. That was indeed Zhang Ya. I heard from Yin Dao and the others that after they beat you up, Zhang Ya fell and injured himself like that." Yi Chen responded calmly. Cheng Tong happily exclaimed, "Ha ha! This is karma. Zhang Ya, that bastard, actually ended up in such a state by his own doing. He truly deserves it. He must be disfigured now, right? If it wasn't for W. Zhou, I wouldn't have recognized Zhang Ya. Evil deeds will have their consequences. It's good that Zhang Ya fell. He's probably disfigured now. Zhang Ya only recently got his nose done, and now it's injured. It will be hard to repair. They say his nose was made from his own rib. Who knows if that rib will jab into his brain of shit," Bai Fai added, fully agreeing with Cheng Tong's comments. As a person who kicked people, Yi Chen touched his nose. Yes, surely it was fate that made him kick Zhang Ya, the evildoer. Bai Fai had to go back to work, so she left. Yi Chen and Ningwei stayed behind to chat with Cheng Tong. While they were having a good time, the ward door was knocked on again. Inki, with the assistant director and others, brought nutrition supplements and fruits to visit Cheng Tong. Seeing Yi Chen and Ningwei in the room, Inki greeted them warmly. Yi Chen and Ningwei also nodded in greeting to Inki and the others. They showed concern for Cheng Tong, fearing that Yi Chen and Ningwei might hold the whole crew accountable for what happened to Cheng Tong. Seeing that Cheng Tong's nose didn't seem too badly injured, Inki breathed a sigh of relief. He reassured Cheng Tong that the role he promised him in the next drama was still his, and there would be no changes due to his injury. Cheng Tong gratefully replied, "Thank you, Director Yin. I am much better now. That Zhang Ya is truly despicable. Don't worry, we will help you get justice. Ensuring the safety of actors is our responsibility and duty. We bought insurance for you, and we will cover all your medical expenses. Just focus on recovering," Inki assured Cheng Tong. "Zhang Ya's scenes have not been completed yet. I saw Zhang Ya injured earlier. If Zhang Ya is arrested for intentionally harming someone, what will happen to the drama we are filming?" Cheng Tong asked somewhat worriedly. Although Cheng Tong wished ill upon Zhang Ya and wanted him to pay, this drama was Cheng Tong's first, and it was also being filmed with Bai Fai. Cheng Tong hoped the drama could be successfully aired. Inki replied, "Don't worry. We won't use such a vile actor like Zhang Ya. We had already discussed and made a decision to replace Zhang Ya overnight. We have found a replacement for the male lead. We will reshoot the male lead scenes, and if necessary, we will use AI technology to replace him. We will make sure Zhang Ya faces legal consequences. The production delay and loss would amount to 10,000 taels. Replacing the male lead would mean starting the whole production process all over again. All the shots, images, and recordings involving Zhang Ya would need editing or replacement, incurring high costs of reproduction. Although doing so will bring immeasurable losses to the film and television production company, it is also unavoidable. Nowadays, the entertainment industry is collapsing constantly, and everyone is becoming more cautious in selecting actors. Main actors now undergo artist risk investigations. In the past, actors were chosen mainly based on their commercial value and fan influence. Now the main factor in selecting actors is risk. Fortunately, before signing a contract with Zhang Ya, Yukai had already prepared different compensation terms based on Zhang Ya's specific situation. Because Yukai was being financially supported by a wealthy woman at the time, Yukai and Zhang Ya signed a contract where Yukai bore full responsibility and assumed all losses. Now that this incident has occurred, Zhang naturally has to compensate fully, and Yukai is not too worried either, just that the release of this drama will have to be postponed. Yi Chen was quite satisfied with Yukai's arrangement and agreed to help write the theme song for this ancient martial arts drama. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Cheng Tong's wound did indeed heal quickly. On the third day, the bandage was already removed, the wound had scabbed over, the swelling in the nose had subsided, meeting the standards for discharge. Even the hospital doctors were amazed and spent a long time studying Cheng Tong. Later, the doctors found that there was nothing abnormal about Cheng Tong, he just healed faster. So they attributed it to his young age and strong recovery ability, prescribing some medication for him to continue taking and granting him a discharge certificate. Because Bai Fei had to reshoot many scenes, she couldn't find time to pick up Cheng Tong from the hospital. Yi Chen came early to the hospital to pick up Cheng Tong upon discharge. After the doctor left, Jia went to help Cheng Tong with the discharge procedures. Cheng Tong held a small mirror, looking at his reflection and said, "Bro Chen, the wound has healed quickly and doesn't hurt anymore, but the scar is still there. What should I do? Should I go to a cosmetic surgery hospital for laser scar removal or something?" Cheng Tong touched the uneven scar on his left cheek, asking. The doctor had used the finest absorbable sutures for Cheng Tong's facial wound closure, which didn't require stitch removal, but left a prominent red scar. Yi Chen smiled and said, "No need to be so troubled. I'll give you some cream to apply. Once you apply it later, all scars will disappear. But don't rush to use it. Wait until Zhang's case is resolved and compensation is received before applying it." Prior to coming, Yi Chen had already divided a small jar of scar removal cream given by the system for Cheng Tong enough to treat the scars on his face. "Alright, I see. But is there such a miraculous cream? Won't its effectiveness diminish if I apply it too late?" Cheng Tong put down the mirror, surprised, considering that the scar on his face was still quite noticeable, and completely getting rid of it wouldn't be easy. Yi Chen approached, taking out the box of scar removal cream given by the system from his pocket, and handed it to Cheng Tong. "Don't worry, it will definitely work. But this scar removal cream is rare, the ingredients are hard to find. Currently, I only have this small jar, so don't lose it. With your small scar, one application should be enough. After application, don't touch the scar area and don't use other medications, the scar will disappear," Yi Chen instructed. "So magical, one application is enough for it to heal. Isn't this cream more expensive than gold?" Cheng Tong said in shock, his eyes widening. Cheng Tong opened the lid and sniffed a strong medicinal fragrance emanating from the cream. This cream, with Yi Chen's current capabilities, was indeed extraordinary. Cheng Tong was touched that Yi Chen would give him such an expensive cream for his use. "It is way more precious than gold. Bro Chen, you are so good to me, right? You used it secretly yourself, don't tell anyone. Take care of yourself in the future. Don't get hurt easily again, you know?" Yi Chen advised. Cheng Tong gave back the jar of scar removal cream to Yi Chen, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Bro Chen, you are the best to me. But how can such a precious cream be given entirely to me? You should keep it, and when I need to use it, I will come to you." Considering the rarity of the cream, Cheng Tong hesitated to use it. "It's yours, keep it. Your job in filming is far more dangerous than mine in singing, so keep it as a backup. Besides, don't worry, I haven't given you all of it. I have kept some for myself. If your face is fully healed when you get back, apply it again tomorrow." Yi Chen smiled, placing the jar of scar removal cream into Cheng Tong's hand. "Oh, all right." Cheng Tong carefully stored the jar of scar removal cream. Yi Chen then said, "I see that Bai Fei is sincere towards you. When do you plan to announce your relationship?" "There's no hurry, let's wait until I become the lead actor. Bai Fei has signed a contract with the current company that prohibits publicizing relationships. Otherwise, a hefty breach of contract fee will be imposed," Cheng Tong explained, picking up the mirror once again. Cheng Tong carefully examined the scar on his left cheek, agreeing to the treatment Yi Chen provided. He had faith in Yi Chen's recommendation. Upon hearing Cheng Tong's words, Yi Chen furrowed his brows slightly and said, "Many companies have such rules, but it's a modern era. Fans are more accepting. Actors are humans too, with emotions and the desire to marry and have children. As you are about to become a leading actor, you don't necessarily have to wait until you're an award-winning actor. Breach of contract fees shouldn't be a problem. Bai Fei is exceptionally talented, has acting skills and looks. We can consider having her join Starlight Entertainment. That way, the two of you can be open about your relationship inside and outside work. I'll arrange some sweet scenes for you both. I agree. Anyway, the current company isn't working out well for Fei. Chang Tong lit up at the suggestion. Chang Tong mainly didn't want to see Bai Fei being exploited. The company Bai Fei was currently in was treating her like a money-making machine with lots of work but little pay. If Bai Fei were at Starlight Entertainment, Chang Tong wouldn't worry about her being mistreated. Yi Chen nodded, saying, "Discuss with Bai Fei. If you need money, let me know. If Bai Fei's company doesn't release her, tell me, and I'll figure something out." "All right. I'll talk to Fei about this when we meet, but we may need to wait until she finishes filming this drama." Chang Tong agreed. Yi Chen replied, "Okay, you guys arrange it yourselves. Just let me know if you encounter any difficulties." "All right," Chang Tong nodded. At this moment, Jia had already helped Chang Tong complete the procedures for leaving the hospital. After packing up his luggage, Yi Chen drove Chang Tong back home. For the convenience of filming, Chang Tong rented a simple bachelor apartment near the set with the most scenes. Yi Chen took a look at the apartment Chang Tong rented and said, "Have you not found a house yet?" I've looked at a few, but I feel like saving up some more money to buy a bigger and better one. Since I'm in no rush to get married and have kids now, and living alone, I'll just stay here for now. When I'm ready to be with Bai Fei, we'll choose a house she likes together." Chang Tong nodded. After Yi Chen put down Chang Tong's luggage, he said, "You were injured this time, right? I'll try to get Zhangya to compensate with a villa for you." "Sounds good. Looks like being injured wasn't in vain. This money comes in faster than filming." Chang Tong responded with a smile. Yi Chen continued, "If Zhangya dares to lay a hand on you, he must compensate until he has nothing left. Put your stuff away. Let's go to my house for dinner. It seems like you haven't cooked here." "No need. My scar on the face hasn't healed yet. I'm afraid of frightening your 3 children. You've been cooking for me these days and gave me such good medicine. Today I must treat you. I know a small restaurant run by a couple. Although the dishes they cook aren't as delicious as yours, they taste good. I'll take you to try it." Chang Tong waved his hand. Yi Chen nodded and said, "All right, let's go then. At least 3 dishes and a soup, some meat, and some vegetables. The most sincere friendship must involve reciprocity. Always remember that. Being overly polite is the beginning of estrangement. Appropriately relying on others, asking for help, gives others a chance to get closer to you. Throughout life, you will surely face storms. There are people who, without any blood relation or romantic involvement, can give you strength. These are the friends who help each other. That's a must. We must get some signature dishes. 3 dishes and a soup are too few. Let me order 6 dishes and a soup for you. It's a pity the doctor told me I can't drink alcohol yet, otherwise we would definitely have a good drink today," Chang Tong said, feeling a sense of nostalgia as he and Yi Chen went to the small restaurant. It felt like their school days, eating together. Yi Chen responded, "Focus on healing first. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I'm planning to have Shangquan come to Magic City too. Then the 3 of us brothers can have a good drink together. Let's also invite Zhou Dao, Ju Peng, and you bring your respective girlfriends. That would make for a full table." "Sounds good. When your sister's little almond graduates and comes to Magic City, everyone will be here, and we'll all have someone to look after. I think Din Fan is interested in your sister. He has good character and background. I think it's worth considering," Chang Tong said with a smile. Yi Chen nodded. Yeo is still young. No rush to find a boyfriend. But Yeo is already taking part-time jobs, accepting orders at Din Fan's company. She should come to Magic City after graduation. Whether Din Fan and Yeo can be together mainly depends on them. Yeo deserves the best man in the world. Even though Din Fan is good, Yeo has to like him. If Yeo doesn't like Din Fan, no matter how good he is, it's a lost cause. Haha, I also think Yeo is your sister, but also my sister. Beautiful and simple. The main concern is in case Yeo dates someone else, I'm afraid she'd be deceived and mistreated. It's better for her to be with Din Fan," Chang Tong responded with a laugh. Go with the flow. Yayo doesn't have to get married in her lifetime. She can support herself. Makes sense. By the way, how did the trip to Yanjing with your sister-in-law go last time? Smooth. It went smoothly. We're having the wedding banquet on the 19th of the new calendar. Will you be my best man? Remember to keep some time free. Of course. Nothing is more important than being your best man. I must witness this important highlight in your life. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei sent a message explaining they wouldn't be home for dinner and then chatted with Cheng Tong as they went to the small restaurant and ordered 6 dishes and a soup. In the private room on the second floor, Yi Chen and Cheng Tong ate and drank, enjoying themselves. As Cheng Tong and Yi Chen reminisced about interesting school memories and were having a good time, a phone call interrupted them. Who's calling me at this hour? Fi is busy filming today. Can it be the insurance company? Cheng Tong said, taking out his phone and glancing at it. It's an unknown number. Could it be a scam call? Yi Chen glanced at the phone number and said, have you ever seen a scam call number with so many 8 South? It's a local Magic City number. Go ahead and answer. Maybe it's a director interested in you again, asking you for an audition. Makes sense. Cheng Tong smiled and answered the call. He said, hello, it's me. Who is this? FEI Group? Want to sign me as a brand ambassador for 1 million? Have you made a mistake? Cheng Tong looked shocked, doubting if he heard it correctly. Cheng Tong had only just finished filming a drama that hadn't even aired yet. He was as new as one could be in the industry, and even if he was handsome, without any fame, it was unlikely to receive such a high endorsement fee. When Yi Chen heard about the FEI Group, he furrowed his brows slightly. A few days ago, Yi Chen had someone investigate Zhang Ye's background, so he also knew about the relationship between Zhang Ye and FEI. Interestingly, this FEI turned out to be the fat woman who drugged Yi Chen at the jewelry banquet. No wonder she was so wealthy. However, Zhang Ye had been disfigured, and yet FEI was willing to spend so much money. It seemed that Zhang Ye must have some unique skills or charms to keep FEI so infatuated, spending money and effort to get Zhang Ye into the film crew as the male lead. But now she was even planning to settle this matter with money for Zhang Ye. Yi Chen thought that the kick that broke Zhang Ye's rib that day was a mistake. He should have targeted Zhang Ye's vital points directly. But on that night of the jewelry banquet, Cheng Tong must have had a showdown with FEI for Yi Chen. Considering Cheng Tong's empty look afterwards, it was likely he didn't satisfy FEI that night. Perhaps he even got hurt. It was possible. Yi Chen planned to give Cheng Tong the small chicken into a fighter pill system later to replenish his energy. Cheng Tong deserved it. With his thoughts, Yi Chen used his mind to transfer the system-given small chicken into his pocket. Yi Chen sat upright, gesturing for Cheng Tong to put it on speaker. Cheng Tong pressed the speaker button. On the other end of the phone came the voice of a young man, presumably FEI's assistant. There's no mistake, we're looking for you. Well, regarding the endorsement, I need to discuss with the company before giving an answer, Cheng Tong responded. The young man's voice sounded again. You and Mr. FEI are considered old acquaintances. If you can privately reconcile with Zhang Ye, stop pursuing the incident of being hit, our endorsement fee will be increased to 20 million. And other compensations will still be provided. What? Reconcile with Zhang Ye privately, stop pursuing, and the endorsement fee increased to 20 million. Cheng Tong frowned. Mr. FEI. Old acquaintance. Which rich lady? Damn. Didn't he become sworn brothers with Zhang Ye? Truly unfortunate. Those years for a living, it wasn't easy at all. Cheng Tong wiped away a tear in his heart for himself. The young man said, yes. Please consider carefully. Yi Chen shook his head at Cheng Tong. FEI's plan was ambitious, trying to settle this matter with 20 million to protect Zhang Ye. It's simply wishful thinking. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With Yi Chen backing him, Cheng Tong must not be wronged. Seeing Yi Chen shake his head, Cheng Tong immediately said, impossible. Zhang Ye almost disfigured me. This matter cannot be settled with just some money. You know the strength of the FEI Group in Magic City, right? It's difficult to get an endorsement from the FEI Group. Both you and Zhang Ye are in the same circle. The drama is about to end, and you wouldn't want to end your acting career here, right? Reconciliation would be beneficial for everyone. I suggest you reconsider. The young man said again. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows at Chang Tong, indicating not to back down. It was just the FEI group. Even the Jia group had fallen. Why fear this FEI group? It's perfect to settle the old score with FEI, and the FEI group together. With Yi Chen's support, Chang Tong boldly said, "Consider my foot. You're threatening me. I will pursue this to the end. Let's see whose acting career will end here. If you are so ignorant, I will convey your words accurately to Mr. FEI," the young man said firmly. Chang Tong said directly, "Say what you want, but don't call me again. This matter cannot be settled privately." With that, Chang Tong hung up the phone. Chang Tong frowned, looking puzzled. Who is this Mr. FEI? Why did he say we're old acquaintances? Ah. Yi Chen coughed lightly. Do you remember the jewelry banquet you took me to? Mr. FEI is the rich lady who bought me the necklace and bracelet. FEI. Zhangya has likely been financially supported by this FEI for a long time. Chang Tong widened his eyes. Damn, it's that old witch. That night was lucky it wasn't you. She's too energetic, went at it more than 10 times in one night. After she was done with me, I felt completely drained. My legs went weak. It was hard for a long time. I thought I was done for until I met Bai Fai. I didn't expect Zhangya to be quite something, able to be financially supported by that old witch for so long. In fact, FEI wanted to support Chang Tong long-term too, but Chang Tong flatly refused. Money was important, but preserving life was essential. How do you know if Zhangya is not tongue-tied? However, that night was really tough on you. This is for you. Yi Chen took out a small blue pill given by the system, handed it to Chang Tong. Chang Tong looked at the blue pill in Yi Chen's palm, thumb-sized, and asked, "What's this?" "Super-size Viagra." Well, somewhat similar, but it's an upgraded version. No side effects, can improve health, and the effect is permanent. It can make you bigger and stronger. Never fear being deflated like a needle. Consider this pill as compensation for the sacrifice you made that night. Yi Chen nodded. Wow, that's amazing. You're really giving it to me. Chang Tong picked up the blue pill from Yi Chen's hand, sniffed at it curiously, rich with the smell of medicine, clearly not ordinary. Initially worried about what if things with Bai Fai didn't work out one day, and now, if this pill worked as well as Yi Chen said, it would solve a big problem. Yi Chen smiled. Of course it's for you. Go ahead and take it. I'm perfectly fine. But it's just one. Quietly take it. Don't tell anyone. Got it. Then I won't be polite. I really need this kind of pill right now. Chang Tong took the blue pill and swallowed it without hesitation. As the pill dissolved in his mouth, it had a sweet taste lingering with the medicine scent, sliding down his throat. Chang Tong felt a warm stream rising in his stomach, converging towards his lower back and core. It grew more abundant, hotter. Damn! Your pill really works. I'm feeling it. My back and below are starting to heat up and expand. Chang Tong's eyes widened, a mix of shock and joy on his face. Yi Chen chuckled. That's good. It seems to be effective. I can't hold it. Eat this. I'll take a look in the bathroom. Be right back. Chang Tong couldn't stay still with excitement, rushing to the bathroom. Seeing Chang Tong rush to the bathroom, Yi Chen smiled and picked up a chopstick of stir-fried beef with green peppers, putting it in his mouth. It was full of flavor, the meat tender, tasted good. Soon, Chang Tong returned, pulling up his pants. Bro Chen, your pill is incredible. I've gained a whole size down there, can stand tall at will, back to my fighter jet mode, feeling even stronger than before. Chang Tong excitedly reported. Yi Chen smiled. Great that you've recovered. Eat your meal. There's so much food, don't waste it. Yeah, I'll have more beef. Get the boss to serve some oysters and a pot of bullwhip stew. Isn't Bai Fai filming tonight? She is. You took the pill and still having so much hearty food. Are you sure you're not ascending to the heavens? You don't have to worry about that. I can handle it myself. Just let me eat. Yi Chen accompanied Chang Tong to eat a lot of hearty dishes, sent Chang Tong home, and drove back to his own house. With all these good things in his stomach, Yi Chen was about to transform into a fighter jet himself. Back at home, Su Ningwei was still napping and hadn't woken up yet. Yi Chen took a shower, changed into soft home clothes, and got into bed. He hugged the fragrant Su Ningwei, his mind filled with indescribable scenes of being together with her. Yi Chen sighed lightly, squeezed Su Ningwei tighter, not wanting to wake her up. Su Ningwei arched her back, burrowing towards Yi Chen's body. In the dream, Su Ningwei felt like she had fallen into a warm stove. Su Ningwei groaned and woke up drowsily, turning around to embrace Yi Chen's waist, murmuring, "Husband, you're back. Did I disturb you?" Yi Chen lowered his head to kiss Su Ningwei's forehead, saying gently. Su Ningwei held onto Yi Chen tightly, smiling seductively. "Weren't you going to pick up Cheng Tong from the hospital? Why did you return like this, It's not Cheng Tong. He dragged me out to eat oysters and bull penis in the middle of the day. You know, your husband is young, and you are so beautiful," Yi Chen said helplessly. Su Ningwei understood and smiled before kissing Yi Chen, willingly extinguishing his fire. Yi Chen let Su Ningwei shine under him again, like spring to a cherry tree. After 4 in the afternoon, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei finally got out of bed. Su Ningwei rubbed her soft waist and pouted, saying, "Don't eat so much heavy food in the future. You're already strong enough. If you eat more, my waist will break." "Got it. I'll pay attention next time." Yi Chen took out the medicinal oil from the bedside, gently massaging Su Ningwei's waist. After Yi Chen massaged Su Ningwei, they went to bathe and massage the 3 babies together, continuing until all 3 babies and Su Ningwei fell asleep. Yi Chen then went to the study. In the study, Yi Chen set up another computer separately. This computer only ran a program for cracking the security network of a foreign financial institution. Yi Chen checked the progress bar of the program. There was progress, but it was slow. It would take some time. The security team of the foreign financial institution was very professional and strong. Finding this opening was already difficult, so it was just a matter of time. After entering a series of code commands into this computer, Yi Chen opened another computer. He started investigating the FEI group directly. FEI dared to threaten Cheng Tong, so he must pay the price. Yi Chen could not wait for FEI to cause trouble before solving the issue. To fundamentally solve the problem, one must pull out the roots. In the study, the sound of keyboard typing rang out lightly. Yi Chen found evidence that the FEI group bribed several officials in Shanghai within 2 hours. The amount involved was substantial, and the bribery methods were diverse. From giving money and valuable items to offering luxury trips, international visits, entertainment, beauty services, and fitness, all kinds of cash consumption function memberships, discount cards, shopping cards, and more. It was no wonder FEI was so wealthy and loud. He had methods and connections. However, FEI picked a fight with Yi Chen this time, hitting a titanium iron plate. This scandal that surfaced naturally attracted attention. Many coveted positions had long been eyeing it, eagerly waiting for an opportunity. As soon as this evidence was anonymously posted online and sent to the supervisory authorities, the FEI group was finished. The next day, evidence of the FEI group bribing numerous Shanghai officials was exposed on various websites, causing a sensation online. People were criticizing heavily. Cheng Tong excitedly called Yi Chen. "Have you seen today's headlines?" "I have," Yi Chen replied calmly. Cheng Tong happily said, "This is a blessing. I was a little worried about how FEI would deal with us yesterday. I didn't expect such a big incident from the FEI group today. FEI must be too occupied to bother with Zhangya. Don't worry. Your brother Chen has the title of a Jinli possessing Koi. Following me, you will definitely emerge from danger, getting better and better." Yi Chen replied with a smile. Cheng Tong chuckled, "That's right. I won't bother you for now. I'll go enjoy the show and leave some likes. It's so satisfying. The anonymous hero who exposed this is amazing, a justice warrior, incredibly cool." Yi Chen, the anonymous hero and justice warrior, felt gratified and content after hearing Cheng Tong's words. At the end of the month, the FEI group had already been thoroughly investigated, and its industries were devoured and renamed by other major groups, leading to the disappearance of the FEI group in Shanghai. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei lived each day comfortably and contently. There were 4 things they did every day: eat 3 meals and sleep. One morning, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei played with the 3 babies in the backyard's play castle filled with colorful ocean balls. The babies loved the colorful ocean balls. Despite being put in their mouths, the balls were safe and non-toxic. Soon after, Yi Chen's phone rang. It was Cheng Tong calling to share the strong performance of the company's legal team in handling the recent court case. Yi Chen calmly listened to Cheng Tong's excited report. Yi Chen smiled and asked, "How was the judgment made?" Zhang was found guilty of intentional injury and sentenced to 9 years in prison with a fine of 80 million for my loss. The money has already been transferred, Cheng Tong replied. Yi Chen asked with a smile, "Are you satisfied with this outcome?" "Satisfied. Very satisfied. This is a whole 80 million. I've never seen this much money in my life. With this much money, buying a villa in the Magic City would be more than enough," Cheng Tong said excitedly. Yi Chen said, "As long as you're satisfied with this outcome, I owe this to you. How about I treat you and your sister-in-law to dinner tonight? Fi is also free," Cheng Tong suggested. "Let me ask your sister-in-law." Yi Chen covered the receiver, consulted Su Ningwei for her opinion, then said, "Cheng Tong invited us to dinner tonight. Will you go?" "Sure," Su Ningwei nodded with a smile. Yi Chen then said to Cheng Tong, "All right, where shall we eat tonight?" "I'll make the reservation first and let you know once it's confirmed," Cheng Tong replied with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Su Ningwei tilted her head and asked, "Has Zhang been sentenced?" "Yes, sentenced to 9 years in prison and a compensation of 80 million for damages," Yi Chen nodded. Su Ningwei innocently said, "Oh, that seems a bit light. We shouldn't just have dinner tonight for nothing. Should I have my dad arrange for someone in prison to look after Zhang properly?" "All right. I also think it's a bit light," Yi Chen agreed with a smile. Su Ningwei took out her phone and made a call to Su Sheng. After a few rings, he answered. On the phone, Su Sheng paused a meeting, leaving his subordinates in the conference room, and went to a nearby break room, saying with a smile, Wei, what's up calling Dad? Are the 3 babies behaving? They're all good. Are you busy now? Is this a bad time for you? Su Ningwei asked with a smile. Su Sheng replied, not busy, not disrupting work. Did you call Dad because you encountered some difficulty? Did Yi Chen bully you? It's impossible for Yi Chen to do such a thing. Did you bully him? Yi Chen, with his extraordinary hearing, was almost teased by Su Sheng. No, how could I bully Yi Chen? I love him too much. Su Ningwei pouted and said, Are you sure you're not my real dad? Ha ha. Su Sheng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Su Ningwei continued, Stop laughing. One of Yi Chen's friends was bullied by someone, and that person has been sentenced now, named Zhang. Dad, could you have someone in prison take good care of Zhang? We shouldn't let him be too comfortable in prison. Oh, for this kind of trivial matter, I'll have us handle it later. In the future, if you have such situations, you can directly command us and he will take care of it for you, Su Sheng replied. Su Ningwei said, Got it. By the way, how's my brother doing at the military school now? Well, when your brother just got there, he was crying and refusing to eat, almost fainting. After going hungry for 2 days, he straightened up and seems to be studying well lately, Su Sheng answered. Su Ningwei said, That's good. You should also take care of yourself and not overwork. Okay, Su Sheng replied with a smile. Su Sheng felt happy to be cared for by Su Ningwei, brushing off recent work fatigue and the troubles caused by Su Ju and Yao Yun's divorce. The divorce between Yao Yun and Su Sheng was publicly attributed to incompatible emotions. However, after the Su family completely cut off all business ties with the Yao family, people guessed some of the truths behind it. After finalizing the divorce proceedings, Yao Yun was sent out of the country. Before leaving, Yao Yun secretly met with Su Ju and said many things. Since that day, Su Ju seemed to have matured overnight, no longer crying and starting to study diligently. Evening came. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei fed the 3 babies, changed into matching outfits, and drove to the restaurant arranged by Cheng Tong. The restaurant was a well-known private chef in the Magic City, with good privacy, unique dishes, albeit expensive and difficult to reserve. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei, wearing hats and masks, entered the private room where Cheng Tong and Bai Fei were already waiting. Upon seeing Yi Chen and Su Ningwei, Cheng Tong and Bai Fei stood up to greet them. Brother Chen, sister-in-law, you're here, please sit down, Cheng Tong said with a smile. Bai Fei also pulled out the chairs and greeted them with a blush. Brother Chen, sister-in-law, sit here. The scars on Cheng Tong's face had completely disappeared, his skin smooth, his nose prominent. It was hard to tell he had been injured before, looking even more handsome than before. It seemed that Cheng Tong had used a scar removal ointment yesterday. Su Ningwei was not surprised to see Cheng Tong's face so well recovered. After Yi Chen and Su Ningwei sat down, the waiters served a variety of exquisite dishes. Cheng Tong said with a smile, "Brother Chen, let's have some white wine today. We won't go home until we're drunk." Bai Fai poured white wine for Yi Chen and Cheng Tong. Since Su Ningwei couldn't drink, Bai Fai poured her a glass of freshly squeezed juice. "That means I might not be able to go home tonight. I can handle 1,000 cups now," Yi Chen joked. Cheng Tong said, "Haha, I forgot, but I remember your alcohol tolerance wasn't this great before. Did you secretly take some hangover medicine? I could use some." "Why would I eat hangover medicine when drinking with you? But if you need it, I can get you some," Yi Chen replied. Cheng Tong brightened up, smiling. "That's exactly what I need. I really need it. Brother Chen, I toast to you. I really appreciate what you've done this time. Otherwise, as a newcomer, I would have been bullied by Zhangya." Cheng Tong lifted his glass, stood up, and sincerely thanked Yi Chen. Yi Chen also raised his glass, stood up, and said, "There's no need to thank me anymore. We've had so many years of friendship. How could I watch you get bullied by Zhangya? I remember your kindness to me in my most difficult times. If you encounter difficulties, I'll definitely assist you wholeheartedly. Let's drink to our everlasting friendship. Cheers." "That's for sure. We will always be good brothers. Cheers." Cheng Tong downed his glass with a smile. Yi Chen also finished his drink with a smile. Bai Fai stood up, holding her glass, and said gratefully to Yi Chen, "Brother Chen, thanks to your help to Tong this time, here's a toast to you. Tong also told me about the opportunity to go to Starlight Company. How do you feel about it? Do you plan to join us? We offer excellent treatment." Yi Chen raised his glass and lightly clinked it with Bai Fai's glass, smiling as he asked. Bai Fai quickly drank the white wine in her glass, then replied with a smile, "I trust Brother Chen's character, so I am more than happy to join Starlight Entertainment. However, my current contract is not up until next year. Blue Entertainment has agreed to let me go, but before I leave, I have to collaborate on a drama with a new male actor from the company." "Yes, that works fine. Our Chenwei film industry won't officially launch until next year anyway, so you don't need to worry about resources and scripts then. If you encounter any difficulties during this time, feel free to talk to Angie. I'll have her send you a contract to review. If there are any changes you want to make or any requests, you can bring them up." Yi Chen nodded in response. Typically, when an artist's contract expires and they wish to peacefully part ways, they often need to lower their status or share resources, collaborating with new actors or those not very prominent under the company. Yi Chen had also investigated Bai Fai's situation. Her figure, appearance, and temperament were outstanding, with excellent dancing and fighting skills. She was considered one of the best in Blue Star, even more beautiful than Liu from Earth Star. Bai Fai's career was currently smooth sailing, with stardom just within reach. Blue Entertainment couldn't offer her the resources she needed, not even a connection. After becoming popular, Blue Entertainment wanted Bai Fai to star in their own mediocre dramas or mentor new talents, draining Bai Fai's popularity. Bai Fai had been contemplating leaving and had received offers from several strong talent agencies. She even considered not signing with a company and starting her own studio. Starlight Media mainly focused on music and lacked strong film and TV resources compared to other companies. However, because Cheng Tong was there, and Starlight Media was owned by Yi Chen, Bai Fai unhesitatingly chose to go to Starlight Media. In any case, leaving Blue Entertainment amicably was the best option. Bai Fai had filmed multiple dramas for Blue Entertainment in the past, and regardless of how successful they were, Blue Entertainment had still supported her. Now, with Bai Fai's soaring popularity, she had earned a lot of money for Blue Entertainment. Before leaving, she was even willing to do one last drama for Blue Entertainment as a gesture of goodwill towards the company and its actors. Bai Fai smiled and replied, "Sure, I'll take a look at it first and give you an answer later." Seeing Yi Chen and Bai Fai getting along, Cheng Tong's smile grew even brighter. "Let's eat. The food here is quite good," Cheng Tong said as he used the public chopsticks to serve everyone dishes. The four of them proceeded to enjoy their meal with laughter and joy filling the air. After dinner, on the way back, Su Ningwei drove while Yi Chen made a call to Can. After a few rings, the call was answered. "Angie, prepare an artist contract and send it to Bai Fai once it's ready," Yi Chen instructed. Can asked in confusion, "Bai Fai? Which by Fi? The one from Blue Entertainment? Yes, the one from Blue Entertainment, Yi Chen confirmed. Ken was shocked and incredulous. Oh my goodness, Bai Fi is a versatile actress and currently one of the hottest female artists. Many companies are vying to sign her. You managed to bring her over, you're amazing. This is mainly thanks to Cheng Tong. Ensure Bai Fi is treated well, according to the highest standards in terms of remuneration and benefits, Yi Chen ordered. Ken promptly responded, I understand. By the way, the songs from Chen Hart, Wei Joy album are ready for MV production. Will you be available to film during this time? Yes, we can start anytime, Yi Chen replied. Ken said, great, I'll make arrangements, and we can start filming the day after tomorrow. Okay, Yi Chen acknowledged. After the call, Yi Chen informed Suning Wei, we can start filming the MV for Chen Hart, Wei Joy album the day after tomorrow, so get prepared. Suning Wei nodded and replied, okay. I'll start using facial masks from tonight to ensure I'm in the best condition for our first album recording. 2 days passed quickly. The weather was pleasant and sunny. The contract between Bai Fi and Starlight Entertainment had been finalized, and Bai Fi had signed the agreement. Once her contract with Blue Entertainment expired, she would become a member of Starlight Media. Yi Chen and Suning Wei fed and settled their 3 babies before driving to the company. The first song they recorded was the theme song Chen Hart, Wei Joy. This song was the title track, and they spared no expense on creating a dreamy, romantic scene featuring a rose garden set and 3D special effects. Yi Chen and Suning Wei changed into customized outfits and styled their hair. Suning Wei also brought her and Yi Chen's customized microphones. The two stood in the garden, gazing at each other affectionately, singing with warmth and grace, shining like the leading couple in an idol drama. Their performance was filled with genuine emotion and chemistry. The music video for Chen Hart, Wei Joy involved 5 outfit changes and backgrounds, all exuding beauty and romance. The photographer didn't stop capturing moments, and with the stunning visuals combined with Yi Chen and Suning Wei's exceptional looks, every angle was picture perfect and could easily be used as wallpapers. The love between Yi Chen and Suning Wei overflowed on screen, making viewers feel love-struck, truly a perfect match. Even before the MV was completed, the beautiful behind-the-scenes pictures alone would drive Yi Chen and Suning Wei's fans wild. Okay, these shots turned out perfectly. Great job, Yi teacher and Su teacher. You can prepare for the next song recording now, the director in charge of filming expressed his satisfaction. He thought that if all artists were as professional as Yi Chen and Suning Wei, they would have a much easier time, with higher work efficiency and better moods. For the last set of outfits, Suning Wei had a delicate makeup look with her hair tied up, adorned with flowers. She wore a gorgeous trailing gown, embellished with pink roses, resembling a fairy in a rose garden. Yi Chen, in a dark blue haute couture suit, added a touch of elegance and restraint. Watch your step. Yi Chen held Suning Wei's hand and attentively cleared any obstacles in her path. Suning Wei gazed tenderly at Yi Chen, gently removing flower petals from his hair. Yi Chen led Suning Wei to the dressing room, sprinkling dog food along the way, full of loving details. The staff present directly got their fill of dog food. Many single staff members couldn't help but want to find a partner soon to taste the sweetness and bitterness of love. Because Yi Chen and Suning Wei had made thorough preparations in advance, the MV asked for several songs, such as Because of Love, For the Rest of My Life, For Seasons for You, Under the Flying Clouds, Have to Love, Love Frequency, Heart to Heart Lover, A Little Sweet, and Love Never Lost were successfully recorded within a week. When behind-the-scenes footage of this album's MV was posted online, all the fans went crazy. Several promotional texts related to the Chen Din Yue Wei album quickly climbed to the top of the entertainment hot search list. Hashtag Yi Chen and Suning Wei's first collaborative album, Chen Din Yue Wei MV. Exciting behind-the-scenes footage revealed for the first time. Hash delight for the fans of beauty. A large amount of behind-the-scenes beauty shots of the Chen Wei couple coming your way. Wallpaper-worthy. Go go go. Hashtag superbly produced Chen Din Yue Wei album MV special feature. Documenting every detail of the behind-the-scenes long-awaited Chen Din Yue Wei album MV behind-the-scenes footage finally revealed. Inside the practice room. Yi Chen was very satisfied with how Yukai had handled the incident with Zhangya and Cheng Tong previously. Since everyone on the entire crew claimed that Zhangya had fallen on her own, Zhongya ended up receiving a kick from Yi Chen for nothing. Not even knowing who had kicked her, she had to bear the pain and heal on her own before being taken to jail. Yi Chen happily agreed to Yukai's request to help with writing the theme song for this ancient puppetry drama. With the filming of the Chen Din Yue Wei album's MV coming to a conclusion, Yi Chen had some time to spare, so he began working on the theme song for the puppetry drama. Su Ningwei entered Yi Chen's arms happily with her phone in hand, and said with a smile, "Are you still writing songs, Ah Chen?" "Yes, what brings you here?" "Where's our baby?" Yi Chen held Su Ningwei's waist gently, and asked tenderly. Su Ningwei replied with a smile, "Aunt Emmy, I took the 3 babies to bask in the sun, knowing you were busy writing songs and didn't check your phone. Look, the behind-the-scenes footage of our first collaborative album, Chen Din Yue Wei, is trending again." "Well, let's see what our fans are saying," Yi Chen said, encircling Su Ningwei's waist and resting his head on her shoulder. Su Ningwei happily opened the top trending post, #Yi Chen, and Su Ningwei's first collaborative album, Chen Din Yue Wei MV. Exciting behind-the-scenes footage revealed for the first time. The comments section was bustling with various screenshots of Yi Chen and Su Ningwei, filling every corner. Comments ranged from admiration for the Chen Wei couple's appearance and anticipation for the new album. "This screenshot is so beautiful. The Chen Wei couple's appearance is simply outstanding. I want to lick the screen. Oh my god, these pictures are so pleasing to the eyes. I love it. I can't wait for the Chen Din Yue Wei album to be released. Omega. Su Ningwei is so stunning. How can someone be this beautiful? Yi Chen is so lucky. Isn't Yi Chen handsome? Su Ningwei is the lucky one. Haha, let's not argue. We're all one big family." The official account is so thoughtful, they've included screenshots of the fans' comments. "I'm in tears. Wow, the real couple is so sweet. This looks so genuine, too cute. I love it. Can't wait. The production looks grand, sounds good, and looks good. Everyone get ready. I'll definitely buy the album. No one should compete with me. Now I just want to know when the Chen Wei couple will host a live stream to promote the Chen Din Yue Wei album. I won't let you have it all to yourself, but I'm also excited for the Chen Wei couple's live stream." Su Ningwei smiled and said, "Ah Chen, the fans are really looking forward to us hosting a live stream to promote the new album. Shall we arrange something?" "Sure, we'll plan it when the new album goes on pre-sale. Give our supporting fans a treat." Yi Chen smiled, leaning over to kiss Su Ningwei's cheek. Su Ningwei smiled, put down her phone, turned around and sat squarely in Yi Chen's arms, cupping his face, and passionately kissed Yi Chen's lips. Fragrant and soft, intense and lingering. Yi Chen squeezed Su Ningwei's waist and responded warmly. The two of them were passionately engaged in their kiss. Yi Chen's phone in his pocket vibrated. However, Yi Chen ignored the phone's vibrations and continued the kiss. Su Ningwei, on the other hand, was left tingling all over from the phone's vibrations, let out a sigh, and breathed heavily as she leaned tenderly in Yi Chen's arms. "Hey, who's calling you at this time?" "We haven't finished kissing yet." Blushing, Su Ningwei coquettishly complained. Yi Chen lightly pecked Su Ningwei's red lips and said with a smile, "All right, I'll let you have your fill tonight, or did you want to play the piano in the practice room?" "Forget it. This piano is expensive and sensitive to moisture. Let's not play on it. You should check who's calling. What if it's something important?" Su Ningwei, her arms around Yi Chen's neck, remembered something unmentionable and blushed even more. Yi Chen lifted Su Ningwei's perky bottom slightly, took out his phone, and glanced at the missed call. It was from Tang An. Su Ningwei glanced at Yi Chen's phone screen, showing the caller ID Uncle Tang, and asked curiously, "Who's this? Why do you have an Uncle Tang with the surname Tang?" "His name is Tang An, my former landlord. He's always been good to me, so I call him Uncle Tang," Yi Chen replied. "Oh, why is he so good to you? Don't tell me he has a daughter who wants to marry you." Su Ningwei raised an eyebrow, her womanly intuition telling her that someone treating Yi Chen this well must have a reason for doing so. "Ahem." Yi Chen cleared his throat and honestly replied, "Well, it's kind of like that, but I've never entertained the thought. Between me and Tangzhen, everything is clean and clear." Yi Chen didn't want to keep things from Su Ningwei to prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings in the future that could harm their relationship and trust. Jealous, Su Ningwei said, "Then why is this Uncle Tang still calling you? Is he too old to surf the internet and doesn't know you're already married with kids and still wants you to marry into his family? Impossible. I've already told Uncle Tang that we're married with kids, and he even gave us a big red envelope. He even wanted to invite our whole family to dinner last time, but I declined because our child is still young. He probably called today because he encountered some difficulties. Yi Chen patiently explained as he noticed Su Ningwei's jealousy. Yi Chen continued, the fire that happened in the building we used to live in the middle of the night was alerted to me by Tang Shu's phone call. I also carried Tang Shu, who had injured his leg, and escaped. Speaking of which, Tang Shu and I can be considered as having a close friendship that transcends generations. After hearing Yi Chen's explanation, Su Ningwei felt relieved and no longer felt sour. In fact, regardless of what others thought, Su Ningwei only wanted to know Yi Chen's attitude. As long as Yi Chen didn't have any other intentions, that was enough for her. So that's how it is. Why don't you call Tang Shu back? What if something urgent happens or they encounter a huge difficulty? Su Ningwei suggested. Yi Chen smiled. Aren't you jealous? No, I am not jealous. Just call Tang Shu quickly and don't delay if there might be something serious happening. Su Ningwei's face blushed slightly, urging persistently without admitting it. Yi Chen stopped teasing Su Ningwei and called Tang'an back, putting the call on speaker. The phone rang twice before it was answered. Tang'an was in a panic, his voice trembling as he spoke from the other end of the phone. Ziyi, something big has happened. Please help me save Zinzan. After hearing what Tang'an said, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei exchanged a look, surprised that something had indeed gone wrong. What happened to Tang Shu? Don't worry, calm down and tell me slowly. There will be a solution. Yi Chen comforted and inquired gently. This morning, Zinzan was taken away by a group of people in uniforms. They said Zinzan is suspected of bribery and took her away for investigation. Tang'an explained anxiously. Yi Chen said, Tang Shu, let me find out more information first and then I will call you back. Okay, I'll wait for your call. Tang'an responded. After hanging up with Tang'an, Su Ningwei asked, should I ask my dad to help inquire? Let's not trouble your dad for now. Bribery cases are sensitive and likely involve some officials. It's better for your dad, who is in business, not to get involved in this mess. I'll find out the situation first, help if possible, and if not, let it go. Yi Chen replied. Su Ningwei nodded. Okay, then I'll go make apple puree for the 3 babies. You handle this. Okay, Yi Chen nodded. After Su Ningwei left the vocal training room, Yi Chen made a call to Gu Jia. Bribery cases fall under the jurisdiction of the Public Security Department with criminal investigation powers, but the prosecuting authority ultimately decides on charges. Gu Jia was a criminal police officer and team leader who might know something. The call was quickly answered. Yi Chen asked, is Captain Gu busy? Not busy. What's the matter, Mr. Yi? Gu Jia's voice came through the phone. Without much delay, Yi Chen went straight to the point. I have a friend named Tangzhen. Today, she was taken away for suspected bribery. I want to know the specifics of the situation. Please wait a moment. Gu Jia responded. Sounds of Gu Jia walking, a door locking, and searching for information followed. After a moment, Gu Jia's voice came through again. Is it Tangzhen from the Tang Advertising Company? Yes, Yi Chen replied. Gu Jia said, this time, due to the Foxy Group's incident, it involved many officials. Based on the current testimonies, although Tangzhen has been involved in bribery, it was passively accepting bribes, and the amount is not significant. It shouldn't be a big issue. Find a good lawyer for her, pay the fine, and she should be fine. The distinction between active bribery and passive bribery depends on whether the briber willingly offered the money to satisfy their interests or only provided the money at the request of the recipient. In comparison, passive bribery, where the bribes are received involuntarily, often carries lesser penalties, but the recipient will still face punishment regardless of the circumstances. Okay, Captain Gu, thank you. Yi Chen expressed gratitude. It seemed like a minor issue for Tangzhen as long as it was related to money, and Yi Chen felt relieved. Gu Jia said, it's just a small favor, Mr. Yi. No need to be so polite. After hanging up with Gu Jia, Yi Chen called Tang'an back. The call was picked up quickly. Ziyi, how's it going? Did Zinzan make a big mistake out of confusion? She won't end up in jail, right? If she gets locked up for a few years, what should we do? Zinzan is still young. She hasn't found a husband, hasn't had children. Tang'an began to worry and tear up. Yi Chen reassured him, Tang Shu, don't cry first. The problem isn't that serious, she won't go to jail. Everything's fine. It's just a minor issue that can be solved with some money. I'll arrange for a lawyer immediately to help you deal with this issue. Money isn't a problem, as long as Inzen is safe. Ziyi, I'm truly grateful to you. Tangan wiped away his tears, expressing his gratitude. Tangan genuinely liked and trusted Yi Chen. Whenever something happened, he would turn to Yi Chen for help. He couldn't help but regret once again. If Yi Chen were his son-in-law, things would be better. But some things are just not meant to be, regardless of circumstances. Yi Chen said, Tangshu, don't be so courteous. Let me call the lawyer and have him contact you. Okay, Tangan agreed. After ending the call with Tangan, Yi Chen called Zhu Peng's cousin, Zhu Yuzi. Zhu Yuzi quickly answered the phone, maintaining his polite demeanor. Mr. Yi, hello. Lawyer Zhu, hello. I'm sorry to trouble you again. Yi Chen said. No trouble at all. What's the case this time, Mr. Yi? Zhu Yuzi inquired. Yi Chen briefed Zhu Yuzi about Tang Zhen's situation. Zhu Yuzi responded, this case is simple. I'll handle it right away for you. Thank you. I'll text you Tang Zhen's family's phone numbers. Yi Chen acknowledged. After ending the call with Zhu Yuzi, feeling uninspired to write songs, Yi Chen decided to go downstairs and take a walk with Su Ningwei and the three babies. In the yard, the three babies sat in their strollers, watching the koi fish leisurely swim in the water. The hands of the youngest baby were particularly agile. She picked up a sunlight rose grape from the fruit plate and fed it to the fish in the pond. A group of beautiful koi fish eagerly competed for the grape. The chubby white heron, flapping its wings, stepped on the fish's heads agilely and snatched the grape, showing its clever evasiveness. The disgruntled koi fish tried to nip at the heron. Flustered, the heron, with a few white feathers nipped off, squawked as it jumped onto the shore, perfectly demonstrating agile evasion techniques. The annoyed koi fish splashed water at the heron. The water droplets shimmered in the sunlight like sparkling gems. The three babies burst into laughter watching the interactions between the heron and koi fish. Su Ningwei was on the side, scooping out a spoonful of fine apple puree with a spoon, gently feeding the fruit puree she made for the first time into Zibao's mouth. Zibao, who was tasting apple puree for the first time, curiously and excitedly took a bite, but then wrinkled his brow, looking astonished with tremors all over his body, as every cell seemed to reject it. Zibao's face was full of disdain, murmuring something in a disgruntled manner. Yi Chen heard the translated baby talk. What is this? It's so bad, I was wrong. I won't throw fruits randomly anymore. Su Ningwei also furrowed her brow. In order to make this apple puree, Su Ningwei chose the largest, reddest apple, peeled and seeded it, steamed it in a pot, and then mashed it with a food processor. Su Ningwei muttered softly, really? I followed the online tutorial. Is it really this bad? Wei, did you make this apple puree? Yi Chen walked over to Su Ningwei, smiling and asking. Yes, I just made it. Su Ningwei turned her head to look at Yi Chen, smiling and asked, Ekin, are you done with work? No major issues, right? Yeah, nothing major. I've already asked the lawyer to help. It's not a big problem. Yi Chen bent down and said, give me a taste. It's really bad. Zibao rejected it after just one bite. Su Ningwei said apologetically. Yi Chen smiled and said, it's okay. Su Ningwei then scooped a small spoonful of apple puree and fed it to Yi Chen. It tasted smooth and fragrant with apple, but was a bit sour. When babies are between 6 to 9 months old, their taste buds are most developed, and after the baby period ends, taste buds gradually decline. This bit of sourness might not be very noticeable to adults, but for a baby tasting apple puree for the first time, it was indeed too sour. How is it? Is it really so bad? Did I do it wrong? Su Ningwei asked. Yi Chen gently replied, it's not bad, you made it well, it's just the apples were not chosen properly, a bit sour. Apples tend to be even more sour after steaming. Babies are young and cannot handle sour tastes. Really, let me taste it. Su Ningwei quickly scooped a spoonful and tried it herself, confirming it was not bad, just a bit sour. Su Ningwei looked puzzled. Why is that? I clearly chose the biggest and reddest apple. The sweetest apples may not always be the biggest and reddest. Although red apples usually indicate good ripeness, some sellers artificially ripen apples to improve their appearance. Come, let me help you pick apples and make a new batch of apple puree Yi Chen said, taking Su Ningwei's hand, instructing Li Mei and the others to look after the 3 babies. Yi Chen held Su Ningwei's hand and returned to the living room. The fruit basket in the living room was filled with various fruits. Yi Chen picked 2 small and not very attractive apples, smelled them, and found them to be fragrant. These 2 are good. The apple puree made from these will surely be liked by the 3 babies. Yi Chen handed the 2 apples to Su Ningwei. Su Ningwei took the apples, smelled them and said, "Well, these 2 apples do smell fragrant, but they look ugly, not very red either. Are they really tasty?" Of course, don't be fooled by these 2 ugly apples. Apples grown naturally transition from green to yellow, then gradually turn red under sunlight. So, the apple should have a clear color transition vertically, which indicates high ripeness and a crisp, sweet taste. If the apple's color is uniformly red all over, it may not taste good and sweetness will be mild. Also, if it's predominantly red with green spots, it means low ripeness, so avoid those. Many people mistakenly think smooth-skinned apples are best, but apples that grow in natural conditions tend to be rougher, even with brown-yellow spots, Yi Chen patiently explained. Su Ningwei listened attentively, nodding her head. "I've learned. I now know how to select tasty apples for the babies. Let's redo the fruit puree for the babies," Yi Chen said, leading Su Ningwei to prepare a sweet apple puree for the 3 babies. After completing it, Yi Chen said, "You taste it," jokingly, and fed a spoonful of apple puree to Su Ningwei. After tasting it, Su Ningwei gave a thumbs up, praising, "Well, it's really good. Sweet this time. The 3 babies will definitely like it." Yi Chen and Su Ningwei then carried the freshly made apple puree and sat back with the 3 babies. "Little one, try it again. This time it's apple puree made by Mom and Dad, not sour at all." Su Ningwei fed a spoonful of apple puree to the baby. Seeing the apple puree in Su Ningwei's hand, the baby shrank back in fear, turning away and refusing to open his mouth. Su Ningwei could only feed that spoonful to the big brother, saying, "Big bro is a good boy. Try it first." Big brother had never tasted apple puree before and was curious, so he opened his mouth and took a bite. Little one looked at big brother, waiting to see his disdainful expression. To everyone's surprise, Big Brother's eyes widened, as if discovering a new world, and ate appreciatingly. Yummy. After finishing, Big Brother wanted more. Su Ningwei happily said, "Ekin, you did great. The babies really like it this time." Of course, Yi Chen replied with a smile. Su Ningwei then fed Big Brother another bite. This time, Little One and Second Brother also showed interest, wanting a taste. Yi Chen fed a spoonful to each of them. Soon, all 3 babies finished the apple puree. The warm sun shone down. Yi Chen took off his thin jacket, draping it over a nearby chair. "The weather is getting warmer. We can arrange for the wedding photo shoot. Where do you want to go for the shoot?" Yi Chen asked. Su Ningwei tilted her head, counting on her fingers. I want to shoot by the sea, in the desert, on the grasslands, near a waterfall, at a lake, and with a mountain backdrop. What should we do? Let's do them all. Let Shangquan be our exclusive cameraman in the Magic City, and bring along professional stylist Zizia. What do you think of traveling and shooting at the same time? Yi Chen suggested with a smile. Su Ningwei's eyes lit up. I like this plan. Then it's settled. Since my songs have been recorded recently, it will take some time to finalize and release the new album. Let's take advantage of this break to go for the wedding photo shoot. Let's start at the South Sea Island, Yi Chen said with a smile. Su Ningwei said happily, Great, it's most comfortable to go to Nanhai Island at this time. I'll call my dad to arrange our accommodation on Nanhai Island. My dad had some spare money a few years ago when property prices were relatively low, so he was keen on buying houses in many places across the country. Many properties are still under my name. I can't even remember them all. No need, I'll take care of it. You like to see the sea, so I've already bought a vacation villa in Nanhai Island. As for the rest of the shooting arrangements in other places, just leave it to me. You just need to focus on taking beautiful photos, Yi Chen replied with a smile. No wonder Su Sheng can become the richest man. The real estate sector must have appreciated a lot. Yi Chen hasn't even stayed in the Nanhai Island Seaview vacation villa that the system rewarded before. As for the special plane transfers, all-inclusive accommodations, meals, and transportation, just wait until after the wedding to use them for your honeymoon with Su Ningwei. Su Ningwei happily turned her head, kissed Yi Chen on the cheek, and said, "Honey, you're so good. I'm so happy to marry you, but what about the 3 babies?" "Of course, the 3 babies will go with us, and we'll bring Aunt Mei and the others along," Yi Chen replied with a smile. Su Ningwei nodded and said, "Okay, it's perfect to bring the 3 babies to see the sea. Seeing the whole beach, the 3 babies will surely love it. Then I'll call Kan, Shangquan, and arrange it," Yi Chen said as he took out his phone and called Shangquan. After a few rings, the call was answered. "Yi Chen, you called me. Are you free to shoot wedding photos?" Shangquan asked with a smile over the phone. Yi Chen replied with a smile, "Yes, I was wondering if you're free during this time. We have quite a few locations we want to shoot, and we plan to combine shooting with traveling." "Combining shooting with traveling is a great idea. I'll join you. However, I still have a shoot to finish here tomorrow. If all goes well, I can join you the day after tomorrow at the earliest," Shangquan replied. Yi Chen said, "Okay, I'll make arrangements here. It should work out. I just came across the exciting behind-the-scenes footage of your Heart of Chen and Wei MV. It looks so good. Is your company always this talented in shooting behind the scenes?" "I feel a bit pressured," Shangquan said. Yi Chen responded, "Don't be modest, you're an award-winning person. If you think the company's behind-the-scenes footage is good, I'll have them assist you." "No need, I have my own apprentice. I'll bring him. By the way, how are things going with your plans for film and television production?" "I've already talked to my apprentice about it. We plan to work with you on a big project," Shangquan inquired. Yi Chen assured, "Don't worry, the company's location has been selected, and after the new year, we can start the project. After the new year, you can come to Shanghai, and I'll take care of your accommodation. You'll be in charge of recruiting and building the camera team." "Sure, no problem. I'll get my current tasks done first. See you the day after tomorrow," Shangquan replied with a smile. After hanging up with Shangquan, Yi Chen called Kan. The phone rang twice, and it was soon answered. "Angie, do you have any work arrangements lately?" Yi Chen asked. Kan's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Not for the time being. But the accompaniments for the songs Lady Luxuries, Above the Moon, The Most Dazzling National Style, Congratulations, Serious Snow, You Want All to Leave, This Is Love, and Summer are all ready. I'm preparing to send them to you for review, and if everything's okay, we can arrange for recording." "Okay, let me listen first. If everything is fine, we'll record Congratulations, Serious Snow, You Want All to Leave, This Is Love, Summer tomorrow. Lady Luxuries, Above the Moon, The Most Dazzling National Style will have Hong Hua and Liu Yi record them," Yi Chen stated. Kan was surprised. "Do you want Hong Hua and Liu Yi to sing Lady Luxuries, Above the Moon, and The Most Dazzling National Style? Aren't you and Wei Wei singing them?" Yi Chen explained patiently, knowing that Kan was looking out for him, and Su Ningwei, "I've heard Hong Hua and Liu Yi's performance upon Moonlight last time. They are indeed excellent performers. Besides, these 3 songs suit their vocal styles better and fit the intended vibe of the songs in my mind. Having them sing will make these songs more popular and vibrant." Kan agreed. "Okay, I'll arrange it as per your instructions. After I record these songs tomorrow, Wei Wei and I plan to take our wedding photos the day after. We may not return to Shanghai so soon, so we won't make any other work arrangements for now," Yi Chen informed. Kan agreed. "Sounds good." After instructing Kan on the work arrangements, Yi Chen ended the call and Su Ningwei asked, "Are you recording songs tomorrow?" "Yes, just 5 songs, and I'll try to finish recording them in the morning," Yi Chen nodded. Su Ningwei admired Yi Chen and said with a smile, "5 songs aren't a lot. Only you on the entire Blue Star can pull off recording almost flawlessly on the first take." Yi Chen replied casually, "Standard procedure. I'll go to the study to listen to the accompaniments." Yi Chen went to the study, opened his computer, put on his headphones, and started reviewing the files sent by Kan. He listened to the accompaniment of Lady Luxuries first. The familiar harp solo played, combined with drums, percussion, bass, lead synth, piano. Yi Chen was very pleased with the almost perfect accompaniment that hardly differed from the original. Kan's handling was indeed commendable, and the newly signed music software production company was top-notch. As the melody played, Yi Chen's Earth Star DNA was triggered. Unable to resist, he hummed along, settling on the cliff above the river, the fragrant grass blooms on waning grass sea. Who hung the moon in the sky, shining to convey words, flowing into the sea tilde flowing into the sea. Wu Meng Mountain connecting outside the mountain, moonlight sprinkling over the resonating beach. Can anyone tell me if the blue sky is calling out to you? This classic song, Divine Comedy, is so lively and enjoyable when sung. Yechen felt even better after singing Madame Luxurious. She happily started playing the accompaniment of Above the Moon. The accompaniment began with the familiar formula and taste, as if she was immediately transported to a vast and boundless grassland full of strong natural charm. Forget about the moon. It feels like the whole world belongs to us Chinese. The following songs like most dazzling ethnic style, Congratulations, Serious Snow, Take Everything You Want, This Is Love, and Summer also went smoothly, just as Yechen desired. After Yechen finished listening, she called Kan. Kan answered immediately, evidently waiting for Yechen's response to arrange the next steps of their work. Yechen said, "And yeah, I've listened to the accompaniments. They are good. No problems. We can schedule the recording for tomorrow." "All right, I'll arrange it right away," Kan acknowledged. After ending the call with Kan, Yechen prearranged the upcoming tasks. She decided to sell a few stocks that might be volatile in the near future, earning a little less, and converted them into 5 million in cash for a travel fund. The theme song for the Ancient Puppet Show can wait, especially since there's a lot of work with a new male lead. Yechen planned to finish taking wedding photos before continuing with the creative process. Yechen also opened the account for Orange Milk Dad Selection. This account already had over 100,000 followers with high engagement levels. The recent video review of a thermos bottle received high likes, saves, and shares, and even won a platform traffic reward. Yechen was pleased with the results and didn't particularly value the reward money. She just felt her spending wasn't in vain, useful for her child and others' children too. Additionally, it was a good income source. In the future, she intended to conduct live broadcasts related to supporting farmers, benefiting them while earning money. Finally, Yechen checked the comments on the video. The next highly requested review was for baby bottles. Yechen called the responsible person of the Orange Milk Dad Selection account, Chen Xiachi. There were a total of 6 people managing the account, responsible for product selection, filming, etc. Chen Xiachi had previously worked at a testing center, was active in social media, and was a father of 2. His eldest daughter had been affected by poor quality diapers sold by a disreputable retailer, leading him to apply for the position upon hearing about Yechen's plans. Yechen believed Chen Xiachi was diligent and responsible, and thus hired him to manage the account. After a few rings, Chen Xiachi answered the call. Yechen praised, the recent thermos bottle review was excellent, and the account reached over 100,000 followers. Distribute 1,000 as a reward to everyone and relax after work to celebrate. Chen Xiachi thanked respectfully, "Thank you, but you generously contribute to public welfare testing from your own pocket and support all 6 of us, assisting many mother and father figures. You should distribute the rewards among them." "I have received my salary and won't take a red envelope." Yechen responded warmly, "I haven't done anything extraordinary, it's just money. You are the ones who work hard, running around. Especially you, helping me, and facing threats. You deserve this red envelope, don't hesitate, or I will feel uneasy." Chen Xiachi, touched by Yechen's words, expressed gratitude. "Thank you, Yechen, we will continue to work diligently." Yechen mentioned the highly requested baby bottle review for the next video and instructed Chen Xiachi to explore several brands. With a budget of 10,000 yuan and select cost-effective and quality products to ensure customer satisfaction and support ethical businesses. Chen Xiachi agreed, "Understood, I will get right on it." Yechen ended the call and completed her tasks. It was almost lunchtime, and Yechen planned to cook for Su Ningwei herself since traveling made it inconvenient to prepare meals on the road. Upon entering the kitchen, Yechen found everything ready, including eel, free-range chicken, fresh ox meat, pig trotters, and abalone. The chef, Chu Shai, a top chef hired by Su Sheng at a high salary, with 30 years of experience in cooking, specializing in Hangzhou cuisine, Sichuan cuisine, Hunan cuisine, and constantly innovating, was already dressed and prepared to work. Su Ningwei's favorite dishes are usually Chushi Sichuan and Hunan cuisine. His private kitchen chain had over 50 stores nationwide. Su Sheng had supported Chushai during tough times, leading to his strong loyalty. Thus, when asked to help Su Ningwei and Yechen in the kitchen, Chushai readily accepted. Seeing Yechen, Chushai and the servants respectfully greeted her. Yechen instructed them on food preparation tasks and allowed Chushai to observe while assisting. Chushai, delighted to learn from such experience, diligently helped with meal preparation, showcasing his excellent knife skills. Appreciative of the opportunity, Chushai worked joyfully in the kitchen, feeling proud. Yi Chen's cooking impressed Su Sheng and Su Ningwei so much that they couldn't stop praising it. Chushai couldn't resist sneaking a taste of the leftovers and was amazed by the heavenly flavors, making him, a top chef, feel inferior and eager to learn a thing or two from Yi Chen. If Chushai hadn't witnessed Yi Chen cooking, he would have suspected that Yi Chen added some kind of special ingredient. Even ordinary dishes, when cooked by Yi Chen's hands, became addictive and unforgettable. Talent is truly unpredictable. However, without Yi Chen's agreement, Chushai wouldn't dare to use Yi Chen's recipes for commercial purposes. Whether managing a brand with multiple restaurants or operating a single dining establishment in order to secure a stable space for survival and development in the competitive market. Product is the key. Competitive strength and improvement, innovation, and upgrading are essential. If things remain unchanged, even with signature dishes, the restaurant's survival space will only narrow, eventually being squeezed out of the race. With the assistance of Yi Chen's recipes, Chushai believed that his restaurants could definitely become the best in China and even expand internationally. While slicing beef, Chushai mustered the courage to ask, "Mr. Yi, I admire your culinary skills very much. I have over 50 Chuai private kitchen stores nationwide, all profitable. If you are willing to share your recipes with me for commercial use, I am willing to give you 10% of the profit for each store per month as compensation." 10% profit per store per month. Sure. How many recipes do you want? 3 new dishes per month enough for you. Yi Chen rolled up his sleeves and placed the chopped eel into a ceramic stew pot, followed by various nourishing herbs and ginger slices. Yi Chen had been to Chuwei Private Kitchen, which was quite famous in China. The taste and service were excellent, and it was a profitable establishment. Yi Chen admired Chushi's sincerity. After all, Yi Chen always allowed Chushai to watch him cook, so even if Chushai used his recipes for commercial purposes without his knowledge, Yi Chen would likely not mind, out of consideration for Su Sheng. Of course, the profit generated by the 3 recipes Yi Chen provided Chushai each month would certainly exceed 10% of each store's profit. Yi Chen enjoyed providing Chushai with 3 new recipes each month. It was too easy for Yi Chen, considering the excellent culinary skills he possessed, and since he didn't have the time to open a restaurant himself, he occasionally cooked at home. If he could monetize his culinary skills in this way for extra income, that would be great. Chushai eagerly agreed to the arrangement and promised to give Yi Chen 15% of each store's profit every month for the 3 recipes provided. Yi Chen then began to teach Chushai how to cook specific dishes, while Chushai diligently took notes. Chushai was hardworking, talented, and meticulous, which all contributed to his success. Yi Chen's instruction was thorough and logical, leaving Chushai deeply impressed, forgetting that Yi Chen was only in his 20s. Chushai believed that Yi Chen's skill was on par with chefs with over 30 years of experience. Soon, Yi Chen finished a table full of dishes and prepared some baby food for the 3 young children. A servant went to call Su Ningwei to join the meal, while others served the dishes onto the table. Su Ningwei, with her 3 babies in a prom, entered the dining room and noted Yi Chen's look of satisfaction. She remarked, "So fragrant, Tilda, is today's lunch prepared by you?" "Yes, sit down and try it. I have a trip starting the day after tomorrow, so it's inconvenient for me to cook then." Yi Chen responded with a smile, and they sat down together. Yi Chen took Su Ningwei's hand, and after feeding her a piece of stewed pig's trotter, Su Ningwei happily picked up her chopsticks to taste it. She complimented, Tilda, so delicious. This is the best stewed pig's trotter I've ever had." Yi Chen encouraged her to try the nourishing eel, which she enjoyed. The harmonious exchange of feeding each other reflected the mutual love between them. The 3 babies, having already eaten some baby food, now looked at the delicious spread on the table and the sweet interaction between Yi Chen and Su Ningwei with great desire. The eldest sucked his thumb eagerly. The second blinked his eyes, saying, "Dad, Tilda baby, eat, Tilda." The youngest extended his arms, yearning to eat. The servants prepared the baby food chairs, and Yi Chen settled the babies in, providing them with the delicious food he had prepared. Suning Wei asked curiously, "Ekin, what kind of complimentary food are you making for the babies? It looks different from before, and it looks very delicious. Today's menu is not just rice porridge. I added blueberry and Chinese yam puree today. Although there is no salt or sugar added, the natural sweetness of blueberry jam makes it taste good. Would you like to try some?" Yi Chen said as he put disposable bibs on the 3 babies. Complimentary food for infants under 1 year old should not contain salt or sugar, and after 6.5 months, you can try adding walnut oil. After feeding rice powder for a week, start adding vegetable puree, starting with root vegetables. Complimentary food should be added when the child is hungry before nursing, starting from thin to thick, from little to more. Gradually increase the variety, adapting the child to the process. Complimentary food should be added based on the season and the child's physical condition, gradually increasing the variety. Suning Wei smiled and said, "Did you make some for me too? Of course, I thought you would like it, so I made an extra portion for you. But yours doesn't have rice porridge, it's just pure blueberry and Chinese yam puree, with cream and sugar added for better flavor." Yi Chen replied with a smile, placing 3 portions of blueberry and Chinese yam puree, along with 3 small spoons, in front of the 3 babies. Suning Wei smiled and said, "You really know me." The servant quickly brought another portion of blueberry and Chinese yam puree to Suning Wei's side. Suning Wei took a bite. The taste was delicate, with the rich cream scent enveloping the fruity flavor of blueberry, slightly sour and sweet. Very appetizing and delicious, simply delightful. "It's so delicious, try it." Suning Wei hurriedly scooped a spoonful and fed it to Yi Chen. After tasting it, Yi Chen smiled and said, "You eat. I'll feed a bit to the 3 babies first, they look eager for it." With that, Yi Chen scooped up a spoonful of blueberry and Chinese yam puree and fed the youngest baby. The baby's eyes widened after tasting it, clearly enjoying the taste, and even grabbed the spoon to feed themselves. The other babies also couldn't wait for Yi Chen and Suning Wei to feed them and grabbed spoons to feed themselves. Suning Wei and Yi Chen then guided the babies on how to eat properly with a spoon. The 3 babies were smart, although not very coordinated yet. They managed to eat the puree themselves, all messy but content, feeling proud and happy. Yi Chen and Suning Wei praised the babies and enjoyed watching their adorable and clumsy attempts. The babies' natural exploration of self-feeding at this age helps develop their brains. After finishing the meal, Yi Chen let the caretakers take the babies to clean up, allowing him and Suning Wei to enjoy their lunch peacefully. While eating and chatting, Yi Chen mentioned to Suning Wei, Chu Shai said he wants to exchange his 15% profit from over 50 Chu Wei private kitchen restaurants for 3 new dish recipes from me each month. That sounds great. Chu Shai is quite clever. With your cooking skills, providing 3 new dish recipes monthly for Chu Wei private kitchen restaurants would definitely boost their business. But getting 15% profit from over 50 restaurants should be quite significant. With your cooking skills, if you didn't pursue singing back then and became a chef directly, you would probably be a millionaire by now, Suning Wei jokingly commented. Yi Chen chuckled, saying, "Actually, my cooking wasn't that good originally. They say the way to someone's heart is through their stomach. I learned to cook with care later on just to impress you. Ekin, you're too kind to me. I'm touched. You don't need to win my heart through cooking. You already have my heart. Actually, you have my body, mind, and soul," Suning Wei emotionally expressed. Yi Chen tenderly responded, "I know. Seeing you enjoy the food I cook makes me happy and fulfilled too." "Yes, I agree with that. That's why I've started enjoying cooking lately," Suning Wei replied with a smile. The 2 of them finished lunch happily and sweetly. The next day, Yi Chen went to the recording studio as usual to work on his songs. After finishing early, he planned to prepare for the upcoming wedding photo shoot the next day. Ko-an and Lu Yin were already waiting at the studio. After exchanging greetings, Yi Chen entered the studio, cleared his throat, and started recording the first song, "This Is Love." The familiar melody played in his headphones. Yi Chen thought of Suning Wei and, closing his eyes, gently sang along with the rhythm. Memories may drown in the vast sea. Past events may never return. Time may steal away waiting. Love that has lasted for so long may eventually part ways. Inside the recording studio, Lu Yin and Ko-an were deeply moved by Yi Chen's performance. Cohen got lost in Yi Chen singing, even recalling her own ex-husband who, in the beginning of their relationship, had once given her love and warmth, but later, due to work and life conflicts, gradually eroded the love between them. Some love stories are like that, truly loving when it happens, truly unloving when it no longer exists. After listening to Yi Chen singing, Cohen started to feel relieved, no longer harboring resentment towards her ex-husband as before. Lion almost forgot that she was here for tuning, thinking she was at a concert instead, completely mesmerized by Yi Chen singing. After finishing the song, This Is Love, Lion nonchalantly heard Lion say, "Very good, extremely perfect, President Yi. This song is good. Take a break. The next song is Take Everything You Want." The cameraman shooting the behind-the-scenes footage couldn't help but sigh. What behind the scenes? It's all main footage, so good to listen to. Didn't even film enough, and it ended. Yi Chen took off the headphones, took a sip of water, and adjusted her mood. After all, the previous song was so sweet and affectionate, the next one would be heart-wrenching and sad. After a short break, Yi Chen put on her headphones and started recording Take Everything You Want. The accompaniment music started. Yi Chen got into the zone, her expression turning sorrowful, eyes filled with the sadness of a breakup, not at all like someone who had never experienced heartbreak before. As Yi Chen finished the difficult middle portion with the help of Lion's cues, even though Kian and Lion knew Yi Chen's strong abilities, they couldn't help but feel nervous. Take Everything You Want started off with a slow rhythm, but as the chorus approached, the tempo sped up and the emotions started to burst forth until the very last line one after another, in a line, in counting and eliminating, we close the door, we owe each other nothing. The speed accelerated to the extreme, making it really challenging to sing this part well. This song was the most tongue-twisting song Kian and Lion had heard so far. However, when Yi Chen effortlessly finished this segment, without a hint of exhaustion, Kian and the recording team realized they were worrying unnecessarily. Yi Chen's recording studio performance was far superior to the live broadcast. One reason being the better equipment, the other being direct accompaniment. The effect was simply too good. Yi Chen was truly exceptional, too amazing. After Yi Chen finished singing Take Everything You Want, Lion pressed the confirm button and immediately praised President Yi. This song Take Everything You Want is also perfect. The chorus is also very good. Upon hearing Lion's words, Yi Chen took off her headphones for a break before preparing to record another song. The next three songs, Congratulations on Getting Rich, Serious Snow, and Summer, for Yi Chen, were completely stress-free, and she recorded them in one go. Work efficiency was off the charts. After smoothly recording these songs, Kainjo Duo was already waiting outside Lion's studio. Knowing that Yi Chen was going out of town to take wedding photos, Kainjo Duo had prepared all the documents that required Yi Chen's review and signature. Yi Chen headed to the CEO's office. The first document was a new talent profile. Due to Yi Chen's influence, the company had recently acquired a lot of new resources in film and television, so they had recruited a batch of high-quality new talents. Among them were not only singers, but also many actors who had studied acting. As soon as Yi Chen's hand touched the document, the sweet and cute lowly voice of the system chimed in his mind. Ding! Latest mission, sign Youngmi to join Starlight Media Company to receive rewards. Oh. The system's little lowly is in business. Yes, just 5 songs, and I'll try to finish recording them in the morning. Yi Chen nodded. Su Ningwei admired Yi Chen and said with a smile, 5 songs aren't a lot. Only you on the entire Blue Star can pull off recording almost flawlessly on the first take. Yi Chen replied casually, standard procedure. I'll go to the study to listen to the accompaniments. Yi Chen went to the study, opened his computer, put on his headphones, and started reviewing the files sent by Kan. He listened to the accompaniment of Lady Luxuries first. The familiar harp solo played, combined with drums, percussion, bass, lead synth, piano. Yi Chen was very pleased with the almost perfect accompaniment that hardly differed from the original. Kan's handling was indeed commendable, and the newly signed music software production company was top-notch. As the melody played, Yi Chen's Earth Star DNA was triggered. Unable to resist, he hummed along, settling on the cliff above the river, the fragrant grass blooms on Weeninggras Sea. Who hung the moon in the sky, shining to convey words, flowing into the sea tilde flowing into the sea. Wumeng Mountain connecting outside the mountain, moonlight sprinkling over the resonating beach. Can anyone tell me if the blue sky is calling out to you? This classic song, Divine Comedy, is so lively and enjoyable when sung. Yechen felt even better after singing Madame Luxurious. She happily started playing the accompaniment of Above the Moon. The accompaniment began with the familiar formula and taste, as if she was immediately transported to a vast and boundless grassland full of strong natural charm. Forget about the moon. It feels like the whole world belongs to us Chinese. The following songs like Most Dazzling Ethnic Style, Congratulations, Serious Snow, Take Everything You Want, This Is Love, and Summer also went smoothly, just as Yechen desired. After Yechen finished listening, she called Kan. Kan answered immediately, evidently waiting for Yechen's response to arrange the next steps of their work. Yechen said, "And yeah, I've listened to the accompaniments. They are good. No problems. We can schedule the recording for tomorrow." "All right, I'll arrange it right away," Kan acknowledged. After ending the call with Kan, Yechen prearranged the upcoming tasks. She decided to sell a few stocks that might be volatile in the near future, earning a little less, and converted them into 5 million in cash for a travel fund. The theme song for the Ancient Puppet Show can wait, especially since there's a lot of work with a new male lead. Yechen planned to finish taking wedding photos before continuing with the creative process. Yechen also opened the account for Orange Milk Dad Selection. This account already had over 100,000 followers with high engagement levels. The recent video review of a thermos bottle received high likes, saves, and shares, and even won a platform traffic reward. Yechen was pleased with the results and didn't particularly value the reward money. She just felt her spending wasn't in vain, useful for her child and others' children too. Additionally, it was a good income source. In the future, she intended to conduct live broadcasts related to supporting farmers, benefiting them while earning money. Finally, Yechen checked the comments on the video. The next highly requested review was for baby bottles. Yechen called the responsible person of the Orange Milk Dad Selection account, Chen Xiachi. There were a total of 6 people managing the account, responsible for product selection, filming, etc. Chen Xiachi had previously worked at a testing center, was active in social media, and was a father of 2. His eldest daughter had been affected by poor quality diapers sold by a disreputable retailer, leading him to apply for the position upon hearing about Yechen's plans. Yechen believed Chen Xiachi was diligent and responsible, and thus hired him to manage the account. After a few rings, Chen Xiachi answered the call. Yechen praised, the recent thermos bottle review was excellent, and the account reached over 100,000 followers. Distribute 1,000 as a reward to everyone and relax after work to celebrate. Chen Xiachi thanked respectfully, "Thank you, but you generously contribute to public welfare testing from your own pocket and support all 6 of us, assisting many mother and father figures. You should distribute the rewards among them. I have received my salary and won't take a red envelope." Yechen responded warmly, "I haven't done anything extraordinary, it's just money. You are the ones who work hard, running around. Especially you, helping me, and facing threats. You deserve this red envelope, don't hesitate, or I will feel uneasy." Chen Xiachi, touched by Yechen's words, expressed gratitude. "Thank you, Yechen. We will continue to work diligently." Yechen mentioned the highly requested baby bottle review for the next video and instructed Chen Xiachi to explore several brands, with a budget of 10,000 yuan and select cost-effective and quality products to ensure customer satisfaction and support ethical businesses. Chen Xiachi agreed, "Understood. I will get right on it." Yechen ended the call and completed her tasks. It was almost lunchtime, and Yechen planned to cook for Su Ningwei herself since traveling made it inconvenient to prepare meals on the road. Upon entering the kitchen, Yechen found everything ready, including eel, free-range chicken, fresh ox meat, pig trotters, and abalone. The chef, Chu Shai, a top chef hired by Su Sheng at a high salary, with 30 years of experience in cooking, specializing in Hangzhou cuisine, Sichuan cuisine, Hunan cuisine, and constantly innovating, was already dressed and prepared to work. Su Ningwei's favorite dishes are usually Chushi Sichuan and Hunan cuisine. His private kitchen chain had over 50 stores nationwide. Su Sheng had supported Chu Shai during tough times, leading to his strong loyalty. Thus, when asked to help Su Ningwei and Yechen in the kitchen, Chu Shai readily accepted. Seeing Yechen, Chu Shai and the servants respectfully greeted her. Yichen instructed them on food preparation tasks and allowed Chushai to observe while assisting. Chushai, delighted to learn from such experience, diligently helped with meal preparation, showcasing his excellent knife skills. Appreciative of the opportunity, Chushai worked joyfully in the kitchen, feeling proud. Yichen's cooking impressed Susheng and Suningwei so much that they couldn't stop praising it. Chushai couldn't resist sneaking a taste of the leftovers and was amazed by the heavenly flavors, making him, a top chef, feel inferior and eager to learn a thing or two from Yichen. If Chushai hadn't witnessed Yichen cooking, he would have suspected that Yichen added some kind of special ingredient. Even ordinary dishes, when cooked by Yichen's hands, became addictive and unforgettable. Talent is truly unpredictable. However, without Yichen's agreement, Chushai wouldn't dare to use Yichen's recipes for commercial purposes. Whether managing a brand with multiple restaurants or operating a single dining establishment in order to secure a stable space for survival and development in the competitive market. Product is the key. Competitive strength and improvement, innovation, and upgrading are essential. If things remain unchanged, even with signature dishes, the restaurant's survival space will only narrow, eventually being squeezed out of the race. With the assistance of Yichen's recipes, Chushai believed that his restaurants could definitely become the best in China and even expand internationally. While slicing beef, Chushai mustered the courage to ask, "Mr. Yi, I admire your culinary skills very much. I have over 50 Chuai private kitchen stores nationwide, all profitable. If you are willing to share your recipes with me for commercial use, I am willing to give you 10% of the profit for each store per month as compensation." 10% profit per store per month. Sure. How many recipes do you want? 3 new dishes per month enough for you. Yichen rolled up his sleeves and placed the chopped eel into a ceramic stew pot, followed by various nourishing herbs and ginger slices. Yichen had been to Chuai Private Kitchen, which was quite famous in China. The taste and service were excellent, and it was a profitable establishment. Yichen admired Chushi's sincerity. After all, Yichen always allowed Chushai to watch him cook, so even if Chushai used his recipes for commercial purposes without his knowledge, Yichen would likely not mind, out of consideration for Susheng. Of course, the profit generated by the 3 recipes Yichen provided Chushai each month would certainly exceed 10% of each store's profit. Yichen enjoyed providing Chushai with 3 new recipes each month. It was too easy for Yichen, considering the excellent culinary skills he possessed, and since he didn't have the time to open a restaurant himself, he occasionally cooked at home. If he could monetize his culinary skills in this way for extra income, that would be great. Chushai eagerly agreed to the arrangement and promised to give Yichen 15% of each store's profit every month for the 3 recipes provided. Yichen then began to teach Chushai how to cook specific dishes, while Chushai diligently took notes. Chushai was hardworking, talented, and meticulous, which all contributed to his success. Yichen's instruction was thorough and logical, leaving Chushai deeply impressed, forgetting that Yichen was only in his 20s. Chushai believed that Yichen's skill was on par with chefs with over 30 years of experience. Soon, Yichen finished a table full of dishes and prepared some baby food for the 3 young children. A servant went to call Suningwei to join the meal, while others served the dishes onto the table. Suningwei, with her 3 babies in a prom, entered the dining room and noted Yichen's look of satisfaction. She remarked, "So fragrant, Tilda, is today's lunch prepared by you?" "Yes, sit down and try it. I have a trip starting the day after tomorrow, so it's inconvenient for me to cook then." Yichen responded with a smile, and they sat down together. Yichen took Suningwei's hand, and after feeding her a piece of stewed pig's trotter, Suningwei happily picked up her chopsticks to taste it. She complimented, Tilda, so delicious. This is the best stewed pig's trotter I've ever had." Yichen encouraged her to try the nourishing eel, which she enjoyed. The harmonious exchange of feeding each other reflected the mutual love between them. The 3 babies, having already eaten some baby food, now looked at the delicious spread on the table and the sweet interaction between Yichen and Suningwei with great desire. The eldest sucked his thumb eagerly. The second blinked his eyes, saying, "Dad, Tilda baby, eat, Tilda." The youngest extended his arms, yearning to eat. The servants prepared the baby food chairs, and Yichen settled the babies in, providing them with the delicious food he had prepared. Suningwei asked curiously, "Ekin, what kind of complimentary food are you making for the babies? It looks different from before, and it looks very delicious." Today's menu is not just rice porridge. I added blueberry and Chinese yam puree today. Although there is no salt or sugar added, the natural sweetness of blueberry jam makes it taste good. Would you like to try some? Yi Chen said as he put disposable bibs on the three babies. Complimentary food for infants under 1 year old should not contain salt or sugar, and after 6.5 months, you can try adding walnut oil. After feeding rice powder for a week, start adding vegetable puree, starting with root vegetables. Complimentary food should be added when the child is hungry before nursing, starting from thin to thick, from little to more. Gradually increase the variety, adapting the child to the process. Complimentary food should be added based on the season and the child's physical condition, gradually increasing the variety. Su Ningwei smiled and said, "Did you make some for me too? Of course, I thought you would like it, so I made an extra portion for you. But yours doesn't have rice porridge, it's just pure blueberry and Chinese yam puree, with cream and sugar added for better flavor." Yi Chen replied with a smile, placing 3 portions of blueberry and Chinese yam puree, along with 3 small spoons, in front of the 3 babies. Su Ningwei smiled and said, "You really know me." The servant quickly brought another portion of blueberry and Chinese yam puree to Su Ningwei's side. Su Ningwei took a bite. The taste was delicate, with the rich cream scent enveloping the fruity flavor of blueberry, slightly sour and sweet. Very appetizing and delicious, simply delightful. "It's so delicious, try it." Su Ningwei hurriedly scooped a spoonful and fed it to Yi Chen. After tasting it, Yi Chen smiled and said, "You eat. I'll feed a bit to the 3 babies first, they look eager for it." With that, Yi Chen scooped up a spoonful of blueberry and Chinese yam puree and fed the youngest baby. The baby's eyes widened after tasting it, clearly enjoying the taste, and even grabbed the spoon to feed themselves. The other babies also couldn't wait for Yi Chen and Su Ningwei to feed them and grabbed spoons to feed themselves. Su Ningwei and Yi Chen then guided the babies on how to eat properly with a spoon. The 3 babies were smart, although not very coordinated yet. They managed to eat the puree themselves, all messy but content, feeling proud and happy. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei praised the babies and enjoyed watching their adorable and clumsy attempts. The babies' natural exploration of self-feeding at this age helps develop their brains. After finishing the meal, Yi Chen let the caretakers take the babies to clean up, allowing him and Su Ningwei to enjoy their lunch peacefully. While eating and chatting, Yi Chen mentioned to Su Ningwei, Chu Shai said he wants to exchange his 15% profit from over 50 Chu Wei private kitchen restaurants for 3 new dish recipes from me each month. That sounds great. Chu Shai is quite clever. With your cooking skills, providing 3 new dish recipes monthly for Chu Wei private kitchen restaurants would definitely boost their business. But getting 15% profit from over 50 restaurants should be quite significant. With your cooking skills, if you didn't pursue singing back then and became a chef directly, you would probably be a millionaire by now, Su Ningwei jokingly commented. Yi Chen chuckled, saying, "Actually, my cooking wasn't that good originally. They say the way to someone's heart is through their stomach. I learned to cook with care later on just to impress you. Ekin, you're too kind to me. I'm touched. You don't need to win my heart through cooking. You already have my heart. Actually, you have my body, mind, and soul," Su Ningwei emotionally expressed. Yi Chen tenderly responded, "I know. Seeing you enjoy the food I cook makes me happy and fulfilled too." "Yes, I agree with that. That's why I've started enjoying cooking lately," Su Ningwei replied with a smile. The 2 of them finished lunch happily and sweetly. The next day, Yi Chen went to the recording studio as usual to work on his songs. After finishing early, he planned to prepare for the upcoming wedding photo shoot the next day. Ko An and Lu Yin were already waiting at the studio. After exchanging greetings, Yi Chen entered the studio, cleared his throat, and started recording the first song, "This Is Love." The familiar melody played in his headphones. Yi Chen thought of Su Ningwei and, closing his eyes, gently sang along with the rhythm. Memories may drown in the vast sea, past events may never return. Time may steal away waiting. Love that has lasted for so long may eventually part ways. Inside the recording studio, Lu Yin and Ko An were deeply moved by Yi Chen's performance. Ko An got lost in Yi Chen's singing, even recalling her own ex-husband who, in the beginning of their relationship, had once given her love and warmth, but later, due to work and life conflicts, gradually eroded the love between them. Some love stories are like that. truly loving when it happens, truly unloving when it no longer exists. After listening to Yi Chen's singing, Cohen started to feel relieved, no longer harboring resentment towards her ex-husband as before. Lion almost forgot that she was here for tuning, thinking she was at a concert instead, completely mesmerized by Yi Chen's singing. After finishing the song, This Is Love, Lion nonchalantly heard Lion say, "Very good, extremely perfect, President Yi. This song is good. Take a break. The next song is Take Everything You Want." The cameraman shooting the behind-the-scenes footage couldn't help but sigh. What behind the scenes? It's all main footage, so good to listen to. Didn't even film enough, and it ended. Yi Chen took off the headphones, took a sip of water, and adjusted her mood. After all, the previous song was so sweet and affectionate, the next one would be heart-wrenching and sad. After a short break, Yi Chen put on her headphones and started recording Take Everything You Want. The accompaniment music started. Yi Chen got into the zone, her expression turning sorrowful, eyes filled with the sadness of a breakup, not at all like someone who had never experienced heartbreak before. As Yi Chen finished the difficult middle portion with the help of Lion's cues, even though Qian and Lion knew Yi Chen's strong abilities, they couldn't help but feel nervous. Take Everything You Want started off with a slow rhythm, but as the chorus approached, the tempo sped up and the emotions started to burst forth until the very last line, one after another, in a line, in counting and eliminating, we close the door, we owe each other nothing. The speed accelerated to the extreme, making it really challenging to sing this part well. This song was the most tongue-twisting song Qian and Lion had heard so far. However, when Yi Chen effortlessly finished this segment, without a hint of exhaustion, Qian and the recording team realized they were worrying unnecessarily. Yi Chen's recording studio performance was far superior to the live broadcast. One reason being the better equipment, the other being direct accompaniment. The effect was simply too good. Yi Chen was truly exceptional, too amazing. After Yi Chen finished singing Take Everything You Want, Lion pressed the confirm button and immediately praised President Yi. This song Take Everything You Want is also perfect. The chorus is also very good. Upon hearing Lion's words, Yi Chen took off her headphones for a break before preparing to record another song. The next three songs, Congratulations on Getting Rich, Serious Snow, and Summer, for Yi Chen, were completely stress-free, and she recorded them in one go. Work efficiency was off the charts. After smoothly recording these songs, Kainjo Duo was already waiting outside Lion's studio. Knowing that Yi Chen was going out of town to take wedding photos, Kainjo Duo had prepared all the documents that required Yi Chen's review and signature. Yi Chen headed to the CEO's office. The first document was a new talent profile. Due to Yi Chen's influence, the company had recently acquired a lot of new resources in film and television, so they had recruited a batch of high-quality new talents. Among them were not only singers, but also many actors who had studied acting. As soon as Yi Chen's hand touched the document, the sweet and cute lowly voice of the system chimed in his mind. Ding! Latest mission, sign Yangmi to join Starlight Media Company to receive rewards. Oh! The system's little lowly is in business. This name is familiar. It looks like there's a surprise among the new talent this time. Yi Chen smiled and glanced through the information. Good one. The first one, Yangmi. Isn't she the young version of Damian? This well-proportioned figure, these beautiful fox eyes, almond face, all natural, outstanding. She also graduated from Jingying. This is a must-sign even without the system reward. Yi Chen picked up the pen on the table and directly signed the agreement on Yangmi's application form. At this moment, the sweet and cute lowly voice of the system echoed in Yi Chen's mind once again. Ding! Congratulations on completing the signing of Yangmi as a signing artist for Starlight Company's important mainline mission. Ding! The Earth Stars Costume Fantasy TV Series 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Miles of Peach Blossoms has been unlocked and comes with the script for 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Miles of Peach Blossoms. This drama is also one of the best-selling dramas of Damian. The system offering this drama as a reward is very reasonable. Yi Chen happily prepared to open the next person's file, and once again, the sweet and cute lowly voice of the system chimed in his mind. Yi Chen completed Peng Yu's job application form and signed his consent and full name as well. Ding! Congratulations on completing the important main task of signing Peng Yu as the contracted artist for Starshine Company. Ding! The Earthstar inspirational movie Roll with Odin has been unlocked, and the script for Roll with Odin is also included. After receiving the system's rewards, Yi Chen proceeded to look at the profile of the next newcomer without surprise. Who knows which Earthstar celebrity, just like the others, would shine brightly at Blue Star again. However, this time the system did not make another sound. Yi Chen was not disappointed, considering that signing these three was already great achievement. He earnestly looked through the next newcomer's information. This newcomer was a fresh face, not a young man, named Tan Din, with a delicate appearance and good temperament. After carefully reviewing the resume and video, Yi Chen saw no major issues and proceeded to sign without hesitation, despite the lack of system prompts and rewards for this Tan Din. Yi Chen also diligently reviewed the information of the other individuals. The company's talent scouts were indeed quite good. After confirming that all the documents were in order and without issues, Yi Chen did not make things difficult for the newcomers. He agreed and gave them the opportunity to showcase themselves and pursue their dreams. Other tasks included handling expense reports and resource allocation for the company. Yi Chen confirmed each one by signing. With the company matters settled, it was almost time for a meal. Yi Chen happily shut down the company's computer, handed over the documents to Qian Duodwo, gave some instructions, and then drove home. Back at home, Li Mei and others were playing with their three babies in the yard. Chen Jichuan was also smiling kindly, holding toys and playing with the three babies, making them laugh joyfully. Upon seeing the three babies, Yi Chen's brows softened, and he became particularly gentle. "Mr. Yi, you're back." Chen Jichuan, Li Mei, and the three nannies all stood up to greet Yi Chen. Yi Chen and Chen Jichuan nodded, smiling, and asked, "Where is Wei Wei?" "Madam, she has learned a new dish and is busy in the kitchen." Chen Jichuan replied with a smile. As soon as Yi Chen returned, the three babies happily reached out their arms towards Yi Chen, calling out, "Daddy, hug Tilda." After washing his hands, Yi Chen bent down to hug each of the three babies, playing with them for a while before heading to the kitchen. In the kitchen, there were finely shredded white radishes on the cutting board. The maid had been dismissed by Su Ningwei. Su Ningwei was reaching out with a prepared wild white crucian carp in hand, ready to pan-fry and cook it with radish for soup. Suddenly, the crucian carp flopped into the pot, causing a commotion, as if saying, "I am so hot, I can't stay here. Gotta run." With the carp's movements, the hot oil splattered all over. The carp struggled and leapt out of the pot, falling half-charred on the floor. Tilda, my goodness! It's so fierce, so scary. Su Ningwei was frightened, covering her face, stepping back several times, and then bumped into Yi Chen's arms. Yi Chen hugged Su Ningwei, asking gently, "Don't be afraid. What happened?" As soon as Yi Chen returned, Su Ningwei instantly felt safe. "Ah Chen, you're back. I was so scared just now." After the fish went into the pot, it was still moving and even jumped out. "I was so scared." Su Ningwei reached out to cling to Yi Chen's waist, feeling wronged and coquettish. Yi Chen saw the crucian carp on the ground and gently patted Su Ningwei's back, saying with a smile, "Don't worry, let me clean it up." No, I want to do it. You cooked for me yesterday, so I also want to cook for you today." Su Ningwei shook her head. Yi Chen turned off the stove, chuckling gently. "Are you not afraid anymore? I am scared, but my love for you allows me to overcome everything." "But is the fish not thoroughly dead yet? Why is it still moving?" "Clearly, its innards are removed." Peeking at the crucian carp on the floor, Su Ningwei still felt a bit timid. It was her first time pan-frying fish and encountering such a situation, which was quite a shock. Who wouldn't love such a wife? Yi Chen's heart warmed from Su Ningwei's sweet words. "That's normal. Even after removing the fish's entrails, its nervous system, spinal cord, and brain still exist. This fish can still move vigorously in the pot due to the intact nervous system," Yi Chen explained. Su Ningwei nodded in a knowledgeable manner, looking at Yi Chen with even more admiration. "So that's how it is. Honey, you are so amazing and knowledgeable." "Of course, I should be. Let me take care of the fish for you first, and then you can cook it, so it won't jump anymore." Yi Chen chuckled. Su Ningwei obediently loosened her hold on Yi Chen, and he picked up the fish, then used the back of a knife to strike the fish's head twice. "How dare you scare my wife? You deserve to die." The crucian carp laid motionless, thoroughly knocked out by Yi Chen. Yi Chen rinsed the fish clean, drained it, and handed it to Su Ningwei. Su Ningwei restarted the pan with oil, and this time the fish did not leap out of the pot. After pan-frying to a golden color on both sides, she added hot water, ginger slices, and simmered for a few minutes. The fish soup turned milky white, and Su Ningwei then added sweet white radish and salt to season. Without too many seasonings, a delicious crucian carp and radish soup was ready. Yi Chen stood by Su Ningwei, passing her the salt and ladle, watching his wife cook with satisfaction. Su Ningwei tasted a spoonful of the fish soup, blowing on it to cool down before sipping. Tilda rich and delicious, no fishy taste at all, so good. Su Ningwei smiled, scooping up another spoonful of fish soup, cooling it down, and offering it to Yi Chen, saying, "Ah Chen, taste it, it's really delicious." Yi Chen lowered his head, finishing the soup in the ladle, encouragingly saying, "It's really good. Wei, your cooking skills are even better." "Yes, I think so too. We can eat now. I have already packed everything we need for tomorrow's outing in the morning. Please check later in the afternoon if there's anything else we need to bring." Su Ningwei served the fish soup into bowls, smiling. Yi Chen picked up a bowl filled with the fish soup, replying, "All right." In the dining room, the maid had already set the tableware. Upon Yi Chen and Su Ningwei's arrival, she uncovered the warming covers from the other dishes cooked by Su Ningwei. In total, there are 4 dishes and 1 soup: egg yolk baked crab, boiled beef slices, braised pork with potatoes, and dry pot cauliflower. It's a mix of meat and vegetarian dishes. Looks pretty good. It seems like Su Ningwei really put effort into this. It looks like Su Ningwei has really been diligently learning to cook during this time, and her culinary skills have improved a lot. Gentle details can't be taught to those without heart, while those with heart don't need to be taught. So, there is nothing that can't be learned, only whether one is willing to put in the effort. Yi Chen placed the soup bowl on the dining table and complimented with a smile, Wei, you're amazing. The culinary skills involved in these dishes are not low at all, and they look especially delicious. Then you must eat more. The crab today is plump." Su Ningwei smiled and picked up a piece of the biggest and most succulent egg yolk baked crab and put it in Yi Chen's bowl. After Yi Chen served Su Ningwei a bowl of fish soup, he picked up a piece of egg yolk baked crab and tasted it. The crab meat was sweet and fresh, with the unique salty and fragrant taste of the salted egg yolk. Very delicious. It's really good, even better than the hotel's dishes. Wei, you can start your apprenticeship." Yi Chen gave Su Ningwei a thumbs up and earnestly praised her. Su Ningwei was so flattered that she smiled broadly, and then she picked up a piece of boiled beef slices for Yi Chen, saying happily, "It's still too early for me to start my apprenticeship, but your guidance is really great. I followed your instructions step by step, and the flavor is indeed very good." "That's because you're insightful. Many people wouldn't even understand the instructions if given to them." Yi Chen replied with a smile. Su Ningwei said, "You are so excellent, I must work harder. How did your recording go this morning? Is everything at the company sorted out?" "It went smoothly. The company signed a new batch of artists. Some are singers, some are actors. I think they are all pretty good, so I approved all of them." Yi Chen nodded. Su Ningwei smiled and said, "That's great. With new blood coming in, Starlight Media will definitely get better. We will set up a film and television company next year, and we won't have to worry about not having actors for our movies." Yi Chen and Su Ningwei chatted and enjoyed their lunch leisurely. The next day, after 10 in the morning, Yi Chen personally went to the train station to pick up Shangquan. At the exit of the train station, Yi Chen, wearing a hat and a mask, stood with Su Ming, patiently waiting. In the crowd, Yi Chen immediately spotted Shangquan, a tall man carrying photography equipment. Beside Shangquan was a young man who was also tall and sturdy and bore some resemblance to Shangquan. He was also carrying 2 large suitcases. "Quan Jie, over here." Yi Chen waved to Shangquan. Shangquan stepped forward with a smiling face towards Yi Chen. Su Ming also approached, wanting to help Shangquan with his equipment. Shangquan gratefully waved his hand, saying, "Thank you. It's okay, it's not heavy. I can manage by myself." For a photographer, their equipment was as precious as their life, fearing any accidental knocks or drops, which is why Shangquan always carried it himself. Yi Chen patted Shangquan's shoulder and said with a smile, "Quan Jie, must have been tough on the way. carrying such large photography equipment. Not at all. I'm used to it. By the way, this is my cousin, Shang Tiu, who is also into photography. He will help with lighting and such this time. Tiu is your loyal fan. When he found out that we were good friends, he quit his job and was determined to follow us. Shang Quan said with a smile, Tiu, this is your idol, Yi Chen. Just call him Chen Jie. Shang Tiu put down his luggage, and Su Ming stepped forward to take the 2 suitcases. Chen Jie, hello. I really love your songs. I watch every one of your live broadcasts. My classmates and friends also really like your songs. Can I pre-order your new album? I'm willing to pay extra. I couldn't get your last album. Shang Tiu said. He wiped his hand on his clothes and then eagerly reached out his right hand, full of admiration towards Yi Chen. Though he hadn't seen Yi Chen's full face yet, Shang Tiu was already impressed by Yi Chen's overall aura. Yi Chen shook hands with Shang Tiu and said with a smile, Thank you for your support. Quan Ji's cousin is like my own cousin. There's no need to pay extra. When the new album is released, I'll give you one. I probably still have the last album in my car. I'll give it to you later. That would be amazing. Can you also sign it? Shang Tu's eyes were sparkling with excitement, and Yi Chen agreed with a smile. Let's go. Get in the car first. We'll have lunch at my place. The plane to Nanhai Island is in the afternoon, so we have plenty of time. Okay, Shang Quan nodded with a smile. The group got into the car chatting and laughing. Before getting into the car, Yi Chen found his first album in the trunk, signed it, and gave it to Shang Tiu, who couldn't stop thanking him. After getting in the car, Yi Chen took off his mask and hat. Shang Tiu was once again amazed by Yi Chen's good looks and couldn't stop staring. Shang Quan nudged Shang Tiu, who then realized it was impolite and quickly averted his gaze. The car smoothly drove back to the villa at Jiangjing Half-Mountain New Chinese-style garden. As they entered the villa, Shang Quan and Shang Tiu looked amazed and envious. My goodness, in this cosmopolitan city, such a luxurious villa must cost several tens of millions, right? Shang Quan asked enviously. Yi Chen calmly replied, Yes, the market value of this property is definitely more than that, maybe around 300 million. Wow, it's so impressive. No wonder it looks so low-key yet upscale. It seems like you've earned quite a bit from your singing. You bought a villa in the mountain city in such a short time, and now this fantastic house in the cosmopolitan city. Shang Quan widened his eyes. Yi Chen laughed and explained, This isn't my purchase. It was bought by my father-in-law years ago as a gift for my wife. Oh my! I'm even more envious now. When will I ever get such incredible wealth? Even though I might not be as handsome as you, I don't mind if the other person is older than me or not incredibly beautiful. Let me marry into wealth, or rather, even have children with someone of a former relationship. Shang Quan expressed his envy. Yi Chen chuckled and said, No need for that. It's just a villa. With your abilities, the only thing lacking is the right opportunity. No need to force yourself to find a wealthy woman. Stick with me and work hard. I'm sure you'll be able to afford your own grand villa. Ha ha, you're right. I've known for a long time that the film and television industry can make money quickly. I'll definitely work hard with you. If a blockbuster drama comes out, then we can take off. Shang Quan replied with a smile. Yi Chen said, Don't worry. We will definitely produce a blockbuster drama. All right, we're here. Let's get off the car. After the car came to a stop, Chen Jichuan had already brought bodyguards and servants waiting in line on the side. When Yi Chen, Shang Quan, and Shang Tiu got out of the car, Chen Jichuan hurried forward to open the door for Yi Chen. The 2 rows of bodyguards and servants all bent down respectfully, chorusing, Welcome back, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen was taken aback. They had never put on such a grand show like this before. But he had to admit, it was quite impressive and felt pretty good. It seemed like Chen Jichuan must have known that Yi Chen's friends were coming, so he deliberately arranged this welcoming ceremony to create a spectacle for Yi Chen. It was dignified. Very dignified. Extremely dignified. Shang Quan and Shang Tiu couldn't help but feel envious and admiring of Yi Chen when they saw the display, their admiration for him soaring instantly. After entering the living room, the servants had already prepared fruits and refreshments. Su Ningwei welcomed them with a smile and exchanged greetings. Shang Tiu was once again shocked by Su Ningwei's beauty, almost heavenly compared to her photos, and standing next to Yi Chen made them look perfectly matched. It takes both beauty and wealth, figure, and talent. Envious to the point of tears. They all chatted and laughed while drinking tea. After a break for lunch, Guanxiaxia, Guanxiaodong, and two assistants arrived with the luggage that Suning Wei and Yi Chen had previously selected, including dresses and accessories, at the Riverside Villa. After everyone settled in, they headed directly to the airport, flying to the ever-spring-like Nanhai Island. After a few hours of travel, Yi Chen and the group arrived at Nanhai Island. Before setting out, Yi Chen had already found a high-end domestic service company, hiring professional housekeepers and servants to take care of the seaside villa on Nanhai Island. There are many such professional domestic service companies on Nanhai Island because many of the villas are owned by wealthy individuals who only live here for 1 or 2 months a year. This high-end domestic service company provides daily family affairs management, arranging daily lives for family members, including food, living arrangements, and transportation. At the same time, they also maintain and manage the vacation villa environment, including cleaning, organizing, and repairs. Although it's a bit pricey, there are no flaws. Upon their arrival at Nanhai Island, the housekeeping company's butler, Guan Jia, already arrived with the driver in 2 luxury cars to greet them. Mr. Yi, Mrs. Yi, welcome to Nanhai Island. I am your butler, Guan Jia. Please get in the car. Guan Jia, dressed in a suit and tie, was very professional as he respectfully bowed to Yi Chen, leading Yi Chen and Suning Wei into the car. The group headed to the seaside villa area. The seaside vacation villas were built facing the sea, each a standalone villa with the mountain behind them and a view of the sea in front. Surrounding the area were 5-star seaside resorts and a seaside golf course. In order to have a more intimate experience, Yi Chen and Suning Wei arranged for Shangquan and the others to stay in a nearby 5-star seaside resort. Everyone was to rest for the day, and they would start their wedding photo shoot the next morning. Yi Chen and Suning Wei, accompanied by their 3 babies, checked into their standalone seaside villa. The villa was situated amidst the vast sea and the blue sky, gleaming like a gem of the ocean. The front of the villa faced south, providing an expansive and spectacular view of the sea. The villa was built on irregular rocks near the cliff, adopting a closed structure to ensure the residents' privacy. The meticulous little loli sure knows how to plan. As the car entered the courtyard, they were greeted by Mediterranean-style decorations, clean and upscale, with a strong maritime atmosphere. Just outside the door was a clean sandy beach, and looking out, the gradually changing transparency and the soft, white sands were pleasant and soothing. After getting out of the car, Suning Wei exclaimed, "Ah Chen, you have such good taste. This place is so beautiful. I love it here. Let's stay here for 2 months when the weather gets cold in the future." "Sure." Yi Chen smiled tenderly. The 3 babies' eyes lit up at the sight of the sea and the beach, eager to play and swim in the water. After Suning Wei excitedly led Yi Chen into the villa for a tour, Li Mei and the others took care of the luggage and settled the babies. The interior of the villa was luxurious, with every detail exuding a sense of luxury. Suning Wei's favorite was the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. The bedroom was spacious, with a round bed facing the sea, making the ocean the visual centerpiece. A full-length glass door led to a large terrace and a heated outdoor infinity pool, where one could swim naked without being seen while enjoying the majestic view of the bay. With money and leisure, facing the sea, enjoying life, it was truly delightful. Suning Wei took Yi Chen to the large terrace. "Chen, this pool looks really nice. We haven't swum together yet. Let's have a good swim tonight." Suning Wei hooked her arm around Yi Chen's neck, pointing to the infinity pool enticingly. Yi Chen embraced Suning Wei's slender waist, asking with a smile, "Sure, but just a simple swim. If you can control yourself, then yes, just swimming." Suning Wei blushed, her neck stiff, but inside, she had already started selecting which swimsuit to wear to completely captivate Yi Chen. Yi Chen kissed Suning Wei's forehead and said with a smile, "Oh, if you're as beautiful as you are, I won't be able to control myself. Let's take a break now. Tonight, we'll have a seafood feast with Shangquan and the others at the rooftop Starlight restaurant at the 5-star hotel, and then we can get down to business a bit earlier." "Okay, I'll go feed the 3 babies first." Suning Wei shyly nodded. "I'll come with you." Yi Chen smiled and responded. After feeding and putting the 3 babies to sleep, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei also had a good night's rest. When they woke up, it was already evening. The sun was gradually circling, casting a warm light on the ocean, almost as if the sea was made of countless golden spakes, too beautiful to look away from. Su Ningwei, in her white silk nightgown, was bathed in a tinge of orange light, her beauty enhanced by the glow, a sight to behold. Yi Chen couldn't help but turn over and kiss Su Ningwei's smooth forehead. Su Ningwei's long eyelashes quivered as she woke up and saw Yi Chen's perfect features bathed in the sunset's glow, making him look unrealistically handsome. With such a handsome husband, Su Ningwei felt incredibly blessed. With just one glance, it was a visual feast. Su Ningwei's heart raced instantly as she smiled sweetly at Yi Chen, then hooked her arm around his neck, rolled over, and pressed him beneath her, her eyes full of desire. Soft and delicate, with a faint floral fragrance, Su Ningwei's long hair fell gently around Yi Chen's ears and neck. It was tickling and tantalizing, capturing his attention. "Did I wake you up?" Yi Chen smiled, his hand resting on Su Ningwei's slim waist. Su Ningwei couldn't resist the itch in her heart, her eyes burning as she said, I was awakened by your love. Shall we address it?" "Address what?" "The sun has already set. It's time for dinner," Yi Chen chuckled. Su Ningwei raised her chest, leaned against Yi Chen's chest, and charmingly said, "What kind of dinner?" I am more delicious than food." "Ha ha! I know you are more delicious than food, but Shang Quan and the others are probably waiting for us. Are you sure you want to have your way first? Didn't we agree to have some fun at the infinity pool tonight?" Yi Chen rubbed Su Ningwei's head and said with a smile. Su Ningwei reluctantly got up from Yi Chen's embrace and said, tilde, let's go eat first. We'll have more energy after a good meal." "Energy? When did we lack energy? Don't surrender so quickly every time," Yi Chen said helplessly. Unable to resist, Su Ningwei always made loud noises before and sought mercy immediately after, but it always felt good and satisfying. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei got out of bed. Su Ningwei put on a pink silk dress with a large hem, put on light makeup, exuding a summer vibe, looking particularly elegant and beautiful. Yi Chen simply wore a loose light-colored shirt and wide leg pants, comfortable and handsome. At this moment, the 3 babies also woke up. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei fed the 3 babies first together, before heading out to the rooftop restaurant at the Didin Hotel. The Sky restaurant was luxurious and upscale. Looking up through the clean glass ceiling, one could see countless stars, exceptionally romantic and beautiful. Yi Chen booked a luxurious private room. When they arrived at the private room, Shang Quan and Guan Zia were already there, chatting and discussing the specifics of tomorrow's shoot and things to pay attention to. Yi Chen held Su Ningwei's hand and walked into the private room, apologizing, "Sorry for being late." "No problem, we just got here. According to the information provided by Guan Zia, we have come up with a few suitable photo shooting locations and scenarios. Are you satisfied with them?" Shang Quan smiled and handed the tablet to Yi Chen. Yi Chen took the tablet and looked at it with Su Ningwei. There were beach views, sandy beaches, and even underwater shots, all of which seemed great. Su Ningwei nodded in satisfaction. Yi Chen smiled and said, "Great, let's go with your plan. Let's all sit down and have dinner first, taste the seafood and special dishes of Nanshan Island." They all sat down. Soon, the waiter served one dish after another. Steamed deep-sea grouper, garlic-roasted oysters, salt and pepper shrimp, crispy calamari rings, boiled whelks, stir-fried scallops, pan-fried crab, coconut chicken soup, chilled jellyfish head, steamed egg with sea urchin. A full table of dishes that whetted their appetites. Because they had a shoot the next day, no one drank alcohol and instead ordered fresh fruit juice. After a delicious seafood feast, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei walked back to the seaside villa, enjoying the cool sea breeze and starlight. Along the seaside pathway, walking hand in hand, they felt an unusual sense of freedom and comfort. There were several people on the road, enjoying the luxury atmosphere of the seaside villa. The pathway was lined with small lights resembling stars, creating a dazzling view. At intervals, there were flower-shaped streetlights that would slowly bloom as they passed by. Su Ningwei exclaimed, "These blooming streetlights are so interesting. Ah Chen, can you take a video for me?" "Sure," Yi Chen said, taking out his phone. Su Ningwei ran towards a pink flower ahead, the sea breeze lifting her flowing silk dress, creating an ethereal look. Dancing gracefully under the glowing flower, Su Ningwei spun around like a magical flower fairy, shining brightly. After she finished, Su Ningwei looked at Yi Chen and asked, "Did you record it? How does it look?" "Recorded, and looks great," Yi Chen replied with a smile. Su Ningwei hurried back to Yi Chen's side, linked arms with him, and watched the video he took. The video captured Su Ningwei's beauty perfectly, making her smile and promise a reward later. "What reward?" Yi Chen asked with curiosity. Blushing slightly, Su Ningwei playfully said, "You'll find out tonight." "All right," Yi Chen said, suddenly looking forward to it. The two continued chatting and walking back to the villa, encountering a group of elegantly dressed individuals discussing a multimillion-dollar project. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei politely stepped aside to let them pass. Who knew at this moment, the older man surrounded by the stars, as if they were offering the moon, suddenly walked towards Yi Chen and Su Ningwei with excitement on his face. "Mr. Yi, it's really you. What a coincidence. I am Yuda. Do you still remember me? You even helped me write a song titled Mother in the Candlelight." The older man looked at Yi Chen excitedly. Yi Chen looked closely and recognized him as Yuda, the richest man in the Magic City. When Yi Chen and Fei had a live PK, Yuda was the top big brother. He even bought the copyright of Mother in the Candlelight from Yi Chen, wanting to release a single album. Although the album had not been released yet, Yi Chen had already received the money Yuda sent for purchasing the song's copyright. Yi Chen smiled and replied, "Mr. Yu is my top big brother. Of course I remember you. Thank you for your strong support. The recording work for the album Mother in the Candlelight has been completed and will be available soon." "Great. Thank you for your hard work. I haven't properly thanked you for writing such a great song for me. The songs you wrote really touched my heart. I was actually thinking about visiting you specifically, but our timing never aligned. I didn't expect to run into you here today. Is this your wife?" Yuda said admiringly and gratefully. Yi Chen gently glanced at Su Ningwei, smiled, and replied, "Yes. The perfect match of talent and beauty. Are you and your wife here on vacation to Nanhai Island? I saw you coming from the direction of DRIZZLE Hotel. Are you staying there?" Yuda asked. Yi Chen replied, "We're here for a wedding photo shoot and relaxation. We didn't stay at DRIZZLE Hotel. We just went there to have dinner at the Starry Sky restaurant." "Oh, I see. DRIZZLE Hotel is my property, and this villa area was also developed by me. Here's my business card with my personal phone number. I'm more familiar with Nanhai Island. If you encounter any problems here, feel free to call me anytime," Yuda said as he took out a gold-stamped business card from his card holder and handed it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen accepted the business card with both hands, carefully kept it, and said, "Thank you, Mr. Yu." No wonder Yuda was the richest man in the Magic City. He had quite a wide range of industries. "Mr. Yi is too polite. May I take a photo with you both?" Yuda politely asked. Yi Chen nodded with a smile. "Of course, it would be my honor. Let me take the photo for you." Su Ningwei smiled, releasing her grip on Yi Chen's arm to make room. "Thank you very much." Yuda handed his phone to Su Ningwei, stood next to Yi Chen, and adjusted his clothes. Yi Chen smiled lightly and took a photo with Yuda. The people behind Yuda didn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry, so they were surprised to find out that Yi Chen, who Yuda had praised so much for writing the song Mother in the Candlelight, was actually such a young man. Seeing Yuda's attitude towards Yi Chen, actively requesting a photo with him, and giving his personal business card, it was obvious that Yuda held Yi Chen in high regard. After taking the photo with Yuda, Yi Chen exchanged a few more pleasantries before holding Su Ningwei's hand and continuing forward, heading back to the seaside villa. A full-length glass door led to a large terrace and a heated outdoor infinity pool, where one could swim naked without being seen while enjoying the majestic view of the bay. With money and leisure, facing the sea, enjoying life, it was truly delightful. Su Ningwei took Yi Chen to the large terrace. "Chen, this pool looks really nice. We haven't swum together yet. Let's have a good swim tonight." Su Ningwei hooked her arm around Yi Chen's neck, pointing to the infinity pool enticingly. Yi Chen embraced Su Ningwei's slender waist, asking with a smile, "Sure, but just a simple swim. If you can control yourself, then yes, just swimming." Su Ningwei blushed, her neck stiff, but inside, she had already started selecting which swimsuit to wear to completely captivate Yi Chen. Yi Chen kissed Su Ningwei's forehead and said with a smile, "Oh, if you're as beautiful as you are, I won't be able to control myself. Let's take a break now. Tonight, we'll have a seafood feast with Shang Quan and the others at the rooftop Starlight restaurant at the 5-star hotel, and then we can get down to business a bit earlier. Okay, I'll go feed the 3 babies first. Su Ningwei shyly nodded. I'll come with you. Yi Chen smiled and responded. After feeding and putting the 3 babies to sleep, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei also had a good night's rest. When they woke up, it was already evening. The sun was gradually circling, casting a warm light on the ocean, almost as if the sea was made of countless golden spakes, too beautiful to look away from. Su Ningwei, in her white silk nightgown, was bathed in a tinge of orange light, her beauty enhanced by the glow, a sight to behold. Yi Chen couldn't help but turn over and kiss Su Ningwei's smooth forehead. Su Ningwei's long eyelashes quivered as she woke up and saw Yi Chen's perfect features bathed in the sunset's glow, making him look unrealistically handsome. With such a handsome husband, Su Ningwei felt incredibly blessed. With just one glance, it was a visual feast. Su Ningwei's heart raced instantly as she smiled sweetly at Yi Chen, then hooked her arm around his neck, rolled over, and pressed him beneath her, her eyes full of desire. Soft and delicate, with a faint floral fragrance, Su Ningwei's long hair fell gently around Yi Chen's ears and neck. It was tickling and tantalizing, capturing his attention. "Did I wake you up?" Yi Chen smiled, his hand resting on Su Ningwei's slim waist. Su Ningwei couldn't resist the itch in her heart, her eyes burning as she said, I was awakened by your love. Shall we address it?" "Address what? The sun has already set. It's time for dinner," Yi Chen chuckled. Su Ningwei raised her chest, leaned against Yi Chen's chest, and charmingly said, "What kind of dinner?" I am more delicious than food." "Ha ha! I know you are more delicious than food, but Shang Quan and the others are probably waiting for us. Are you sure you want to have your way first? Didn't we agree to have some fun at the infinity pool tonight?" Yi Chen rubbed Su Ningwei's head and said with a smile. Su Ningwei reluctantly got up from Yi Chen's embrace and said, tilde, let's go eat first. We'll have more energy after a good meal." "Energy? When did we lack energy? Don't surrender so quickly every time," Yi Chen said helplessly. Unable to resist, Su Ningwei always made loud noises before and sought mercy immediately after, but it always felt good and satisfying. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei got out of bed. Su Ningwei put on a pink silk dress with a large hem, put on light makeup, exuding a summer vibe, looking particularly elegant and beautiful. Yi Chen simply wore a loose light-colored shirt and wide leg pants, comfortable and handsome. At this moment, the 3 babies also woke up. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei fed the 3 babies first together, before heading out to the rooftop restaurant at the Didin Hotel. The Sky restaurant was luxurious and upscale. Looking up through the clean glass ceiling, one could see countless stars, exceptionally romantic and beautiful. Yi Chen booked a luxurious private room. When they arrived at the private room, Shang Quan and Guan Zia were already there, chatting and discussing the specifics of tomorrow's shoot and things to pay attention to. Yi Chen held Su Ningwei's hand and walked into the private room, apologizing. "Sorry for being late." "No problem. We just got here. According to the information provided by Guan Jia, we have come up with a few suitable photo shooting locations and scenarios. Are you satisfied with them?" Shang Quan smiled and handed the tablet to Yi Chen. Yi Chen took the tablet and looked at it with Su Ningwei. There were beach views, sandy beaches, and even underwater shots, all of which seemed great. Su Ningwei nodded in satisfaction. Yi Chen smiled and said, "Great, let's go with your plan. Let's all sit down and have dinner first, taste the seafood and special dishes of Nanshan Island." They all sat down. Soon, the waiter served one dish after another. Steamed deep-sea grouper, garlic roasted oysters, salt and pepper shrimp, crispy calamari rings, boiled whelks, stir-fried scallops, pan-fried crab, coconut chicken soup, chilled jellyfish head, steamed egg with sea urchin. A full table of dishes that whetted their appetites. Because they had a shoot the next day, no one drank alcohol and instead ordered fresh fruit juice. After a delicious seafood feast, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei walked back to the seaside villa, enjoying the cool sea breeze and starlight. Along the seaside pathway, walking hand in hand, they felt an unusual sense of freedom and comfort. There were several people on the road, enjoying the luxury atmosphere of the seaside villa. The pathway was lined with small lights resembling stars, creating a dazzling view. At intervals, there were flower-shaped streetlights that would slowly bloom as they passed by. Su-Ning Wei exclaimed, "These blooming streetlights are so interesting. Ah Chen, can you take a video for me?" "Sure," Yi Chen said, taking out his phone. Su-Ning Wei ran towards a pink flower ahead, the sea breeze lifting her flowing silk dress, creating an ethereal look. Dancing gracefully under the glowing flower, Su-Ning Wei spun around like a magical flower fairy, shining brightly. After she finished, Su-Ning Wei looked at Yi Chen and asked, "Did you record it? How does it look?" "Recorded and looks great," Yi Chen replied with a smile. Su-Ning Wei hurried back to Yi Chen's side, linked arms with him, and watched the video he took. The video captured Su-Ning Wei's beauty perfectly, making her smile and promise a reward later. "What reward?" Yi Chen asked with curiosity. Blushing slightly, Su-Ning Wei playfully said, "You'll find out tonight." "All right," Yi Chen said, suddenly looking forward to it. The two continued chatting and walking back to the villa, encountering a group of elegantly dressed individuals discussing a multimillion-dollar project. Yi Chen and Su-Ning Wei politely stepped aside to let them pass. Who knew at this moment, the older man surrounded by the stars, as if they were offering the moon, suddenly walked towards Yi Chen and Su-Ning Wei with excitement on his face. "Mr. Yi, it's really you. What a coincidence. I am Yuda. Do you still remember me? You even helped me write a song titled Mother in the Candlelight." The older man looked at Yi Chen excitedly. Yi Chen looked closely and recognized him as Yuda, the richest man in the Magic City. When Yi Chen and Fei had a live PK, Yuda was the top big brother. He even bought the copyright of Mother in the Candlelight from Yi Chen, wanting to release a single album. Although the album had not been released yet, Yi Chen had already received the money Yuda sent for purchasing the song's copyright. Yi Chen smiled and replied, "Mr. Yu is my top big brother. Of course I remember you. Thank you for your strong support. The recording work for the album Mother in the Candlelight has been completed and will be available soon." "Great. Thank you for your hard work. I haven't properly thanked you for writing such a great song for me. The songs you wrote really touched my heart. I was actually thinking about visiting you specifically, but our timing never aligned. I didn't expect to run into you here today. Is this your wife?" Yuda said admiringly and gratefully. Yi Chen gently glanced at Su-Ning Wei, smiled, and replied, "Yes. The perfect match of talent and beauty. Are you and your wife here on vacation to Nanhai Island? I saw you coming from the direction of DRIZZLE Hotel. Are you staying there?" Yuda asked. Yi Chen replied, "We're here for a wedding photo shoot and relaxation. We didn't stay at DRIZZLE Hotel. We just went there to have dinner at the Starry Sky restaurant." "Oh, I see. DRIZZLE Hotel is my property, and this villa area was also developed by me. Here's my business card with my personal phone number. I'm more familiar with Nanhai Island. If you encounter any problems here, feel free to call me anytime," Yuda said as he took out a gold-stamped business card from his card holder and handed it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen accepted the business card with both hands, carefully kept it, and said, "Thank you, Mr. Yu." No wonder Yuda was the richest man in the Magic City. He had quite a wide range of industries. "Mr. Yi is too polite. May I take a photo with you both?" Yuda politely asked. Yi Chen nodded with a smile. "Of course, it would be my honor. Let me take the photo for you." Su-Ning Wei smiled, releasing her grip on Yi Chen's arm to make room. "Thank you very much." Yuda handed his phone to Su-Ning Wei, stood next to Yi Chen, and adjusted his clothes. Yi Chen smiled lightly and took a photo with Yuda. The people behind Yuda didn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry, so they were surprised to find out that Yi Chen, who Yuda had praised so much for writing the song Mother in the Candlelight, was actually such a young man. Seeing Yuda's attitude towards Yi Chen, actively requesting a photo with him, and giving his personal business card, it was obvious that Yuda held Yi Chen in high regard. After taking the photo with Yuda, Yi Chen exchanged a few more pleasantries before holding Su-Ning Wei's hand and continuing forward, heading back to the seaside villa. Yuda watched them go, and then instructed his assistant beside him, "Zili, find out which villa Mr. Yi is staying in and waive all his property fees for life. Also, if Mr. Yi continues to consume at DRIZZLE Hotel, waive those fees as well." "Yes, Mr. Yu." Yuda's assistant nodded in response. The people behind Yuda were now at the peak of their admiration for Yi Chen. To have made Yuda pay such close attention, and even personally request a photo and give out his private business card, it was truly impressive. Yi Chen and Suning Wei hand in hand returned to the seaside villa. Li Emei had put the 3 babies to sleep. Yi Chen and Suning Wei went directly to the master bedroom. Suning Wei hooked her arm around Yi Chen's neck and charmingly said, "Darling, you're amazing. Even the richest man in the Magic City is your fan." "Of course, what about the promised extra reward?" Yi Chen smiled and kissed Suning Wei on the forehead. Suning Wei released her grip on Yi Chen's neck, her eyes shining brightly as she said, "You'll find out soon. I'll go change into my swimsuit. See you in 15 minutes at the infinity pool." With that, Suning Wei went to the dressing room, found her suitcase, dragged it to the shower room next to the infinity pool, and began changing. Meanwhile, Yi Chen took off his clothes, showered, put on swim trunks, wrapped a large towel around himself, wore slippers, and headed to the infinity pool. The pool was surrounded by blue ambient lights and dandelion lights, making it look particularly beautiful. Yi Chen glanced around but didn't see Suning Wei, so he took off his slippers and sat by the pool, waiting for her. The water in the pool was warm and clear, extremely comfortable. Yi Chen was considering whether to take a few laps in the pool when he heard the sound of water breaking. He saw Suning Wei emerging from the water, wearing a shiny mermaid seashell bra and a crystal crown decoration on her head, her face free of makeup, exuding grace and beauty like a water lily. Her long hair, wet from the water, unintentionally created a captivating effect, drawing everyone's attention. Suning Wei, with a pure and charming smile, raised her hand, re-entered the water, then lifted her colorful fishtail, creating a beautiful splash of water, looking as alluring and tempting as a real mermaid princess. Yi Chen's eyes darkened, once again amazed by Suning Wei's beauty. How many more surprises did this woman have that he didn't know about? Yi Chen grinned, dropped the towel, and joined Suning Wei in the pool. Suning Wei, even more stunning underwater, with delicate features, cascading long hair, a majestic figure, and snow-white skin, her fishtail swaying gracefully. She swam freely, twirling, backflipping, displaying various graceful postures like a mermaid, elegant and agile as if under a magical spell. Yi Chen stretched his limbs and swam towards Suning Wei, encircling her slender waist, and swam towards the steps, emerging from the water. After catching her breath, Suning Wei hooked her hand around Yi Chen's neck, wiped her face, and asked with a smile, "How do I look? Do you like this extra reward?" Surprised. "You look great, I like it, but it's a pity mermaids don't have legs," Yi Chen said mischievously, holding Suning Wei, and sitting on the steps, casting a suggestive glance at Suning Wei's beautiful fishtail. Suning Wei instantly understood, blushing, her cherry red lips pursed as she said, "But doesn't a mermaid still have a mouth? Can I?" Yi Chen's eyes lit up, waiting for Suning Wei to say those words. Suning Wei blushed all the way to her neck and nodded gently, asking, "Have you cleaned up?" "Yes, very clean," Yi Chen hurriedly replied. Suning Wei hummed in agreement, her face even redder, but her actions were without hesitation as she directly touched Yi Chen's waist. Yi Chen's blue swim trunks floated carefreely in the pool center, enjoying themselves. After an hour, Yi Chen felt refreshed. Suning Wei's lips were even redder. Yi Chen picked Suning Wei, the mermaid, up from the water, wrapped her in a towel, and hurried to the main bedroom. The mermaid coming ashore transformed into long, white legs, singing a beautiful and high-pitched mermaid song, igniting passion and boosting morale. The next day, the morning sun danced with the seagulls. Since they had enough time for filming, Yi Chen woke up naturally, feeling especially comfortable. After getting up, Yi Chen put on comfortable beach pants and a loose white shirt, silently picking up the scattered mermaid tail, shiny mermaid seashell bra, crystal crown, towel, and tittied the room. After Yi Chen finished tidying up and freshening up, Suning Wei woke up, opening her eyes to see Yi Chen in a crisp white shirt looking handsome. "Morning, Ah Chen. Why do I feel like you look even more handsome today? What should I do if I love you more?" Suning Wei cupped her face, tilting her head to look at Yi Chen with a cute infatuated look. Yi Chen sat on the edge of the bed, rubbing Suning Wei's soft hair, smiling, and saying, "It seems you were quite satisfied with my service last night. When have I been dissatisfied? So, were you satisfied with the mermaid service I provided last night?" Suning Wei asked with a smile. Yi Chen nodded, satisfied, very satisfied. "Get up, freshen up, have breakfast, Shang Quan and the others should be waiting for us." "Oh, okay, right away." Suning Wei quickly pushed aside the silken quilt covering her, and got out of bed, bending down to find clothes to wear for the day, the spring light infinitely radiant, bright, and dazzling. Scenes from last night reappeared in her mind. Yi Chen's mouth quirked up, approaching Su Ningwei from behind, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. This posture, this touch, exquisite. Su Ningwei blushed, gently twisting her waist, saying, "What are you doing? Stop messing around. Didn't you say Shang Quan and the others were already waiting for us?" "Nothing. Just wanted to hug you," Yi Chen said with a smile, giving Su Ningwei's pretty waist a peck before letting her go. Su Ningwei shivered, her legs going weak. Yi Chen smiled even more happily, hugging Su Ningwei and helping her put on her clothes one by one. Su Ningwei, in Yi Chen's embrace, blushed like a ripe tomato. "Dressed, go freshen up. I'll go check on the 3 babies waiting for us in the restaurant," Yi Chen said, kissing Su Ningwei's blushing cheek gently and giving her perky buttocks a soft pat. "Okay." Blushing, Su Ningwei headed shyly to the bathroom, legs closed together. Yi Chen took out his phone to call Guanzhao so they could get ready and come over for makeup. After that, Yi Chen left the bedroom and went to the room where the 3 babies were. The 3 little ones were awake, happily playing with their toys on the bed. "Did the 3 of you sleep well last night?" Yi Chen asked. Li Mei replied quickly, "Very well, just like usual, no fuss." "That's good." Yi Chen had been worried that the 3 babies wouldn't adapt, but it seemed he had worried too much. Seeing Yi Chen, the 3 babies extended their chubby arms, calling out, "Daddy, hug." Their pronunciation was becoming more accurate, with fewer baby sounds. Yi Chen smiled and hugged each of the 3 babies. Li Mei said, "Mr. Yi, the 3 babies already had broccoli rice porridge. They shouldn't be hungry now." "Good. Do they like it?" Yi Chen asked as he placed the 3 babies in their stroller. Li Mei nodded, smiling and saying, "They like it. They're the most well-behaved babies I've ever seen, not picky eaters at all." "That's good. Later, Vivi and I are going out to take wedding photos, and it will be up to you to take care of the 3 babies," Yi Chen said with a smile. Hearing Li Mei praise their babies, Yi Chen felt pleased, pushing the stroller with the 3 babies downstairs. Su Ningwei soon joined them downstairs. The servant immediately served Yi Chen and Su Ningwei a big pot of fresh seafood noodles. After tasting it, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei found the taste quite good, mainly thanks to the fresh seafood. After breakfast, Guanzhao brought Guanxiaodong and others, carrying several large suitcases, waiting in the living room. Su Ningwei's styling was more complex, involving curling hair and makeup. Men's styling was much simpler. Yi Chen had Guanzhao and the others help Su Ningwei with makeup, while he took the 3 babies to play in the yard, enjoying the sun and sea breeze. Beyond the yard was a soft, white beach. Through the crisscrossing bamboo and the gate at the end of the yard, a vast sea view and distant mountains could be seen, a beautiful sight. The 3 babies excitedly shouted, "Water, play!" Yi Chen gently coaxed them, "You're still young, can't play now. How about next year at this time? Daddy takes you to play in the water, play with sand, dig shells, and catch crabs, okay?" The 3 babies protested, "Play." Yi Chen hurriedly had Li Mei close the gate, took out a new toy, a rotating track, and played with the 3 babies, temporarily calming them down. After playing for a while, Guanxiaodong came to ask Yi Chen to change clothes and style his hair. Yi Chen then had Li Mei and the others continue playing with the 3 babies while he headed to the living room. The first wedding dress styling was ready for shooting on a yacht. After changing into a cool and handsome black suit, Yi Chen had Guanxiaodong style his hair, apply makeup, and put on stylish sunglasses. With the styling done, Yi Chen stood in front of the mirror, exuding a tough and chic gangster's young master vibe, oozing charisma. At this moment, Su Ningwei was also ready. She had her long hair styled up, exquisite makeup with enticing red lips, and wore a puffy-sleeved, long-tailed white glamorous gown, matching Yi Chen's sunglasses. With an air of elegance and confidence, she descended the stairs, exuding a cool and sophisticated vibe, almost like a high-ranking sister-in-law. Yi Chen was once again amazed by Su Ningwei's unique aura. Su Ningwei had never seen Yi Chen dressed up like this before, and she was completely enchanted by his look. After coming down the stairs, Su Ningwei smiled and hooked her arm through Yi Chen's, saying, "Ah Chen, you look so cool and handsome, with such a strong presence, like one of those dashing and wealthy mafia bosses. You look pretty good yourself," exuding that sister-in-law vibe. Yi Chen replied with a smile. Let's go, let's set off. The yacht arranged by Gu Jia should be waiting at the private pier. With that, the group boarded the nanny car arranged by Gu Jia and headed to the Dexin Hotel to pick up Shang Quan and Shang Tiu before arriving at the private pier together. There was already a brand new luxury yacht moored at the pier. Yi Chen held Surin Wei's hand, while Guan Xiaxia carried Surin Wei's dress train as they boarded the luxurious yacht. Shang Quan, Shang Tiu, and several other staff members also brought equipment on board, following Yi Chen. The yacht was thoughtfully prepared in advance with a grand feast, champagne, highball glasses, potted plants, props, various decorations, creating a luxurious and atmospheric setting, enhancing the feel of the yacht wedding photo shoot. Shang Tiu and the others were professional, quickly setting up the lighting and props. Shang Quan also secured the shooting positions and adjusted the parameters. Various areas of the yacht, such as the side of the ship, the restaurant, and the control room, were all photographed extensively. Yi Chen and Surin Wei's looks and figures were a sight to behold. Every shot was like a masterpiece, especially with a professional photographer like Shang Quan pairing the composition and lighting with Yi Chen and Surin Wei's looks and figures. The final set of yacht photos. Yi Chen stood on the gangway with one arm around Surin Wei's waist, the other hand holding onto the yacht's railing to steady his posture, smiling warmly and gazing deeply at Surin Wei. Surin Wei cradled Yi Chen's face and gently kissed his lips with affection. A wave splashed onto the deck, creating a spray of water. Shang Quan swiftly captured this moment. In the frame, the azure sea and sky, the crashing waves, Yi Chen and Surin Wei locked in a deep embrace, creating a breathtaking image. After the yacht wedding photo shoot was completed, the group enjoyed the sumptuous meal and fruits without wasting any delicious food. They savored the sea views on the yacht, ate and drank their fill before disembarking, preparing for the next beach scene shoot. Once off the yacht, Yi Chen and Surin Wei changed into the next set of formal wear in the nanny car, freshened up their makeup, and then took a boat to a newly developed small island for filming. Since it was a new development, Yi Chen essentially had the place to themselves, free from any disturbances. After capturing the beach scene, they changed styles again for underwater shots. The daytime shooting schedule was coming to a close. Initially, there were plans for sunset sea views and nighttime scenes with sky lanterns and fireworks. Yi Chen was concerned that Surin Wei might be too tired, so he decided to save the evening and nighttime shoots for the following day. There was no rush to complete everything within a day. In the evening, Yi Chen arranged for everyone to dine at the Dexin Hotel Starlight restaurant, allowing them to return early and rest after the meal. Upon hearing that there was a seafood feast to enjoy, Guan Xiaxia and the others who were tired all day felt rejuvenated, realizing that being under Yi Chen's management was indeed pleasant. During the meal, Yi Chen peeled a large shrimp for Surin Wei, noting that the portions today were noticeably more generous than the day before, which was already quite substantial. Surin Wei enjoyed the sweet shrimp while whispering to Yi Chen, "Ah Chen, it seems your fans have given us extra portions, which is nice." "Seems like it," Yi Chen replied as he served Surin Wei a bite of fish cheek, saying, "This fish meat is quite good too. You've worked hard today, have some more." Surin Wei also served Yi Chen a large garlic grilled oyster, playfully making a suggestive comment in his ear, causing Yi Chen to chuckle and enjoy the oyster she fed him. The oyster, plump and tender, grilled to perfection with a blend of flavors such as garlic, scallion, and a hint of spicy taste, left a lingering and satisfying taste. As the meal neared its end, 2 large platters of fresh local fruits were served. Yi Chen, wearing a face mask, went to the front desk in advance to settle the bill. "Hello, how much is the total bill for the Moonlit Sea's private room? Please settle it." The cashier at the reception, busy with the transaction, respectfully replied, "Hello sir, Mr. Yudong has instructed that all your expenses at this hotel are waived, including those of your companions and their accommodation costs." Yi Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, surprised by Yudong's generosity. Having a wealthy and generous fan indeed had its perks. Yesterday's bill totaled around 5,000, and today's was likely to exceed that amount, not including the accommodation costs of Shangquan and the others, making it a sizable sum. Although the money wasn't significant to Yi Chen at the moment, he appreciated Yudong's gesture. The cashier nodded and confirmed, "Yes, that's correct. Please convey my thanks to Mr. Yudong." Yi Chen expressed his gratitude and returned to the private room, appreciative of Yudong's kindness. This favor did not go unnoticed, and Yi Chen was determined to return it when the opportunity arose. Upon his return to the private room, everyone was finishing up their meal, feeling satiated. Yi Chen noticed their fatigue and raised his glass. "Everyone, you've all worked hard today. Let's finish our drinks, head back to the hotel, and rest early. Tomorrow, you'll have the day for leisure activities, with the photo shoot in the evening." "Thank you, Manager Yi." Everyone raised their glasses happily and toasted. After the gathering, Surinwei found herself unable to walk due to exhaustion. Yi Chen accompanied her to the car, and they returned to the seaside villa early. Thinking about how the babies hadn't had their mother's milk all day, Surinwei called my maid to ensure they weren't fed too much. Upon returning to the seaside villa, Surinwei went straight to the babies' room to feed them, with Yi Chen by her side, offering assistance wherever he could. As Surinwei lifted her shirt and expertly fed the babies, despite showing signs of fatigue, her eyes still sparkled. Big Bao and a Bao enjoyed their milk, gently pinching her milky breasts while drinking sweetly. Meanwhile, Yi Chen held little Bao, playing with toys to keep him entertained. Surinwei asked with a smile, "When you settled the bill today, did your wealthy fan offer you a discount?" "No discount, he just waived the bill for me," Yi Chen honestly replied. Surinwei chuckled, This wealthiest fan of yours is quite something. I heard he is passionate about charity activities, a wealthy man with a conscience. Indeed, he's quite impressive. I'll make sure to return his kindness when the opportunity arises." Yi Chen nodded in agreement. Surinwei inquired, "I wonder how the shoot went today. Have Shangquan send over a few shots for us to review?" "Okay." Yi Chen nodded, holding little Bao in one arm and taking out his phone with the other to send a voice message to Shangquan, asking him to send over the photos taken today for a quick look. Shangquan replied, "Wait a moment, the original files are a bit large. I'll compress them and then send them to you." "All right, no rush." Yi Chen replied with a message. After all three babies had eaten their fill, Yi Chen and Suninwei returned to the master bedroom, prepared a bath together, and got ready to rest early. After a tiring day, Yi Chen and Suninwei decided not to do any homework. Yi Chen held Suninwei in his arms, comfortably soaking in the bath while admiring the sea view. At that moment, Yi Chen's phone placed aside vibrated. Yi Chen dried his hands with a nearby towel, picked up the phone to check. Shangquan had sent a compressed file package and a voice message to Yi Chen. "You and your wife are both so good looking. Even without retouching, the photos are already beautiful. There's barely any need for editing, so I can save a lot of trouble in post-production. I've sent them all to you. Take a look to see if you want to delete any or need any special editing." "Okay, I'll take a look first." Yi Chen replied with a voice message and proceeded to download the file package. Suninwei snuggled up to Yi Chen, her ample bosom pressing against him, eagerly saying, "Quick, let me see how good they look." Yi Chen smiled, opening the photos in the file package with one hand while embracing Suninwei's smooth shoulder with the other, looking at the pictures taken that day. Yi Chen and Suninwei looked particularly compatible in the photos, each one giving off a feeling that could be directly featured on the cover of a magazine. They were indeed very good-looking. Suninwei said cheerfully, "This one is good. You look really nice in this one. You don't have to worry about me. Just pick the ones that look good that you took." Yi Chen replied with a smile. Suninwei said, "How can that be? We have to look good together. But it seems like every photo you took looks really good. Your facial expressions are managed perfectly, not a single blink captured. Your sense of the lens is strong. Did you also take expression management classes?" "Well, I self-taught," Yi Chen replied. Suninwei praised, "Impressive. I spent quite a bit of money to learn back then." Yi Chen and Suninwei chatted leisurely while taking a bath, feeling very relaxed. The next day, as there was no shooting during the day, Yi Chen and Suninwei took the three babies, dressed in matching outfits, wearing masks and hats, to visit the nearby aquarium. Because it wasn't a holiday or summer vacation, there weren't many people visiting. When Yi Chen stepped into the underwater tunnel of the aquarium, it felt like being immersed in the blue sea. Hundreds of strange and wonderful marine creatures swam above and around them, allowing them to appreciate the marvelous underwater environment firsthand. Giant rocks, colorful coral reefs, and blooming anemones were just within reach. Various types of colorful and unique coral reef fish swam in groups around them. Snake-like flower Murray eels hid their bodies over a meter long among the coral reefs, peeking out with a sneaky appearance that was a bit scary. 2-meter-long large sharks slept quietly in a corner. Centenarian sea turtles glided leisurely above their heads. The three babies saw this colorful, vibrant, and magical world for the first time. Their eyes couldn't take it all in, excitedly clapping their little hands. Other visitors around, seeing Yi-Chen and Su-Ning-Wei pushing the triplets in a stroller, couldn't help but glance sideways. Initially just curious and surprised, thinking, what kind of family is this? Giving birth to 3 in one go, though somewhat envious, the thought of having 3 sons would bring great pressure. However, upon realizing the triplets were 2 daughters and a son, all exquisite and lovely, envy was all that remained in everyone's eyes. Yi-Chen and Su-Ning-Wei pushed the stroller and watched the fish as they walked forward. At that moment, there were cheers ahead. Looking up, it turned out to be a mermaid performance. A crowd had gathered in front of the giant aquarium glass, gazing intently at the azure waters. Soon, several beautiful and graceful figures emerged from the illuminated water, a mesmerizing spectacle as they swam elegantly, occasionally flipping and forming heart-shaped patterns with bubbles to the applause of the audience. Yi-Chen and Su-Ning-Wei, with the 3 babies, approached the glass to watch the performance. The babies watched in rapt attention, happily moving their hands and feet. Yi-Chen leaned close to Su-Ning-Wei's ear and whispered, "You swim more beautifully than these 3 mermaids." In fact, not only did Su-Ning-Wei swim more beautifully than the 3 mermaids, but her figure was also much hotter. Su-Ning-Wei smiled and replied, "Of course, I have a mermaid certificate. I am a professional, and I have a dance background, so I have better body control than the average person." "Impressive. You'll have to teach me sometime." Yi-Chen smiled, embracing Su-Ning-Wei's shoulder. Su-Ning-Wei smiled and nodded, saying, "Sure." After the mermaid show ended, Yi-Chen and Su-Ning-Wei, with the 3 babies, continued walking forward. In front was the area with beluga whales. Before reaching the beluga whale area, they heard the screams and cries of children, as well as the hearty laughter of adults. It seemed the mischievous belugas were scaring the young children again. Yi-Chen and Su-Ning-Wei exchanged glances, a mischievous smile appearing on their faces simultaneously. What's the point of having children if you can't have fun? Yi-Chen and Su-Ning-Wei rushed towards the beluga whale area with the 3 babies. As for why the beluga whales like scaring children, they summarized 6 points. Su-Ning-Wei picked up Little Bao and approached the glass, while Yi-Chen picked up Big Bao and Second Bao to stand beside them. Su-Ming quickly took out the camera to record the moment. Several belugas swam around, their plump and rounded foreheads indicating their intelligence. One mischievous beluga had just frightened a little girl to tears, but then promptly rolled around in place in a happy mood, spinning multiple times. Su-Ning-Wei reached out, guiding Little Bao to interact with the beluga, smiling and saying, "Big Bao, Second Bao, Little Bao, isn't the beluga cute? Let's say hello to the beluga like mommy." The habitual offender beluga, seeing the 3 adorable and cute children, swam over eagerly, cooperating very actively. Nestling in Su-Ning-Wei's palm, it looked harmless and extremely cute and clever. The 3 babies widened their eyes, reaching out their chubby hands to touch the glass. The mischievous beluga, seeing the 3 little ones coming closer, suddenly opened its mouth wide to scare them, waiting to see the babies' frightened reactions. Su-Ning-Wei and Yi-Chen also eagerly awaited to see the 3 babies playing. However, the 3 babies were not scared at all. The eldest baby tilted his head and earnestly observed the big mouth of the beluga whale, wondering if the whale was hungry. The second baby blinked his big eyes happily, clapping and laughing out loud. The youngest baby was even more excited, patting the glass excitedly. Yi-Chen and Su-Ning-Wei exchanged glances once again. This was different from what they had expected. These 3 cute babies were so brave. Yi-Chen thought that maybe they had many pets at home, which explained why the babies were not scared. The mischievous beluga whale couldn't believe it, as this was the first time it had failed. It thought that these 3 human cubs looked so small and should be easy to scare. The mischievous beluga whale thought maybe it hadn't opened its mouth wide enough earlier, so it once again widened its mouth to scare the babies, opening it as wide as possible. The youngest baby became even more excited and, imitating the beluga whale, opened its own tiny mouth, let out a roar, revealing its cute baby teeth, and scared the beluga whale. The mischievous beluga whale was shaken by the youngest baby. Its body jiggled a bit. Yi-Chen and Su-Ning-Wei burst out laughing. They didn't expect the beluga whale to be scared by these few-month-old cuties. The beluga whale's shudder was too comical. This time, the human cubs had the upper hand, and they startled the beluga whale. Around the visitors, seeing the beluga whale getting scared, they praised, "Brave as a lion's cub, these 3 babies are so daring. They will surely have bright futures when they grow up." This mischievous beluga whale wanted to scare the kids, but it got scared itself. "Exactly, my daughter cried her eyes out a moment ago, and it took me 3 lollipops to calm her down." Who would have thought that this mischievous beluga whale could be startled by a little tot? "Your 3 babies are truly courageous. Ha ha ha, I never expected to see the day the young beluga whale got scared. I have seen many children cry because of it before." Beluga whale's diary, not happy today, encountered a tough nut. "Although I'm not a vet, I want to share some knowledge." The beluga whale must have had its reasons for scaring the kids. What those reasons are, I don't know as I'm not a vet. Yi Chen and Suning Wei felt proud hearing everyone complimenting their 3 babies. The mischievous beluga whale, annoyed, bumped its head against the glass and blew a long string of bubbles. It was not scared. It had given its best shot, yet nothing worked. "Okay, the cute kids, let's get along." The mischievous beluga whale closed its eyes, moved closer to the glass, and nuzzled with the youngest baby. The youngest baby placed both hands on the glass, closed its eyes, and leaned in. It was a scene filled with love. Yi Chen and Suning Wei watched, their hearts melting. Su Ming, of course, documented this lovely moment completely. The mischievous beluga whale loved children as it moved from one baby to the next, nuzzling with all 3. Afterward, the mischievous beluga whale stopped misbehaving. It showed off its 16-pack ABS, spun around, blew bubbles, and entertained the babies. The 3 babies giggled happily, thoroughly entertained. After leaving the aquarium, Yi Chen and Suning Wei watched seal show and sea lion show at the famous restaurant in Nanhai Island. While Yi Chen and Suning Wei had seen similar shows before and found nothing extraordinary, the 3 babies were thrilled, as it was their first time watching such performances. Seeing the babies enjoying themselves, Yi Chen and Suning Wei felt happy as well. They spent the rest of the day exploring the aquarium and enjoying lunch at a popular restaurant on the southern beach of the island. After lunch, they returned to their seaside villa for a nap. Later, their friends did their makeup and prepared them for a photo shoot during sunset by the beach. Suning Wei wore a fishtail bridal gown with a delicate veil, looking stunning and graceful. Yi Chen was dressed in a gray suit, resembling a charming character from a comic book. The golden sunset mixed with the crashing waves created a picturesque setting where the couple stood hand in hand, gazing towards the horizon, looking as if they had just stepped out of a movie scene. Their layered outfits fluttered in the sea breeze, adding to the ethereal ambience. Shang Quan captured each moment, creating truly beautiful images. After the sunset photo shoot, they enjoyed a beach barbecue prepared by Guan Jia and his team. While Yi Chen, Suning Wei, and their friends indulged in food and drinks, they continued the photo shoot with the night scene setting. Suning Wei and Yi Chen switched to traditional Chinese attire. Summoning nearly 1,000 drones filled the night sky with a massive red heart, surprising Suning Wei. She marveled at the high-tech romance, wondering who was fortunate enough to experience such a grand gesture nearby. Suning Wei couldn't help but feel envious of this splendid moment in the sky. Yi Chen didn't look at the unmanned aerial vehicle in the sky but scanned around randomly. He then grabbed Suning Wei's shoulder and asked, "What are you looking at? Aren't you looking at the UAV in the sky? It's being metered by the second. Aren't I just envious? Just wanted to see which lucky girl received such a grand confession. So, you are the lucky girl. This is a proposal ceremony I've prepared for a long time, hoping you'll like it." Suning Wei smiled and replied, unable to contain her envy. Yi Chen gazed at Suning Wei affectionately and said with a smile, "Stop looking, don't envy others. You are the fortunate girl. This is a proposal ceremony I've prepared for a long time, hoping you'll like it." "This is the one you prepared. Didn't you propose once at home before?" Suning Wei asked in shock. Yi Chen gently replied, "That time was too hurried, too low-key. You are so outstanding, naturally deserving a proposal ceremony that every girl envies. Ah Chen, you are too good to me. I really like it," Suning Wei said tearfully, hooking her arms around Yi Chen's neck and kissed Yi Chen on the lips. Cheers erupted. "Too sweet. So romantic. It's so wonderful. It's so eye-catching. At the scene, the staff members who had seen large-scale events before raised their heads, full of shock and envy, couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, just 1800 seconds, spending 800,000 for such an effect, incredible, it's so stunning." Su Ningwei was moved to tears, hooked Yi Chen's neck, regardless of anyone else around, and kissed Yi Chen's lips directly. Yi Chen embraced Su Ningwei's waist, tilted his head, leaving a perfect silhouette, kissing Su Ningwei on the cheek. Cheers erupted. So sweet. So romantic. It's too good to watch, so pleasing to the eye. The staff members watching cheered and enjoyed the romantic sight. Shang Quan and Shang Tiu were envious, eating up the sweetness, and did not forget to do their job, recording this beautiful scene. As the aerial vehicle closed, numerous colorful fireworks shot up into the sky, quietly bursting. The dazzling fireworks illuminated the night sky like a colorful and radiant painting. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei ended their kiss amidst the sparkling fireworks. Su Ningwei's delicate face and eyes were flushed, even more charming and captivating. Her eyes were filled with affection as she looked at Yi Chen, complimented by the spectacular fireworks, exuding a fragile and shy feeling, reaching new heights of beauty. Yi Chen carefully wiped away Su Ningwei's tears with his fingertips, gently saying, "Don't mess up your makeup, we still need to take photos. If it's ruined, it won't look beautiful." "Should I touch up my makeup? I don't want to end up with panda eyes." Su Ningwei obediently nodded her head. Yi Chen responded gently, "No need. Fireworks are fleeting. Your makeup is still beautiful." Su Ningwei accepted that. At this moment, the crew members ran up and handed Yi Chen and Su Ningwei firework tubes. Shang Quan shouted, "Ah Chen hugs his sister, and they gaze lovingly at each other." Following Shang Quan's guidance, Yi Chen held a firework tube in one hand, lifted Su Ningwei in the other, and effortlessly spun a few circles. The fireworks burst, creating a stunning scene. Shang Quan continuously pressed the shutter, saying, "Great, lift up the fireworks, hold hands, and lean in for a kiss." Against the backdrop of fireworks, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei kissed passionately, creating a romantic and beautiful scene. Of course, it was only a simple kiss, no French kissing. Okay, let's switch to another firework. Holding hands with fireworks, taking a leisurely walk on the beach. The fireworks dissipated into the night sky. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei's expressions and body language were excellent, making filming effortless, wrapping up the night shoot smoothly. After removing makeup and changing clothes, Yi Chen smiled and said, "Everyone has worked hard tonight. Ningwei and I invite everyone for a late-night meal." The crew members cheered and thanked Yi Chen. Yi Chen said, "We finished shooting the seaside scenes. Tonight, everyone can relax, have a drink or two. Tomorrow, we're departing to shoot the Grassland series. Tomorrow, we'll spend a day on Nanhai Island. I have instructed Guan Jia to arrange a tour guide to show everyone around Nanhai Island, and all expenses are covered." The crew members were overjoyed with Yi Chen's generous arrangements. Taking a break every other day, working with Yi Chen was simply enjoyable. Their treatment was so good that it surely lifted everyone's spirits, all eager to capture the beauty of Yi Chen and Su Ningwei in photos that would go viral. After packing up and leaving the location, they boarded the car arranged by Guan Jia, heading to the most famous seafood stall in Nanhai Island. Guan Jia had reserved a private room, serving fresh local specialties as requested by Yi Chen. The group quickly settled in the private room. Although the room's decor was ordinary, the food was served promptly. The waiters soon brought out large servings of seafood. Yes, large servings. It was obvious that the seafood was fresh, abundant, and very lavish. There were large servings of crabs, various wild snails, prawns, various shellfish, shrimp, lobster, oysters. Most of the seafood was steamed, retaining its original flavor, fresh and sweet. There were pan-fried and braised fish, all looking very fresh and likely tasting delicious. Although they weren't luxurious seafood varieties, they looked fresh and appealing. When the delicious dishes arrived, no one paid attention to the risk of gout after pairing seafood with beer. After all, it was a rare opportunity to enjoy such fresh seafood on Nanhai Island. Yi Chen stood up and raised his glass, saying, "Let's all eat and drink heartily. There's plenty of seafood and drinks tonight." "Thank you, Yi General. We'll enjoy it without holding back." Everyone raised their glasses and said with a smile. After they finished their drinks, everyone began eating and drinking. It was indeed the most popular and famous seafood stall, with the simplest cooking methods that made everyone unable to stop eating. Throughout the meal, everyone raised their glasses multiple times to toast to Yi Chen and Su Ningwei's 100 years of happiness. Su Ningwei was happy to hear this, and with Yi Chen's thoughtful preparation that day, she felt especially happy and touched, so she couldn't help but drink a few more glasses of beer. After eating and drinking their fill, Yi Chen had Guan Jia send Shangquan and the others back to Dexin Hotel. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei also got into another car and returned to the seaside villa. When they arrived back at the seaside villa, the three babies who had been playing outside all day were already asleep. Upon returning to the bedroom, Su Ningwei, her eyes showing signs of intoxication, hooked her arms around Yi Chen's neck and clung to him. "Honey, I love you so much. I love you so much. Besides you, I will never love anyone else in my life. I love you so much I want to have 100 more children for you." Su Ningwei, hanging on Yi Chen's body, whispered these affectionate words into his ear. Yi Chen shuddered, although alcohol-induced honesty. Su Ningwei's love moved him greatly, and he also liked children very much, but having 100 more children was definitely unnecessary and scary. Su Ningwei's low alcohol tolerance was quite surprising, as she became drunk after just a few glasses, and Yi Chen was not satisfied yet. "Darling, Tilda, you're drunk. We already have 3 babies, and I am already content. Love doesn't need to be proven by having many babies. As long as we continue to show our love for each other, that's enough." Yi Chen gently patted Su Ningwei's back and said kindly, "You lie down obediently. I'll get you a hangover pill." With that, Yi Chen carried Su Ningwei to bed. Feeling dizzy, Su Ningwei said, "I'm not drunk. Tilda, how come I have 2 husbands now? Don't move, let me see clearly." Su Ningwei directly hooked her long legs around Yi Chen's waist to prevent him from moving. Yi Chen helplessly kissed Su Ningwei's forehead and said gently, "Just lying still. I'm going to get you a hangover pill. After taking the hangover pill, you won't have a headache tomorrow morning. Kiss me here, and I will be obedient." Su Ningwei pouted her tender lips, coquettishly. Yi Chen leaned down and kissed Su Ningwei's tender lips. Su Ningwei let out a satisfied moan, released Yi Chen, her face blushed, closed her big eyes, her eyelashes trembling lightly, looking very cute and enticing. Yi Chen found the hangover pill, fed it to Su Ningwei, who, while eating the pill, hooked her arms around Yi Chen's neck and said softly, "Since I've taken the pill obediently, will you have children with me?" "Okay, I'll have children with you. Be good and take the hangover pill first," Yi Chen coaxed helplessly. It seemed that Su Ningwei was fixated on having children. "Oh God, I hope she doesn't want triplets again." Yi Chen shook his head to push away the scary thought. After taking the hangover pill, Su Ningwei began feeling less dizzy, and the double vision of Yi Chen faded. Seeing Su Ningwei's clear eyes, Yi Chen knew the medication was working, so he gave her a glass of warm water and helped her sit up against the headboard. "Feeling better? Drink some warm water. If you're not used to drinking, then drink less next time," Yi Chen offered Su Ningwei the water, gently suggesting. Leaning against Yi Chen's hand, Su Ningwei drank a sip of water, feeling more awake. Much better. I didn't have such low alcohol tolerance before. Maybe it's because after having children, I haven't been drinking for a long time, causing my tolerance to decrease," Su Ningwei replied. Yi Chen said, "It's not suitable to take a bath right after drinking. Let's take a shower together now." "Okay," Su Ningwei shyly nodded, getting ready to get out of bed. Yi Chen placed the cup aside, bent down, and lifted Su Ningwei in a princess carry. Su Ningwei quickly hooked her arms around Yi Chen's neck through his collar, catching a glimpse of his abdominal muscles. Feeling hungrier after drinking, Su Ningwei bit her lip and couldn't resist kissing Yi Chen's throat. Yi Chen smiled and carried Su Ningwei into the bathroom, placing her on the ground, guiding her to the cool wall gently, giving her a warm push against it. "Don't be in such a rush, let's get cleaned up first," Yi Chen kissed Su Ningwei's forehead and said with a smile. Su Ningwei, her long legs encircling Yi Chen's waist, reached to unbutton Yi Chen's shirt, kissing down his neck to his collarbone, her actions revealing her impatience. Yi Chen, adjusting the water temperature with one hand and pulling down the zipper of Su Ningwei's dress with the other, soon had their restraints removed. The sound of water echoed as their voices gradually became more impassioned. Su Ningwei was more passionate and daring than ever before. Indeed, A little wine brings joy. It's quite nice. After a passionate session, Yi-Chen wrapped a towel around himself and carried the weak-legged Su-Ning-Wei out of the bathroom. He laid her on the bed and picked up a hairdryer, drying Su-Ning-Wei's soft, long hair. Su-Ning-Wei, wrapped in a white towel, obediently sat in front of Yi-Chen, exposing her flushed face, her eyes visibly filled with affection, looking exceptionally attractive. So comfortable. Su-Ning-Wei closed her eyes contentedly. Yi-Chen gently lifted Su-Ning-Wei's long locks, blow-drying them, and asked with a smile, was it more comfortable just now, or now? No need to ask, of course it was more comfortable just now. I feel like I'm becoming a fairy, my thighs are still trembling till now, and I can't help it. Luckily, we're in the bathroom. Su-Ning-Wei blushed and covered her face with the towel shyly. Yi-Chen smiled gently and said, it's okay, no need to be embarrassed, it's normal, I'll give you a massage later. Su-Ning-Wei blinked her big eyes and curiously asked, darling, what does it feel like for men during that time? Well, it's like being hit by an electric shock. The brain goes blank instantly. It's a pleasurable and enjoyable experience, just like how you feel. Yi-Chen cleared his throat, blushing and reminiscing as he quickly dried her hair. Su-Ning-Wei's eyes lit up. She untied the towel, wrapped her arms around Yi-Chen's waist, and seductively said, let's enjoy it together again. Which man could resist such an invitation? Yi-Chen turned off the electric fan, grabbed a towel, and got ready to mount the horse. It was another fierce battle like a storm of wind and rain. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Both Yi-Chen and Su-Ning-Wei woke up late, but because they were with 3 babies, they didn't join Shangquan and others to tour the attractions. Instead, they planned to take the babies to some places suitable for them to play. Anyway, Yi-Chen had a villa on Nanhai Island, so they could come anytime, no rush. Yi-Chen and Su-Ning-Wei slept well, had a good meal, pushed the stroller, and strolled along the coastline with the 3 babies. The azure sea gently brushed the soft sandy beaches, the sunlight splattered on the sea, shimmering. The sea breeze passed by, carrying a fresh sea salt scent, and the call of the ocean. Yi-Chen enjoyed the sunshine and sea breeze, feeling exceptionally comfortable. The next day, Yi-Chen went to check out of the hotel, only to be told by the front desk that Yude's bill was waived again. There was nothing to be done since he had a billionaire fan, so generous. Yi-Chen looked around and didn't see any payment code or anything, so he had to give up. After checking out, they packed up and headed to the Qingqing grassland. They arrived at their destination in the afternoon. Yi-Chen and the group rested for a night. They ate roasted whole lamb, cheese, tofu, milk skin, dried beef, and drank mare's milk wine. The next morning, they began the official shooting. The sky over the grassland was from light blue to sapphire blue, crystal clear. The vast grassland was like a green ocean. The endless grass waves rolled, seemingly spreading towards the sky. The sunlight sprinkled down, gilding each blade of grass, making the entire grassland vibrant. Looking into the distance, the grassland met the sky, cloud shadows slowly moving in the sky, resembling mountain ranges floating in the air. Every part of the grassland was like a giant landscape painting, sometimes making people unable to tell if they were part of the painting or the viewer. The wind blew, the grass undulated, whispering like a low murmur, singing like a song, as if narrating the story of the grassland, passing on the vitality of thousands of years. With cows, sheep, and horses as the background on the lush grassland, Yi-Chen and Su-Ning-Wei left behind their happy footprints. Yi-Chen and Su-Ning-Wei also experienced the joy of horse riding on the grassland. A whole day of shooting ended. Yi-Chen also truly felt the exhilaration and heroism in the lyrics of the Phoenix Legend song Above the Moon and the song I Come from the Grassland. With phrases like the head instrument gently plays, mare's milk wine runs through the stomach, and the wind comes from the grassland, stirring my heart. That night, Yi-Chen booked a stay at a Mongolian yurt hotel. The Mongolian yurt hotel had a unique local style, and the accommodation environment was excellent. At night, the sky was full of sparkling stars. A campfire was lit on the grassland. As the campfire flickered, music filled the air. The owner of the Mongolian yurt hotel, a middle-aged man with a beard and a hearty demeanor, immediately recognized Yi-Chen as the singer of Above the Moon and enthusiastically took photos with Yi-Chen, showing exceptional warmth and friendliness. That night, the hotel owner specially prepared a campfire party and various delicacies for Yi Chen and his group to experience the local hospitality. The children of the grassland were talented singers and dancers. Several young men and women in Mongolian attire sang and danced around the campfire. The hotel owner in Mongolian dress played the horse-head fiddle, singing Mongolian long tunes, engaging in a dialogue with the sky, the vast grassland, expressing his passion and love for life through long songs and melodious sounds. Yi Chen and Suning Wei and the group also changed into the local ethnic costumes, enjoying the food near the campfire, feeling the freedom and comfort. Shang Quan sat beside Yi Chen, sipping mare's milk wine and smiling, asking, "Ah Chen, I can see that you really love the grassland. I remember that you sang above the moon during your live stream, and you used the same horsehead fiddle accompaniment, right?" "Yes, who wouldn't love such a beautiful grassland?" Yi Chen replied with a smile. Shang Quan laughed and said, "Since we're here on the grassland, why don't you sing that song again, or maybe write a new one?" "Yeah, Ah Chen, sing one for us. Singing this song on the grassland will surely be more touching." "I want to hear it," Suning Wei added with a hopeful smile. Hearing Shang Quan and Suning Wei's words, the hotel owner and the dancing young men and women also stopped singing and dancing, looking at Yi Chen with anticipation. Yi Chen smiled and said, "All right, I'll sing above the moon for everyone." Cheers erupted around him. At, the hotel owner handed the horsehead fiddle to Yi Chen. A Mongolian girl put a microphone in front of Yi Chen. Shang Quan picked up the camera to record this beautiful moment. After adjusting the tuning, Yi Chen played a few notes. The sound was excellent. The surroundings fell silent. The night on the grassland was especially quiet, with only the singing of insects and the crackling of the firewood. Yi Chen felt the breeze, smelled the fragrance of the grass, and began singing in Mongolian on the 15th night of the moon, intoxicated in the melodious melody of the horsehead fiddle. "Thinking of my beloved, I sang this moonlit song." Then, Yi Chen played the horsehead fiddle and sang, "I gaze up, above the moon. How many dreams soar freely. Yesterday's forgotten, the wind dried the sorrow. I want to meet you again on that vast road." His singing was loud and echoed in the sky. The hotel owner and the people present couldn't help but join in singing in Mongolian. "The 15th moon rises in the sky tilde tilde tilde. Why are there no clouds around? Tilde tilde." The atmosphere was ecstatic. Yi Chen continued singing, "Seeing what is seen and what is unseen, the eternal moment. The green grass grows, snow dances in the air. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I wait for my imagination. My soul has long been unrestrained. The sound of the horseshoes, oh yeah. Tilde tilde oh yeah." The song ended. Yi Chen was in a very joyful mood. Singing a Phoenix Legend song on the grassland was indeed refreshing, more invigorating than singing in a recording studio. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause and praise. The young Mongolian girl, full of admiration, shyly bowed and presented a hada to Yi Chen. Yi Chen respectfully accepted the hada. Suning Wei clapped the hardest, admiringly exclaiming, "Ah Chen is so talented. You sang so well, it was so pleasant. If only you could sing another one. Mr. Yi, your singing is incredible, like the sound of nature. The horsehead fiddle playing is also great, and your Mongolian is very standard. Could Mr. Yi sing another song related to our grasslands? I'll cover the bill for everyone." The hotel owner poured a drink for Yi Chen and said enthusiastically. Everyone cheered and called out, "Yes, your singing is amazing. The owner is generous. Mr. Yi, sing another song." "Another one." Yi Chen smiled. It was simple. He had a ready song, "I Came from the Grasslands," that he had never sung in the live broadcast. It didn't matter if the bill was covered. The main thing was that this song was perfect for the moment, and he wanted to sing it. Yi Chen raised his hand with a smile and gently pressed the air. The surroundings fell silent again. Yi Chen smiled and said, "Thank you all for your support and praise. The owner is generous, so I will sing I Came from the Grasslands for you all." The audience once again applauded and cheered. Yi Chen began playing the horsehead fiddle once more. With the melodious sound of the fiddle, Yi Chen sang, "I stand beyond countless mountains, listening to the wind sing heavenly tunes. The years may have changed, but my heart remains at ease. I sing thousands of miles away, the bright moon accompanying me. The distance awaits me, my heart surging. The wind comes from the grasslands, stirring my heart. It brings my love, this fragrant sea of flowers. I come from the grasslands, warming your heart. Unchanging is my affection, that blue sky of love. The clouds white out the woven tent cover, the grass green out the vast expanse like a sea. The red flowers out in the swift wind and fierce horses. The wine drunken out the love of a lifetime. The song ended. Yi Chen sang this song with the grandeur of the grasslands and the ancient charm of the East. The audience burst into enthusiastic applause once again. The hotel owner stood up excitedly, patted Yi Chen on the shoulder, and said emotionally, "You sang this song so well. Thank you for portraying our grasslands so beautifully." "Thank you. The grasslands are already beautiful," Yi Chen responded with a smile. The hotel owner pounded his chest, saying boldly, "Mr. Yi, my name is Kingatai. When you come to the grasslands in the future, look for me. I'll cover your meals and accommodation. The vast grasslands always welcome you." Yi Chen also enjoyed the hearty Kingatai, happy to have made this Mongolian friend. "Kingatai is pleased to meet you. Here's my business card. If you come to the city, you can call me for meals, accommodation, and a great time." Yi Chen took out his business card from his pocket and handed it to Kingatai. Kingatai quickly wiped his hands on his clothes, then carefully accepted Yi Chen's business card and put it away with a smile, saying, "There's no need to cover meals and accommodation. I have relatives in the city and have been there many times. Your live performance was truly enjoyable, and when you have your first concert in the city, I hope you can save me a VIP ticket." "Sure, when I have a concert in the city, I'll definitely reserve a VIP ticket for you," Yi Chen replied with a smile. Everyone looked at Kingatai with envy, especially the young boys and girls in Mongolian attire, whose eyes sparkled with admiration. Yi Chen's album was already hard to come by, and a VIP concert ticket was even more scarce. The young boys and girls in Mongolian attire dared not ask Yi Chen for a concert ticket. They could only surround him with admiration, seek Yi Chen and Su Ningwei's permission, take a photo with them, and ask for autographs. Amidst the joyful atmosphere, the bonfire party ended perfectly. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei had a good rest that night. The next day, Yi Chen, Su Ningwei, and their group packed their bags and were about to head to the Sky Boundary Salt Lake for filming. Before leaving, Kingatai prepared a large box for Yi Chen. The box was filled with various local specialty snacks, such as dried beef, cheese, dried milk skin. Yi Chen tried to decline, but he couldn't resist Kingatai's enthusiasm and accepted the gift. Just before getting on the car, Yi Chen discreetly scanned the hotel's payment code and transferred the accommodation fees and such to Kingatai. On their way to the city, near the Salt Lake, Shang Huan followed Yi Chen's instructions and edited the drone proposal video and footage from last night, sending them to Yi Chen. After watching it, both Yi Chen and Su Ningwei found it great, so they uploaded the video to their accounts. Firstly, it served as promotion for the new song and to keep up the hype. Secondly, it was to thank Kingatai for the warm hospitality last night and the box full of local snacks that morning. The advertising effect brought by this video should help the popularity of Kingatai's Mongolian hotel, making it flourish. A kindness repaid with a spring. Yi Chen was always generous to those who treated him kindly. After posting the singing video from last night, Yi Chen didn't forget to also promote the beautiful scenery at the Southern Sea Island and the meal at Dexin Starlight Restaurant with a few photos, giving a good publicity boost to Yudi's Dexin Hotel. Subsequently, Yi Chen posted the drone proposal video on his account as well. With such an outstanding partner, Yi Chen naturally wanted girls around the world to envy his wife. Within half an hour of posting the videos and photos, they were on top of the trending headlines. Naturally, the top spot was taken by Yi Chen's meticulously designed drone proposal for Su Ningwei. On the car ride, Yi Chen was idle and decided to read the comments section to see what people were saying. Su Ningwei was also eager to see the reactions. The comments section of the drone proposal video was filled with envy and blessings. "Oh my god! So luxurious, this drone proposal scene is so envy-inducing. While high-opening, Yi Chen is so devoted to Su Ningwei. True love really is something to admire ***, getting too involved in the drama. Count me in. I was going to show this to my girlfriend, but I realized it's best to mind my own business. I don't have that kind of ability, forget it. So dazzling and romantic, sigh, having money is so nice. Rich people find their partners, while poor people can only envy in the comments section. Clearly a grand gesture. I think we can crowdfund for a collective proposal too. Lower costs, maximize utilization. Sigma. Also envy-inducing. Su Ningwei must be so happy. This must have been such a big surprise. Yi Chen is so thoughtful towards Su Ningwei. She even cried. So beautiful. Inspiration for tonight's dreams. Who said back then that Yi Chen wasn't worthy of Su Ningwei? Look at them now. Getting served, huh? People with money like Yi Chen can be so thoughtful. Can those who are thoughtful like Yi Chen be as talented as him? Wishing all the wealthy donors a happy new year. May all your wishes come true in 2024. All the best. Houses, cars, money, wives, children, everything in hand. Exactly. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei are a perfect match. Truly meant to be. Poverty restricted my imagination. It's truly shocking. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei, you two must have a long and happy life together. Forever happy. Sincerely wish you happiness. The relationship between Chen and Wei. I request a lock on this CP. Su Ningwei looked at these comments, once again moved to tears by Yi Chen's dedication and the blessings from fans. Aiken, look how everyone is envious and blessing us. Marrying you, I feel truly blessed. Su Ningwei turned to Yi Chen, tears of joy streaming from her eyes. Yi Chen embraced Su Ningwei, kissed away the tears from her eyes, and said gently, being able to marry you, I also feel very blessed. Yi Chen then opened the video of the singing around the campfire last night, diverting Su Ningwei's attention. Su Ningwei was indeed attracted by Yi Chen's singing voice and handsome appearance. She watched the video intently. Shang Quan did a great job. Yi Chen played the horsehead fiddle, standing out against the backdrop of the campfire and starry sky, giving a feeling similar to a music video. Su Ningwei couldn't help but praise, Aiken, you are so handsome. It's such a waste if you don't make a music video for this song. It's okay. This video looks almost like a music video. Let's see what the netizens are saying. Yi Chen said as he opened the comments section. Su Ningwei chuckled. I don't even need to look. I know the comments must be all praising you. Indeed, the comments were filled with compliments. Oh my god. Is Yi Chen getting even more handsome? Watching above the moon on the grassland is so captivating. Did Yi Chen shoot an MV on the grassland? Yi Chen is truly amazing. There's even a new song I came from the grassland in the back. So talented and sings so well. Really want to experience the vast expanse of the grassland. After watching the video, I really want to go see the great grassland. It's been so long since I've seen such a beautiful starry sky. I've already found the address of the Mongolian yurt hotel Yi Chen went to. Let's all go. Ah, upstairs is a great person. Let's go together. I want to pose in the same angle as Yi Chen. So handsome. I want to go too. Starting to save money now. We'll go when I have time off. I just received photos of the southern island. Just booked a flight to the southern island, and Yi Chen and them went to the grassland again. Can't finish going. There's no way to finish. The holidays are not enough. Don't worry. After May 1st, there's still National Day and New Year. And even next year, there will always be a chance to go. Yes, wherever Yi Chen and them have been, I will go take pictures, eat the same food, stay at the same hotel, then it's like pretending I went on a trip with Yi Chen. Yi Chen saw that fans wanted to eat the same food and stay at the same hotel, knowing that his subtle advertisement was successful, and he was in a very pleasant mood. These places are indeed worth a visit. The food is delicious as well. Yi Chen's videos and photos not only showcased these for the fans, but also promoted the hotels for Yude and King Girtai, killing two birds with one stone. Very perfect. After a few hours of driving, Yi Chen and his group arrived near the salt lake in the city. After checking into the hotel and resting for a night, they prepared for makeup and headed to the salt lake for filming. The weather was perfect, with clear skies and white clouds. The scene was so beautiful, like a picture from the internet. The salt lake truly lived up to its name as the sky mirror, the calm and clear lake surface reflecting the beautiful sky above. Walking on the lake, one felt like being in the clouds. In the dreamy green water of the lake, there were clusters of pure white salt flowers. No wonder people don't need to stock up on salt in China. There's too much salt in the lake to consume. Yi Chen couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of nature, being awestruck by the beauty reflected in the lake. The staff on site remarked on how lucky Yi Chen and his group were. To witness such a sight, the weather had to be extremely particular. There must have been rain recently for the lake to have water, but not too much water to make it inconvenient to tour, nor too little to lose the mirror effect. Most importantly, on the day of the visit, it had to be a sunny day. This was a contradictory weather requirement, making the chances of seeing the perfect view rare. Yi Chen thought the lucky bonus added by the system was quite useful. They were fortunate to catch such a beautiful and rare sight. "Aiken, this place is so beautiful. It feels like I dreamt of this scene when I was a child." Su Ningwei marveled at the beauty before her. Su Ningwei put on the shoes provided by the scenic area and entered the open salt lake viewing area, looking like a fairy from heaven, captivating with her beauty. "It is indeed beautiful." Yi Chen walked towards Su Ningwei, held her hand, creating a picturesque scene. Shang Quan and Shang Tiu quickly set up the equipment and lights. They couldn't waste this rare and beautiful scenery, as it wouldn't be as beautiful once the sun set. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei left behind precious and romantic images at the Salt Lake. After filming the beauty of the Salt Lake, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei, along with their group, enjoyed the city near the Salt Lake, eating and drinking all day before heading to the next destination to film the desert series. In the boundless desert, the sand was as silky smooth as golden silk. Amidst the vast and magnificent desert, they felt the endless desert, the sound of camel bells, and interpreted an eternal love story. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei held hands, gazing deeply into each other's eyes, overflowing with love. The wind did not stop, the sand did not cease. The sand was free, so were they, choosing the ones they love, loving the ones they choose. In the glow of the setting sun, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei kissed amidst the golden sands of the desert, embodying a sense of love lasting through the ages. The red suit, white wedding gown, black formal dress all stood out against the exotic backdrop, just like the Dunhuang flying Apsaras, leaving nothing behind. Shang Quan captured the wedding gown photos of Yi Chen and Su Ningwei in the camera, each frame resembling a blockbuster film. After the shoot, Yi Chen, Su Ningwei, and the group rode camels, slid on the sand, tasted the local delicacies, and stayed in an oasis-style guesthouse for the night. This guesthouse was booked in advance by Yi Chen. It was all because the owner of this guesthouse was a loyal fan of Yi Chen, being the first to like his first video. Since the first live broadcast when Yi Chen wasn't well known, this owner's account had been sending gifts to Yi Chen. Every time Yi Chen went live, this guesthouse's account would send gifts, although not making it to the ranking list, still spending a considerable amount of money. Since Yi Chen has arrived here, he will definitely give priority to taking care of his fans, and will not neglect those who have supported him, focusing on nurturing his fan base. When Yi Chen and his group arrived at this guest house, they discovered that the owner of this guest house was a true die-hard fan of Yi Chen. Not only was Yi Chen's music playing in the shop, but Yi Chen's posters and cartoon figurines could be seen everywhere inside the shop. Yi Chen's albums were even prominently displayed at the front desk of the guest house. Sitting at the front desk was a young, handsome man wearing glasses, listening to Yi Chen's music playing on the computer intermittently, perhaps editing a video of Yi Chen. Yi Chen held Su Ningwei's hand, smiling, and walked towards the front desk of the guest house. "Boss, hello, I'm Yi, the gentleman who made a reservation to rent out the place beforehand." Yi Chen walked up to the front desk, took off his sunglasses, and said with a smile, "Why does this voice sound so familiar and pleasant?" It sounds a bit like Yi Chen's. The young, handsome man with glasses holding the mouse stopped for a moment, incredulously looking up. Before him stood a handsome man with a faint scar on his left temple, unmistakably his favorite singer, Yi Chen. Ah tilde tilde tilde. Oh my god. Yi Chen. Yi Chen. It's really Yi Chen. Am I dreaming? Ah tilde 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 ah. The young, handsome man with glasses stood up excitedly, let out a shrill scream, breathed rapidly, his face turning red, almost fainting. Afraid that the other person might actually pass out, Yi Chen quickly said gently, "You're not dreaming. Calm down first. Take deep breaths. Come on. Inhale. Exhale." The young, handsome man with glasses obediently followed Yi Chen's instructions to take a few deep breaths before calming down. "Sorry, I lost my composure just now. Mr. Yi, hello. I'm the owner of this desert oasis guesthouse, and also your loyal fan. My name is Misu. I really like your songs." The young, handsome man with glasses blushed, scratching his head embarrassedly, and nervously stammered. To have his idol, who he had been following since the first video, show up at his own place was an indescribable feeling. Yi Chen smiled, "No worries. Thank you for liking my music and supporting me. Can you show us to our rooms now? Yes, no problem. Thank you for liking and supporting my husband. Su Ningwei, finding the boss quite adorable, also took off her sunglasses, peeked out from behind Yi Chen, and said with a smile. The double surprise stunned Mi Su completely. Su Ningwei. Oh my god, Chen Wei couple actually came to my shop. Oh my goodness, am I not dreaming? Mi Su, shocked, painfully pinched his thigh, tears streaming down his face. After making sure that he wasn't dreaming, Mi Su wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and emotionally said, I'm sorry for my excitement. I can't believe you both are staying at my little shop. I thought you would stay at a 5-star hotel. Well, I've seen your account for a long time and know about your support for me, so I wanted to come and support you as well, Yi Chen replied with a smile. Once again, Mi Su was shocked and moved. Really? Have you really known about me for so long? I am truly touched. Yi Chen thanks sincerely. Thank you. At that moment, Li Mei, with 3 babies, Su Ming, Shangquan, and the others, carrying their luggage, entered the guest house. Yi Chen said, they are with me as well. Mi Su warmly said, all right, follow me. I'll take you to your rooms. Tonight, you can have a barbecue and sing in the yard. Okay, Yi Chen nodded. The group followed Mi Su to their respective rooms. The rooms were warmly decorated, stylish, and very clean. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei were very satisfied and decided to rest with the 3 babies. Night fell. The entire yard was lit up with colorful neon lights, shining together with the stars in the sky. Mi Su prepared various fresh ingredients, lit up the charcoal, and eagerly volunteered to help Yi Chen and the others barbecue authentic lamb skewers and other ingredients. Yi Chen and the group gathered to eat barbecue, drink, and sing karaoke to relax. As they spent these days together, everyone realized that Yi Chen and Su Ningwei were quite easygoing and didn't put on any airs of being big stars or bosses, making them very easy to get along with. Everyone was happy, had a bit of alcohol, and the atmosphere became lively and cheerful. The accompaniment of the brave erupted, and everyone cheered, looking at Yi Chen with anticipation. A few staff members were particularly excited, their faces turning red. This work trip was simply amazing. Not only were they provided with food and accommodation, they had fun, received pay, and got to hear Yi Chen sing live, making it a fantastic experience they could brag about for a lifetime. Shang Tiyu had a bit to drink, his face all flushed, holding the microphone, gathered his courage, excitedly and carefully looked at Yi Chen and asked, Mr. Yi, I'm your fan. I really love the song The Brave. Can I sing this song with you? Of course, Yi Chen said with a smile. If they were out to have fun, they should do so wholeheartedly without putting on any airs. Shangquan handed the microphone to Yi Chen. As the accompaniment played, Shang Tiyu respectfully gestured for Yi Chen to start singing, acknowledging that in front of the original singer Yi Chen, he didn't dare to be presumptuous even though he had practiced the brave diligently. Yi Chen began to sing, Dare to be brave, the scar on your forehead, your differences, the mistakes you make. There's no need to hide, your worn-out dolls, your masks, your true self. Shang Tiyu, seeing Yi Chen singing so well, trembled with the microphone in hand. Even as they neared the climax, Shang Tiyu, still excited, didn't have the courage to join in the duet with Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at Shang Tiyu and gave him an encouraging look. Upon receiving Yi Chen's encouraging gaze, Shang Tiyu finally found the feeling. Shang Tiyu mustered up courage and sang along with Yi Chen. Why be lonely? It's not undeserving of glory. People are imperfect, worthy of praise. Who said being covered in filth doesn't make one a hero? Loving your lonely walk in dark alleys, loving your unyielding attitude, loving your confrontation with despair, refusing to cry. Loving your tattered clothes, yet daring to defy fate. Loving how similar you and I are, even our flaws match. Shall we go tilde, shall we fight, in these tattered cloaks? Battle tilde we shall fight, with the humblest of dreams. To the sobs and roars in the dark night, who says only those in the light are heroes. The others present also applauded, following the music accompaniment and singing along. Shall we go, shall we fight, in these tattered cloaks? Battle tilde we shall fight, with the humblest of dreams. To the sobs and roars in the dark night, who says only those in the light are heroes. Mi Su lifted to skewers of lamb, swaying and excitedly turning red-cheeked. The atmosphere instantly reached its peak excitement. The song ended. Everyone raised their glasses to Yi Chen. Director Yi, You sing so well, I'll toast you. Guanxiaxia was the first to raise her glass and toast Yi Chen. Shangquan and the others also raised their glasses to Yi Chen. Thank you, everyone. Shangtu's singing was also good. Let's have a drink together. Yi Chen smiled at Shang Tiu, giving him face. Shang Tiu quickly raised his glass, excitedly saying, I just sang along with you randomly. You are the one who sings well. Singing is for relaxation, not a concert. Let's just have a good time. Here, I'll go first. Everyone, feel free. Yi Chen raised his glass and finished it in one go. Seeing this, everyone quickly drank up. This time, Yi Chen was prepared and had given Su Ningwei a sobering medication in advance. So even though Su Ningwei had drunk several cups and felt tipsy, her eyes were clear, just a bit intoxicated, a wonderful feeling. Su Ningwei picked up a skewer of lamb, juicy and fragrant, and fed it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen took a bite and found the freshly skewered and grilled lamb tender and juicy, free of any gamey taste, exceptionally delicious with the local spices, a pure delight. Su Ningwei leaned on Yi Chen's shoulder, whispering, Ekin, after seeing the beautiful desert and riding camels today, do you feel inspired? How about an impromptu song related to the desert? At that moment, Yi Chen heard a familiar voice in his mind. Ding! Detected fans' request, matching the lyrics and score of Desert Camel by Earth Star Zhangjin and Luo Luo for you. Unlocked. Desert Camel was a very popular song on Earth Star, and it was so fitting. Yi Chen also liked this song very much. The melody was cheerful, with meaningful lyrics, carrying a hint of exotic flavor, full of a sense of freedom, cultural richness, and philosophical depth. It was somewhat like an epic, yet more profound than popular songs. The lyrics were casual, but vivid, creating vivid images. The song's boldness made the audience feel free under life's pressures, transporting them to the sandy desert, under the starry skies, singing about the struggles of love, anxieties of life, and the uncertainties of existence. Yi Chen pretended to think for a moment and then smiled. I do feel inspired. Let me sing a new song for you, Desert Camel. Su Ningwei, just casually suggesting, did not expect Yi Chen to have a new song ready, and her admiration for Yi Chen grew. Ekin, you are amazing. That's fantastic. Su Ningwei happily leaned over and gave Yi Chen's cheek a kiss, full of love and admiration. A new song. Then let me record it for you. Shangquan quickly set down his skewer, wiped his hands clean, and grabbed his professional equipment. Misu set the roasted meat aside and brought Yi Chen the guitar he usually played. Yi Chen, seeing the guitar Misu brought, knew he could also play it well. There might be a chance for future collaboration. Su Ningwei and the others fell silent, ready to enjoy Yi Chen's new song. Yi Chen strummed his guitar, and the cheerful exotic melody began. People around couldn't help but tap their feet with the rhythm. Yi Chen started singing, I will traverse this desert, seeking my true self with only a camel by my side. The wind's blowing, clouds drifting. Suddenly a river of love appears. I board the desert boat, carry a pipe and an hourglass, and hold a pot of strong wine. The long ancient road, full of joys and sorrows, only the camel still hurries along. What ghostly legends, what demons, only the heron sings in solitude. Yi Chen sang about the camel grazing through the vast yellow sands, embodying a bold and free attitude towards life. The atmosphere in the venue was once again stirred. Everyone was amazed by Yi Chen's talent and voice, feeling their blood boil. Besides the melody, Yi Chen's singing exuded a determined and unyielding attitude towards life, easily evoking a spiritual resonance, making it endlessly captivating. Yi Chen gradually reached the end of the song. Many lost paths ahead. Persistence brings freedom. Stepping out of darkness leads to happiness. Dreaming back to the beginning, the ebb and flow of the tide, hesitations about the future and loneliness. The long journey of life, countless blooming and withering. How can the boiling times be abandoned? Morning to dusk, birds in the sky, swaying under the azure sky and sketching the yellow earth. The eastern sky brightens, the hot sun blooms, letting go of the world's distractions. I have embarked on the path home. Shangquan captured a perfect angle. In the frame, Yi Chen holding the guitar, handsome and free-spirited, with the endless desert behind him, starry night sky. The scene was beautiful. As the song ended, thunderous applause erupted. Misu and Shangtiu were almost kneeling to Yi Chen. It was just too good, escalating their admiration for Yi Chen to a whole new level. Su Ningwei gazed at Yi Chen's eyes, shining with love and admiration. Though the audience had already witnessed Yi Chen's talent, they were once again amazed. Truly top-notch experts, not fearing the environment and conditions. Even in this outdoor setting, Yi Chen, with just a guitar and basic sound equipment, delivered such high-quality singing, stunning the whole audience. Yi Chen had just set down the guitar when Shang Tiyu quickly approached, holding two glasses, and toasted Yi Chen. "Director Yi, you sang so well. The song is written so beautifully. Let me toast you," Shang Tiyu said with a respectful and admiring expression. Yi Chen took the wine glass with a smile and replied, "Thank you. Just sing casually, as long as everyone enjoys it." "Director Yi, you're too modest. Even when you sing casually, it sounds so good that we dare not sing." "I surrender. It's your turn." Shang Tiyu finished his drink in one gulp. Yi Chen naturally raised his glass and also drank it quickly. "Casual. No more." Shang Quan packed up the equipment and said with a smile, "The video effect is pretty good. I'll edit it later and send it to you." "All right, thank you. Let's have a drink." Yi Chen nodded and toasted Shang Quan. Shang Quan quickly lifted his glass and said with a smile, "Thankful for what?" "Following you out. I feel like I'm on vacation this time. Here, cheers." The two glasses clinked together, igniting the flame of friendship. After drinking a few more rounds, everyone loosened up, eating, drinking, singing loudly, having a great time. The next afternoon, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei took photos in various places at the inn. Of course, Misu also took a group photo with Yi Chen and Su Ningwei. A new platform was built on the rooftop of the inn, where one could capture the beautiful desert scenery. Yi Chen looked at the freshly poured cement platform and had a good idea that could serve as a permanent memory and promote Misu. "Boss me, do you mind if we leave our footprints on this platform?" Yi Chen asked with a smile. Misu excitedly nodded and replied, "Of course not. I'll get you to plastic shoe covers." Soon, Misu brought two plastic shoe covers for Yi Chen and Su Ningwei. After wearing the shoe covers, Yi Chen held Su Ningwei's hand and stood on the platform. Shang Quan quickly raised his camera and took several photos. After taking the photos, the footprints of Yi Chen and Su Ningwei remained on the platform. Yi Chen smiled and said to Misu, "We agree for you to use the photos of us in your inn for commercial purposes." "Really? Really?" Misu said in shock and delight. Misu could already imagine that future visitors would want to stand where Yi Chen had stood for photos, making that spot popular. "Of course it's true, but it can only be used for attracting customers, not elsewhere," Yi Chen replied with a smile. Su Ningwei also smiled and added, "They have to be good-looking photos." "That's necessary. Thank you. Thank you very much." Misu thanked them profusely. The star effect brought by Yi Chen and Su Ningwei was priceless. Misu was extremely grateful and felt fortunate to be Yi Chen's first fan. So when Yi Chen tried to pay for the room, Misu firmly refused to accept payment. Before leaving, Misu also stuffed Yi Chen and Su Ningwei's car with many local specialties and various snacks prepared in advance. Yi Chen couldn't refuse Misu's enthusiasm, so they accepted and headed to the next destination for shooting. On the way, Shang Quan had already edited the video of Yi Chen performing Desert Camel the previous night and sent it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen was very satisfied with Shang Quan's filming skills and uploaded the video to his account directly. Since he performed a new song, it was necessary to release it and entertain the fans. Balancing work and leisure, they also promoted Misu's inn. In less than 5 minutes after the video was posted, it received many likes, shares, and comments. Yi Chen clicked to read the comments and indeed received high praise. "Wow, Yi Chen is so dedicated, working while traveling. He released a new song again. It sounds so good, singing about desert camels. Amazing. I'm collecting, liking, and sharing. I love Yi Chen so much. I love every song. This song is so uplifting. Listening to it makes me feel like driving a jeep in the desert. After listening to this song, I want to drop everything and travel alone. Thank you. I finally know how to write about demons and monsters. Just bought a pack of expensive cigarettes, but after listening to this song for a few seconds, I put it out, bought a cheaper brand. It's not that I'm being snobbish, but I feel a $9 cigarette doesn't match this song. My goodness, I just made it to the grasslands, and Yi Chen is already in the desert. But on another note, the Mongolian yurt uncle here is really good. Just too busy because there are so many people. His beard is about to knot. Haha. I just reached the South China Sea. Yi Chen's Delight Hotel is fully booked. Not to mention the Starry Sky restaurant. Gotta go set up a tent on the beach, but the scenery here is amazing. Following Yi Chen is truly the right choice. Haha. Can I still run into Yi Chen at this inn? A chance encounter is probably impossible. I just want to sleep on the bed Yi Chen slept on. Forget it. I want that too. I'll search which inn Yi Chen stayed at and fly there immediately. Haha. You guys stop dreaming. I visited this inn last year. I've already reserved the same room as Yi Chen's. I'm leaving right now. You guys are too fast. Quickly send the booking phone number. I want to sit in the same chair Yi Chen sat in. Please call me a good person. I've been to this inn. It's called Desert Oasis Inn. The boss is young and handsome, and he can play guitar and sing too. Oh my god. The boss is handsome too. I'm going right now. Can someone kindly send me the phone number of Desert Oasis Inn? Don't bother. The phone number of Desert Oasis Inn has already been overwhelmed. You can't even get through. Desert Oasis Inn sounds familiar. Isn't it also a fan of Yi Chen? Quite active. That's right. Desert Oasis Inn is an old fan of Yi Chen. He really knows how to treat his fans. My goodness, I envy the boss so much. When will such wealth and happiness come to me? Don't worry. As long as we're Yi Chen's fans, good luck will eventually come to us. It's our fortune to hear Yi Chen's beautiful songs. That's right. As long as Yi Chen keeps releasing new songs, I'm already very satisfied. When the time comes to get tickets for Yi Chen's concert, listen to him sing live. That would be even better. I've already prepared gifts for Yi Chen's concert. Me too. I've prepared as well. But I plan to wait until Yi Chen releases the next album, then give it to Yi Chen at the signing event. God willing, I will definitely be chosen this time. This sense of accomplishment is truly wonderful. Looking at the comments from fans, Yi Chen's mood became even more joyful. It seemed that the fans were eagerly anticipating his new album and concert. The itinerary ahead is packed with various waterfalls, lakes, and beautiful scenery. Both Yi Chen and Su Ningwei have captured the beauty through their lenses, enjoying every moment to the fullest. Happy times always pass by quickly. Yi Chen and his companions headed to the final shooting location, a picturesque setting in the water towns of Jiangnan. The misty rain entering Jiangnan, the landscape resembling inkwash painting. This scene is like a vivid inkwash landscape painting, showcasing the elegance and gracefulness of Jiangnan to the fullest. This time, Guan Xiaxia prepared a military warlord-style outfit for Yi Chen and Su Ningwei in the Republic of China period. Yi Chen wore a military coat with a dominating presence yet carrying a hint of tenderness, akin to a handsome young leader stepping out of the Republic of China comics, exuding charm and charisma that captivates at first sight. Su Ningwei wore a form-fitting traditional cheongsam, draped in a snow-white mink shawl, accentuating her figure gracefully and alluring, portraying the image of a classic Republic of China lady, versatile and captivating, radiant and charming. Military attire with a cheongsam, elegant and refined, cold yet warm. Yi Chen wrapped his arms around Su Ningwei's waist, strolling along the stone-paved alleys, weaving through ancient streets, stone bridges, small boats, and white-walled tiled houses. With willows brushing past and boats gently swaying, the shimmering waves reflecting the sunlight on the water complemented Yi Chen and Su Ningwei's happy smiles. The years are tranquil, speaking to you. The meandering stream of time flows with you. The bustling fades, growing old together. Amidst the colorful mountains and waters, gentleness accompanies. Every landscape is filled with romance and warmth, like a flowing ink painting, narrating the exquisite love story of the Republic of China period. Su Ningwei's gaze towards Yi Chen was particularly fiery. During a break, Su Ningwei secretly pinched Yi Chen's firm buttocks and whispered slyly into his ear, "Ah Chen, you look so handsome in this military coat. I love it. How about we take this outfit home and play the game of the authoritative and domineering young leader forcibly marrying the Republic of China's petite white flower lady? I'll even get you a little whip." "All right, I'll indulge you," Yi Chen replied tenderly with affection in his eyes. Surprised by Su Ningwei's unexpected interest, Yi Chen found it quite thrilling. As her husband, he naturally wanted to satisfy Su Ningwei. All the outfits for this photo shoot were custom made by Yi Chen for himself and Su Ningwei. Originally, Yi Chen planned to bring these clothes home as collectibles, but now they served a different purpose. Su Ningwei's face flushed with excitement, her mind filled with inappropriate imagery. If it weren't for the ongoing shoot, Su Ningwei would have loved to drag Yi Chen back to the hotel for a celebration. Since meeting Yi Chen, Su Ningwei felt that no amount of fun with him was ever enough, becoming more addicted with every play. After the smooth shoot in the heroic Republic of China military style, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei switched to gorgeous Hanfu, leaving behind a series of stunning ancient-style wedding photos amidst pavilions and towers. These photos give the impression that Yi Chen and Su Ningwei have crossed time and space, loving each other happily in different eras. To ensure a better mental state, the nighttime shoot for the Flower Boat Festival was postponed to the next evening after the daytime shoot was completed. Once everything was packed, Yi Chen led the group to the best restaurant, where they enjoyed xiaolongbao, crab meat soup dumplings, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, osmanthus glutinous rice lotus root, delicate soups, rich meat dishes, and unique snacks, all showcasing the exquisite and special flavors of Jiangnan. After the delicious meal, they returned to the Jiangnan-style garden hotel to rest. After a bath, despite intending to exercise well with Yi Chen, Su Ningwei fell asleep while feeding the 3 babies. The youngest and middle siblings were already asleep after being fed. The eldest one's eyes closed as she intermittently suckled on the sweet milk. Su Ningwei, lying on her side to nurse, had already fallen asleep, breathing steadily and deeply. Yi Chen gently lifted the eldest sibling, who had finished drinking, from Su Ningwei's arms, placed a soft kiss on her mouth, which still retained the shape of suckling, appearing adorable. Holding the eldest sibling in one hand, Yi Chen gently resettled the generous bosom before carrying the baby to the neighboring room for Li Mei and others to care for. Returning to the room, Yi Chen gently adjusted Su Ningwei's body to a comfortable position, kissed her smooth forehead before joining her in bed, wrapping her in his arms as they entered the realm of sweet dreams together. In his dream, Yi Chen found himself in the turbulent Republic of China, transformed into a young commander involved in a riveting life and death love story with Su Ningwei. The next day, light rain began to fall in circles. Having rested early the previous night, Yi Chen woke up particularly early, feeling content as he looked out through the carved window. Unaware of the spring having passed amidst the unending rain, the true arrival of summer comes after the clearing skies. The misty rain and the deep courtyard revealed scenes reminiscent of raindrops beat the banana leaves in the leisurely pavilion. The misty rain's aura intensified the depth of the scenery through the leaking windows while highlighting the nearby plants, instantly enhancing the visual effects. The scene resembled the lyrics of J.J. Lin's song Jiangnan, with rain forming circles, gently intertwining. Yi Chen planned to have Shangquan record a video of himself sitting in the carved pavilion, playing and singing Jiangnan, to be uploaded to his account for his fans to experience the beauty and charm of the Jiangnan rain. Su Ningwei also woke up, wrapping her arms around Yi Chen's waist from behind. Yi Chen felt the soft and warm embrace on his back, incredibly comfortable. Su Ningwei nuzzled against Yi Chen and said, "Ah Chen, why did you wake up so early? When did I fall asleep yesterday? Why didn't you wake me up? I saw you fell asleep while nursing, so I didn't want to disturb you," Yi Chen replied gently as he turned around. Su Ningwei's hand slid down the edge of Yi Chen's trousers, tenderly saying, "Shall we make up for what we missed last night now?" "I think that sounds like a good idea," Yi Chen said, taking Su Ningwei's mischievous hand, flipping her over gently and placing her beneath him. However, Su Ningwei swiftly turned the tables, pressing Yi Chen beneath her. "You lie down, I'll take over," Su Ningwei said with a wink at Yi Chen, reaching to remove his clothing. Su Ningwei undressed herself, her kisses as gentle as the rain outside, falling softly and delicately on Yi Chen's body. Warm and soothing, tingling and exhilarating, exceptionally pleasurable. Outside, the rain continued to fall. Their intimate encounter was rhythmic and tender, enveloped in the rain. After the tender embrace, Su Ningwei blushed, feeling weak all over as she lay on top of Yi Chen. Yi Chen carried Su Ningwei to the bathroom for a hot shower. Su Ningwei hung onto Yi Chen, letting him wash every inch of her body, occasionally shivering at certain touches. "Yi Chen, that side can't be washed yet, take it slow." Su Ningwei's body soft and even more, pressing closer to Yi Chen. Yi Chen then gently helped Su Ningwei wash other parts of her body. Su Ningwei leaned against Yi Chen and asked, "It's raining today. Not sure if we can still shoot tonight." Shall we go out for a walk later? We definitely need to go for a walk. The misty rain in the Jiangnan region has the most charm. If it rains tonight, we'll stay another day. We can shoot tomorrow. No rush, Yi Chen said as he finished washing Su Ningwei, making her fragrant and fair. Su Ningwei groaned and nodded, saying, "All right, I'll listen to you. It's just that you were too powerful earlier. My legs are a bit weak now. Not sure if I can walk. Who told you to want to do morning exercises? You dare not do it next time, right? I'll have Shang Quan help me record a video first, and then we can go out for a walk. You can rest a bit more," Yi Chen responded with a smile. Su Ningwei asked happily, "Record a video? Do you have inspiration again? Thinking of a new song?" "Yes," Yi Chen smiled back, having cleaned Su Ningwei up. Su Ningwei admired him and kissed Yi Chen on the cheek, saying, "I knew it, my husband. Tilda, you're amazing too. I can't wait for your new song. I want to watch you record the song later." "Sure," Yi Chen smiled and turned off the shower, grabbed a towel, wrapped Su Ningwei in it, and gently said, "All clean, go change now." "I can't move." Su Ningwei hooked her arms around Yi Chen's neck and pouted playfully. Yi Chen also wrapped himself in a towel, carrying Su Ningwei in his arms to the bedroom. Su Ningwei asked, "Which outfit are you planning to wear for the video today?" "I think I'll wear the traditional outfit with embroidered bamboo," Yi Chen replied. The original video by JJ Lin didn't have many traditional elements, but in such a beautiful rainy Jiangnan setting, with Chinese-style buildings and bamboo in the courtyard, Yi Chen felt that wearing traditional clothes would add more artistic conception. Su Ningwei agreed and suggested, "That sounds good. I'll wear the moon white embroidered bamboo cheongsam. How about an impromptu dance as your companion?" "Of course, that sounds great. But are your legs still weak?" Yi Chen looked concerned at Su Ningwei's legs. Su Ningwei reassured him, "They're fine now. Hearing your new song filled me with energy." Su Ningwei then changed into the elegant cheongsam, with an underskirt to avoid any wardrobe accidents. After changing, Su Ningwei went to freshen up. Yi Chen also changed into the traditional outfit, looking elegant and charming. Su Ningwei's simple yet refined makeup complemented her beauty. Yi Chen couldn't help but admire her beauty, thinking that she looked stunning in anything she wore. When Su Ningwei turned to look at Yi Chen, she was equally in awe of him. "Yi Chen, how do I look? Am I camera ready? Do we look good together?" Su Ningwei rose gracefully, twirling in front of Yi Chen, and asked with a smile. Yi Chen embraced her. "Perfect, very beautiful. We're a perfect match no matter how we dress. I feel the same way. Let's feed the babies first, then have breakfast," Su Ningwei said joyfully. Yi Chen suggested ordering breakfast to the room as they played for a long time earlier. After arranging everything, they sat with the babies by the window watching the rain. The babies were excited by the rain outside, wanting to play in the puddles, but Yi Chen and Su Ningwei distracted them with games. Soon, the hotel brought a variety of breakfast dishes. Yi Chen had the nanny watch the babies and then helped Su Ningwei feed them. He sang the song Jiangnan to Su Ningwei in a soft voice. The eldest baby listened while staring at Yi Chen, clearly enjoying the music. The second baby tried to sing along and clap along with Yi Chen's song, looking happy. The youngest baby's eyes sparkled with admiration, his legs kicking in excitement. Su Ningwei, impressed by the performance, turned to Yi Chen and said, "Your singing is amazing, Yi Chen. Can you dance to this song?" "I can dance. I already have a vision in my mind. After we feed the babies, I'll dance for you first to see if it works," Su Ningwei responded with a smile. Yi Chen agreed, and soon the babies were fed. Su Ningwei got ready to dance as Yi Chen sang, "The wind here is sticky, sticking to the thoughts of passers-by. The rain here winds into threads, entwining our affection. You are my fate, written on the lithosprimum stone. Love, as sweet as 1/10 of 1,000, I would be content to be buried within this fraction. Circles, circles." Yechen's singing voice, even when performing a cappella, seemed to carry a natural reverb, which was very pleasant to listen to. Su Ningwei danced gracefully to Yechen's singing, her jade-like hands flowing elegantly, skirt swaying, her dance light and agile, arms as soft as boneless, with eyes like mist hinting at words unspoken, every movement filled with a delicate beauty and elegance. Improvisational dancing truly tests one's dance skills. Judging by Su Ningwei's dancing skills, they must be very solid. The three babies were natural fans, completely engrossed and happily dancing throughout. The song ended. Yechen applauded and praised, "Elegant, beautiful. You danced so well. Perfect match with this song. Really? Then let's dance like this later." Suningwei's eyes sparkled even brighter from Yechen's praises. At that moment, Yechen's phone vibrated. Taking it out and checking, it was a call from Su Ming. Yechen answered, "Su, I have already rented the best guzheng and other equipment from the music store, and I am on my way back." Su Ming's voice came through the phone. Yechen replied, "Okay. Have the people from the shop place the guzheng and equipment in the gazebo in the hotel's courtyard." "All right, Yechen. I'll be there in about 5 minutes," Su Ming responded. Yechen nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." In order to have a more comfortable stay and better privacy, Yechen had rented out the entire traditional courtyard hotel, so there was no worrying about disturbances. Yechen hung up the phone. Suningwei linked arms with Yechen, smiling, and asked, "Can we start shooting now?" "Yes, in a while. Su Ming has rented the equipment and is on his way back." Yechen nodded. Suningwei nodded and said, "Then I'll practice a bit more." "All right," Yechen nodded, continuing to enjoy Suningwei's graceful dance with the 3 babies, feeling particularly pleased. Soon, Su Ming arrived with the music store staff, setting up the guzheng and equipment. Shang Quan and Shang Tiu found a good angle and set up the equipment. Guan Xiaxia, knowing that Yechen was recording a new song video, volunteered to help with makeup, making Suningwei look even more exquisite. Everything was ready. Drizzling rain fell. Inside the carved cool pavilion, Yechen sat in front of the guzheng, plucking the strings and beginning the prelude. As the melody started, it evoked the feeling of the Jiangnan water town. Suningwei followed the melody, dancing lightly, as graceful as a swallow, soft as clouds, her dance steps flowing like lotus blossoms, exuding utmost tenderness and elegance. Yechen gazed tenderly at the dancing Suningwei, singing, "The wind here is sticky, sticking to the nostalgia of passers-by. Round and round, day after day, year after year, gently looking at your face, gentle anger, gentle blame. We who don't understand love, hate, and the torment of emotions, thought that love changes like the wind and clouds. Believing in love for a day is worth eternity, freezing time in this moment. We who don't know how to show tenderness, thought that selflessness was just an ancient legend. How painful can the loneliness be, how deeply hurt, understanding only when the heart breaks in the rain of Jiangnan." The melodious guzheng, the soft sound of rain, coupled with Yechen's perfect voice and Suningwei's gentle yet powerful dance, was simply perfect to the extreme. Everyone present, once again, was awestruck by this beautiful scene. They did not expect the Chenwei couple to be so harmonious and stunning with their singing and dancing. This song concluded, and there was an erupting applause on site. Shang Quan excitedly praised, "So beautiful, so artistic, you two are simply a perfect match. Yes, really beautiful and delightful to listen to. Looks like it can be directly used as a music video." Shang Tiu nodded in approval. Guan Xiaxia also praised, "Really pleasant to listen to, and the dance was so beautiful, very impressive." Other staff members also chimed in with compliments. Shang Quan said to Yechen, "Archen, do you think this effect works?" "I think it's perfect." "Let's see," Yechen said, and together with Suningwei, they walked to the camera to review the footage. In the frame, Yechen and Suningwei collaborated seamlessly, their eyes communicating depth, full of sincere emotions, blending with the scenes, displaying genuine affections, truly perfect. They were quite satisfied with the result they achieved in the first take. Suningwei smiled, "Not bad. Indeed, quite good. Then let's go with this." Yechen smiled and said, "Thanks everyone for working overtime. If it rains again tonight, we'll postpone the shoot. You can have fun and eat around here. Expenses on me." "Thank you, Yechen." After the cheers, everyone started to pack up the site. Shang Quan hurried back to edit the videos. Yechen and Suningwei put on their masks, sharing a bamboo-painted oil paper umbrella, and left the hotel to enjoy the beauty of Jiangnan in the rain. Due to the rain, there weren't many pedestrians on the road, making it even quieter and peaceful. Pink walls and black tiles, shrouded in mist, ancient alleys tranquil, stone slabs gleaming. Holding hands, Yechen and Suningwei walked down the quiet street towards dusk, immersing themselves in a dream weaved by the misty water, feeling especially serene and peaceful within. Jiangnan in the rain was like a beautiful ink painting. The arched stone bridges, moon gates, inscriptions above each gate, creating undulating corridors with rich layers and varied twists, appeared like frames that composed different scenes and aroused emotions. The columns on the south side of the corridor seemed to frame the landscape, offering changing views and emotional connections, resembling a scroll painting of mountain light shining on the corridor near the water. "Archon, let's walk on that little bridge over there." Suningwei pointed to a nearby small bridge, smiling. Yechen nodded and said, "Okay." The two walked hand in hand onto the small bridge. Suningwei leaned on Yechen's shoulder, admiring the scenery, taking various selfies and capturing the beautiful views. Bystanders below the bridge, witnessing the affectionate scene between Yechen and Suningwei, couldn't help but pull out their cameras to record this beautiful and heartwarming moment. As they walked, sunlight began to shine through. Suningwei reached out, catching the fine raindrops, looking surprised. "Archon, look, the sun is out again. And it's raining, so beautiful. Sun in the east, rain in the west. They say there's no clear sky but still have one. It is truly beautiful." Yechen smiled in agreement. Suningwei raised her eyebrows, looking at Yechen admiringly. "Archon, you are indeed so talented, turning words into poetry. Impressive." "Naturally, with this kind of weather, there might be a rainbow," Yechen chuckled. The poetry of Earth's Tang and Song dynasties was nothing to be trifled with. Definitely impressive. Suningwei's eyes lit up, searching eagerly for the rainbow. "Rainbow? Where? I don't see it. Where is it?" "Don't rush," Yechen smiled and replied. At that moment, a beautiful rainbow slowly appeared in the sky. The rainbow was like a brilliant sky bridge, lying horizontally in the sky, connecting the blue sky and the earth, creating a dreamlike beauty. Suningwei happily pointed at the rainbow and said, "Ah Chen, quick, look. There's really a rainbow, so beautiful." "I see it," Yechen replied with a smile as he wrapped his arm around Suningwei's waist. Suningwei happily took out her phone and said, "Quick, take photos, take photos. We're so lucky to have seen a rainbow." With no one around, Yechen and Suningwei took off their masks. Against the backdrop of the Jiangnan scenery and the rainbow, Yechen and Suningwei took many beautiful and sweet photos. Suningwei looked at the photos on her phone, very satisfied, and said with a smile, "Great, Ah Chen, the rainbow is so beautiful. Do you have another burst of inspiration? Can you write a song related to the rainbow?" After saying that, Suningwei looked at Yechen expectantly. In Yichen's mind, the familiar sweet voice of the system lowly immediately sounded. This time, a familiar system lowly voice rang in Yichen's mind. Ding, detected the request of a loyal fan. Automatically matched the lyrics and music scores of Jaishu's song Rainbow for You. Unlocked. Well, Suningwei had just become a loyal fan, turning into Yichen's personal request-making assistant. Last time, Suningwei requested Desert Camel by the Earth Star Zhong and Luo Luo. This time, she unexpectedly requested Jaishu's Rainbow, all popular and pleasant songs back in the day. This song Rainbow abandoned the typical long and winding vocal transitions and traditional piano accompaniment, opting for a fresh feeling with the acoustic guitar, enhancing Jaishu's love song. Yechen smiled and replied, "Yes, I'll sing it for you when we return to Shanghai. It can be the background music for the rainbow photos we took today." "Okay, you are so talented. Ah Chen, I really admire you," Suningwei said, hugging Yichen's neck and affectionately kissing his cheek, overflowing with admiration. Yechen gently held Suningwei's slender waist, full of tenderness, and sincerely replied, "I will always try my best to create songs that you want to hear." If the system didn't provide Jaishu's song Rainbow, Yechen would have written a song related to the rainbow for Suningwei, just not as quickly. But with Jaishu's ready-made song, Yechen was happy to use it. Most importantly, Yechen also liked Jaishu's Rainbow, as it saved him time to spend with Suningwei and their 3 babies, and attend to other matters. Suningwei said with emotion, "Ah Chen, you are too good to me. I am so moved. Silly girl, this is nothing. Let's walk around a bit more, and then go back to rest. It will probably clear up soon, and we can shoot normally in the evening." Yechen gently tapped Suningwei's upturned nose, and said affectionately. Suningwei nodded happily, saying, "Yes, let's go." Back at the hotel, after lunch and putting the babies to sleep, Yechen and Suningwei also lay down for a nap. Just as they settled in, their phones vibrated. Opening them, they found that Shangquan had edited the morning footage of Jiangnan and sent it to them. After watching it, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei were very satisfied. However, to avoid revealing their schedule and affecting the evening shoot, they decided to upload the video to their accounts on the way back home the next day. After all, dealing with regular fans or fangirls taking photos was fine. They would even take photos together and have fun. But some Sasang fans didn't know boundaries and could be dangerous. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei, with their 3 babies, didn't want to take that risk. After the nap, they began preparations. Su Ming had already arranged the shooting locations in advance. Returning from their walk, Guan Zhao and the makeup artists carefully prepared Su Ningwei's look for the evening shoot, depicting the scene she had long been anticipating, a boat scene typical of Chinese weddings. A boat ride of 100 years, hand in hand to the land of tenderness. Chinese wedding styling required elaborate preparation, especially for Su Ningwei, who spent a long time on her hairstyle alone. She put on the system's reward a handmade embroidered phoenix gown with a trailing veil. Guan Zhao and the other staff members looked at the gown on Su Ningwei, full of amazement and envy. Oh my gosh! Such a beautiful Chinese bridal gown! I've never seen such an exquisite one before. This shine and texture must be embroidery with real gold and silver threads, Guan Zhao said, touching the gown with admiration. Su Ningwei proudly and happily said, "Yes, this was specifically prepared by Ah Chen for me, and I love it. It's really beautiful. I guarantee that every woman who sees this gown will feel an impulse to get married. Ye always put so much thought into it," Guan Zhao said with a smile. Su Ningwei opened a delicate jewelry box nearby and said, "This is the phoenix crown Ah Chen gave me, matching this outfit. Look, help me design a hairstyle and makeup to complement this ensemble." When the jewelry box was opened, the 9 dragon and 9 phoenix crown inside sparkled in the light, dazzling and exquisite like a piece of art. Guan Zhao looked at the crown in the jewelry box, even more amazed. "Oh my goodness, I've truly been enlightened today. Usually, for styling, we use glass beads to make fake phoenix crowns, but I didn't expect a crown made with real gemstones to be so beautiful. Don't worry, I will surely design a hairstyle and makeup that complements this outfit," Guan Zhao assured. Su Ningwei smiled. "Thank you so much." Guan Zhao immediately started styling and doing makeup for Su Ningwei. Once the styling and makeup were done, Guan Zhao carefully lifted the 9 dragon and 9 phoenix crown and placed it on Su Ningwei's updo, making sure not to dislodge a single feather on the crown. Guan Zhaoxia's assistant, Guan Xiaodong, rushed forward to help secure the crown with hairpins. Feeling the weight on her head, Su Ningwei felt warm and content, wondering how Yi Chen would react to seeing her in this bridal attire, whether he would be satisfied and delighted. With the styling done, Guan Zhao took Su Ningwei's hand and walked out of the room. Yi Chen had already changed into his groom's attire made of dragon-patterned golden fabric, put on his groom's hat, sat on the high-back chair, chatting leisurely with Shang Quan, drinking tea, and patiently waiting for Su Ningwei. Just then, Su Ningwei walked out of the room. Graceful and luxurious, elegant demeanor, gentle and refined, showing the elegant and dignified beauty in every way, shining like a bright pearl. Su Ningwei's beauty, combined with this whole ensemble, was truly stunning. Yi Chen was so shocked when he saw Su Ningwei in this wedding gown, even more so than when he saw her in a wedding dress. It felt like his heart was struck, leaving him dumbfounded. Su Ningwei's eyes were full of tenderness as she walked towards Yi Chen. "Ah Chen, I'm ready," Su Ningwei softly called out to Yi Chen. Yi Chen then woke up as if from a dream, stood up from the chair, embraced Su Ningwei's waist, and couldn't help but give her a kiss. Su Ningwei closed her eyes, her cheeks blushing, but her hands honestly embraced Yi Chen's waist in return. Guan Zhao and other staff, getting a mouthful of dog food, closed their eyes to sneak a peek and laughed brightly. Shang Quan, the old photographer, took wedding photos, had eaten a lot of dog food, showed great experience, immediately opened the photography equipment, eating the dog food while recording this beautiful moment. The kiss ended. Su Ningwei's face was blushing, looking even more charming and captivating. Yi Chen held Su Ningwei's hand, and they went downstairs together, got into the car, and headed to the shooting location. Guan Zhao and Shang Quan followed promptly. The main focus of this shoot was to capture scenes of boating under a small bridge. The Jiangnan Water Village post train was exceptionally gentle. Raindrops still hung under the eaves, intermittently dripping onto the stone paths, making clear and crisp sounds as if playing a soft melody. Along the streets, the old trees seemed even more lush and green after the rain's baptism. The quaint Jiangnan residences, under the evening light and shadow, appeared more serene and ancient. In the corners, a few wildflowers quietly bloomed. The gentle breeze carried a mix of moist air and subtle floral fragrance, seemingly narrating the water village's story softly. The water vapor on the river had not completely dissipated, drifting a faint mist, resembling a blurry ink painting. A beautifully carved wooden boat adorned with red silk, red double happiness characters, and fresh flowers docked by the shore. Yi Chen held Su Ningwei's hand as they walked towards the adorned wooden boat, as if stepping into a romantic and poetic costume drama. On the boat, Shang Quan and the others boarded another boat for filming. The aerial filming crew was ready. Several staff members scattered flower petals on the water. Petals scattered, bride and groom together, harmonious like a pair of birds. Yi Chen supported Su Ningwei's waist, standing at the bow of the boat. Dressed in festive attire, the boatman smiled and gently paddled the oar. The boat slicing through the water, creating ripples, added a sense of liveliness to the calm evening. Drifting on the emerald waves, people wandering in the painting. The colorful light and shadow, the small bridge flowing water, as beautiful as a scroll painting with a unique charm. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei on the flower boat, standing, sitting, embracing, holding hands. Shang Quan held up the camera. Click, click. A series of shots were taken, afraid of missing any exquisite moment. As they continued filming, the sky gradually darkened. Red lanterns on both banks and various-shaped flower lanterns were lit one by one. Dragon lantern boats and phoenix lantern boats sailed into the river channel. The staff had prepared 3,000 lotus lanterns, lit them, and placed them in the river. 3,000 flying lanterns hung by drones floated in the air, surrounding Yi Chen and Su Ningwei. Leaning against the blue river, nestled under the starry sky, the romantic atmosphere was at its peak. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei rode together in the light of the lanterns, leaving behind sweet and romantic memories as well as a plethora of photos. In the romantic glow of the lanterns, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei successfully concluded their wedding photo shoot. After resting for a night, the next afternoon, Yi Chen and his party set off on the way back to the bustling city. Before boarding the plane, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei uploaded the Jiangnan video given by Shang Quan to their respective accounts. As they boarded the plane, Yi Chen's mind was once again filled with the sweet and lovely voice of the system. Ding, dear host, congratulations on successfully completing the main mission of taking wedding photos with Su Ningwei. Congratulations on getting closer to the perfect life. Ding. Congratulations on receiving a 10 million yuan subsidy for shooting the wedding photos. Ding. Congratulations on receiving 1 pill of the perfect figure maintenance pill, only for the host to use, which has been sent to the system space. Please check it promptly. Ding, the lyrics and scores of Zhe Dongqi's Drown, Zhang Yongqing's Partiality, and Zhou Huajian's hard-to-read scripture have been unlocked. The system's little lowly was as bold as ever, offering a deal with no investment from the host and even earning a bid in return. However, could the perfect figure maintenance pill be the system's concern that the host might gain weight after marriage? Although many brothers gained weight after marriage, Yi Chen maintained his exercise routine, so it shouldn't be an issue, right? Well, when there's a chance later, he'll consider taking this pill. Ahem. It's definitely not a lack of confidence in himself, but since it's only for the host's use, not taking it would be a waste. Drown by Zhe Dongqi is also great, as it's often used in various short videos. Master, there's more to this chapter after. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Yi Chen really likes this song and appreciates Zhe Dongqi's versatility as a musician. With the haunting sound of Drown, pure love emerges, setting the stage for a high-level plot. The prelude of this song strikes a chord in the depths of the soul, evoking a deep resonance, like being immersed in a river of love or plunging into the deep sea, feeling an inexorable pull, like water plants floating on water, entwined and lingering. The chorus is quite distinctive, and the melody is excellent. The song conveys a sense of being suspended in midair, weightless, and a feeling of immersion in water, especially with the sound moving closer, as if drowning in water but slowly fading away, falling into weightlessness. The melody of Drown sets the characters' entrances to be unforgettable, deeply etched in the mind. This song is sure to be a hit when launched on Langsing. Partiality and hard-to-read scripture may be a bit dated, but there's no need to explain how good they are, right? Yi Chen was in a good mood, and this trip was quite fruitful. As the plane safely landed, Chen Jichuan and Chen Din were already waiting in the lounge, and Kan had pushed aside other work to come early for the pickup. Who wouldn't admire and respect Yi Chen, not only a boss, but also incredibly talented? Clearly, he was out photographing wedding gowns, yet still promoting his business. For half of this month, he was at the top of the trending list. Yi Chen is now the brightest star of starlit media, and Kan admires and reveres him, almost wanting to support Yi Chen. Zhao Xiu, Lin Yinyan, and Su Mangmang were eager to see Su Ningwei, and they envied her ability to take wedding photos while traveling. So they also came to the airport today with Kan. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei took the VIP channel and didn't reveal their schedule to entertainment reporters, so Chen Jichuan and Kan successfully met Yi Chen, Su Ningwei, and their group. When Kan saw Yi Chen and Su Ningwei, he excitedly greeted them and asked, "President Yi, Wei, did your photo shoot go smoothly?" Zhao Xiu affectionately linked arms with Su Ningwei and said with a smile. Lin Yinyan also said with a smile, "Brother-in-law's drone proposal was so cool. It made us all envious." Su Mangmang, with her charming big eyes, saw Yi Chen and thought he looked even more handsome. Su Mangmang felt superficial for misjudging Yi Chen previously and now believed he was the perfect brother-in-law. Su Ningwei replied with a smile, "It went smoothly, the scenery was beautiful, and we tried many delicious foods. If you have time off, you should go play. We also brought local specialties for you, and I will have Su Ming bring them to your car later. Thank you, Wei and brother-in-law." Zhao Xiu, Lin Yinyan, and Su Mangmang replied in unison with a smile. Kan, Zhao Xiu, Lin Yinyan, and Su Mangmang then went to hold the three cute babies. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei, surrounded by the crowd, happily boarded the car and returned to the villa. Chen Jichuan had already prepared a sumptuous lunch with Chu Shai and the servants. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei warmly invited Kan, Zhao Xiu, Lin Yinyan, and Su Mangmang to finish the meal before leaving. Shang Quan also returned to the villa and planned to rest for a day before returning to the mountain city. During the meal, Ken said, "The MV for the album, Chen Heart Pleased with Wei, has been produced, and I have sent it to you. Please review it, and if there are no issues, we can start producing the physical album." "All right, we will review it together later and get back to you," Yi Chen replied. Ken continued, "The instrumental versions of the songs You Are the Most Precious, Little Dimple, Peach Blossom Vow, I Have Truly Fallen in Love with You, Strong Winds Blow, Worshipping the New Year, Map of Mountains and Rivers, Lang's Temptation, Hair Like Snow, Big Fish, First Love, Tornado, 80 Ow, Kiss My Baby, Baby, Did You Hear Me? I Remember, Flying Insects, Leaving, and Wine Blowing Over Wheat Waves can be produced by the end of the month. Send them to me then. If there are no issues, we can arrange the recordings early next month," Yi Chen responded. Kan nodded and said, "The advertisers you promised are eager to see their commercials, so they have increased the fee for the instrumental versions of the advertising songs Give Me a Feeling, Discover Love, and Heroes of the Wilderness, which can be done the day after tomorrow. If you have time, you can listen first and see if any changes are needed. Once the instrumentals are ready, send them to me. If there are no issues, we will record the commercials first," Yi Chen agreed. Kan asked, "The video effects during the wedding photo shoots were great, especially the Jiangnan video, which received high praise. I suggest adding this video to the MV for the song Jiangnan." "Sounds good. Add that video to the MV for Jiangnan then," Yi Chen agreed. After dinner, Kan, Zhao Xiu, Lin Yinyan, and Su Mangmang left Yi Chen and Su Ningwei to rest and each took the local specialties home. Su Ningwei took care of feeding the three babies, while Yi Chen went to the study to listen to the music instrumentals Kan sent. Most of the instrumentals were fine, but Yi Chen made some notes on areas that needed improvement and sent them back to Kan. When Yi Chen returned to the master bedroom after finishing up, Su Ningwei, having fed the babies and put them to sleep, asked, "Are you done with work? Are the instrumentals all set?" Yi Chen, also changed into lounge clothes, replied, "Yes, almost done. Just some minor adjustments." "That's good. There's no place like home. No matter how luxurious our accommodations were on the trip, Our own bed is the most comfortable. Su Ningwei happily lied down on the bed and rolled around. Yi Chen also changed, got onto the bed, holding Su Ningwei's waist and said with a smile, "Of course, home is more comfortable. Our bed alone, not to mention the mattress, is worth over $1 million. Even a 5-star hotel can't match." "Haha, you're right. Give me your phone. Let's watch the MV for Chen Heart Pleased with Wei together. See how it turned out." Su Ningwei turned around, snuggled into Yi Chen's arms, and asked with a smile. Yi Chen reached for Su Ningwei's phone, handed it to her, and said, "Sure, here you go." Su Ningwei eagerly unlocked her phone and opened the file Cat and had sent. The first video they watched was for the song Chen Heart Pleased with Wei. The video had special effects added in the post-production, making it even more magnificent and romantic. Su Ningwei, after watching, nodded in satisfaction. "It's really good. I like this first duet we did. It's definitely going to be a hit. Whether it becomes a hit doesn't matter. This song was written for you, and as long as you like it and understand my feelings for you." Yi Chen looked at Su Ningwei affectionately and said gently. Su Ningwei raised her head, eyes filled with tears of emotion, nodded, and said, "I understand. Of course I do. I know your feelings. I love everything you've done for me." With that, she leaned in and kissed Yi Chen, a warm, sweet kiss filled with deep affection. Yi Chen lowered his head, embracing Su Ningwei's passionate response. A kiss ended. Su Ningwei licked her lips, her face flushed, and said, "Can't kiss anymore. If we kiss more, I won't have the heart to listen to other songs. Angie is waiting for us to reply." Speaking, Su Ningwei lowered her head and stared at the phone screen, not daring to look at Yi Chen's handsome face anymore, afraid that she couldn't resist and would end up biting Yi Chen. Yi Chen raised the corners of his mouth, smiling, and replied, "All right. The other music videos for the songs like Because of Love, For the Rest of My Life, For Seasons for You, Beneath the Flying Clouds, Can't Help But Love, Love Frequency, Heartfelt Lover, A Little Sweet, Love That Never Goes Cold didn't have any issues." Yi Chen and Su Ningwei were both satisfied, so they replied to Can without any problems and could now arrange to produce a physical album. Because this was Yi Chen and Su Ningwei's first collaborative album, their fans had been eagerly anticipating it. The online pre-sale of the album had already reached a high of 5.2 million copies, breaking the new record for pre-sale of a duo album, firmly holding the top spot. After watching the new album's music videos, Su Ningwei opened the entertainment headlines and said with a smile, "I was busy chatting with Xiu and them just now, and I haven't had a chance to watch the video of Jiangnan. I wonder how the fans are evaluating it. Will they be satisfied with the improvised dance? Don't worry, it's definitely all positive reviews. You need to have confidence in yourself. Look at the pre-sale numbers for our new album, and you'll see how much the fans love you," Yi Chen replied with a smile. "I'm just worried about slowing you down." Su Ningwei couldn't wait and unlocked her phone to check her account. Yi Chen also reached for his phone and checked. The video for the song Jiangnan had indeed made several trending headlines in a short amount of time. #ChenWei couple is in action. Come and watch. # what kind of magical couple is this? Yi Chen sings, Su Ningwei dances. It's a double enjoyment for the eyes and ears. It's simply amazing. #Yi Chen has released a new song again. Whether you've been to Jiangnan or not, you must listen to his new song Jiangnan. It's simply too good. #ChenWei couple is in Jiangnan. Everyone come listen to Yi Chen's new song Jiangnan and appreciate Su Ningwei's exquisite national-style dance. Yi Chen randomly clicked on one of the video headlines and read the comments. The comments section was overwhelmingly positive. Yi Chen is like a walking CD. The new song is so good, and Su Ningwei dances beautifully. This couple is incredible. Wow, it's so good. The prelude really captures that rainy day feeling, and Su Ningwei dances beautifully. Oh my, is Su Ningwei really a mom who just gave birth to 3 children? Her stomach is flatter than mine. A single young woman. Such envy. Thinking of the rainy southern scenery after listening to Yi Chen's song, watching this video, I really want to go see the beautiful scenery of Jiangnan myself. Yi Chen's voice is truly indescribable. When you close your eyes and listen to this song, you can really see the misty Jiangnan. I can't imagine how good the MV must be. Circles, rounds, circles, it's so perfect, like raindrops on the water forming ripples, symbolizing the cycle of life, repeating itself. Hey buddy, I haven't even been to the South Sea Island yet, and now we might be going to Gyeongnan. I'm not a die-hard fan of Yechen, but if I could only attend one concert in my life, it would definitely be Yechen's. Yechen and Suningwei really love each other. So envious. Why do I feel like Yechen and Suningwei went to take wedding photos? Can't wait to see their wedding photos. They must be gorgeous. Suningwei looked at the comments with a smile, saying, "Ah Chen, everyone is so clever. They guessed that we went to take wedding photos. Should we post a few wedding photos on our account?" "Sure, we'll post them when Shangquan finishes editing the photos," Yechen replied. Suddenly, Suningwei's eyes lit up and she said, "By the way, should we bring back the military coats we wore for the wedding photos?" I did bring them back. All the clothes we wore for the wedding photos were custom-made, so I brought them all back. You can wear whichever set you want. Yechen smiled and replied, having already seen through Suningwei's little thoughts. Suningwei smiled even brighter, hooking her arms around Yechen's neck, and flirtatiously said, "Shall we have some fun tonight?" "All right, can we take a nap now?" Yechen replied with a smile. Suningwei nodded, saying, "No problem, but you promised me you'd sing Rainbow for me. Remember?" Yechen, full of affection, held Suningwei in his arms. Suningwei snuggled into Yechen's arms, sleeping soundly with a contented heart. Yechen also fell into a comfortable sleep while embracing Suningwei. Waking up from the nap, Suningwei was still asleep. Yechen went to the music room to keep busy. Since he had promised to let Suningwei hear the song Rainbow in the afternoon, Yechen naturally wouldn't disappoint her. Unable to wait for help from the company to create accompaniment, Yechen edited an accompaniment tape himself based on the one provided by the system. It wasn't too difficult, just required some thought and time. However, as long as Suningwei was happy, Yechen was more than willing to put in the effort. Besides, Yechen also liked Jaeshu's Rainbow very much and wanted to personally recreate the accompaniment. The drum set was the backbone of Rainbow, the bass was the foundation. The acoustic guitar was the most important instrument in the song, warmer and softer than the steel string guitar. The organ filled in the high frequencies of the acoustic guitar while serving as a supporting melody. All these instruments were available in the music room, and Yechen skillfully handled them, also recording a video effortlessly. Yechen planned to edit these videos later and post them to his account to shut up some of the internet keyboard warriors and haters who were still doubting him. Once these tasks were completed, Yechen recorded the harmony parts to make the main voice fuller. Just as he finished recording the harmony parts, Suningwei gently knocked on the door of the music room. Yechen took off his headphones, opened the door, and Suningwei raised her eyebrows smilingly, saying, "I knew you were in the music room. So, how's it going? Have you finished editing the song Rainbow?" I just came out a while ago. I'm working on the accompaniment right now." Yechen nodded in response. Suningwei looked shocked and said, "You can do your own accompaniment? You're that good?" "I have to be. Wait a moment, I'll add some electronic sounds and do some more editing. It'll be ready soon." Yechen smiled as he spoke. Yechen sat back in front of the computer and began working on it. Suningwei quickly pulled a chair and sat next to Yechen, watching him operate in admiration. Soon, Yechen finished working on the accompaniment. Seeing Suningwei looking expectantly, Yechen smiled and placed the earphones on Suningwei's ears. "You listen to the accompaniment first and see if you like it," Yechen said gently. Suningwei nodded eagerly, saying, Okay." The prelude melody started playing. In Suningwei's eyes shone amazement, liking the relaxing and refreshing tune. After listening to the full accompaniment, Suningwei eagerly asked, "The accompaniment sounds great. Have you finished writing the lyrics?" "Of course. I think rainbows are beautiful, but fleeting, like the inability to let go after a breakup, always hoping to go back to the past and regain that feeling." Yechen smiled and replied, "This song Rainbow by Jaeshu won the 2008 TVB Music Migu Wireless Music Best-Selling Movie Soundtrack Award. It's definitely a great piece." Suningwei nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, it does resemble that." The lyrics of this song mainly tell the story of a couple where the man unfortunately got sick with cancer, and in order for his girlfriend to have a happy future, he doesn't hold on to any regrets. They visit every place they used to date, and finally, he leaves for studying abroad, leaving the girlfriend behind. The girlfriend feels betrayed until she gets a diary about him from his father and learns the truth. Overall, it describes a very poignant love story portraying the helplessness of two people in love unable to be together, Yechen explained as he handed the lyrics and music score to Suningwei. After reading, Suningwei excitedly said, "It feels really good. The lyrics seem simple, but hold profound insights into love. Using the rainbow as a metaphor for love is genius." "I'll sing it for you," Yechen said, sitting in front of the microphone, putting on the earphones, and starting the recording mode on his phone. Suningwei obediently sat still, eagerly watching Yechen. Yechen sang along with the accompaniment. "Where is the rainbow? Tell me. Can I have my wish back? Why is the sky so quiet? All the clouds have come over here. I can't see your smile. How can I sleep? Your voice is so close yet I can't hold you. Even without the earth, the sun still revolves. Even without a reason, I can walk on my own. You want to leave. I know it's simple. You say dependence is our obstacle. Even if we let go, can you not take away my love? Just treat it as my final understanding?" Suningwei rested her chin in her hand, listening seriously as Yechen sang, her eyes filled with admiration like little stars. After Yechen finished singing, Suningwei immediately applauded, praising, "Yechen, your singing is so beautiful. I really love this song. It has a fresh and gentle feeling. Especially the last line, even if we let go, can you not take away my love? Just treat it as my final understanding. It really gives a heartbreak feeling." "I'm glad you like it," Yechen smiled and took off the earphones. Suningwei replied with a smile, "I love it, really love it. Your fans will definitely love it even more. I'll send you the rainbow photos we took that day for your fans to appreciate along with this new song." "Okay," Yechen nodded. Suningwei immediately took out her phone and sent the photos to Yechen. Yechen used these photos, the newly recorded rainbow audio, and the video recorded earlier of the accompaniment to edit a video. Suningwei watched attentively as she saw Yechen play the drums, bass, acoustic guitar, and organ. Oh my god! What kind of music genius did she marry? Yechen was so talented, She really wanted to hug Yechen tight and never let go. Suningwei's admiration and love for Yechen rose to a new level. Busy editing the video, Yechen didn't notice how fiery Suningwei's gaze was on him. Once the video was edited, Yechen turned to Suningwei and asked, "Is this okay? Look at it. Does it work?" Suningwei nodded. "It's perfect." "Then I'll go ahead and post it," Yechen said as he uploaded the edited video to his account. Suningwei was the first to like and share Yechen's video on her account, saying with a smile, "Done. I'll take some of the local products from the car and send them to Dinfan and General He. Do you want to come along?" Yechen asked, standing up. Suningwei leaned back in her chair. Looking up, "I'll pass. I have to record Promise of Peach Blossoms, First Love, Adiao, Dimples, You're the Most Precious, and Wine Blows Weed Waves next month. I need to practice well during this time, as I haven't been practicing properly. I'm afraid of lagging behind." "All right, then you focus on that. I'll be back soon." Yechen bent down and wanted to kiss Suningwei on the forehead, giving her encouraging love. Suningwei, however, smiled and pursed her lips, landing a kiss on Yechen's as they met. It felt fragrant and soft, really nice. Yechen couldn't help but smile. *3 Epsilon*. Yechen left the practice room and headed to the living room. Su-Ming had already arranged all the local products there. Yechen instructed Su-Ming, "Sort out these products, send one portion to Building 8 of Shan Chengyulong Villa for me, another to the Su family's old house in Yanjing, one to Yi Yao at Jiangcheng University, and send one each to Cheng Tong, Zhou Dao, and Zhu Peng." "All right, Manager Yi," Su-Ming nodded and began organizing the products. Yechen then called Dinfan. As Dinfan was on a business trip and not in Shancheng, there was no need for Yechen to go personally. Yechen had Chen Din take a large bag of local products to Dinfan's home. As Zhuan Feng had returned to live with his family and couldn't consume these products, Yechen didn't arrange anything for Zhuan Feng. After making arrangements, Yechen took a large bag of local products and headed to the He family. After ringing the doorbell, the security guard recognized Yechen and let him in to find He Aiguo. He Aiguo was still the same, squatting in a lush vegetable garden, picking plump insects off the vegetables. When he saw Yechen, He Aiguo stood up, greeted with a smile. "Yechen, look at how well I've managed this vegetable garden with your guidance. These stem lettuce, baby bok choy, and spinach are growing beautifully, without any pesticides. They are perfect for our 3 babies' complementary food, take some with you. Thank you on behalf of the 3 babies. I recently went out of town to take wedding photos and brought some local specialties for you as well, Yi Chen said with a smile. Ai Guo chuckled. Ah, thank you. How could my dishes compare to your valuable local specialties? You're so thoughtful, going out to take wedding photos and still thinking of bringing us local goods. When you finish eating these dishes, come and take them. These dishes have been growing like crazy, we can't finish them all. With that, Ai Guo started picking the most tender and best water spinach, bok choy, and spinach, having the guards pack them in bags for Yi Chen to take home later. Yi Chen handed the local specialties to the guard next to him, rolled up his sleeves, and planned to help pick vegetables. Ai Guo quickly said, "No need to help, you will get your clothes and shoes dirty. Let's go, let's go, let Zhang do the picking, we can go make tea." He Ping immediately returned, "I heard that the music videos for the 6 songs you wrote are ready. I was just thinking of showing them to you." "All right," Yi Chen nodded. Ai Guo then led Yi Chen towards the tea room. Before leaving, he reminded the guard Zhang to pick the tender and good ones. Inside the tea room, Yi Chen and Ai Guo had just finished drinking 2 cups of tea when Yi Ping hurriedly returned. It was clear that Ai Guo had urgently called him back. Upon seeing Yi Chen, Yi Ping smiled and said, "Mr. Yi, you're here. The music videos for the 6 songs you wrote are ready for your review." Yi Ping handed the USB drive to the guard beside him, who connected it to the TV in the tea room and started playing the videos. The beginning of the music videos displayed the large characters Yi Chen indicating the lyricist and composer. The singer in the videos was indeed a well-known singer in the military, demonstrating a high level of skill and military demeanor, performing these military songs perfectly. Especially in the music video for I Am a Soldier, there were powerful shots from military training, igniting a sense of patriotism and the drive to serve and defend the country. After watching all the music videos, Yi Chen and Ai Guo looked very satisfied. Nevertheless, Yi Ping still turned to Yi Chen with a respectful expression, inquiring about Yi Chen's thoughts. "How was it, Mr. Yi? Are there any modifications needed?" "No, everything is quite good," Yi Chen replied with a smile. Yi Ping nodded. "All right, I'll have them proceed with this version." Yi Chen chatted with Ai Guo and Yi Ping for a while, had a few more cups of tea, then carried 2 big bags of fresh vegetables back home. Upon returning home, Su Ningwei had finished practicing singing, getting ready to bathe the 3 babies. Seeing Yi Chen returning with the 2 big bags, she smiled and asked, Chen, weren't you going to deliver gifts? Why did you return with 2 big bags?" "These are all vegetables grown by General He himself, pure, natural, and pollution-free. Let me bring them back for the 3 babies to eat as complimentary food," Yi Chen explained as he handed the 2 big bags of greens to a nearby maid. Su Ningwei chuckled. "General He is being too polite. How can 3 babies be able to eat this much?" "It's okay. We can share with the 3 babies," Yi Chen said, washed his hands, and walked towards Su Ningwei and the 3 babies. The 3 babies raised their hands towards Yi Chen, calling him daddy and asking to be held. Yi Chen bent down, showing affection by hugging the youngest one first, then picking up the other 2. Holding the 2 babies in his arms, Yi Chen smiled brightly. Su Ningwei suggested, "You came back just in time. Let's bathe the 3 babies together." Yi Chen and Su Ningwei, with the 3 babies in tow, went to the baby room to bathe them. The bathroom was warm, with several cartoon-shaped tubs filled with warm water and floating toy ducks and fish. The babies were excited to see the water and couldn't wait to play in the tub. The maid, Li Mei, informed, "Sir, madam, the water is ready and clothes are prepared. Shall we bathe the babies now?" Yi Chen nodded. "Let's do it now." "A bow. Can you help?" "Sure." Li Mei came forward to take a bow from Yi Chen's arms, sitting on a small stool next to the tub. Yi Chen first laid Da Bao on his legs, testing the water temperature before gently washing his head with a small towel. Da Bao relaxed and enjoyed the moment. After washing his head, Yi Chen lovingly undressed Da Bao. All 3 babies were chubby and cute, making Yi Chen feel especially happy. Su Ningwei kissed the youngest baby in her arms and jokingly said to Yi Chen, "The babies are getting plump again. So cute. We haven't filmed a video of them bathing in a while. I'll show it to my dad, your parents, and Yao Yao." "Okay, let's film one," Yi Chen agreed and asked the maid, "Aunt Liu, can you help us film?" "Of course, Mr. Yi," Aunt Liu brought out her phone and started recording the video. The babies, over 6 months old, could sit by themselves, making it easier to bathe them. Da Bao happily reached towards the floating toy ducks on the water's surface, while Bao played with the toy fish below. Bao was excitedly clapping the water, causing splashes everywhere and making everyone laugh. After the bath, they were dried off and Yi Chen started giving Da Bao a gentle massage using a few drops of baby oil, which Da Bao thoroughly enjoyed. However, Da Bao was ticklish and would squirm and giggle when his sensitive spots were touched. Bao was more relaxed and even yawned, feeling so comfortable that he was almost falling asleep. Bao was both enjoying the massage and playing with his toy chili pepper, making everyone smile at his antics. Su Ningwei gently reminded Bao not to touch certain parts, but he quickly ignored her advice and grabbed the chili pepper again. Facing this situation, Su Ningwei turned to Yi Chen for help. Chen, look at Bao misbehaving. Let me see. Yi Chen, having finished massaging Da Bao, indicated that Aunt Liu should help Da Bao get dressed. I'll take a look. Yi Chen had just finished massaging Da Bao and gestured for another nanny to help dress him. Yi Chen bent down, moved little Bao's hand away, and carefully examined his little chili pepper. This little guy, despite being small, had quite a big bird down there. After confirming that little Bao had some skin issues like eczema on his little bird, Yi Chen said, "It's fine, no eczema or anything, very healthy." Usually, when babies reach 6 months to a year, they suddenly become interested in their little bird and find it fun, treating it as a new toy. Just redirect the baby's attention. With that, Yi Chen acted as if nothing had happened, smiling as he picked up a nearby toy that makes sounds and teased little Bao with it. Sure enough, little Bao's attention was drawn to the sound toy, no longer playing with his little bird. Yi Chen took the opportunity to put a diaper and clothes on little Bao. Su Ningwei asked quietly, "Is that all that needs to be done? Shouldn't we scold little Bao a bit?" "No need. When this kind of situation occurs, avoid harshly criticizing the baby. It could reinforce the behavior. At the same time, try to avoid dressing the baby in tight clothes. Overly tight clothing can stimulate the child's genitals, leading to the child playing with them. Tight clothes also lack breathability, so for the child's health, it's better to choose loose-fitting clothes whenever possible. When redirecting attention, maintain a gentle and calm attitude. Otherwise, the baby may sense that the parents are concerned about the behavior, which can cause fear and potential increased frequency of playing with the genitals," Yi Chen patiently explained. Su Ningwei nodded and gave Yi Chen a thumbs up, saying, "I've learned something." There's indeed a lot to learn about raising a baby. That's for sure, Yi Chen replied with a smile. After bathing the 3 babies, they smelled delightful, which was endearing. Su Ningwei asked Liu Yi for a video and sent it to Su Sheng, Yi Dashan, Li Huan, and Yi Yao. 2 minutes later, Su Ningwei's phone received a video call from Su Sheng. Su Ningwei answered the call, pointing the phone's camera at the 3 babies, and said with a smile, "Dad, aren't the 3 babies adorable?" "Adorable. Have you finished taking your wedding photos? Was everything smooth?" Su Sheng asked on the other end of the call, with a school background visible. Su Ningwei replied, "Yes, we've finished. It went smoothly. Taking photos while traveling felt great." "Dad, are you at Ziju's school?" "Yes, Yao Yun had an accident and passed away. I came to take Ziju to bid Yao Yun farewell," Su Sheng replied calmly. Su Ningwei widened her eyes and hurried out of the baby's room to the main bedroom. She lowered her voice and asked, "Aunt Yao passed away? When did it happen? What accident occurred?" Although Su Ningwei didn't like Yao Yun, she was still surprised to hear about her passing. "It happened a couple of days ago. Yao Yun crashed her car while shopping, and it went off the overpass. The car was wrecked, and she only brought back a small box of ashes. The authorities there said it was probably because Yao Yun had recently traveled abroad and wasn't used to having the steering wheel on the right side," Su Sheng replied nonchalantly. Su Ningwei paused and asked, "Should we go back to Yanjing?" "No need. Why would you come back? Bringing the child back is inviting bad luck. We divorced a long time ago, and Yao Yun is no longer part of the Su family. You don't have to come back, and I won't either. Just let Ziju make an appearance at the funeral," Su Sheng replied. Su Sheng later found out about Yao Yun's misdeeds, but to spare Su Ningwei's feelings, he didn't go into details. He just silently dealt with things as before, allowing Su Ningwei to continue living as a happy little princess. Su Ningwei nodded and said, "All right, Dad, don't be too harsh on Ziju. With Aunt Xiao gone, Ziju must be feeling sad." "I know. Be assured that I'll handle it properly. Ziju is here. I won't talk to you for now. I'll call you back later." Su Sheng ended the call. Su Sheng thought his daughter was gentle and kind, like a little fairy, and he had to protect her well. He wouldn't allow anyone to mistreat Su Ningwei, not even Ziju. At this moment, Yi Chen walked into the main bedroom and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" "I just overheard your dad saying." "Yes, Yao Yun passed away in a car accident abroad." Su Ningwei nodded. Yi Chen hugged Su Ningwei and said, "Should we go back to Yanjing? My dad said he and Yao Yun divorced a long time ago, and she's no longer part of the Su family, so we don't need to go back." Su Ningwei replied. Yi Chen nodded and said, "Let's follow your dad's decision. I'll ask Su Ming to send some gifts to the Yao family. We won't go back to Yanjing. Good and evil will receive their due. The heavens have their own justice." Yi Chen had never liked Yao Yun. Upon hearing about her passing, he made sure a lavish meal was prepared by the servants for Su Ningwei, and himself, showered the servants with red envelopes, almost went to the courtyard to set off firecrackers. The passing of Yao Yun didn't affect Yi Chen and Su Ningwei's good mood. After bathing and feeding the three sweet-smelling babies, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei enjoyed a delicious dinner. After dinner, they strolled hand in hand in the courtyard, enjoying the cool breeze. The moonlight was serene, casting a silver glow. The white and purple magnolia flowers were in full bloom, only blossoms without leaves, gleaming beautifully under the moonlight. In this romantic setting, Yi Chen, dressed in a traditional-style white robe embroidered with silver clouds and cranes, looked like a transcendent figure, untouched by worldly affairs. Su Ningwei couldn't help but stop in her tracks, hooking her arm around Yi Chen's neck and tenderly kissing him, wanting to ignite desire in him. Yi Chen held Su Ningwei's waist with one hand and supported her head with the other, deepening the kiss. After the kiss, Su Ningwei's face blushed, leaning on Yi Chen's chest and looking satisfied. She observed a hint of desire in Yi Chen's eyes as he gazed at her, then turned to look at the flowers, trees, and the full moon, asking, "Aiken, do you see how big and round the moon is today? It's exceptionally beautiful, isn't it?" "Well, indeed very beautiful, but not as beautiful as you." "In my heart, you are the most beautiful, incomparable to anything in the world," Yi Chen responded with a smile. Su Ningwei raised the corners of her mouth, smiling happily as she said, "Your words are the sweetest." "Sweet or not, didn't you just taste it a moment ago?" Yi Chen responded, smiling. Su Ningwei blushed even more and said, "Sweet. But it was you who initiated by sticking out your tongue earlier." "Fine, fine, it was me who initiated. My little whip is already impatient, isn't it?" Yi Chen responded with a smile, his eyes full of indulgence. Having realized who was the one who couldn't contain their emotions first, Yi Chen decided not to dwell on it. As the mention of the whip came up, Su Ningwei blushed even more, her heart racing. Su Ningwei confessed affectionately, "Look at all these stars, only the moon is the brightest and biggest. You are like this moon in my heart, unique and irreplaceable." Likewise, Yi Chen responded warmly. Su Ningwei tasted the sweetness of their earlier conversation and asked playfully, "If you are like me, can you write me a sweet love song about the moon?" Just as Su Ningwei finished speaking, familiar lowly music began playing in Yi Chen's mind. Ding! Detected the request of a loyal fan. Automatically matching the lyrics and music sheets of the song "The Moon Represents My Heart," performed by Chechen and Teresa Tang. Both versions are unlocked. Here it comes, the thoughtful lowly system is in operation again. How many are willing to sing a few lines? Raise your hands, each will receive a vitality pill. This song "The Moon Represents My Heart" is a classic love song, delightful when sung by either a man or a woman, and there's no problem adapting it for a duet. Yi Chen held Su Ningwei's waist, gently responding, "I'll write it for you tomorrow." "Darling, you are so good to me." Su Ningwei joyfully tiptoed to kiss Yi Chen's cheeks on either side. Su Ningwei felt so happy, bursting with joy in her heart. Being Yi Chen's wife has advantages, like being able to request a song without having to rank first. Yi Chen lovingly raised his hand to gently rub Su Ningwei's soft hair, smiling as he responded, "Who else should I treat well, if not you? Forget about singing a love song about the moon. I can even arrange for an artificial moon for you. No need for sentimental words. I'll give you something practical to ensure you have fun tonight," Su Ningwei said as she took Yi Chen's hand, leading him towards the master bedroom. Yi Chen chuckled, starting so early. The 3 babies haven't even been fed yet. Then let's feed the 3 babies quickly, put them to sleep early. Early to bed and early to rise is good for the body. Su Ningwei pulled Yi Chen along with her hand, not slowing her pace at all. Su Ningwei couldn't wait to see Yi Chen in a military coat. The thought alone was thrilling. Yi Chen, with his long legs, easily caught up with Su Ningwei's pace as she fed all 3 babies quickly. Yi Chen had filled the bathtub with warm water. After the photo shoot in the military coat and Changsam, Guan Zia had already taken the clothes for dry cleaning, wrapped them in dust-proof bags, neat and tidy. Yi Chen and Su Ningwei enjoyed a bath comfortably. Su Ningwei's fair skin, after a while, became rosy and delicate, looking lovely. "Darling, it's so hot, let's not soak anymore." Su Ningwei hooked Yi Chen's neck, her eyes full of charm, and said in a soft voice. Yi Chen kissed Su Ningwei's forehead, smiling as he responded, "All right, let's not soak anymore, let's change clothes." "Okay, I'll go change into a Changsam first." Su Ningwei happily stood up from the water and got out of the bathtub. The sparkling water droplets scattered on the floor as she walked out. Yi Chen washed his face, got up, wrapped a towel around himself, and left for changing. Once he put on the military coat and hat, he exuded an air of military officer. Yi Chen sat on the sofa, patiently waiting for Su Ningwei to come out of the dressing room. Soon enough, the curtain in the dressing room was lifted. Su Ningwei's wavy hair was styled elegantly as she walked out in a tight-fitting traditional Changsam, draped in a snow-white fur stole, exuding an elegant and charming aura characteristic of that era. In an instant, Su Ningwei fully embraced her role. Clutching the fur stole around her chest, walked up to Yi Chen, like a delicate young lady from the Republic of China era, naive and enchanting. Su Ningwei, in character, grabbed her chest stole and stood in front of Yi Chen, tremblingly pleading, "General Yi, please spare my family. I'm willing to do anything if you promise to spare my family." Yi Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. "Playing this big? Ha! A man can't refuse. If the wife wants to play, naturally, he should accompany her wholeheartedly." Yi Chen decided to fully cooperate, lifting the corners of his mouth, his eyes deep, as he used the handle of the whip in his hand to lift Su Ningwei's delicate face, speaking in a cold tone. "Oh, are you really willing to do anything? You can hit me, scold me, do anything." Although tears shimmered in Su Ningwei's eyes, her mouth hinted at anticipation and delight that couldn't be contained. Who could understand? This version of Yi Chen was simply explosive, so cool and alluring. Su Ningwei was so excited that she trembled lightly all over. "Are you really going to, do everything I say? Then undress yourself," Yi Chen said, retracting the whip and lightly tapping his palm. Su Ningwei, blushing, held onto her fur stole. You're being too much. I didn't mean it that way." With that, Su Ningwei stood up, pretending to run away. Yi Chen simply grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his embrace. Su Ningwei let out a gasp and fell into Yi Chen's arms, pretending to struggle. "What are you doing? Let me go. I won't do that with you." "Is this too much? There's even more. Since you're here, you don't get to decide," Yi Chen said as he stripped off all of Su Ningwei's clothes and bound her hands. "What do you want to do?" Su Ningwei's petite face turned even redder due to excitement, stimulation, and shyness. Yi Chen picked up Su Ningwei, originally intending to throw her onto the bed according to the plot. In the end, Yi Chen couldn't bear to do it and gently placed Su Ningwei on the bed, leaning close to her ear and softly saying, "What do you want? Don't stop. Master Yi, let me go." Su Ningwei pretended to be afraid, her face instantly turning even redder. Pretending to struggle, Su Ningwei resisted. "If you want Master Yi to let you go, that is impossible. No one can disobey Master Yi. Since you are so disobedient, I can only teach you a lesson," Yi Chen said in a cold tone of a master. "Master Yi, I was wrong. I won't run away." Su Ningwei's face flushed, begging Yi Chen for mercy. Yi Chen threw off his hat, took off his clothes, and leaned in to kiss Su Ningwei's delicate red lips. Su Ningwei responded passionately. This game of the domineering and dark master forcibly marrying the Republic of China's little white flower lady entered a heated battle. This special game ended with Su Ningwei's pleading voice. Su Ningwei snuggled in Yi Chen's arms, her face still red, shyly asking, Husband, tonight was so much fun. What do you want to play next time? You can play whatever you want. Yi Chen hugged Su Ningwei's shoulder, gently replied. Su Ningwei yawned. Then I'll think about it. Take your time. Whatever you want to play, I'll play with you. Yi Chen indulgently said, Go to sleep. I'll sing you a new song tomorrow. Su Ningwei nodded, peacefully falling asleep in Yi Chen's arms, entering into sweet dreams. Yi Chen, holding the fragrant Su Ningwei, also soon fell asleep. A dreamless night. The next day, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei woke up naturally. After taking the perfect body maintenance pill provided by the system, Yi Chen was happy to occasionally be lazy and cuddle in bed with Su Ningwei. After feeding the 3 babies and having breakfast, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei took the 3 babies to the yard to bask in the sun, feeding the sheep and ducks. The sheep and ducks were getting plumper. Zhu Tuan quietly lay by the baby carriage, guarding the 3 babies. If the sheep and ducks accidentally hurt the babies, Zhu Tuan would rush over to kill the sheep and ducks, providing a meal for everyone. Su Ningwei lay comfortably on the chaise lounge, took out her phone, and checked to see if Yi Chen's new song Rainbow, which was released yesterday, had made it to the entertainment headlines. Yi Chen sat on a stone bench with his laptop computer, checking recent hot news and financial news. After this wedding photo shoot, financial investments naturally needed to get back on track, as filming good movies required a lot of money. Yi Chen had already read through all the recent hot news and financial news, memorized everything, and analyzed useful information. Soon, Yi Chen analyzed which stocks and financial products to buy and purchase them. After making the purchases, Yi Chen sent the latest financial information to the financial wealth team consisting of Su Ningwei, Cheng Tong, Zhao Xiu, Lin Yinyan, and Su Mangmang. The pinned announcement in the Financial Wealth Team group was written by Su Ningwei. Follow all instructions from Master Yi Chen. Consequences for not listening are your own responsibility. 3 seconds. 13 seconds later, 4 messages appeared in the group discussion. Lin Yinyan, received. Thank you. Brother-in-law, you're awesome. Brother-in-law. Zhao Xiu, received. Thanks for taking us to get rich again. Brother-in-law. Su Mangmang, received. Brother-in-law is the most handsome in the world. May brother-in-law have smooth sailing and always be loved by someone. Cheng Tong, received. Thanks to Brother Chen, local specialties taste great. Let's have a drink together when we have time. Yi Chen, read, get your orders in quickly, or you'll miss out on the limit up. If you're late, you won't be able to get in. Cheng Tong, Zhao Xiu, Lin Yinyan, Su Mangmang immediately switched apps and operated them, afraid of missing out on the limit-up train. Su Ningwei opened the entertainment headlines. Yi Chen's new song Rainbow, released yesterday, not only made it to the hot search again, but any video related to Yi Chen's new songs skyrocketed to the top. Yi Chen was indeed the secret recipe for the entertainment headlines. Su Ningwei happily sat beside Yi Chen, handed her phone under Yi Chen's eyes, and said with a smile, Ekin, look, your new song Rainbow is on the top of the entertainment hot search again. Isn't this routine operation? Did the last song release not make it to hot search? Moreover, this time, photos of our rainbow were released. Yi Chen closed his computer, turned to look at Su Ningwei's phone. Yi Chen was not surprised that his new song Rainbow made it to the hot search again. Besides having confidence in Jie Shu's song, Yi Chen was also confident in his singing and performance skills. Su Ningwei smiled and said, Well, it seems like that's the case, but are you not happy to see your new song on the hot search again? I am happy. To receive everyone's love and support, of course, I am happy. Let's see what everyone is saying. Yi Chen smiled and responded. Su Ningwei nodded, opened the comments section. The comments section was filled with awe and praise. My goodness! Is there any musical instrument Yi Chen can't play? He released another song that sounds so good, and he did the accompaniment himself, which is just amazing. Screaming, Yi Chen and Su Ningwei are simply fairytale visuals, even with a front camera in natural light. They look so good. Without seeing your smile, how can I fall asleep? Your figure is so close, but I can't hold you. I'm thinking about her. I wonder if she's doing well. Is she married? I want to hug her again. Yi Chen's new song is sung so well. I really like this tune. I think I can recite the whole song by now. If Yi Chen holds a concert in the future, if I don't get a ticket, I ask friends who bought tickets above 1580 to take clear videos. Not to shiver, not to sing along. If you sing along, please stop. Please shoot with a phone above 4,000 yuan to ensure the quality of sound and image clarity. Even though I can't buy tickets, it doesn't mean I have no standards and pursuits. I was too young and foolish before. I let a girl down. She sings so beautifully. But now I can't contact her. It's been a long time since I heard from her. She must be happy now, right? Here, I want to say I loved. I'm sorry. I don't know why, but as soon as I hear this song, the tears just won't stop. I still really like you. Why don't you like me? Tears keep flowing. Yi Chen sings so gently. I really love this song. Su Ningwei said with a smile, look, everyone loves your new song and is eagerly anticipating your concert. When you hold the concert, I want to be your guest performer. Of course. Yi Chen replied with a smile. Su Ningwei added, oh right, weren't you planning to write a new song? Any ideas yet? Yes, I've thought of one. It's called The Moon Represents My Heart. I'll play and sing it for you in the practice room later. Yi Chen replied warmly. Su Ningwei pulled Yi Chen's hand and eagerly said, what are we waiting for? Let's go now. But what about the three little ones? Weren't you going to spend time with them outside? Yi Chen asked, looking at the three babies who were already feeding the fish. Su Ningwei reassured him, it's okay, let Aunt Emmy watch them. They're not babies anymore, they can handle it. The three babies, Su Ningwei took Yi Chen to the practice room without further ado. Inside the practice room, Yi Chen sat at the piano, opened the lid, placed his phone on a stand with the recording equipment ready. Su Ningwei pulled up a chair and sat beside Yi Chen, looking at him expectantly. Yi Chen set the phone to video mode. With clean fingertips, he elegantly played the piano's prelude. Beautiful piano melodies filled the room. The rhythm was soft, flowing smoothly, giving a sense of natural flow. Yi Chen gazed affectionately at Su Ningwei, playing the piano gently as he sang, you ask me how deep my love for you is, how much I love you. My feelings are true, my love is true, the moon represents my heart. You ask me how deep my love for you is, how much I love you. My feelings won't change, my love won't waver, the moon represents my heart. With a gentle kiss, you've already touched my heart. As soon as Yi Chen started singing, Su Ningwei was immediately captivated by his voice and tenderness. Images of the two of them walking in the quiet night from last night flashed through her mind, cuddling together. In the next moment, Su Ningwei imagined them by the sea, watching the moon rise, feeling the cool breeze and the sound of the waves. The gentle melody contained strong feelings of love. Su Ningwei listened to Yi Chen's song, feeling as though her heart was immersed in honeyed water, sweet and soft, brimming with the essence of love. As the song ended, Su Ningwei was already moved to tears. Yi Chen withdrew his fingertips from the keyboard, cupped Su Ningwei's face with both hands, and tenderly asked, Wei, why are you crying again? Su Ningwei had a sensitive disposition, easily moved to tears. People with this disposition tend to have rich emotions and may cry uncontrollably when emotionally stimulated. Yi Chen lowered his head and gently kissed away the tears from Su Ningwei's eyes. Su Ningwei blinked her watery eyes, touched by the moment, and said, that was so beautiful. Ah Chen, you're amazing. I love this song so much. The moon represents my heart. The moon won't come to you. I will. Yi Chen's heart warmed at her words. He held Su Ningwei's face and kissed her. Su Ningwei closed her eyes and reciprocated. Love is to be acted upon. All understood in silence. The kiss ended. Su Ningwei blushed, looking adorable. Ah Chen, did you forget to turn off your phone recording? Su Ningwei noticed that Yi Chen's phone was still on, causing her face to redden further. Yi Chen pulled Su Ningwei into his arms, smiling. It's okay. I'll edit it into 2 videos later. The second part will be just for us. Okay, Su Ningwei nodded. Are you going to post this song on your account today? It's definitely going to be a hit. Many people will cover it. Yes, I will. One hit song after another, taking over the charts. Yi Chen replied with a smile, turning off the video recording mode on his phone. Su Ningwei smiled. That sounds good. I'll print the sheet music for you later. We can practice it together for the recording session. Yi Chen suggested. Su Ningwei nodded. Great. Yi Chen proceeded to edit the video, uploading the performance of The Moon Represents My Heart onto his account. Su Ningwei was the first to like, share, and leave a comment. Honey tilde tilde The Moon Represents My Heart. I will love you forever epsilon. You're the best. After uploading the video, Yi-Chen modified the sheet music into a male-female duet version and printed it out. Here, take this to practice. Yi-Chen handed the printed sheet music to Su Ningwei. Happy to receive it, Su Ningwei kissed Yi-Chen on the cheek before going to practice the song. Meanwhile, Yi-Chen continued working on the theme song for the ancient fantasy drama. Since he had almost finished writing it last time, Yi-Chen made final adjustments and printing. Dreaming back to the immortal path. The immortal mountain shrouded in clouds enters the dream. The sword energy like a rainbow breaks through the sky. A smile in the mortal world turns to nothingness. The immortal path sweeps through the heart. Dreaming back to the immortal path in search of destiny. The sword heart like water, emotions like smoke. Separated by immortal and mortal, a new chapter unfolds in the heart. Gods and demons battle in the world, entangled fates of mortals and immortals. Swords pointed at the sky, vowing to break through the heavens, only longing to be with you in the immortal destiny. Immortal cranes soar over the 9 heavens, clouds encircle like a dream. A sword cuts the ties of the mortal world, wandering without a trace of immortality. One thought of being immortal, one thought to be demonic, only yearning to be with you in the immortal destiny. Dreaming back to the immortal path in search of destiny, the sword heart like water, emotions like smoke. Separated by immortal and mortal, a new chapter unfolds in the heart. After practicing for a while, Su Ningwei noticed Yi-Chen printing something again and asked with a smile, "Ah Chen, are you writing a new song again? Is it for the drama?" "Yes, I promised director Yu Kai to write the theme song for Chang Tong's first ancient fantasy drama." Yi-Chen nodded. Su Ningwei ran to Yi-Chen eagerly, saying, "Is it done? Let me see." Yi-Chen handed the freshly printed sheet music to Su Ningwei. Glancing at the song title, Su Ningwei praised, "Dreaming back to the immortal path sounds great from just the title." Yi-Chen teased, "Can you tell that from the song title? You praise so much, flatter me more." He rubbed Su Ningwei's soft hair and chuckled. Su Ningwei replied with a smile, "Of course, I always speak the truth." This theme song is perfect for an ancient fantasy drama, with a stirring melody and deep emotions that excellently capture the fantastical and romantic world of the genre. The melody is beautiful and profound, perfectly fitting the atmosphere and emotions of ancient fantasy dramas. Alright, that's enough praise, don't overdo it. Yi-Chen felt a bit embarrassed by Su Ningwei's excessive praise. "This is enough, I haven't finished praising yet," Su Ningwei continued with a smile. "Especially the chorus part, the emotions are sincere, the imagery is broad, it can evoke a strong resonance with the audience. The arrangement of the entire song is also outstanding, using rich musical elements to create a grand and mysterious atmosphere, which will definitely bring the audience the ultimate audio-visual enjoyment. Experiencing the heroic spirit, emotional entanglements, and soul-stirring imagery in the immortal path, greatly adding to this drama." Okay. I really can't praise anymore. If you praise me more, I'll float away." Yi-Chen laughed as he hugged Su Ningwei, planting a kiss on Su Ningwei's honey-sweet lips. "Yeah, it's really sweet, with a hint of strawberry fragrance. Soft." Su Ningwei made 2 sounds, and the rest of Yi-Chen's compliments were all kissed by Yi-Chen. The kiss ended. Su Ningwei said shyly, "I haven't finished praising yet, and you're already kissing me. Save the rest for later, we'll slow down the praise tonight. I'll send the music score to director Yu first. Let's agree that it's only good when the financier approves." Yi-Chen smiled and responded,